Mu Liang had traveled to another world. He found himself in a dead world. The land was barren, lifeless. The water was contaminated beyond use. A thick layer of ash blanketed the skies, blocking out the sunlight. Mankind's survivors were left to eke out a harsh existence amidst food shortages, a ruined environment, and hostile mutated creatures. It was in this desolate place that Mu Liang was saved by a peculiar girl with rabbit ears. Unbeknownst to him, this encounter awakened a unique taming system within him. This ability allowed him to absorb energy to push his tamed creatures beyond their limits, evolve them infinitely, and even share their talents. He tamed a sapling, evolving it into a colossal world tree with leaves that blocked out acidic rain, purified the polluted air, and brought the blue skies back. He tamed a land tortoise, evolving it into the legendary divine beast, Xuanwu. Its shell stretched across miles, supporting entire rivers, rolling hills, and fertile farmland, a moving haven capable of bearing even the world tree. His tamed spider evolved into a sinister goddess capable of weaving the threads of fate, while his army ants, evolved through his abilities, left nothing but bare earth and bone in their path. And when he tamed the rabbit-eared girl who had saved him, a year later, he found himself looking after a mischievous group of little rabbit-eared children. Upon the back of the mighty Xuanwu, Mu Liang cultivated endless fertile fields beneath the shelter of the world tree, purifying the ruined world piece by piece. For humanity, he had carved out the last safe haven on Earth. I have Xuanwu, a being as large as a continent, and a world tree capable of manipulating the very skies themselves. I am a nation all on my own. I still can't believe it. I've actually ended up in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, Mu Liang muttered to himself, leaning against the corner of a makeshift wooden hut. 5 days had passed since arriving in this strange, dead world, and he was still coming to terms with it. Thanks to his military background, he had quickly assessed the situation. This world was far larger than Earth, but civilization had long since crumbled to dust. The land couldn't be farmed. Miles upon miles of wasteland stretched endlessly before him. The sky rained ash more often than it let through faint rays of sunlight. When it did rain, the water was acidic, capable of melting away what precious little was left. At this rate, I'll be as good as new in a day or two, Mu Liang thought aloud as he worked his arms, noting how the soreness in his muscles had gradually faded. Peeking through a gap in the wooden door of the hut, he scanned his surroundings with practiced caution. Outside lay an endless expanse of desolation, devoid of even a single speck of green beneath the murky amber sky. Wasn't the whole post-apocalyptic wasteland thing just a movie trope back on Earth? And now, it's my reality. Back in his world, Mu Liang had been an orphan. He'd dropped out of college halfway through because he couldn't afford tuition, opting instead to enlist in the military. 5 years in the Special Forces had honed him into a skilled survivor, but a lingering injury had forced him into early retirement. He'd planned to use his survival expertise to start a wilderness survival channel. But before that dream could take off, an earthquake split the ground beneath him, swallowing him whole. He had thought that was the end. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying battered and bruised on this forsaken wasteland. Barely able to move and racked with pain, he would have perished were it not for a young boy who had secretly dragged his broken body back to a hidden camp. Only later did he realize that boy was actually a girl pretending to be one for her own safety. Well, it looks like my real wilderness survival challenge starts now, Mu Liang muttered, sighing deeply. He was what the locals called a smuggler, an outsider who didn't belong to the camp. Being discovered could end in an ugly death, either beaten to death on the spot or worked to exhaustion until death claimed him. Neither sounded appealing. His rescuer, the girl named Mino, had told him this herself. That was the fate awaiting those unlucky enough to be branded as outsiders in this camp. Just then, a faint crack, like the sound of a twig snapping, broke through Mu Liang's thoughts. Instantly, his senses sharpened, and he pressed closer to the door, peering out through the wooden gap. A thin, dirty figure was cautiously creeping towards the hut, moving with suspicion. Mu Liang's body relaxed only when he recognized the person. It was Mino. The door creaked open with deliberate care before slamming shut just as quickly. What are you doing standing right there all silent like that?" Mino gasped, clutching her chest as she spun around to find Mu Liang standing inches away. "What did you manage to get?" Mu Liang asked, stepping back and leaning casually against the door. Her face lit up with excitement at the question. "Mu Liang, you're amazing. The traps you taught me to make worked so well," she exclaimed, eyes glowing with enthusiasm. "I caught so many lizards today, way more than I ever managed before." "How many?" he asked calmly, ignoring the way she fidgeted and avoided eye contact. Despite knowing her real identity as a girl from their first meeting, he had yet to address it directly. "You'll be surprised," she said with a playful grin, pulling a cloth bag slung over her shoulder and rummaging through it. With a dramatic flourish, she pulled out a small brown lizard about the size of 2 fingers. Then, one by one, she added 7 more, arranging them neatly in a line on the ground. "How many rock traps did you set up?" Mu Liang asked, glancing at the small wounds on her hands. "There wasn't enough time, so I only managed 22 today," Mino replied, pursing her lips in frustration. "But tomorrow, I'll definitely get to 30 or more." "Don't set too many, or someone might catch on," Mu Liang warned calmly. "Oh, right," Mino nodded, realization dawning. But her expression soon clouded with worry. "But if I don't set enough, the tax deadline is in 3 days. What about your share?" Mu Liang frowned slightly. Over the past 5 days, he had gained a reasonable understanding of the camp's rules. Staying meant paying with food. "How far off am I?" he asked. "Even with today's lizards, you're still about 30 short," Mino admitted, her head drooping with guilt. In the brief time they'd known each other, their relationship had grown from initial wariness to a quiet understanding. Mu Liang had bartered the survival tools he had on him in exchange for Mino's protection and secrecy. Last night, he'd gone as far as to teach her how to set up basic rock traps, his way of showing genuine gratitude. This small gesture had clearly left a lasting impact. Mino, who often masked her emotions, had for the first time in a long while felt the warmth of someone's care. "It's fine," Mu Liang said, tilting his head slightly. "Have you sorted out your share yet?" For him, 30 lizards were merely a matter of time once he regained his full strength. Mino mumbled shyly. "I handed in 35 before, now I just need 5 more." "Don't worry," he reassured her with a slight smile. "If I can't make up the difference in time, I'll leave." "What? You're leaving?" Mino abruptly looked up, staring at him in shock, unsure of how to ask him to stay. "Yeah, I'm pretty much recovered now." Mu Liang clenched his fists, feeling the strength returning to his body. "But there's still 3 days. I can get the rest for you," Mino said anxiously, not waiting for Mu Liang's reply before quickly darting to a corner of the wooden shed. She dug into a pile of rubble and pulled out a small wooden box. "I've been saving some dried lizard meat. If I put it together, I'm sure I can cover your tax." She opened the box to reveal 8 hard, sun-dried strips of small lizard meat. "Put it away. That's your emergency food." Mu Liang's voice deepened, but his gaze softened slightly as he felt an unexpected warmth deep inside. He reminded her, "Don't forget, I'm an adult. The tax I owe isn't the same as yours." I know," Mino stammered, her body trembling slightly as she spoke in a shaky voice, unwilling to accept defeat. She hadn't forgotten that adults owed much higher taxes. She just wanted an excuse to keep him around while secretly setting more traps to somehow scrape together the 50 small lizards necessary. "Do you remember what you said to me when we first met?" Mu Liang asked calmly, his gaze steady on her. Back then, when Mino had found him, she thought he was already dead and had started rummaging through his belongings for anything useful. To her shock, Mu Liang had suddenly spoken, scaring her out of her wits. The girl, in her naivety, had been persuaded with just a few words, trading her help for a military knife and a flask of water. On that day, Mino had said it herself. "This is just a deal. As soon as you're better, you have to leave." Mino's face turned bright red. She opened her mouth as if to try and explain, but no words came out. Silently, she turned her back to him and dragged a camouflage backpack out from under the wooden bed. She set it down gently in front of him. "Your things. I didn't touch any of it. Everything's still there." Biting her lip, her doe-like eyes looked at him imploringly. "I'm giving it all back to you. Will you please stay?" "Why do you want me to stay?" Mu Liang didn't look at the backpack. His tone was curious rather than accusatory. "We've only known each other for 5 days. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" He wasn't really concerned about getting his things back, but genuinely wanted to understand what had brought about this sudden shift in her attitude. I, I don't know, Mino muttered hesitantly, her head bowed low, nervously fumbling with the hem of her shirt. All she knew was that the thought of him leaving made her heart ache. It was the exact same feeling she had when her sister had been forced to leave 4 years ago to pay her taxes, leaving her behind. Back then, she had no choice. Now, she couldn't bear to feel that crushing sense of loneliness and abandonment again. She just wanted to hold on to this rare sliver of warmth. Wait, I still have something that might cover your tax. Mino suddenly blurted out, her eyes lighting up as if she had remembered some buried treasure. Without another word, she began searching frantically around the shed and hurriedly crawled under the bed. Got it. It's still alive. After a moment, her muffled shout of joy came from beneath the bed. What is it? Mu Liang leaned slightly to see what she was talking about. Mino crawled out and, like she was presenting a prized gem, cupped a small palm-sized turtle in her hands, bringing it to Mu Liang. A turtle. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow in surprise, taking the creature from her hands. The moment his fingers touched the turtle's shell, a mechanical voice echoed inside his head. Ding! Detected a tameable organism. Initiating bond with God-tier tamer system. Progress, 90%. He froze. Before he could even fully process what was happening, the voice continued. Ding! God-tier tamer system successfully bonded. Instructions issued. In the next instant, a flood of information surged into Mu Liang's mind. As it turned out, an intelligent system from a higher-dimensional world, designed to train elite tamers, had accidentally been caught in the turbulence of time-space distortion and fused with him while he was undergoing his own interdimensional crossing. Impressive, he marveled inwardly. An advanced system meant for training can actually affect reality in this lower-dimensional world. As he absorbed this newfound knowledge, Mu Liang quickly pieced together the key functions of the God-tier tamer system. At its current level of activation, the system had limited functions and permissions, but was straightforward: tame creatures and evolve them. As the host, he could also inherit a unique ability from any creature he successfully tamed. There was one taming opportunity per day, which could be accumulated if unused, while evolution relied on collecting evolution points from energy-containing materials. System, can you show me my physical stats? Mu Liang asked in his mind, almost like communicating in a video game. Ding! Scanning your current physical condition. A moment later, a translucent interface appeared in his vision. Tamer, Mu Liang. Stamina, 3. Speed, 2.6. Strength, 3.2. Mental power, 2.7. Life expectancy, 2479 years. Tame points, 10. Refreshes daily, accumulatable. Evolution points, 0. Abilities, none. Tame beasts, none. For reference, common adult human stats average at 1. The stats were simple, almost insultingly clean. None of his past life skills as a special forces soldier were reflected on the screen. Despite this, Mu Liang chuckled softly, a corner of his lips rising. Well, at least I know I'll live to be 79. That's a pleasant surprise. Mu Liang, will you stay? Mino asked hesitantly from beside him. She didn't catch what he muttered to himself, but assumed his faint smile meant he had agreed to stay. Before he had a chance to respond, Mino, afraid of rejection, rushed to pack things up. She placed 7 small lizards into a cloth sack and picked out 5 of her dried lizard strips from the box, leaving herself only 3 as food. Her gaze lingered wistfully on the turtle in Mu Liang's hands, heart aching. Her sister had gifted her this turtle years ago to live in their little home, eating bugs. 1 turtle could be worth 10 small lizards in tax. Still 3 more short. 13 little lizards. Mino quickly did the math in her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she encouraged herself. 3 days. If we just set up more stone traps, we can gather enough to pay the tax for both of us. Mino, we can't use this turtle. Mu Liang shook his head, interrupting her thoughts. Why not? Mino froze, her face turning pale as realization dawned. She asked hesitantly, her spirits sinking. Mu Liang, are you still planning to leave us? Can I have this turtle? Mu Liang asked instead, not answering her question directly. Huh? You want this turtle? Mino blinked, stunned for a moment. She hadn't heard him outright say he'd leave, So her mood shifted from gloomy to hopeful. With a generous wave of her hand, she replied, "Sure, you can have it. This little turtle is yours." Placing the sack on the ground, Mino tilted her head, muttering in mild frustration, "Without this turtle, we still need 43 more little lizards. Does this mean we'll have to set traps even farther away?" Mu Liang watched as the girl awkwardly drew a map of the surrounding area on the ground, racking her brain to figure out where she could catch more lizards. He couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Holding the turtle in his hands, a warmth filled his heart. "System, tame the turtle in my hands," Mu Liang instructed in his thoughts. Ding. Level 0 creature detected, land tortoise. Beginning taming process. Ding. Consumed 10 taming points. Taming successful. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, the turtle in Mu Liang's hands emitted a soft glow of white light. The little tortoise began to grow in size, and Mu Liang quickly placed it on the ground. "Step back," he said, pulling the confused Mino 2 or 3 steps away. "What's happening?" Mino glanced cautiously toward the cabin door, but her attention was soon drawn to the glowing tortoise, which was visibly growing larger. "Why is the turtle growing?" Mino shouted aloud in shock. Could it be a beast? The girl's face turned pale as she thought of something dreadful. She rapidly drew the bone dagger from her waist, ready to strike the creature down before it became a threat. "Don't. It's fine." Mu Liang quickly grabbed her arm. It would have been comically tragic if she killed the tortoise he had just tamed. "Mu Liang, kill it now. If it evolves into a beast, we'll both die," Mino warned with panic in her voice. The memory of beasts wreaking havoc still haunted her. "Relax, this turtle is under my control," Mu Liang reassured her calmly. At that moment, the tortoise completed its transformation. From the size of a palm, it had grown to nearly a meter in length and width. Its previously cute, petite appearance was replaced with a menacing look. The tortoise's shell had turned into a jagged surface, resembling a rough, unpolished boulder. Level 0 land tortoise evolved. Rock-armored tortoise, level 1. Mino blinked, then asked cautiously, "Are you sure it's tame? It won't bite anyone." "Of course. Let me show you," Mu Liang said, gesturing for the rock-armored tortoise to come closer. Now bonded with the creature, he could sense its innocent affection through their mental connection. The giant tortoise slowly crawled over, extended its head, and affectionately nuzzled against Mu Liang's palm, closing its eyes in quiet enjoyment. "See? I wasn't lying," Mu Liang said, giving Mino a reassuring smile. The texture of the tortoise's head felt rough to the touch, like running a hand over real stone. How did you do that?" Mino asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. She covered her mouth in disbelief. "Don't you remember? Awakeners can do things like this," Mu Liang said, downplaying the feat. In this devastated, post-apocalyptic world, plants and animals had undergone terrifying mutations, earning the collective name beasts. Humans, too, had been altered, though nowhere near as drastically. These changes fell into 3 broad categories: awakeners, rare individuals with unique abilities, appearing maybe 1 in 10,000; mutants, appearing 1 in 1,000, with varying strengths determined by their innate potential; and strengthened humans, the most common, who gain power through external means. This knowledge had all come to Mu Liang from Mino's explanations. "Wait, Mu Liang, you're an awakener." Mino's expression froze, stunned into silence by this revelation. "Yes, my awakened ability is the ability to tame animals," Mu Liang admitted with a small nod. He knew his talent would eventually come to light, so using the identity of an awakener to explain it was a convenient cover. "Mu Liang, you're incredible," Mino exclaimed, clutching his arm in excitement, her voice stumbling with enthusiasm. She had heard her older sister say that their small camp didn't have a single awakener among its population, only a handful of strengtheners and mutants. The idea that Mu Liang was an awakener filled her with awe. "Keep your voice down. No one else needs to know," Mu Liang reminded her with a chuckle. "Oh, right, we can't let this secret slip." Mino hurriedly clamped her hands over her mouth, nodding vigorously. But then she fell quiet, clearly sinking into her own concerns. Would someone as rare and special as Mu Liang really want to stay in their tiny little camp? Observing the suddenly thoughtful girl, Mu Liang didn't interrupt her musings. Instead, he posed a question to the system in his mind. System, didn't you say I could inherit one ability from the creatures I've tamed? Would you like to inherit the rock-armored tortoise's talent? Earth Spike. Inherit. Modifying Earth Spike. Adapting. Transfer complete. As he heard the final robotic tone in his mind, Mu Liang felt a cool sensation spreading throughout his brain, followed by a soothing warmth washing over his whole body. System, display my character attributes. Focusing his thoughts, a string of data materialized in his mind. Tamer, Mu Liang. Physical strength, 6. Speed, 4.3. Power, 5. Mental capacity, 8.7. Lifespan, 24 years/100 years. Ability, Rock Spike, level 1. Average physical stats for a normal human are 1 across the board. Tamed Beast, Rocky Armor Turtle, level 1. Innate talent, Rock Spike, level 1. After finishing reading his stat panel, Mu Liang was completely stunned. Every major aspect of his physical attributes had been significantly enhanced, and even his lifespan had increased to a full century. He couldn't help but wonder, if the Rocky Armor Turtle continued evolving, could it extend his lifespan to 1,000 years? A 10,000-year lifespan, perhaps? It wasn't an impossible thought. As long as he kept taming new creatures and inheriting new talents, both his lifespan and physical prowess could perpetually improve. So what exactly is this Rock Spike ability? The panel didn't offer any detailed description. Mu Liang decided to test it out himself. At the flicker of a thought, he activated Rock Spike. A few meters away, the ground trembled slightly before surging upward. A sharp, palm-length rock spike jutted out with a sudden burst of force. Nearby, the Rocky Armor Turtle tilted its head, its vivid green eyes filled with curiosity as it stared at the rocky protrusion in confusion. Not bad, Mu Liang silently appraised. Used strategically to sneak attack an enemy's foot, it's enough to incapacitate them instantly. And if they're already down on the ground, a well-placed rock spike could very likely be fatal. His innate tactical instincts immediately kicked in, formulating ways to maximize the utility of this new ability. He could feel the strain it put on both his physical and mental energy whenever he used it. At my current condition, I can probably activate it around 6 times before completely exhausting myself. To be safe during a fight, I should limit it to just 3 uses. Mu Liang quickly established a safety line for himself. Now, his thoughts shifted to an even more pressing matter, finding items imbued with energy. This was the key to allowing the Rocky Armor Turtle to continue growing stronger. He set himself a clear goal, to evolve this turtle into a mythical entity, a creature of legend. Mu Liang, but if you're one of the awakened, why did you collapse that day? Mino suddenly asked, looking up. It was a question that had clearly weighed on her for a long time. I was bitten by a venomous beast, Mu Liang replied with a pre-planned excuse. It was a simple lie, far easier to explain than the truth. There was no way he would ever reveal he was a transmigrator, a secret he had sworn to keep from everyone. Mino's shoulders slumped. So, once you're better, you're going to leave, aren't you? She didn't need an answer. She already knew deep down. He was one of the awakened, a person with power. There was no way someone like him would stay in this small, humble camp forever. His habit of dodging the topic before had already said it all. Yes, I'll leave, Mu Liang nodded softly. He understood that leaving the camp was inevitable. Only by venturing out could he tame new creatures and locate energy-filled objects to grow even more powerful. When, her voice trembled, bitter. In 2 days, Mu Liang answered. His body had fully recovered after its enhancements. He was now even stronger than before. He planned to stay an extra 2 days to comb through the camp one final time in search of any items with energy. That soon, her voice cracked, and her eyes glistened as though she might cry. But she held back her tears, gazing at Mu Liang with pleading eyes. Can't you stay a little longer? Don't forget, Mu Liang said gently, reaching out to wipe a smudge of soot from her cheek. In 3 days, it's tax collection day. She disguised herself as a boy just to survive, smearing her face with ash, wrapping her hair in cloth, and wearing oversized, shabby gray clothes. I'll catch lizards. I can manage, really. You have to believe me. Mino gripped his hand tightly, her tone desperate. Mu Liang's tone softened. Then, let me ask you this. 2 days from now, Would you be willing to leave with me? Mino began to blurt out, but her words faltered halfway. Her sister's departing words echoed in her mind. Wait for me. I will come back for you. You don't have to answer now, Mu Liang reassured her gently, sensing her inner conflict. Tell me in 2 days. He understood the weight of what he was asking, leaving behind everything familiar for a complete stranger she'd known for only 5 days. All right. Mino nodded faintly, her small face scrunched with worry, her mind torn. Should she follow Mu Liang or stay behind to wait for her sister? Missing either might be a forever goodbye. The choice was impossibly hard. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Mino woke up groggy. She stared blankly at the wooden roof, still exhausted from her restless night of tossing and turning. Then, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. She wrinkled her nose and turned her head toward the source. Near the fire pit, where a few charred pieces of wood still smoldered, a small pot sat heating over the embers. The tempting smell clearly came from there. You're awake. Come have something to eat, Mu Liang said, stirring the contents of the pot with a ladle. Mino blinked in surprise. It was usually her job to prepare breakfast. Hesitantly, she asked, Are you feeling better already? Yeah, I'm fine now, Mu Liang replied casually. Breakfast turned out to be a mix of compressed biscuits and boiled lizard meat. It was far from gourmet, more akin to survival rations, but it was filling. The biscuits were among the few supplies Mu Liang had carried over from his original world when the ground fissured. He ladled out a portion into a metal lunchbox and handed it to the girl. Preparing for his upcoming journey, he knew he needed to conserve what little food he had left. All right, Mino said quietly. She obediently accepted the metal lunchbox. She recognized it. It was the one he always carried in his backpack. 5 days ago, she had considered handing it over as tax payment, but in the end, she just couldn't bear to part with it. Mu Liang noticed her low spirits, but chose not to say much. He served himself a portion of the meal as well, and the two of them quietly ate their breakfast. The atmosphere between them was a little awkward. Minuo kept stealing glances at Mu Liang's profile, but found herself at a loss for words. It just wasn't as easy to chat with him as it used to be. A sudden scraping sound came from the ground. Asterisk scratch. Asterisk. As the claws of their rock-shelled turtle moved, catching their attention. Its bright green eyes were locked onto Mu Liang. Seeing the turtle, Minuo finally managed to come up with a topic. What about this turtle? What's going to happen to it? It's coming with us, Mu Liang replied firmly. He didn't feel safe leaving the rock-shelled turtle behind at the camp alone. It still wasn't strong enough. If it were discovered by someone passing through, it would just end up on someone's dinner plate. On top of that, it still needed to hunt for its own food. I see, Minuo nodded slightly, her concern easing. Silence enveloped them again. After finishing breakfast, they packed up everything important in the wooden shelter. They couldn't risk thieves rummaging through their things once they were gone. Minuo's makeshift home was nothing more than a fragile hut assembled from animal hides and driftwood at the edge of the camp, leaving it completely unsafe. With the essentials gathered, the two of them, and the turtle, quietly left the camp behind. The rock-shelled turtle wasn't fast. Its speed was about the same as an average walking person. But the rocky, earth-colored appearance of its shell made for a perfect camouflage. Once out of the camp, they headed north. According to Minuo, there was a rocky hill in that direction, and the area was crawling with lizards. On the way, Mu Liang spotted a few blurry figures in the distance. They kept far away, avoiding him entirely. He understood why. The world had become a brutal place where the strong preyed on the weak. Everyone was on edge, afraid that whatever little food they managed to scavenge might be snatched away at a moment's notice. On this desolate, apocalyptic wasteland, betrayal lurked around every corner. Survival often meant watching your back. The hills weren't far from the camp, and the two of them soon arrived at the foot of one. Little Xuanwu, go ahead and explore, Mu Liang said. Crouching down, he affectionately patted the turtle's head. He had named it Xuanwu, after the powerful, mythical beast in ancient Chinese lore, hoping it could one day become just as strong. The rock-shelled turtle nuzzled his palm before slowly ambling off in a random direction. It won't get lost, will it? Minuo asked, her tone tinged with worry. Don't worry about that. Mu Liang reassured her with a calm smile. I can sense it mentally. He explained that, as a beast tamer, He had a special ability that allowed him to communicate with the creatures he had bonded with. Minuo let out a small breath of relief and pointed to a spot farther ahead. The traps I set up are just over there, near the base of those hills. All right, you check the traps. I'll explore around and see if there's anything else worth hunting. Mu Liang was thinking practically. He wasn't too keen on catching tiny lizards. They barely had enough meat to make the effort worthwhile. Okay, if anything happens, just call for me, Minuo said softly. Got it. He nodded and turned toward a different direction than the turtle, heading off to look for bigger prey. He hadn't gone far when he heard Minuo let out a faint sigh behind him. Ugh, why do I feel so restless today? Mu Liang paused in his tracks for a moment. The sound of her voice carried effortlessly to his ears thanks to his heightened senses. But instead of turning back, he quickened his steps. Ever since forming a bond with the rock-shelled turtle, his senses had become unnaturally sharp. It was almost impossible to miss even the quietest whisper. He understood what was going on with her. After being alone for so long, suddenly having someone around made her crave connection, made her afraid to let go. But Mu Liang knew better. If she chose not to stick with him in the end, offering her more kindness now would only make parting ways hurt that much more. The landscape around him grew increasingly barren. It was like walking through a vast, lifeless desert. As Mu Liang scanned the wasteland with sharp eyes, he couldn't help but wonder, how had the people who lived here before even managed to survive? Shhhffd. The faint sound of sand sliding caught his attention immediately. His eyes locked onto a rock wall not far away. It didn't take long for him to pinpoint the source. A small lizard was clinging to the rocky surface. Gotcha. No point trying to run now, Mu Liang muttered to himself. He drew his combat knife with a practiced motion, aimed carefully, and struck swiftly. In one clean movement, the blade pierced through the lizard's head. But just as he was about to move on, a rustling noise echoed again. He glanced back up at the rocky wall and saw another lizard emerging, this one scurrying quickly upward. Chameleonic, huh? Mu Liang was momentarily surprised but quickly adjusted. He lunged forward, his hand swiping toward it. He missed on the first try, but on his second attempt, he managed to grab hold and pin the creature down. Opening his palm slightly, he examined the squirming lizard. This one was much larger than the first, roughly twice the size, and its skin was mottled with unusual patches of red, green, and blue. Didn't expect to find a unique species here. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A tameable creature has been detected. Would you like to tame it? Mu Liang's interest peaked. This one's ability to camouflage seemed pretty useful, and since his daily taming points had just reset, he could afford to make this his second companion. Every day at dawn, his taming points refreshed back to the maximum of 10. Tame the chameleon lizard, he commanded. Ding! Detecting a level 0 life form, chameleon lizard. Initiating taming process. Ding! 10 taming points consumed. Taming successful. As the voice finished, a soft white glow enveloped the lizard. It immediately stopped struggling and relaxed, almost as if it had grown comfortable in his grip. Within seconds, the glow faded, and the lizard had shrunk down to about the size of Mu Liang's palm. Its scales shimmered with vibrant, interwoven stripes of green, red, and blue. Ding! Would you like to inherit the tricolor chameleon lizard's innate ability, adaptive camouflage? Inherit, Mu Liang confirmed immediately. Ding! Adaptive camouflage being refined. Matching compatibility, inheritance complete. A slight chill swept over Mu Liang's skin, followed by a faint warmth flowing through his body. Without wasting any more time, he commanded, System, open character stats. He was eager to see the outcome of this inheritance. Tamer, Mu Liang. Stamina, 6.2. Speed, 4.5. Strength, 5.1. Spirit, 9. Lifespan, 24 years/110 years. Taming points, 0. The increase in his 4 primary attributes was negligible. It seemed the boost from the tricolor lizard mainly manifested in its innate abilities. Mu Liang focused his thoughts and activated the camouflage mimicry ability. A cool sensation spread across his entire body, and the surrounding light seemed to warp in a subtle, magical way. Within just a second, He glanced down to see his clothes and skin had transformed into a rocky blend of earthy yellows and browns, perfectly matching the cliff face. He pressed himself quietly against the rock, holding completely still to test the limits of the ability. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour. The camouflage showed no sign of fading. It seemed as long as he stayed motionless, the ability was unlimited in duration. He moved his limbs slightly to test further, and the camouflage instantly evaporated like a receding tide, returning him to normal. So that was it. The color change was achieved by bending light, and any motion disrupted the effect. Understanding its strengths and weaknesses brought a subtle smile to Mu Liang's lips. This ability was practically tailor-made for stealth and assassination. He placed the tricolor lizard in his hand onto the ground and whispered softly, "Go now, hide near me." This level 1 tricolor lizard was still quite weak and could only act as a small pet for now. The little lizard glanced up at him before swiftly climbing the rock wall, keeping a careful distance. Whenever it stopped moving, it would vanish completely from sight. Once I get it an offensive trait, it could grow into a top-tier assassin, Mu Liang thought, intrigued by the possibilities. Pulling out the combat knife embedded in the rock, he placed the corpse of a dead lizard from earlier into his pocket and continued his hunt. Yet after more than 2 hours of searching, his haul consisted only of a few small lizards, some venomous scorpions, and insects. He wouldn't resort to eating those unless it was absolutely necessary. He discovered some mouse holes and contemplated sending the tricolor lizard inside to flush the rodents out when an urgent cacophony of footsteps approached rapidly from the distance, heading straight toward him. Clack, clack, clack. Relying on the instinctive vigilance honed from years as a special forces soldier, Mu Liang didn't hesitate. He pressed himself against the rock face in an instant, activating camouflage mimicry, vanishing seamlessly into his surroundings. In less than a minute, a figure both familiar and unfamiliar appeared in his field of view. Familiar because it was Mino, unfamiliar because she now had a pair of long, blue bunny ears atop her head. Behind her came 4 men radiating murderous intent, shouting aggressively, "Keep chasing her, don't let her escape. You're dead, trying to steal our prey like that. When I catch you, I'll make you pay." The 4 men brandished bone knives and wooden spears, their faces filled with menace as they pursued Mino. "Bunch of scumbags," Mino shouted indignantly as she ran, glancing over her shoulder in defiance. "The prey caught in my trap has nothing to do with you." Despite her angry retorts, it was clear from her steady pace and demeanor that she didn't see these men as a real threat. Mu Liang watched silently, letting Mino and the first 3 individuals run past his concealed position. When the 4th man approached, Mu Liang sprang into action. He seized the man's jaw in one swift motion, using the man's own forward momentum to slam his head fiercely into the ground. Crack! The distinct sound of bones snapping echoed as the man's neck broke instantly. His cries of pain were smothered by Mu Liang's grip, silencing him completely. The entire ambush lasted less than 2 seconds. Rising to his feet, Mu Liang silently pursued the remaining 3, once again targeting the one lagging behind. Using the same decisive techniques, he quickly dispatched the next man with minimal effort. The last 2 runners began to sense something was wrong. They no longer heard their companions. No shouting, no footsteps, not even breathing. They abruptly halted, turning back in confusion and fear. Behind them was only an eerie silence, void of any trace of their fellow pursuers. "Who's there? Who are you? What did you do to them?" Clutching their weapons tightly, their voices trembled with panic and unease. Mu Liang emerged from the shadows, stopping a mere 4 meters from them. Hearing the commotion, Mino turned her head out of curiosity, her mouth dropping open in astonishment. It never occurred to her that despite deliberately avoiding the direction Mu Liang had been in earlier, she would still cross paths with him. "Mu Liang, run!" Mino instinctively shouted out a warning. "So, you're working together." The 2 attackers exhaled in relief. Their biggest fear had been encountering a lone, predatory expert who hunted stray individuals. If there were allies, the odds seemed better in their favor. "Kill him first," barked the leader, sneering with overconfidence as he lunged at Mu Liang with his wooden spear aimed straight for his chest. Mu Liang's expression remained icy. With a swift, fluid sidestep, he evaded the spear with ease. Exploiting the leader's momentum, he closed the distance in an instant, driving his elbow with brutal force into the man's chest. Crunch! The sickening sound of ribs shattering echoed harshly in the cavern. The spear-wielding man flew back as if struck by a slingshot, landing heavily on the ground and coughing up blood in gulps. His chest visibly caved in from the impact. Mu Liang's physical strength was already 3 times that of a normal person, and the reinforcement from his rock armor turtle ability made him fearsome beyond measure. He hadn't even exerted his full strength, yet the man was completely incapacitated. You're an enhancer. The remaining man, holding a bone knife, finally realized the danger. His face turned deathly pale as he stood frozen in indecision, too terrified to attack or flee. Mu Liang, watch out! Mino yelled in alarm. Before her warning had fully sounded, she dashed forward like a small, feral beast, landing a powerful kick to the chest of Bone Knife Man. The man tumbled to the ground, and as he looked on in horror at his companion writhing in a pool of blood nearby, sheer terror overtook him. Crawling backward until he was as far away as possible, he screamed in desperation, "Don't kill me. I'm from Bloodbeard's crew. He's under the boss's protection." The scout shamelessly relied on name-dropping, expecting to scare them off like usual. Mu Liang stared at him, expressionless, and coldly asked, "Who's this Bloodbeard?" Mino's dirt-covered face turned serious, worry evident in her eyes. She explained, "Bloodbeard is the most ruthless bandit leader around here. He attacks small camps like ours or robs travelers on the road." Hearing this, the scout regained some of his cocky confidence, letting out an arrogant chuckle. "Huh, so you're not dumb after all. You better let me go now, or when our boss leads his attack on your camp, you'll wish for a quick death." Mu Liang's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Hold on. Did you just say attack our camp?" "Ah." The bandit's face went pale as he stammered, suddenly aware he'd let something crucial slip. "Did I say that? I don't think I did. Your scout's planning the attack, aren't you?" Mu Liang's voice was ice cold. "And no, we're just out hunting." The scout violently shook his head, denying everything. He knew full well that if Bloodbeard found out he had spilled their plans, his punishment would be worse than death. "When are they coming?" Mu Liang picked up the crude bone knife lying on the ground. Its sharp tip pressed up against the scout's chin. His tone was calm, unnervingly so. "I'll ask just once. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, this blade will go through your jaw and straight into your skull." "Aye, aye." The scout trembled, feeling the icy sting against his skin. Just looking into the young man's eyes told him that this was no bluff. Mu Liang's lips curved upward in a cruel smirk. He pushed the knife forward ever so slightly. "It seems like you're eager to take your loyalty to Bloodbeard with you to the grave. No, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The sheer terror of death shattered what resolve he had left. The scout tilted his head back, screaming hoarsely, "I swear I don't know the exact time. The boss just decided to attack and sent us to scout your camp." "Are you sure you don't know?" Mu Liang's voice dipped even colder. "I'm sure." Struggling to survive, the scout spilled everything about the bandit group's practices. "But usually, after scouting, they strike within 3 days." Mu Liang pressed further, questioning him about Bloodbeard's numbers and strength. At first, it seemed like the scout had bought his life, but the moment he exhaled in relief, there was a sudden crack. With a swift motion, Mu Liang efficiently snapped the man's neck. Mino clung tightly to Mu Liang's arm, her small hands trembling. Her voice shook with panic. "Bloodbeard's really targeting us. Mu Liang, what are we going to do? How many people are in the camp? How many can fight?" Mu Liang responded calmly. Mino thought for a moment, biting her pale lips. "Around 300, but women, children, and the elderly make up half." Mu Liang shook his head. From the scout, he learned that Bloodbeard's group had over 500 vicious fighters. "Tell everyone to flee. You're no match for them." A small camp of 300, half unfit to fight, stood no chance of withstanding such an attack. Even if by some miracle they won, few would survive. "Flee? Where could we even run to?" Mino's voice was lost, filled with despair. "That's not my problem to solve." Mu Liang knelt next to the scout's body, searching for anything useful. "Tell your leader about the danger and let them figure it out." "But will the leader even believe me?" Mino asked desperately. "Probably not." Mu Liang stated bluntly. As brutal as it sounded, the truth was clear. A nobody in the camp, suddenly claiming a bandit attack was imminent without precise details. Who would take her seriously? Sure, there might be initial caution, but if the attack was delayed even a few days, her warning would be dismissed as paranoia. Whether they believe me or not, I have to try. Mino bit her lip resolutely, her eyes blazing with determination. This camp is my home. I can't stand by and watch it be destroyed. All right, Mu Liang said abruptly, cutting off her passionate resolve. I'll take care of it. A plan was already forming in his head. In the past, sneaking into the camp's leadership would have been tricky, if not impossible. But now, with his mimic and camouflage abilities, slipping in unnoticed and speaking directly to the leader would be child's play. A spark of hope reignited in Mino's eyes. Mu Liang, do you have an idea? Sort of, he replied, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Mu Liang continued sifting through the dead scout's belongings, finding only a small piece of dried meat. He clicked his tongue in disappointment before moving to another bandit, still struggling to breathe, blood bubbling in their throat. The man was barely alive, choking on every last attempt at air. Can I help with anything? Mino asked hesitantly, approaching him. Mu Liang glanced her way, his tone flat. Think carefully about whether you'll come with me in 2 days. I will. I'll go with you. Mino answered without hesitation, a smile breaking across her face. If the camp fell, there would be no point in staying behind. Mu Liang's eyes caught on her head, specifically her twitching ears sticking out from under the scarf she usually wore. Those rabbit ears of yours, what's the deal with them? It only now occurred to him why she always kept her head wrapped. He. Mino chuckled sheepishly, reaching up to tug on them gently. I'm a mutant. This is just my transformation. Any special abilities? Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. I can hear things from really far away. Mino tilted her head, her voice soft. And I'm faster than most people. I can also jump higher. Rabbit traits. Mu Liang nodded in understanding. His mind was already racing with ideas. No wonder this girl could survive in the wastelands alone and even dared to hunt lizards by herself. She clearly had some skills. I'll help you search the other 2 bodies, Mino said cheerfully as she skipped toward the other corpses. Mu Liang finished searching the one closest to him, but the results were the same, just a bit of dried meat, nothing else. He couldn't help but sigh. So poor. At that moment, Mino's excited voice came from a distance. Wow. Mu Liang, come quickly. There's something good here. A beast crystal. Mu Liang glanced at his own empty hands. Is this what people call a difference in luck? He walked over to Mino, who handed him a thumb-sized, white, prism-like crystal with excitement. As soon as the crystal landed in his hand, an icy voice chimed in his mind. Energy body detected. Convert to evolution points. Mu Liang's eyes lit up. So this is the energy the system needs. He immediately gave the order in his mind. Convert. Conversion successful. Evolution points gained, 100. As the message ended, the crystal in his hand dissolved like melting ice. It turned into a stream of liquid and seeped into his palm, disappearing entirely. Huh? Where'd the crystal go? Mino's eyes widened as she curiously flipped Mu Liang's hands over, inspecting both palms and the backs of his hands. Her face was so close it was practically pressed against them, but she still couldn't figure out how such a large crystal vanished into thin air. It's one of my abilities. Mu Liang found it amusing and gave her cheek a light pinch. Now he felt confident. He finally understood where to get evolution points, and that meant he had a clear goal moving forward. What a fascinating ability. Mino's eyes sparkled with wonder before she suddenly seemed to remember something. She spun around and ran toward the first bandit Mu Liang had killed. Let me see if that guy has anything left. Meanwhile, Mu Liang silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, how many evolution points are needed to level up the tamed beasts? Level 1 to level 2 requires 10 evolution points. And what about level 3? Level 2 to level 3 requires 100 evolution points. Mu Liang frowned. A tenfold increase. He couldn't help but sigh. Initially, he had planned to evolve a beast to level 3 right away, but now it seemed like he would have to adjust his strategy. He decided to evolve his rock armor turtle to level 2 first, but thought about it a little more. It was better to start by leveling up his newest companion. Little Rainbow, come here. Mu Liang gestured toward the rock wall in the distance. A three-colored lizard slowly emerged from the rock surface and quickly darted toward him. Mu Liang placed his palm on the lizard and issued the command, "System, evolve the three-colored lizard." Level 1 three-colored lizard evolving to Level 2. Deducting 10 evolution points. Level 2 evolution of three-colored lizard complete. Synchronizing tamer's ability mimic camouflage to Level 2. Once the command completed, a familiar warmth coursed through Mu Liang's entire body as his physical attributes were enhanced once again. He marveled at the convenience of it all, his abilities upgraded in sync with the lizard's evolution. Looking at the lizard now, it had grown to nearly a meter long, and its gaze had become sharper, exuding a predatory vibe. If it ambushed an ordinary person, it could likely kill in one strike. Just then, Mino returned looking dejected, holding a small piece of dried meat. "This is all I found." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes locked onto the giant lizard in front of Mu Liang. Her blue eyes sparkled with curiosity as she unconsciously licked her lips. This, the three-colored lizard felt the dangerous gaze of a natural predator and hissed warily at her. "Relax, it's my new pet, not food," Mu Liang said with a chuckle. He reached out to grab the girl's bunny ears, fearing she might actually pounce on his new pet. "Ah!" Mino let out a soft, almost inaudible squeak, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Her ears were her most sensitive spot, and being touched like that made her react involuntarily. Mu Liang coughed awkwardly. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so intense. He quickly released her ears, feeling a bit guilty. He had been curious about how her bunny ears would feel, but this wasn't quite the outcome he had anticipated. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. "Don't pull my ears." Mino huffed, her cheeks still rosy as she pouted in protest. "I'm not your pet." All right, Mu Liang said dismissively, waving his hand. Internally, though, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Those bunny ears felt surprisingly nice. He secretly decided that he'd find another excuse to touch them in the future if he got the chance. Suddenly, Mino's ears twitched, and her expression turned serious. She whispered, "Wait, I think I hear the rock armor turtle's footsteps. It's coming this way." Mu Liang looked at her in surprise. He could sense the turtle's location due to their mental connection, but that had a range limit of 200 or 300 meters. How could Mino hear it from so far away and even recognize it by its footsteps? Her extraordinary hearing abilities were remarkable. "I called it over to regroup," he explained. A few minutes later, the enormous silhouette of the rock-armored turtle loomed into view. Mu Liang wasted no time, placing one hand on its head and focusing. "System, evolve the rock-armored turtle." As his command echoed in his mind, the familiar system notifications began. The rock armor turtle upgraded from level 1 to level 2, consuming 10 evolution points. With the successful evolution, a surge of newfound strength coursed through Mu Liang's body. The turtle's innate ability, Earth Spikes, was enhanced to level 2 and synchronized with him. Mu Liang was astonished to discover that his physical capabilities had nearly doubled. His endurance, speed, and strength had all massively increased. But what left him most stunned was that his lifespan had skyrocketed to 260 years. This kind of longevity was something people could only dream of achieving. It was so easily attained. "Wow, your turtle, it's gotten so much bigger." The girl's startled exclamation snapped Mu Liang out of his thoughts. He focused his gaze, only to realize the change in the rock-shell turtle was truly astonishing. A creature that had been just 1 meter in size yesterday had now grown more than tenfold, towering over them like a small house. "Roar!" The rock-shell turtle let out a soft, joyous growl as it nuzzled its enormous head, now larger than a basin, against Mu Liang affectionately. All right, easy now," Mu Liang said with a chuckle, raising his hand to gently press against the turtle's massive head. He soothed it as if comforting a child. If the turtle stood fully upright now, it would easily surpass 3 meters in height. "Mu Liang, you're amazing." Mino's blue eyes sparkled with admiration. Who could believe that this hulking colossus had been a palm-sized baby turtle just the day before? Turning to her, Mu Liang asked, "Mino, compared to the fierce beasts you've encountered, how do you think little Xuanwu measures up in strength?" He needed a baseline to gauge the combat potential of the level 2 rockshell turtle. Little Xuanwu. Mino blinked in confusion before realizing that was the name Mu Liang had given the massive turtle. She bit her lip in thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, just based on its size, Little Xuanwu might actually come out on top. Mu Liang nodded, running some calculations in his mind. The turtle's greatest asset was its enormous build, which projected a sense of undeniable power. But its weakness was equally clear: it was slow and not very agile. However, its unique ability, Earthrock spikes, effectively compensated for this shortfall. Mu Liang, can I climb onto its back and take a look? Mino's wide blue eyes brimmed with eagerness. Of course, Mu Liang said with an easy smile before using his mental connection to communicate his thoughts to the rockshell turtle. Roar, the turtle let out another low rumble. In the next moment, something extraordinary happened. The sharp rock-like spikes lining the edge of its shell began to retract, smoothing out. Simultaneously, slabs of earth rose from the ground, forming a natural stone staircase leading up to its back. Wow, Little Xuanwu can actually understand us. Mino's eyes were filled with wonder as she exclaimed in disbelief. It understands me, Mu Liang replied, leading the way up the stone steps and climbing onto the broad surface of the rockshell turtle's back. At the center of the turtle's shell, a flat area about 7 to 8 square meters in size had been cleared, with a natural barricade of half-meter-long rock spikes that angled upwards, forming a protective perimeter. Thoughtful, aren't you? Mu Liang praised the turtle inwardly, earning another pleased rumble from it. Mino followed after him, looking back as the stone staircase gradually receded into the ground. This is incredible. Little Xuanwu is so intelligent. She began to examine the turtle's smooth shell with wide-eyed curiosity. Jokingly, she said, Mu Liang, do you think we could build a house and live on its back? Her words sparked an idea in Mu Liang's mind. A home on the back of a moving beast. That actually didn't sound like a bad idea. After all, the creatures he would tame in the future would only grow in both number and scale. With his collection of extraordinary pets expanding, staying within the confines of a human settlement would inevitably lead to problems. Sleeping in the wild wasn't sustainable either, especially concerning the rockshell turtle. If it evolved further, its size would grow even more daunting. But its broad, stable back? That could be a perfect mobile platform, a new home in the making. Noticing Mu Liang deep in thought, Mino hesitated before asking, You're not seriously thinking of building a house on its back, are you? Snapping out of his musings, Mu Liang chuckled. Not right now. The space is still too limited, he admitted before adding. But temporarily setting up a wooden shelter seems doable. Are we really planning to live on its back one day? Mino's eyes lit up with excitement. A house that moves with us. That's amazing. Mu Liang crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and asked teasingly, Why not? Imagine having a home that moves with you. No more walking. That would be incredible. Mino leapt for joy, her eyes sparkling with the possibilities. We'd be like explorers, traveling wherever we want. Perhaps during those travels, she could even find her long-lost sister. She immediately began rattling off ideas, animatedly brainstorming. Mu Liang, do you think having a fire pit on the shell would burn Little Xuanwu? No, the thick layer of rocks would protect it. Okay, but what if we loaded it with heavy stuff? Wouldn't Little Xuanwu feel burdened? Load it with 100 of you, and it still wouldn't bat an eye. Mu Liang leaned lazily against one of the turtle's remaining spikes, listening to Mino chatter enthusiastically about the future. A faint smile played on his lips. Having such a lively, cheerful girl by his side, he had to admit, it wasn't so bad. Mu Liang, let's head back to the camp. I want to take apart my wooden shelter and move it onto Little Xuanwu. Mino chirped, her excitement bubbling over. Slow down, Mu Liang said with a laugh, shaking his head. Then he reminded her, Have you forgotten about the bandits planning to attack the camp? Mino's smile wavered, and her excitement ebbed. Sheepishly, she bit her lip and twisted the hem of her shirt. If it's going to be too dangerous, maybe we should leave tomorrow. Mino was kind-hearted, but she was also pragmatic. She only cared about the safety of the ones close to her. Now that she had a vision for a new life, she didn't want Mu Liang to risk his life unnecessarily. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous, Mu Liang reassured her, gazing at the dull gray sky above. A beam of sunlight broke through the clouds briefly before being swallowed by the gloom. He had already made up his mind. He would only warn the people in the camp once. Whether they chose to heed his warning would be up to them. If they didn't take it seriously, he and Mino would leave the day after. In this harsh world, even kindness must be measured against one's own capabilities. By the way, Mu Liang suddenly asked, "How are your relationships with people back at the camp? Do you have any friends?" He still didn't know much about Mino's past. "There are a few I used to catch little lizards with. We're on okay terms, I guess," Mino replied carelessly, tilting her head toward the horizon. "But I pretty much avoid everyone else." "Would you call them friends?" Mu Liang asked softly. "Maybe. That sounds about right," Mino replied, her eyes wavering as she awkwardly scratched at her cheek. She remembered those so-called friends. Once, when she caught more lizards than they did, they tried to take them from her by force. Needless to say, as a mutant, Mino quickly taught them a lesson, leaving them crying and taking their catches instead. Since then, those kids avoided her whenever they saw her. Mu Liang took one look at her expression and immediately understood. Those weren't really friends. It also deepened his understanding of how rough this girl's life had been. With that thought, he realized he might actually be Mino's first real friend. By dusk, Mu Liang and Mino returned to their wooden shack within the camp. "We really hit the jackpot today." Mino crouched by the fire pit, happily sorting through the pile of little lizards. They had caught 45 in total, 23 of them thanks to the tricolor lizard's hunting ability. The other two had caught the rest together. Alongside the lizards were 3 palm-sized rats. As Mu Liang sharpened his combat knife, he casually asked, "So, you've been living off these little lizards all this time?" "Yeah," Mino said without looking up. "Sometimes I get lucky and catch a wild rabbit. Then I can have some rabbit meat." To her, today's haul was extraordinary. Normally, she'd catch just 2 or 3 lizards on a good day. Mu Liang paused his knife sharpening and asked again, "And was that enough to keep you full?" "Full." Mino tilted her head, genuinely deep in thought, before replying with a hint of distress. "I'm not sure. I don't really know what feeling full is like." She had never truly had enough to eat, so how could she even know what it meant to not be hungry? Hearing her bittersweet honesty and meeting her confused, questioning gaze, a pang of frustration surged in Mu Liang. He abruptly tossed aside the whetstone and stood up. "What's wrong?" Mino blinked her bright blue eyes in surprise, startled by his sudden movement. "Nothing. I'm just heading out to look around the camp." Mu Liang sheathed his knife at his waist. He needed to scout the camp, spread the word about the incoming raiders, and more importantly, clear his head and shake off the irritation that had unexpectedly consumed him. "Be careful," Mino warned. She stayed behind to process their catch, planning to smoke the lizards into jerky so they would last longer. "Understood," Mu Liang replied, grabbing his bag as he stepped outside. He lifted the cloth covering the entrance and slipped into the shadows between the camp's ramshackle huts. Night fell unusually early. The sky was void of moonlight and utterly black, perfect for Mu Liang's stealthy movements. The scent of roasting meat drifted through the air, accompanied by faint flickers of firelight escaping between the slats of some wooden shacks. However, most of the outer camp remained deathly silent. The only sounds were the shallow, faint breathing of its desperate residents. For most here, eating was a luxury they couldn't afford, so many simply slept to conserve their energy. From his earlier chats with the girl, Mu Liang had learned some basics about the camp. There was a hunting team tasked with catching wild rabbits and desert tortoises, but the fruits of their labor were reserved exclusively for those who worked for the camp leader. Everyone else essentially had to fend for themselves. To stay here, you owed a tax, a payment in food, goods, or labor, in exchange for protection from wild animals and marauding beasts outside. To Mu Liang, though, the real reason everyone endured exploitation was the leader's grip over the only water supply. Only those who paid their dues were allowed just enough water to avoid dying of thirst. His primary goal tonight: to secure enough water for their planned departure the day after tomorrow. The camp wasn't very large, but had an inner and outer section. The inner section, enclosed with wood and stone walls, was reserved for the leader and his hunting crew. The outer section housed the common people barely scraping by. A 2-meter-high fence separated the two sections, but it was more a formality than a barrier. Mu Liang effortlessly scaled it and moved like a shadow, evading the patrols with practiced ease. The scent of roasting meat grew stronger in the inner section. The fires burned brighter too. From several shacks, Mu Liang could even hear obscene, unsavory sounds that made his stomach turn. He silently cursed the indecency of it all. This kind of filth disgusted him. The leader's house stood in the center of the camp, a shockingly large structure, about the size of a basketball court. How extravagant, Mu Liang thought. It didn't take a genius to realize that all those who toiled for the leader were essentially building him a personal palace. Picking a secluded corner, Mu Liang silently slipped into the building. Inside, the light of a fire illuminated the place, casting flickering shadows. He paused to listen carefully and deduced he'd entered one of the side rooms. After surveying the area for a moment, Mu Liang trailed a maid carrying an earthenware jug to a guarded doorway. Activating his camouflage ability, he melded seamlessly into the shadows of the wall. Even at just a few meters away, no one noticed him. The room she entered had no windows. Its only entrance was the guarded door. Before long, the maid emerged carrying the now-filled jug. As she sidestepped the leering hands of a perverted guard with a coy protest, Mu Liang committed the location of the room to memory and continued trailing her to a brightly lit hall. For people were dining there, the centerpiece being a burly man who was clearly the camp leader. The maid approached the table and placed the jug down, but instead of pouring water, she grabbed a wild rabbit off the table. With a swift motion, she slit the rabbit's throat with a dining knife, letting its warm blood drip directly into the jug. At that moment, all Mu Liang's plans for the water jug were abruptly abandoned. Just as he decided to leave quietly, the conversation between the four people made him halt in his tracks. "Leave us," commanded the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table as he waved his hand dismissively. He dipped a clay bowl into the jar, scooping out blood-red liquid, and tilted his head back, drinking it down in one gulp. After the maid bowed and exited the room, the other three at the table immediately began speaking. "Chief, are we really leaving this place? If we cut back on watering those vegetables, we could hold out for a few more months." "Exactly. Watering those vegetables is a waste anyway," one of them grumbled. The vegetables were reserved for the chief alone, and their resentment was all too clear. Bang! The chief slammed his hand down on the table, his voice cold and commanding. "Not leaving? Do you want to stay here and wait for death?" He downed another large bowl of the blood-like liquid, his voice low and intense. "The underground well will last no more than 10 more days. If we don't leave then, everyone here will die of thirst. But finding a new water source is too difficult," someone muttered under their breath. "We could seek refuge with the Moon Lake tribe. They'd probably take us in," another suggested. Immediately another chimed in. "Yes, I support going to the Moon Lake tribe. With our skills, we'd fit right into their hunting teams." The chief's face darkened instantly as he refused flatly. "Absolutely not. We're not going to the Moon Lake tribe. As the leader of a camp, moving to someone else's territory would reduce him to insignificance. He might not even secure a minor leadership role there. Having grown used to his position of power, there was no way he'd stoop so low as to live under someone else's authority. "So where do we go? I don't want to die of thirst. If you can't find water, I'll take my family to Moon Lake tribe myself." The three voiced their dissatisfaction openly. The chief stared at them for a long moment before finally relenting. "I've already sent people to look for another water source. If we don't find anything in 5 days, then we'll go to the Moon Lake tribe." Unconcealed glints of malice flickered in the eyes of the three men. "Fine, then we'll wait 5 more days." They wolfed down their roasted meat, drank several bowls of murky blood water, then stood and left. Mu Liang sat quietly curled in a corner, his icy gaze taking in the whole exchange. He had never expected that the camp's water supply was nearly exhausted. Even more surprising was the fact that they were growing vegetables here. "Agu," the chief called out toward the hall's entrance. "Coming," replied a rather unremarkable-looking young man as he hurried inside. "How did the task I gave you go today?" the chief asked, his face dark and grim. "Chief, I didn't see any of Bloodbeard's men." Agu gritted his teeth as he answered. "I waited on the agreed hill all day, but not even a shadow of a person appeared." "Impossible." The chief shot to his feet, storming toward Agu with a menacing air. Are you sure you didn't see them on that hill? Chief, I wouldn't dare lie to you, Agu said, holding his ground despite the urge to retreat. Umph. Maybe something delayed them, the chief said after a long glare. His killing intent receded as he added in a gruff voice, Go again tomorrow. Tell them the plan has been moved up. Everything's happening the day after tomorrow. Yes, sir, Agu answered respectfully before bowing his head and backing out of the hall. Crash. The moment Agu left, the chief flipped the table with a violent roar, a guttural, beast-like growl rising from his throat. Damn mutts, thinking they can slip through my fingers. His voice turned hoarse as he muttered to himself, Going to the Moon Lake tribe. Huh, rebellious dogs. If that's the case, then they can all rot in hell. Since the camp's underground well had dried up, the hunting team had begun considering alternatives, even planning to defect to the nearby Moon Lake tribe. Earlier, the 3 hunting captains who sat with him for dinner had been testing his patience, pushing how far they could go. These once loyal dogs were now looking for a new master. At first, I had planned to take you all with me to join Bloodbeard, the chief muttered, collapsing into his chair, his lips twisting into a sneer. But now, it seems some people no longer have the right to live. Finding a new water source? That was just an excuse. According to the plan he had hatched with Bloodbeard, the bandit gang would stage a raid, killing some of the camp's outer residents. He'd then act the part of a protector, claiming he had no choice but to lead the hunting party in surrendering to Bloodbeard. That way, with his hunters by his side, he'd gain leverage within the gang. Bloodbeard would get manpower and women, and he'd gain power, becoming one of the bandit gang's leaders. Hidden in the shadows, Mu Liang's black eyes glinted with icy resolve. He fought hard against the boiling urge to leap out and snap the man's neck. It was grimly ironic. Bloodbeard wasn't descending on this camp by chance. It was the chief himself who had invited the wolves to the door. Just moments ago, Mu had been debating whether to warn the camp about the imminent danger. Now he had stumbled upon a chilling truth. Given Bloodbeard's unrestrained ruthlessness, the fate of the elderly, the weak, and the women in this camp was horrifyingly predictable. And what if that girl hadn't met him today and had instead stayed in the camp? What would have happened to her? Mu Liang shook his head, brushing the thoughts aside. He pictured her dirty, smiling face before glancing again at the chief, who was still venting his inhuman rage. Mu Liang made a decision then and there. He would personally carry out this scum's execution. Stepping silently from the shadows like a ghost, he moved along the walls, staying out of the firelight to ensure his shadow wouldn't betray him. He moved closer and closer until he was standing right behind the chief. Those damn mutts. Why couldn't they just stay obedient? The chief leaned back in his chair, seething as his fury simmered. Mu Liang tilted his head, his gaze as cold as ever. His eyes caught sight of a piece of fabric draped over the chair's armrest. Without hesitation, he grabbed it, twisting the cloth into a rope-like length. The daughters of those 3 bastards, they seemed like they'd be interesting too. The chief's vile musings were abruptly cut off as Mu Liang wrapped the makeshift fabric garrote tightly around his throat. Whimper, whimper. He was so terrified his soul felt as though it had been ripped from his body. Desperately, he flailed around, trying to get up, but his movements were abruptly halted by Mu Liang's strong arm locking tightly around his neck from behind. Welcome to hell, Mu Liang said, his voice devoid of any emotion, flat and cold like a winter breeze. The leader's eyes widened in sheer terror as muffled cries escaped from his throat, his hands clawing helplessly at the unyielding arm constricting him. It was in that moment he realized, despite being an enhanced individual, he was utterly powerless against the strength of this one arm. Goodbye, Mu Liang muttered. Snap. With a simple, calculated motion, Mu Liang applied force and snapped the leader's neck effortlessly. The leader's body immediately went limp, all the strength draining from it. His head slumped lifelessly against the armrest, and his wide-open eyes, filled with disbelief and fear, remained fixed in the direction of the hall's entrance. He died without peace. What a waste, Mu Liang sighed lightly as he flicked open a towel, tossing it casually over the leader's lifeless face. After finishing off the target, Mu Liang moved unhurriedly through the grand hall, doing a leisurely sweep. He picked up a few iron dining knives scattered across the floor. He wasn't picky in the slightest. He grabbed anything made of iron and stuffed it all into his backpack. Had others used them before? Didn't matter. He'd just melt them down and reshape them later. It was no big deal. There are indeed quite a few good things. Mu Liang's gaze fell on several items hanging on the wall. He took down the long knife and long sword, carefully wrapped them in cloth, and then strapped them back onto his back. After searching the hall, he went straight into the leader's room. This scum really knows how to enjoy himself. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, noticing that the arrangement of this room was far more luxurious than the outside. The floor was covered with thick fur from an unknown wild beast. 3 ferocious wolf head specimens hung on the walls, and even a finely crafted long knife was placed on the bedside table. He walked over without hesitation, first tying the exquisite long knife to his back, then pulling open the drawer of the bedside table. Inside lay a wooden box, quietly. He lifted the lid of the box, revealing 7 beast crystals of varying sizes, glimmering faintly. Found it. Mu Liang's lips curled into a smile as he grabbed all the crystals in one swift motion, clutching them tightly in his palm. A thought instantly echoed in his mind. Energy body detected. Convert to evolution points. Convert. This was precisely one of the main purposes of his trip. Conversion successful. Evolution points gained. 340 points. Indeed, one can't get rich without a stroke of luck. Mu Liang shook his head, sighing inwardly. Including the 80 points he originally had left, he now had a total of 420 evolution points, enough to evolve 3 more level 3 tamed beasts. He fiddled with the empty wooden box, his fingers gently tapping the bottom. Knock, knock. The sound was somewhat hollow. There's a hidden compartment. Mu Liang immediately pried open the bottom panel of the wooden box with his military knife, and sure enough, a cloth bag was hidden underneath. He opened it, and his eyes instantly lit up. It turned out to be vegetable seeds. No wonder they were hidden so securely. He joyfully tied the cloth bag carefully and tucked it into his backpack. In this post-apocalyptic world that resembled a wasteland, these seeds of green plants almost symbolized the hope of civilization's revival. He continued searching the room and opened the large wardrobe by the bed, making another discovery. 5 rolls of fabric in different colors were neatly stacked inside. There's quite a lot of stuff here. Looks like I'll need to find some help. Mu Liang carried out all 5 rolls of fabric and stroked his chin, pondering how to transport these spoils. There were just too many good things in this leader's room, and he was all alone, lacking everything. In this world, daily necessities weren't something you could buy just because you had money. Little Kai, sneak in. Mu Liang issued a command through mental communication to the tricolored lizard that was secretly protecting the young girl outside. He dared not summon the rock-armored turtle. If that big guy came over, the entire house might be pushed down. While waiting for the tricolored lizard to arrive, Mu Liang packed up the items he needed to take away. Besides 5 rolls of cloth, there was also a bundle of swords and knives confiscated from the enemy. He rummaged through the wardrobe again, but the rest were just old clothes and blankets previously used by the leader. He had no interest in taking things that others had used. Just as he was about to give up, he opened the last cabinet door. Inside was a whole piece of brand new wolf skin. He pulled it out and shook it open for a look. The edges of the wolf skin hadn't been processed, clearly indicating it was raw material that hadn't yet been used. I told you, with 3 wolf heads hanging there, how could there be no wolf pelts? Mu Liang contentedly rolled up the wolf pelts and set them aside. Now I don't even have to worry about blankets. After organizing everything, he looked up and happened to see a colorful shadow appear on the ceiling. The tricolored lizard moved silently, gripping the ceiling with its claws as it crawled over, completely avoiding the guards outside. Come down and help carry some things back, Mu Liang beckoned to it. Hiss hiss. The tricolored lizard tilted its head and slid down along the wall. Mu Liang looked at the few rolls of fabric over a meter long on the ground, then at the tricolored lizard, which was also only about a meter in length, and found himself in a dilemma. Its size is still too small. It can't carry much at all. He made a quick decision. It seems I need to upgrade you to level 3 right now. Mu Liang raised his hand and placed it on the tricolored lizard, issuing a command to the system in his mind. Evolve the tricolored lizard to level 3. Level 2 tricolored lizard evolving to level 3. deducting 100 evolution points. Evolution successful. Level 3 Tricolor Lizard Talent Evolution, Mimicry Stealth. Trainer Ability Synchronization, acquired Level 3 Mimicry Stealth. A familiar warm current once again flowed through his entire body, and his physical fitness was enhanced once more. Mimetic Stealth? Is it stealth that can be used while moving? Mu Liang immediately focused his attention on this new ability. With a thought, he activated the ability, walking around the room while observing how the color of his body surface changed in response to the surrounding environment. It's not without flaws either. There's about a 1-second delay in color transitions. The faster the movement, the more noticeable the delay. He quickly summarized the strengths and weaknesses of the new ability. However, if moving slowly, the delay becomes negligible, making it very suitable for stealth. What satisfied him the most was that this ability could finally be used while moving. After experiencing the changes in himself, Mu Liang turned his gaze to the tricolor lizard, which had evolved once again. Its size had doubled, transforming into a 2-meter-long giant. The scales on its body were no longer a chaotic mix of patterns. Instead, each scale displayed a single color. One emerald green, the next fiery red, and the one after that azure blue. The colors were distinct, yet strikingly peculiar. The scales of the tricolor lizard were vibrant and colorful, shimmering with a strange luster in the dim light. A few sharp spikes grew beside its head, and its brown vertical pupils looked cold and ruthless. Little Kai, if I were to add a pair of wings to you, you could pass for a dragon. Mu Liang gently patted the tricolor lizard's head. Hiss hiss. The tricolor lizard tilted its head, seemingly puzzled about what a dragon was. Stay still and help me carry these things back. As Mu Liang spoke, he tied 5 rolls of cloth, a wolf pelt, and a bundle of swords onto the tricolor lizard's back. Hiss. The tricolored lizard twisted its body uncomfortably, but still obeyed without resistance. Go quickly. Let Mino help you take the stuff off, and then come back here again. Mu Liang waved his hand, signaling the tricolored lizard to crawl out of the window. The lizard's claws easily left several deep marks on the wooden wall, disappearing silently into the night. Time is running out. Otherwise, the leader's death will soon be discovered, Mu Liang thought to himself, stepping lightly out of the room and continuing his search in the leader's mansion. At this moment, the maids were all obediently staying in their rooms, waiting for their master's call, which provided him with an excellent opportunity to act. This time, his target was food. Since it was a rare visit, he naturally intended to leave fully loaded. As he explored the area, a sneaky figure caught his attention. Isn't that Agu? Mu Liang recognized the man's profile. It was the same man he had seen earlier in the hall. Curious, he followed him to see what Agu was doing at the leader's house in the dead of night. Agu glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, then quietly slipped into a room. Mu Liang peeked through the crack in the door and was shocked to discover it was the food storage room. Inside the room, besides Agu, there was also a maid. Agu, are you crazy? Taking so much meat? If the leader finds out, he'll kill you. The maid watched as Agu frantically stuffed meat into a cloth bag, deliberately choosing the best cuts, her voice filled with fear. The leader has already gone mad. Agu hissed in a low voice, his tone furious. He's planning to collaborate with those Bloodbeard bandits to get rid of everyone in the camp who doesn't obey him. I deliberately avoided going to the hill today to disrupt his plan, but I didn't expect him to be so deranged as to personally contact Bloodbeard ahead of schedule. It turned out that during the day in the hall, Agu had lied to the chief. It was a test. Now it seemed he had lost the gamble. As soon as the chief and Bloodbeard met, his lie would be exposed, and there would be no way out but death. Therefore, he had to flee overnight. How could the chief cooperate with Bloodbeard? The maid's face turned pale with fear, completely losing her composure. Stop talking nonsense and go pack your things. Agu gave the maid a push and urged her. All right. The maid snapped out of it, nodded repeatedly, and ran out in a panic. Mu Liang watched the maid leave, his gaze once again locking onto Agu, who was still frantically stuffing dried meat into the bag. Plans couldn't keep up with changes, so he decided to alter his original scheme. Agu, while stuffing wolf jerky that even the chief couldn't bear to eat into the cloth bag, cursed bitterly. Living a good life, but you insist on being a lackey for bandits. He glanced down at the bag, which was already half as tall as a person, containing at least 100 pounds of meat. At that moment, the door to the storage room was silently pushed open. Mu Liang appeared behind Agu like a ghost. One hand suddenly covered Agu's mouth, while the military knife in his other hand pressed coldly against Agu's throat. Woo woo woo. Just as Agu was about to struggle, the piercing cold sensation at his throat made him freeze instantly, not daring to move an inch. Don't move, or there will be an extra cut on your throat. A low and hoarse voice sounded in Agu's ear. Agu immediately raised both hands high, indicating that he would not resist. You're a smart man. Mu Liang's tone was calm and emotionless. Obey, and you can survive. Agu nodded almost imperceptibly. Very good. As a reward for your obedience, I'll share some news with you. Mu Liang's tone grew increasingly indifferent, yet it sent a chill through Agu's heart. Your leader, just as you stepped out of the hall, had his neck snapped by me. These understated words exploded like thunder in Agu's mind. He stared wide-eyed in terror, every hair on his body standing on end. Just moments after he left, the leader was killed. Doesn't that mean the mysterious figure behind him was in the hall at that time? As if reading his thoughts, the hoarse voice spoke again. Just as you imagined, I was in the hall at that time, watching each and every one of you. A vague and indistinct voice sounded in his ear. You're very smart. Don't turn around, and don't make a sound. The person slowly released the hand covering Agu's mouth and put away the cold military knife. Agu trembled as he asked in an almost inaudible voice, Do you want me to do something? He immediately deduced that since the other party hadn't killed him right away, they must have a use for him. No, I don't have anything for you to do. The man's voice was as cold as ice. Agu was instantly stunned, unable to say a single word. The man casually added, Oh, by the way, I also killed Bloodbeard's spy while I was at it. His tone carried a hint of amusement. Think about it. Today Bloodbeard's scout didn't make it back. Tomorrow they'll send someone new. When they discover that the leader of your camp is also dead, what do you think they'll do? Agu swallowed nervously, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. What else could they do? Bloodbeard's army would immediately charge in and turn everyone in the camp into their spoils of war. Consider this piece of news as your payment to me, the man said, casually picking up the cloth bag filled with jerky from the table. As he reached the doorway, he turned his head slightly and left a plain remark. I'll always keep an eye on you, smart one. Agu's face instantly froze, almost on the verge of tears. Please don't keep an eye on me. I'm just a fool. But he didn't dare utter a single word, nor did he dare move a muscle. Mu Liang didn't care what reaction Agu might have. If this smart person wasn't smart enough to grasp his intentions, he wouldn't mind letting the three-colored lizard quietly pay a visit and use its claws to remind Agu, I am truly watching you. This was just a plan Mu Liang came up with on the spot, an idea to stir up trouble. The specific details still needed to be refined. Food is sorted, now all that's left is water. Mu Liang slipped into an empty, unoccupied room and waited quietly. Soon, the three-colored lizard hissed as it crawled in through the window. Little guy, I brought you a surprise. Mu Liang's lips curved slightly as he tied the heavy jerky onto the three-colored lizard. He hadn't expected that what started as a simple trip to fetch some water would end with him unknowingly bringing back so many things. After sending off the three-colored lizard, he concealed himself once more and stealthily made his way toward the room where the water source was stored. For Mu Liang, who already possessed the ability to turn invisible, dealing with the guard at the door was a piece of cake. He casually picked up a small stone and threw it toward the other end of the corridor, producing a crisp sound. The guard's attention was immediately drawn to the noise. Just as the guard craned his neck to investigate, Mu Liang appeared behind him like a phantom and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. The guard collapsed limply without even a groan. Mu Liang carefully pushed open the door and, after confirming there was no one inside, dragged the unconscious guard in. Torches were lit in the room, and the layout was clear at a glance. So the underground well is here. Mu Liang walked to the center of the room, lifted a huge wooden plank, and a well nearly 2 meters in diameter suddenly appeared before his eyes. A wooden bucket for drawing water hung by the well, and the inside of the well was pitch black, its depth unfathomable. Mu Liang grabbed the wooden bucket and threw it into the well. With a splash, it seemed there was water. But when he laboriously pulled the bucket back up, he found it contained only half a bucket of murky, muddy water. It's indeed almost dried up. He disappointedly placed the bucket back in its original position and covered the well with a wooden board. Since the well couldn't be relied upon, Mu Liang's gaze turned to the huge wooden barrels piled in the corner of the room. These wooden barrels were almost as tall as a person and required an adult to stretch out their arms to encircle them. He walked over and gave one of the barrels a shake, and the sound of water sloshing came from inside. Water, and it was full. Mu Liang no longer hesitated. His shoulders sank as he lifted a wooden bucket filled with water on each side. At this moment, under his astonishing strength, the 2 buckets of water seemed as light as holding 2 loaves of bread. Use it sparingly. It should last for a while. He carried the buckets and leisurely disappeared into the night. On the other side, Egu was still frozen in place, motionless. The fear brought by that mysterious person earlier had not yet dissipated. At that moment, bang! The door was suddenly slammed open. The maid from earlier rushed in with a face full of panic, shouting anxiously, "Egu, the chief is dead. Really dead." Egu's tense body instantly relaxed, his limbs going weak as he leaned against the table for support, asking, "Where did he die? How did he die?" "In the hall. The neck. The neck was twisted." The maid's voice was choked with sobs. "He didn't lie to me." Egu's mind raced, recalling every word the mysterious man had said. His face suddenly changed, his voice dry. "So, the Bloodbeard spy is really dead too. Escape. I must escape immediately." This was the only thought in his mind. He turned around, grabbed another empty cloth bag, and frantically stuffed it with jerky. The maid looked at him helplessly. "Egu, the chief is already dead. Do we still need to escape?" Egu's movements suddenly froze. He stopped and muttered to himself, "That's right. The leader is already dead." He no longer needed to hurry to escape. Egu lowered his head and began to think desperately. That mysterious person, why did he specifically tell him the news about the Bloodbeard spy being killed? There must be a deeper meaning behind this. He carefully recalled the entire process of interacting with that person, and finally, a sentence involuntarily came out of his mouth. "I will always keep an eye on you, smart one." Keep an eye on me? How is he going to keep an eye on me? Could it be he's hiding in some corner? Are you only focusing on me? Or are you watching me in the crowd? Egu's words stopped halfway, and his face suddenly turned pale. So, if I only care about escaping, I'll be killed by that mysterious person? He figured it out. He finally understood the true intention of that mysterious person. Egu suddenly turned his head and urgently ordered the dazed maid beside him. "Quick! Go and summon all the hunting team captains. I have something of life and death importance for everyone in the camp to announce." I'll go right away." The maid had never seen Egu, whom she had grown up with, look so pale, as if he had been scared out of his wits. A clever person? Egu chuckled self-deprecatingly. He wants to escape with everyone in the camp. This is the true purpose of that mysterious person. Who are you really? Egu murmured to the air. The time goes back to a dozen minutes ago, in a wooden shed on the outskirts of the camp. Mino skillfully handled today's harvest. She skinned and cleaned all the small lizards and 3 mice, tied them up one by one with rope, and hung them over the fire pit to smoke. After finishing all this, the girl vigorously rubbed her hands with sand to remove the bloodstains and the fishy smell. There was no water here, so she could only use this most primitive method to clean. Why has Mu Liang been gone for so long? What exactly is he doing? Mino's blue eyes gazed at the wooden shed's doorway, somewhat lost in thought. Handling these prey had taken her more than an hour, and now that she had some free time, she realized Mu Liang had been gone for quite a while. Could he have run into some trouble? Without Mu Liang by her side, a sense of loneliness and insecurity quietly crept in. No way. Mu Liang is so capable. He definitely won't be in trouble. Mino shook her little head, forcing herself to suppress the panic in her heart. To distract herself, she began calculating the things she needed to take with her. This pillow has to go, and also this quilt made of wild rabbit fur. The wooden bed frame also needs to be dismantled and taken away, or there will be no place to sleep. The wooden bowl must be brought along, and this wooden bucket too. It can be used to carry water. Mino's gaze swept over every item in the shed, unwilling to leave anything behind. She even considered taking the wooden door with her. Everything here had been built bit by her and her sister's own hands. Crack, crack. A faint scraping sound suddenly came from the doorway. The next second, the wooden door was pushed open and a blurry figure squeezed in. Who? Mino's expression changed, reacting swiftly. In an instant, she drew a sharp bone spike from her waist, her body tensing as she retreated repeatedly, all the way to the corner of the wooden shed. Hiss hiss. Accompanied by the familiar hissing sound, the figure emerged from its invisible state. It was a tricolor lizard. You? Are you Shaokai? Mino looked at the somewhat unfamiliar-looking lizard in front of her and asked in astonishment. She hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, If you are, nod your head. The tricolored lizard ignored her, merely twisting its body and clumsily clawing at the rope tied around its belly. So clumsy. Other than Mu Liang, who else would make a lizard carry things? Mino suddenly realized how foolish she had been just now. She put away her bone spike, stepped forward, and said, Let me help you. Seeing the young girl approach, the tricolor lizard indeed obediently stopped moving, allowing her to remove the 5 rolls of cloth, a wolf pelt, and a bundle of swords from its body. After unloading the goods, it immediately turned and left the wooden shed, ready to continue transporting items for its unscrupulous owner. Hey, wait, where's Mu Liang? Mino hurriedly called out from behind. But the tricolor lizard walked away without even turning its head. Although it had gained some intelligence, its IQ was only equivalent to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child, making it impossible for it to understand Mino's words. Looks like it doesn't understand me at all, Mino sighed helplessly. The girl's attention was quickly drawn to the items on the ground. She picked up a roll of fabric and rubbed it gently. Her blue eyes instantly lit up. This fabric is so soft and light. It must be woven from the finest beast fur. But where did Mu Liang get so much fabric? These 5 rolls are enough to make dozens of outfits. Reluctantly, she put down the fabric and picked up the wolf pelt. When fully unfolded, the wolf pelt was longer than her height. This wolf pelt definitely came from a ferocious beast. Mino excitedly hugged the wolf pelt and rubbed it, but the doubts in her heart grew deeper. How exactly did Mu Liang get these things? She couldn't help but speculate. Could it be? Mu Liang told the chief about the Bloodbeard's plan to attack, and these are the rewards from the chief. This guess seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. After a while, Mino put down the wolf pelt and picked up the bundle of swords and knives again. Such swords and blades can only be used by the hunting team. She became increasingly convinced that her guess was correct. Crunch, crunch. The familiar sound rang out again as the wooden shed door was pushed open. The tricolored lizard walked in, carrying a heavy cloth bag on its back. Mino hurried forward, skillfully helping it remove the cloth bag, then watched as it left once more. She curiously opened the bag. What could be inside this time? F. When she saw what was inside the bag, she was completely stunned. The entire bag was filled with dried meat. Mino felt her guess might be wrong. What kind of news could make that stingy leader so generous? She looked down at the dried meat in the bag, then turned to look at the 5 rolls of cloth, a bundle of swords, and wolf pelts. No, that calculating guy could never reward these things. Mino's heart skipped a beat, and a thought popped into her mind. Mu Liang must have gone to the chief's house to steal something. She immediately tied up the cloth bag and hurriedly stuffed it under the bed. If someone came to search later, it would be a disaster. Nervously, she thought, as long as we get through tonight, we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Mu Liang, honestly, even if we're leaving, you shouldn't have stolen so much stuff. Mino paced anxiously back and forth in the small wooden shed, her mind racing. Where would be the best place to hide the stuff? How about moving it to little Xuanwu's back and hiding it there overnight? Yes, that's a good idea. She would discuss it with Mu Liang as soon as he returned. As for returning the items, that thought only flashed through her mind briefly. Impossible. Mu Liang had gotten them with his skills, and she had no intention of giving them back. At that moment, Mu Liang returned to the wooden shed carrying 2 buckets of water. He immediately saw Mino kneeling by the bed, her head under it, fiddling with something. He asked, "What are you doing?" "Ah." The sudden voice gave Mino a big fright. With a dull thud, The back of her head hit the bed frame solidly. Mino frowned, her delicate face showing pain as she rubbed the back of her head and crawled out from under the bed, looking aggrieved. Mu Liang looked at her disheveled appearance, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting slightly. Are you okay? What did you go to do? Mino glared at him, full of questions but not knowing where to start. Went to get some food. Mu Liang said casually. A little. Mino then noticed that at some point, two heavy wooden barrels had appeared on the ground. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. You call this a little? Did you empty out the chief's house? There isn't. There's still a lot of stuff that hasn't been moved over. Mu Liang immediately denied it. To be honest, thinking about the stockpile at the leader's house, he even felt a bit impulsive to go back again. However, when he left, he had already seen quite a few people heading toward the leader's house. It seemed that Agu had already spread the news. You really are unbelievably bold. Mino covered her face, not expecting her guess to actually be true. She leaned closer to Mu Liang, puffed up her cheeks, and seriously admonished. Next time you do something like this, can you let me know in advance so I can mentally prepare myself? She had been so worried about hiding things earlier that she was almost at her wit's end. Plans can't keep up with changes. I originally just wanted to bring back some water. Mu Liang spread his hands, looking helpless. If he hadn't happened to overhear the leader's insane plan, he wouldn't have gone all out and directly taken care of the problem. Mino lowered her voice and nervously asked, the leader will soon realize the stuff has been stolen. How about we hide the things on little Xuanwu's back? What do you think? No need to hide. Mu Liang waved his hand indifferently. Why? The chief will definitely send people to search. Mino stomped her feet anxiously. With so much stuff, we can't possibly hide it all here. Mu Liang looked at her anxious expression and calmly dropped a bombshell. The chief has already been killed by me. Eh, eh, eh. Mino's blue eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mu Liang, seemingly trying to discern whether he was joking. Really? Mu Liang then briefly explained the leader's collusion with Bloodbeard and the plan to betray the entire camp. Good riddance. He deserved to die, that heartless scumbag. Mino fumed, her small face flushed with anger. Mu Liang watched her puffed-up expression with a smile, finding it rather adorable. What are you looking at? Mino, feeling a bit embarrassed under his gaze, quietly blushed. Nothing. Mu Liang looked away and said gently, the people in the camp will be moving out tomorrow. Mino's blue eyes lit up instantly, and she asked expectantly, then are we going to leave with them? No, we need to stay in the camp for 2 more days. Mu Liang shook his head. That's too dangerous. Bloodbeard's men could attack at any time, Mino said worriedly. There won't be any danger. Mu Liang's lips curved into an inexplicable smile. We're just waiting for Bloodbeard's scouts to come. Wait, what exactly are you planning to do? Mino suddenly had a bad feeling. Facing her startled and suspicious gaze, Mu Liang calmly uttered the next sentence. I'm planning to steal from Bloodbeard's home. Huh? Mino was completely stunned. She doubted whether she had heard correctly and stammered. Mu Liang, you. Could you say that again? You didn't hear wrong. Mu Liang's tone remained calm, but the content of his words was earth-shattering. I plan to go to the thieves' gathering place and bring back some good stuff to use. When he heard the leader planning to lure Bloodbeard to attack the camp, this bolder idea had already taken root in his mind. Now, he was going to use this abandoned camp to set a trap for those thieves, inviting them into the snare. Mu Liang's plan was very daring. He intended to first lure the tiger out of the mountain, and then turn around to raid the thieves' lair, taking some of the ferocious beast crystals they had stockpiled. Mu Liang, you're crazy. Mino's face instantly turned pale, her hands tightly gripping his arms as she anxiously tried to dissuade him. That's a band of over 500 thieves. If we go like this, we'll lose our lives. Don't worry, according to my plan, there won't be 500 people in their lair by then. Mu Liang raised a finger and waved it slightly, then gently asked, did we take out their scout during the day today? Mino nodded. Yes. Exactly. No scout returned to report today. Mu Liang began to explain his plan in detail. Tomorrow, Bloodbeard will definitely send new scouts over. Their gathering place is more than a day's journey from here, so the earliest the new scouts can arrive is the day after tomorrow. He paused for a moment and continued. The day after tomorrow, We'll disguise the camp to look like everyone just fled. Mino, think about it. If you were Bloodbeard and saw this scene, wouldn't you immediately send people to pursue? Mu Liang's lips carried a faint smile, his eyes full of confidence. Mino hesitated for a moment, then followed his train of thought. It should be possible. If even you think so, then the scout will definitely think the same. Mu Liang spread his hands, his tone relaxed. When he sees this situation, he'll definitely rush back to report. When Bloodbeard hears the news, he'll surely feel like he's been played. Without a second thought, he'll immediately bring a large force over to retaliate. That does seem to make sense. Mino nodded in surprise, her thoughts gradually becoming clearer. That's right. But in reality, by the time Bloodbeard storms over here in a rage, the people in our camp will have already left 3 days ago. By then, even if he wants to chase us, he won't be able to catch up. Mu Liang confidently concluded. And at that time, the defenses at the thieves' gathering place will be weak, making it the perfect opportunity for us to raid their base. The core of this plan is to create a time gap, making Bloodbeard mistakenly believe that the people in the camp had only fled a day ago. The key lies in how to perfectly deceive the scout who will arrive the day after tomorrow. Are you sure about this? Mino was still a bit worried. Even if it fails, it's no big deal. At most, we'll just waste 2 days. Mu Liang shrugged indifferently. This was merely an attempt, and if it succeeded, the beast crystals they would gain would be substantial, possibly even enough for him to evolve a level 4 tamed beast. The sky had not yet brightened, and the entire camp was already in a commotion. Everyone get moving. Hurry up and pack your things. Leave behind anything useless. Just bring food and clothing. Members of the hunting team went door to door urging everyone to prepare for relocation. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the wooden shed was knocked on, but the person outside did not ask to come in. Instead, they shouted loudly through the door, "The Bloodbeard bandit group is coming to kill us. Everyone, hurry up and pack. We're heading to the Moon Lake tribe to take refuge." After shouting this, the person knocking on the door quickly left. Mino was awakened by the noise. She moved slightly and felt the warmth from the wolf skin draped over her, which brought a sense of comfort to her heart. She yawned and muttered, "They're really early. Get up and have breakfast." Mu Liang's voice came from beside the fire pit. He had woken up even earlier. "What time did you go to sleep last night?" Mino asked curiously. She remembered seeing Mu Liang by the fire pit before she fell asleep, using charcoal to write and draw on the ground in the firelight, seemingly calculating something. "Around midnight, I think," Mu Liang replied softly, his hands busy stirring the bubbling meat soup in the steel pot with a spoon. Today's breakfast was dried meat stew. "Smells so good." Mino wrinkled her petite nose and sniffed hard, leaning closer to the fire pit. Her blue eyes sparkled as she stared at the boiling meat soup in the pot. But soon, she frowned with concern, placed one hand on her hip, and wagged her finger like a little housekeeper, saying, "From now on, let me cook breakfast." "What's wrong?" Mu Liang froze for a moment. "You've cooked too much. We need to save food." "Don't worry. The leftover jerky is enough for us to eat for over 20 days. Mu Liang ignored her protest, filled a metal lunchbox to the brim, and handed it over. He remembered that last night this girl insisted on saving food and gnawed on small lizard jerky, probably only eating about 3/4 full. If they followed her cooking method, everyone would likely only be 3/4 full for each meal. "That's too much. We should save some for dinner." Mino said this, but her body honestly accepted the lunchbox. "We'll have roasted jerky tonight." Mu Liang looked at her adorable expression, a faint smile on his lips. "Ah woo." Mino eagerly scooped up a big spoonful of hot soup and sent it into her mouth, only to end up gasping for air as it burned her. "Be careful, it's hot." Mu Liang shook his head helplessly, then slowly blew on the soup to cool it down before savoring the rare delicacy. Delicious. Mino finally managed to swallow the soup, her eyes narrowing in contentment. The rich meat flavor instantly awakened her taste buds. The warm broth soothed her parched throat, and a surge of warmth filled her empty stomach, bringing immense satisfaction. "It's been so long since I last had meat soup." She pursed her lips, a layer of mist forming in her blue eyes. Back when her sister was still around, they would occasionally indulge in the luxury of cooking meat soup. Drink whenever you want in the future. Mu Liang looked at her touched expression and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Mino immediately shook her head, pouting as she retorted, "That won't do. Drinking meat soup all the time is too extravagant. We should drink more water on regular days." "Right?" Mu Liang asked softly. Mino sniffed her delicate little nose. "By making it into meat soup, we get both water to drink and meat to eat," Mu Liang said with a smile, coaxing gently. "Don't you think that's more cost-effective?" "Huh? That seems to make sense." Mino tilted her head in confusion, but still felt something was off. Mu Liang waved his hand with a smile and urged, "Meat soup is best enjoyed hot. It won't taste as good once it cools." "Okay." Mino's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, sipping the delicious meat soup one mouthful at a time. Inside and outside the wooden shed seemed like two completely different worlds. Inside, the two were leisurely enjoying their breakfast. Outside, the people in the camp were noisily packing up their belongings, preparing to leave in a hurry. So full, Mino finally couldn't resist and drank the entire box of meat soup. She pursed her lips guiltily, staring at the now empty metal lunchbox in her hands. Originally, she had planned to save half for dinner, but the more she drank, the more delicious the soup became, and she couldn't stop thinking, "Just one more bite, and I'll stop." In the end, it was all gone. "How does it feel to be full?" Mu Liang asked gently. "Very comfortable, but it feels like such a waste." Mino's cheeks flushed slightly. The food she had just consumed was roughly equivalent to the value of 10 small lizards. "Don't worry, leave the food problem to me." Mu Liang stood up and reached out to pat the girl's head. This girl had saved his life, so he couldn't let her go hungry. Mino blushed, feeling a bit flustered. She opened her small mouth, but didn't know how to respond. Mu Liang's hand hovered slightly, pretending to be dissatisfied as he said, "Take off the headscarf, or I won't be able to touch your bunny ears." "What are you saying? I'm not a pet." Mino pouted in protest. Although she said so, she still hesitated for a moment before raising her hand to untie the cloth wrapped around the rabbit ears. Seeing her action, Mu Liang's lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. Mino caught a glimpse of Mu Liang's smile, and her pretty face flushed red once again. She quickly turned her head away and raised her chin arrogantly. "I'm just letting my ears get some air, not for you to touch them." "Yes, yes." Mu Liang held back his laughter. "Humph." Mino snorted softly. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject and asked expectantly, "Are we moving to live on Little Xuanwu's back today?" The girl had always dreamed of that new home, a house that could move. "There's no rush to move yet. Our house hasn't even been built," Mu Liang explained his plan. He wanted to upgrade the rock armor turtle to level 3 first, so its back would be more spacious, allowing for the construction of a proper house. Of course, he needed to see how big the level 3 rock armor turtle would be to better plan and design. "Then are we going to build the house now?" Mino's blue eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's go." Mu Liang took the lead and walked out of the wooden shed. "Wait, what about the stuff at home?" Mino suddenly remembered the items they had transported back last night. Everyone in the camp was leaving today, and someone might take advantage of the chaos to steal things. "I've asked Xiao Kai to guard the house." Mu Liang pointed to the corner of the wooden shed. Mino followed his direction and looked over, only to see a 3-colored lizard, about 2 meters long, emerge from its invisible state. She finally felt relieved and let out a breath. "With it here, I can rest assured." The two left the wooden shed, quietly sneaking away from the secluded corner of the camp and into the desolate wilderness. At this moment, the rock armor turtle was foraging. Around the nearby hills, clusters of sharp rocks protruded from the ground, clearly its handiwork. A mouse hiding in a burrow was forced out by its earth rock spike attack. "Oh whoa!" The rock armor turtle let out a pitiful cry upon seeing its owner. "Are you hungry?" Mu Liang paused, feeling a headache as he sensed the emotions transmitted by the rock armor turtle through their mental connection. "Little Xuanwu is hungry." Mino opened her small mouth, staring blankly at the massive figure of the rock armor turtle. With such a huge size, how much food would it take to fill it up? Just as Mu Liang was feeling troubled, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Consuming 1 evolution point daily for feeding can resolve the hunger issue of the tamed beast. Mu Liang complained inwardly. System, why didn't you say so earlier? If he had to rely solely on himself to hunt and feed this giant creature, he might end up starving himself. Lower your head, and I'll give you some energy to eat. Mu Liang beckoned to the rock armor turtle. Energy. Mino curiously widened her blue eyes. A woo. The rock armor turtle let out a screech, its massive head leaning closer. Mu Liang placed his palm on the rock armor turtle's head and issued a command to the system in his mind. System, evolve the rock armor turtle, and while you're at it, fill its stomach. Ding. Level 2 rock armor turtle evolved to level 3, deducting 100 evolution points. Ding. Level 3 rock armor turtle has successfully evolved. Ding. Level 3 rock armor turtle talent evolution, Earth Rock Spike Burst. Ding. Synchronizing level 3 Earth Rock Spike Burst ability for the trainer. As the system notification sound faded, a warm current instantly surged through Mu Liang's entire body. He could clearly feel that his strength had been enhanced once again, and at the same time, a new talent called Earth Rock Spike Burst had been completely mastered by him. Mu Liang contentedly felt the surging power within his body. A lifespan of over 400 years. This was a blessing he had never dared to dream of before. Just then, Mino's stammering voice interrupted his thoughts. She tugged at his clothes forcefully, shouting incoherently, Mu Liang, Mu Liang. Look at little Xuanwu. Mu Liang snapped out of his thoughts and followed the direction she was pointing. He was instantly stunned. The rock armor turtle's size had grown explosively once again. If it had been as big as a small room before, it was now practically a moving little house. Roar! The rock armor turtle let out an excited and powerful roar. It lifted its massive foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Bang! The ground cracked in response, and a rock spike taller than a person suddenly shot out. It then whistled through the air like a cannonball, slamming fiercely into the rock wall 100 meters away. Boom! The hard rock wall was instantly blasted into pieces, with debris flying everywhere, as if it had truly been bombarded by artillery. Mino's rabbit ears stood straight up, her blue eyes wide open, completely stunned by the breathtaking scene before her. Mu Liang, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows in satisfaction, thinking, good, finally we have long-range attack capabilities. Little Xuanwu, so amazing, so cool. Mino snapped out of her daze, so excited that she was almost incoherent, unable to find a better word to describe it despite repeating herself. Mu Liang issued a command to the rock armor turtle in his mind, then shouted to Mino, Little Xuanwu, take us up. The current rock armor turtle stood over 6 meters tall, with its smooth shell covered in sharp rocky spikes, making it quite difficult to climb up. Roar! The rock armor turtle obediently lowered its body, and a staircase made of rock slowly rose from the ground, extending all the way to its broad shell. Mu Liang took Mino's hand and strolled up the staircase, once again stepping onto the turtle's back. Wow, it's so spacious! Mino exclaimed in surprise as she spun around on the turtle's back, which had expanded nearly tenfold, like a joyful butterfly. Watching the girl's light-footed movements, Mu Liang smiled and asked, Mino, what kind of house do you want us to build? Huh? You're asking me? Mino stopped in her tracks, bewildered. Yes, what kind of house do you like? Mu Liang rephrased the question in a simpler way. The kind of house I like. Mino squatted down in distress, even the rabbit ears on her head tangled together in confusion. After thinking for a long while, she finally looked up and timidly asked, how about just building a simple wooden shed? Think again, a wooden shed is too simple, Mu Liang said with a light chuckle. But I can't think of anything else, Mino said, her small face scrunched in frustration. Then come and take a look at the house I drew, Mu Liang said, pulling a piece of cloth from his pocket and spreading it out on the turtle's back. Mino leaned in curiously. On the cloth, clear designs were drawn with charcoal. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes became, and the more she liked it. Suddenly, the girl raised her head, her blue eyes fixed on Mu Liang as she asked excitedly, can our future house really be built like this? Of course, Mu Liang answered with a smile. On the piece of cloth was a drawing of a very comfortable modern house, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a small yard outside. This house is great, but how are we going to build it? We'll need a lot of stones, won't we? Mino's rabbit ears, which had just perked up with excitement, drooped down limply again. Did you forget whose back we're standing on right now? Mu Liang smiled as he stomped lightly on the turtle's back, simultaneously sending a thought to the rock-armored turtle. I need some rectangular stone blocks. Roar, roar. The rock-armored turtle let out a screech to indicate, understood. In the next second, the rocks on the surrounding hills began to tremble. Rectangular stone blocks of various sizes floated into the air, crossed the valley, and landed precisely on the turtle's back, stacking neatly together. Little Xuanwu is so amazing. Mino's blue eyes sparkled with admiration. Next, we need to follow the blueprint and arrange these stone bricks properly, Mu Liang said as he rolled up his sleeves, took out a piece of charcoal, and began drawing the foundation lines of the house on the turtle's back. Although the rock armor turtle was powerful, it still couldn't understand complex architectural blueprints. Unless its intelligence improved significantly, they would have to handle the house building themselves. Leave it to me, Mino shouted enthusiastically at that moment. Mu Liang looked at her energetic demeanor and felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Thankfully, they had little Xuanwu as a capable assistant, providing a steady supply of stone materials. Otherwise, just transporting the materials would have been a major challenge. He could, of course, order the rock armor turtle to directly use the spikes on its shell to build the house, but those spikes were part of its defense mechanism. Using them for construction would be tantamount to weakening its defenses. Mu Liang would never do something so counterproductive. We mix the stones, not only skipping the cement step, but also ensuring they are firmly fixed onto the turtle's back. The weight of these stones is practically negligible for the rock armor turtle. Building a house usually requires laying a foundation and using reinforced concrete. But that's the method for ordinary people. With the domesticated beast, the rock armor turtle, Mu Liang skipped 90% of the process. The turtle's shell serves as a ready-made foundation, and it can manipulate stone armor to fuse with stones, eliminating the need for cement and steel reinforcement. The remaining task is simply stacking stone bricks one by one like a machine to build the walls. Amazing! Mino carefully placed a stone brick along the marked black line. To her astonishment, the bricks fused perfectly together, leaving not even the slightest gap. Mino, don't build that wall too high. We need to leave space for a window. After finishing all the line drawings, Mu Liang turned around and found that Mino had already stacked one wall as high as a person. He quickly walked over, used his ability to remove a few bricks, and created a square window. Will this allow thieves to climb in? Mino whispered a reminder. In the camp, to prevent theft, everyone's houses were built without windows. Ordinary thieves wouldn't be able to climb up here. Mu Liang bent his finger and lightly flicked her forehead. That's true. Mino absent-mindedly touched her forehead, only then realizing. She was now living on the back of the mighty and towering little Xuanwu. So why would she fear any thieves? After fixing the window, Mu Liang turned to plan the door. He didn't expect Mino to help with these details. This girl probably couldn't even understand the internal blueprints and only cared about the house's exterior appearance. The two bedrooms face each other from a distance, each approximately 10 square meters. In between is a 30 square meter hall. The bathroom is located in the corner of the yard, with the waste channel directly connected to the ground, preventing odors from drifting into the rooms. The courtyard wall is only half a meter high, serving as a symbolic enclosure, and the gate is set on the side of the turtle's back. Mu Liang also designed a special code for the rock-armored turtle. By performing a specific action, a stone staircase can be summoned. Time flew by quickly in focused labor. By evening, the clouds on the horizon were tinged with shades of orange and red. It's already this late, huh? Mu Liang looked at the house in front of him, which still lacked a roof, and felt a surge of inexplicable accomplishment. Wow, we're finally halfway done. Mino cheered excitedly, her blue eyes sparkling. She clenched her small fists and sweetly encouraged. Let's give it our all, and we can finish it today. Mu Liang shook his head. The roof needs wooden supports to hold the stone bricks. Huh? Then let's quickly go find some wood, Mino said as she prepared to jump down. No need to look, we have some ready-made. Mu Liang grabbed the back of her collar. Ready-made wood. Mino tilted her head, looking puzzled. Do you think everyone in the camp has left by now? Mu Liang calmly reminded. He had already used telepathy to contact the tricolored lizard, asking it to scout the camp and check if anyone was still there. It's almost dark. They should have left long ago. Mino wasn't slow to catch on and immediately understood. She widened her blue eyes and exclaimed crisply, "We can take the wood from the camp to use. Let's go back to the camp." Mu Liang gave the order to the rock-armored turtle. The rock-armored turtle took heavy steps and slowly moved toward the camp. Huh. Mino stood still for a moment and then exclaimed in surprise, "The little Xuanwu is moving, but why don't I feel any shaking?" "It's little black tortoise controlling the vibrations," Mu Liang explained softly. "With such a massive creature moving, how could there not be any shaking? It was just deliberately maintaining stability." So that's how it is, Mino suddenly understood. Although the rock-armored turtle's speed wasn't fast, its massive size meant each step covered the distance of several steps for an average person, making its actual movement speed faster than most people. After about 10 minutes, the rock-armored turtle arrived at the edge of the camp. The tricolor lizard had already completed its reconnaissance, and the camp was now empty. "Everyone has left," Mino said, feeling a bit melancholic as she looked at the camp, where the firelight was no longer visible. "How far is the Moon Lake tribe from here?" Mu Liang asked calmly. "I heard from the hunting team that it seems to take 5 or 6 days," Mino replied softly. Mu Liang thought of Bloodbeard and curiously asked, "Are there many people in the Moon Lake tribe?" "About 10,000, I think. But I don't know if that's true," Mino said with a tone full of amazement. To her, 10,000 was an unimaginable number. How much food and water would it take to sustain that many people? "Looks like it's a big tribe. As for whether it's true or not," Mu Liang patted Mino's shoulder and said calmly, "We'll go to the Moon Lake tribe ourselves in the future, and then we'll know." Huh. Mino was stunned for a moment, then cheered and asked excitedly, "Are we really going to the Moon Lake tribe in the future? Do you want to go?" Mu Liang turned his head and looked at Mino's blue eyes. Mino met his black eyes and saw encouragement in them. She bit her lip, nodded firmly, and shouted crisply, "I want to go. I want to see if my sister is there." "All right, our next target is the Moon Lake tribe." Mu Liang grinned and gave a thumbs up. Looking at Mu Liang's bright smile, Mino's heart suddenly started beating faster for some reason. She clutched her chest in a fluster, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "Stop daydreaming and hurry down to clear the wood." Mu Liang raised his hand and gently tugged at her fluffy rabbit ears. Don't pull my ears." Mino snapped back to reality, stomping her foot in protest. The little flutter in her heart was instantly scattered away. The two chased and played, one in front and the other behind, as they arrived on the ground. "Which house do you want to tear down?" Mu Liang asked her in front of the camp. Mino hesitated for a second, then raised her hand to point at a few houses, saying, "Those ones. Their kids used to snatch my little lizard." "Then let's get started. We only need the big pieces of wood." Mu Liang took the lead and walked over. "Just move the wood next to little Xuanwu. It will help us transport it up." "All right." Mino immediately joined the house-demolishing team with great enthusiasm. Bang! Bang! With Mu Liang's current strength, tearing down a house was a piece of cake. He effortlessly pulled out the thick wooden beams one by one, carrying 5 or 6 at a time. Although the roof didn't require much wood, a large stockpile of firewood was necessary. In no time, one corner of the new house's yard was piled high with timber. Once enough wood had been transported, only the roof's framework remained to be set up. Since grooves had been pre-cut into the walls and Mu Liang was strong enough, it took just over 10 minutes to complete the wooden beam structure for the roof. "Mu Liang, I'll lay the stone tiles, you hand them to me." Mino nimbly climbed onto the roof. "Be careful and stand steady," Mu Liang reminded as he handed over the stone tiles. "Got it." Mino cheerfully laid the tiles, already imagining the wonderful feeling of moving into their new home. When the stone tiles were halfway done, the sky gradually darkened. The two lit a bonfire in the yard for illumination and continued working diligently. An hour later, the roof was finally completed. The rock armor turtle then used its ability to fuse all the tiles into one, ensuring there would be no leaks even in the rain. Finally done, Mino excitedly jumped down from the roof, happily clenching her fists. After a whole day of excitement, She now felt calm as she faced the brand new house. Let's start moving in. Bring everything over. Mu Liang patted her shoulder. Okay. Mino nodded vigorously. She didn't have much to her name. Just a pillow, a few wooden planks for bedding, 2 wooden bowls, and a wooden bucket. She even dismantled the door of her old wooden shed, planning to install it on the door of her new room as a keepsake. In the end, everything was moved except for the wooden shed itself, which couldn't be taken apart and carried away. Mu Liang held up the torch, standing silently at the entrance of the wooden shed. He watched as Mino hugged a pillow, standing dazed in the middle of the shed, motionless and without a word. He understood in his heart that the hope of finding Mino's sister was slim, and letting her keep some items from their life together as sisters was a form of silent companionship. Let's go. Mino bit her lower lip, turned around with the pillow in her arms. She knew that once she left, she might never return again. Mu Liang said nothing to comfort her. Any words at this moment would seem pale and powerless. He led Mino toward the rock-armored turtle. In the darkness of the night, even when the small wooden shed was no longer visible, Mino couldn't help but sneak a few glances back. When they returned to the back of the rock-armored turtle, Mino's face finally lit up with a happy smile. She began running in and out of her new room. Hugging her pillow, she excitedly ran up to Mu Liang and asked, "This room, is it really just for me?" "Yes, you can arrange it however you like," Mu Liang said with a smile. "Hee hee, I'm going to tidy up the room." Mino let out a string of crisp laughter and ran back into the room again. Mu Liang looked at the items piled up in the courtyard and the hall, shook his head with a smile, and said, "I'll clean up tomorrow instead." His stomach was already growling with hunger, so he decided to set up the hearth in the hall first to prepare dinner. He made the hearth square-shaped, just like the one in the wooden shed, laying a layer of soil at the bottom first, followed by a layer of sand for insulation. Then, he connected a smoke exhaust pipe from the roof, leading directly above the hearth. Fire pit, chimney done. Mu Liang clapped his hands, looked at his handiwork, and joked to himself. It seems the earth rock spike ability has found a new use today. Mu Liang skillfully set up a hanging rack, hung the steel pot, poured water, and started stewing meat. Meanwhile, several skewers of roasted meat were placed over the fire, sizzling away. Smells so good. Mino's nose twitched as a small head peeked out from the doorway. She stared blankly at the fire pit that had somehow appeared, along with the bubbling meat soup in the pot and the golden roasted meat over the flames. "What are you standing there for? Aren't you hungry?" Mu Liang said while flipping the roasted meat. Out here in the wild, without any seasonings, they were savoring the pure, original flavor of the food. "Of course I'm hungry," Mino replied. If it weren't for the excitement of building the new house keeping her going, she would have been too hungry to move by now. She eagerly leaned closer to the fire, staring at the meat in the pot and the skewers roasting over the flames. She was about to remind him to save some food, but when she looked up and saw Mu Liang's dusty yet smiling face, the words changed as they left her mouth. "Is it ready yet?" She thought to herself, after a whole day of hard work and moving into a new home, eating a bit more could count as a celebration. "The soup needs to simmer longer to bring out the flavor," Mu Liang said, looking at her with some surprise. He had already prepared excuses to deal with her nagging, but to his astonishment, she said nothing. "Didn't you say the thieves' scouts would come tomorrow?" Feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, Mino shyly changed the subject. "So how are we going to make this place look like we just left?" "If you were that scout and you came to this camp," Mu Liang said as he turned the roasting meat, guiding her thoughts, "how would you determine when the people here left?" Some things he couldn't always tell her directly. Since they would live together in the future, he had to teach her these wilderness survival skills little by little. "Let me think." Mino pursed her lips, the rabbit ears on her head twisting together as she fell into deep thought. As she lowered her head to ponder, she inadvertently noticed her own feet, her toes even wiggling unconsciously. "I got it." By looking at the footprints, Mino suddenly raised her head and exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. The depth of the footprints can roughly estimate the time someone left." Mu Liang nodded appreciatively and continued, "However, besides footprints, there's an even simpler method." "What method?" Mino blinked her curious blue eyes. "The temperature and burning state of charcoal, Mu Liang shared the knowledge he had learned in the military. Once you understand this, observe more often. How long it takes for charcoal to burn out. How long it takes for the soil under the campfire to completely cool. Gradually, you'll be able to accurately determine the time someone left. I see. Mino nodded, half understanding. Hurry up and eat. You'll need your strength to work after you're full. Mu Liang handed her a skewer of grilled meat. Okay. Mino absent-mindedly took the grilled meat, her mind still lingering on the words from earlier. Pop. Mu Liang bent his finger and lightly flicked her forehead. Ah. Mino let out an adorable yelp of pain. Focus on eating. Mu Liang filled another bowl of steaming hot meat soup and handed it to her. Oh. Mino pouted, reluctantly taking the wooden bowl. After dinner, the two rested briefly before heading to the original campsite. Mino held a torch, looking fearfully at the silent and abandoned campsite in the dark night. You start from that side, I'll go this way, and we'll meet in the middle, Mu Liang said to her, also holding a torch. Don't be afraid, Xiao Kai will follow you. All right. Hearing that the big lizard would follow her, Mino felt much more at ease. Don't pile up too much wood, Mu Liang reminded again. Okay. Mino nodded, holding a torch as she walked into the camp. I thought she'd be braver. Watching the girl's timid and hesitant figure, Mu Liang chuckled. Her courage was actually no different from that of an ordinary girl. He held a torch and walked into one abandoned house after another, piling firewood into the hearths. They were preparing in advance now, so that tomorrow morning they could light the fires and create the illusion of a recently abandoned camp. Whether they could successfully lure the bandit leader named Bloodbeard into the trap would depend on tomorrow. Time passed slowly as they stacked the firewood. When Mu Liang entered a room covered in cobwebs with his torch, he stopped in his tracks. Just as he was about to leave, a spider descended along its silk right in front of him. Come to think of it, I haven't used today's taming points yet. How about taming a spider? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Mu Liang reached out to grab the spider. The familiar system voice immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! A tameable creature has been detected. Would you like to tame it? Tame it, Mu Liang ordered decisively in his mind. Ding! Level 0 life form detected, redback spider. Taming in progress. Consumed 10 taming points. Taming successful. Mu Liang released his palm, and the spider, originally the size of a pinky finger, had now grown to the size of a palm. Its body was pitch black, with bright red tips on its claws. The most striking feature was the eerie red mask-like pattern on its back. Ding! Do you wish to inherit the red demon spider's talent, silk perception? Inherit. This was already Mu Liang's third time acquiring a new ability. Ding! Silk perception is being improved, adapting, inheritance complete. In an instant, Mu Liang felt a slight warmth spread through his 10 fingers and palms, as if countless invisible threads extended from his fingertips, connecting him to the surrounding environment. Could it be that my body has already reached a certain level of strength? Is that why fusing with low-level tamed beasts brings such negligible enhancement? Mu Liang could only think of this explanation. He glanced at the attribute panel in his mind and found that his stamina, speed, and strength had only increased by a fraction of a point, almost negligible. To verify his hypothesis, he decided to bring out something bigger. System, upgrade the red ghost spider to level 3. As his thought moved, a series of prompts sounded in his mind. Level 1 red ghost spider evolved to level 3, deducting 110 evolution points. Level 3 red ghost spider evolution successful. Talent, silk manipulation, has been synchronized. A familiar warm current surged through his body once again, but as he had expected, the enhancement effect was not significant. It seemed that repeatedly fusing beasts of the same level or lower-level beasts could only bring limited improvement. The first enhancement always had the best effect. Sure enough, I was still too greedy. Mu Liang shook his head with a bitter smile. He should have realized long ago that it was impossible for every enhancement to feel like cheating. He snapped back to reality, looking at the 1-meter-long red demon spider perched on his arm, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Could you get down by yourself? Having such a large spider hanging on him was indeed a bit terrifying. The red demon spider seemed to understand, emitting a sound similar to leather rubbing, a squeak squeak, and then, with a whoosh, It shot out a strand of silk that stuck to the ceiling and nimbly climbed up to the roof. Mu Liang watched with envy and imitated its actions, extending his index finger toward a pile of firewood in the corner. Whoosh! A nearly transparent strand of silk shot out instantly, sticking precisely to the firewood. At the moment the silk adhered, the weight, shape, and even texture of the firewood were vividly transmitted back to his mind. I see. Mu Liang's heart stirred as he gained a deeper understanding of this new ability. He gave a gentle tug, and the silk's toughness was beyond imagination, several times stronger than ordinary rope. Moreover, the silk was nearly invisible, making it an excellent material for setting traps and catching people off guard. He raised his head and issued a command through the mental link to the red ghost spider on the ceiling. Little Red, go to the outskirts of the camp and set up some webs in the distance. Notify me immediately if anyone triggers them. Squeak, squeak. The red ghost spider responded, indicating its understanding. Remember, don't hurt anyone. Just come back if you notice someone approaching. Mu Liang reminded it uneasily. He definitely didn't want this creature to mistake a scouting thief for prey. That would be an awkward situation. The red ghost spider received the order, spat out silk, and disappeared into the night like Spider-Man in the movies, swinging on its threads. Spider-Man. Mu Liang's eyes lit up, and he felt a bit tempted. But after glancing at the torch in his hand, he dismissed the idea of imitating that talkative little hero. He stepped out of the house and continued stacking firewood in the designated room. Just then, a nervous girl's voice came from the darkness not far away. Mu Liang? I'm here. Mu Liang responded and walked out of the room. Mino lifted her skirt and ran over. Seeing him, her tense mood instantly relaxed. That's great, just a few rooms left. Mu Liang noticed the fluffy rabbit ears on top of her head slightly bending due to nervousness and said, let's finish quickly and head back. Okay, Mino responded obediently. 10 minutes later, all the arrangements were completed. The two walked side by side on the way back to the camp. The night was deep, with not a single star visible. Apart from the crackling sound of the burning torches, the only audible sound was their clear breathing. Hearing the girl take a sharp breath, Mu Liang said softly, it's getting cold, let's walk faster. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Mino's hand and led her in a quick jog toward the rock armor turtle. Mino was pulled along by him, involuntarily running to keep up. In the darkness, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile, and her small hand tightly gripped that warm, large hand. Meanwhile, in the dark forest far from the camp, several rough voices were cursing. Damn it! Could those bastards have been eaten by the beasts? I'd rather that be the case. It's better than being dragged back by the boss, unable to live or die. You guys, do you think those four fellows could have been taken out by the people at that small camp? They dare? Anyone who dares to offend our boss is simply courting death. That's true. 3 travel-worn men cursed as they hurried along the rugged path. As scouts for the Bloodbeard bandit gang, traveling at dawn was routine for them. As long as it wasn't late at night, it was fine. During the pitch-black hours, the chances of encountering ferocious beasts were as high as 90%. Although they had special methods to avoid some beasts, if their luck was too bad and they ran into one head-on, there would be no way out but death. The Bloodbeard bandit gang never keeps idle people. Without real skills, one can only become a slave, doing the hardest work, or even becoming a tool for others to toy with. Such days are sometimes worse than death. How much farther? One of them asked, panting heavily. We should arrive before dawn. I really don't get it. Why does the boss want to negotiate cooperation with those small camp people? Why not just kill them all and take their stuff? Did you forget about that pack of moon wolves we ran in last time? How many brothers died? The boss must be looking to replenish manpower. Don't bring it up, it was really unlucky. I heard none of the scouts who went out that time came back. Keep your voice down, hurry up and get moving. The 3 immediately fell silent and quickened their pace. They occasionally stopped to rest or held their breath behind boulders to avoid passing beasts. Finally, as the horizon glowed orange-red, dawn arrived. At this moment, they were standing on a hill, and the camp in the distance, the size of a fist, had already come into view. Look, is that the place? An excited scout shouted. That's right, it's there. The lead scout immediately gave the order. We'll sneak in from 3 directions and meet back here. All right, the three quickly dispersed, silently approaching the camp. However, the closer they got, the darker their expressions became. The camp was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound, like an empty city. Bang! One of the scouts suddenly fell to the ground without warning. What the hell is this? He quickly got up, lowered his head, and searched the ground for whatever had tripped him, but found nothing. Strange. Alarm bells immediately went off in his mind. After the three scouts had all infiltrated the camp, they discovered that each of them had encountered the same bizarre trip-ups. After quickly searching the camp, the three regrouped on the hill and exchanged information. All the doors are open, and anything valuable is gone. It looks like they left in a hurry. The embers in the fire pit haven't completely gone out. They left just before dawn. The situation is the same on my side. The three of them looked at each other, their expressions so grim it seemed water could drip from their faces. Damn it, they actually got away. One scout shouted furiously. They definitely haven't gone far. Should we pursue them? Another person asked. Go after them immediately, find their trail, and leave marks along the way. The lead scout decisively instructed. The other one, come with me to report back to the boss. Do you think the boss will personally come after them? Of course. These people played tricks on the boss. With his temper, he'll definitely tear them to pieces. If they had run away yesterday, the boss might have just sent a few people to hunt them down. But now, they're doomed. Stop discussing the boss's matters. Take a quick rest. We must return immediately to report. The three scouts hastily ate something, lay down to rest for half an hour, then split into two teams and quickly departed. However, what they didn't know was that just after they left, a 2-meter-long giant lizard slowly revealed itself on a rock wall beside the hill. This tricolor lizard had been lurking less than 5 meters away from them, coldly watching their every move. The lizard flicked its tongue, quietly receiving instructions from Mu Liang. Moments later, it silently climbed down from the rock wall and followed the two scouts heading back to report. Meanwhile, among the hills several kilometers away from the camp, a massive rock armor turtle was dozing off. Its rock-like shell blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it nearly impossible to spot without careful observation. Ever since it could use evolution points instead of food, it had become increasingly lazy and reluctant to move. The plan is going smoothly. It's already halfway successful. Mu Liang's lips curled into a faint smile as he leisurely stood up from beside the fire pit and stretched his muscles. At 3 o'clock in the morning last night, he had quietly infiltrated the camp and set all the wood piles ablaze, creating the illusion of a hasty escape. After sleeping for less than 4 hours, the red ghost spiders he had deployed sent an alert. Someone had triggered the web traps. From that moment on, Mu Liang had been secretly observing every move of the three scouts, analyzing their every step. In the end, these thieves did not disappoint him. So he immediately ordered the three-colored lizards to track those two scouts, aiming to locate the Bloodbeard bandits' base camp. Meanwhile, the red ghost spider was dispatched to eliminate the lone scout. He absolutely couldn't let that scout notice anything amiss and return to report, or the entire plan would be ruined. Oh, I overslept. Mino, with her messy hair and rabbit ears standing straight, rushed out of the room, clutching a wolfskin blanket. She saw Mu Liang in the hall and shouted anxiously, Mu Liang, we need to hurry to the camp and light the firewood. Mino said urgently, no need to go. Mu Liang's voice was calm. As soon as the words were spoken, Mino's face was already filled with grievance, and she looked like she was about to cry. Seeing this, Mu Liang stopped teasing her and gently explained, don't worry, I already went to confirm it last night. Really? Didn't miss the timing? Mino tightly hugged the wolf fur in her arms, sniffled, and her voice carried a hint of nasal tone. The timing was perfect. Those thieves scouts have already believed in our arrangement, Mu Liang said as he calmly stepped forward and reached out to adjust the collar that had slipped onto her shoulder. Ah! Mino's face instantly turned bright red. She let out a startled cry and, like a frightened little rabbit, hurriedly ran back to her room. After a while, a crisp and dissatisfied voice came from the room. Mu Liang, why didn't you wake me up when you went to light the fire? She had clearly reminded him repeatedly before going to sleep to make sure to call her when he lit the fire. I forgot, Mu Liang replied. Watching the girl sleeping soundly while hugging the wolf pelt, he couldn't bear to wake her up. After all, they had spent the day building the house and stacking firewood at night. She had been busy all day, and with her physical condition, she was probably already exhausted to the limit. Humph! Mino let out a soft snort. She knew this was just an excuse from Mu Liang, and she felt a bit guilty for not being able to help. Hearing her movements, Mu Liang called out toward the door. "I'll leave breakfast to you today. Is that okay?" "Of course, no problem." Before the words had even finished, Mino's figure immediately appeared at the doorway, responding crisply. "You can leave it to me without worry." Mu Liang turned around, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. This girl's thoughts were just so easy to understand. Mino carefully prepared the meat soup, carried it out of the hall, and was ready to call Mu Liang for breakfast. She saw Mu Liang sitting in the courtyard, using a military knife to carve a piece of wood, with two already carved wooden boards placed beside him. "Mu Liang, breakfast is ready." Mino leaned forward, tilting her head curiously and asked, "What are you making?" "Make a drawing board." Mu Liang put down the wood in his hand, shook off the debris on his body, and stood up, saying, "After breakfast, we need to return to the camp." He had already used telepathy to send the dozing rock armor turtle ahead to the camp. Return to the camp? Didn't we already move everything back? Mino blinked in surprise and asked, "Shouldn't we be tracking those thief scouts now? Don't you want to leave something for your sister?" Mu Liang said as he walked into the hall, sat down by the fire pit, and asked in return, "What if your sister suddenly comes back to the camp looking for you? What would you do then?" He felt that this girl still lacked life experience, and it was his responsibility to guide her a bit. "That makes sense." Mino nodded belatedly. She had been focused on finding her sister and hadn't considered what would happen if her sister returned first and couldn't find her. "Think carefully and leave some messages that only your sister can understand." Mu Liang glanced at the pot full of meat soup and thought to himself that this girl had finally figured it out. "I'll have to think about it." Mino saw Mu Liang's expression and immediately knew what he was thinking. Helplessly, she scooped a bowl of soup with a wooden bowl and handed it over, saying, "We don't have much water left. If we don't start conserving it, we won't last a few days." If it weren't for the fact that Mu Liang had been busy all night, she wouldn't have made so much meat soup today. Normally, breakfast would just be a few pieces of roasted lizard jerky with a bowl of water. There will always be a way. Mu Liang took the meat soup and said lightly, "Let's hope so." Mino rolled her eyes, scooped herself a bowl of soup, and absent-mindedly sat by the fire pit. A bowl of meat soup was quickly finished, yet she still hadn't decided what message to leave for her sister. Mino could only blink her blue eyes and, with a hint of a coquettish tone, seek help. "Mu Liang, what do you think I should leave as a message for my sister?" Mu Liang had clearly already thought it through and guided her. "Did you have any special agreements when you were kids?" "Agreements. Well, my sister told me to wait for her to come back." A trace of sadness flashed through Mino's blue eyes. Now that the Bloodbeard bandit gang had arrived, it seemed this agreement might not be fulfilled. "What about a code? Or a secret that only the two of you know?" Mu Liang suggested again. "Password." Mino's eyes lit up. "Does a door-opening password count?" "What kind of door-opening password?" Mu Liang grew curious as well. Mino's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of reminiscence as she said, "My password is long-eared rabbit, and my sister's password is short-eared cat. When I was little, I was too young to go out and had to stay home. My sister would go out to catch little lizards, but she was worried it might be dangerous for me to stay home alone, so she came up with this method. Only by matching the password could the door be opened. Then draw this password down." Mu Liang set down the wooden bowl, cut two pieces of white cloth, and handed them to her. "Draw yourself, the password, and anything you want to say to your sister on these." He knew the girl couldn't read or write. Having been in this world for nearly 10 days, Mu Liang still didn't even know what the written language here looked like. Although he had never seen written characters, the words he spoke were authentic Chinese. Wouldn't this be too wasteful? Mino looked at the piece of pristine white cloth, feeling a bit distressed. "Leaving a message for your sister is more important than anything," Mu Liang said, beckoning to her. He took the piece of cloth out of the hall and pinned it to a drawing board. He planned to use the sketching techniques he had learned in the Special Forces to draw a picture as a keepsake. Mino obediently followed him out. Here, use this piece of charcoal to draw what you want to say. Mu Liang handed her the canvas-mounted drawing board. Mino took the drawing board in a daze and asked, "How do I draw?" "You can first sketch on the ground, and when you think it's good, then draw it on the canvas," Mu Liang suggested. He himself picked up another drawing board, mounted the canvas, and then carefully sharpened a piece of charcoal on a stone. Oh, Mino imitated him, sharpening the charcoal as well, then squatted on the ground, but hesitated, not knowing how to start. Mu Liang glanced over. Their rock armor turtle had already reached the edge of the camp, so he used his mind to make it stop. Turning his head, he looked at the girl whose rabbit ears were almost tangled together and smiled as he suggested, "Mino, you can draw a long-eared rabbit to represent yourself and a short-eared cat to represent your sister." "That's right." Mino suddenly realized and immediately lay on the giant turtle's back, enthusiastically starting to draw. Mu Liang, on the other hand, held a drawing board, sitting on the edge of the turtle shell above the rock armor turtle's head, estimating the layout of the entire camp and beginning to sketch. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The charcoal glided over the white cloth, little by little, as he meticulously sketched out the entire camp and its surroundings. More than 2 hours later, Mu Liang finally completed the painting titled Hometown. Done. In the lower right corner of the painting, he solemnly wrote the 2 characters for Hometown. Putting away the drawing board, he walked behind Mino, who was fully engrossed, and leaned in for a look. Mu Liang's mouth twitched instantly. He held back his laughter with great effort, almost causing internal injury. This girl was simply the soul of abstract art. In the drawing, a long-faced, crooked-mouthed, tooth-bearing rabbit person represented herself. Next to it is a short-eared cat person with long legs and unevenly sized eyes, drawn with fine lines to represent her sister. The background features a giant turtle, with a person standing on its shell, grinning foolishly with a wide-open mouth. In the entire painting, the only thing that looks decent is the house, which she copied from the design blueprint. This level of drawing skill is probably comparable to that of kindergarten children on Earth. I finally finished drawing. Mino happily looked up, wiped her face with the back of her hand, and ended up leaving 4 distinct black marks on her cheek. "Can you explain to me what exactly this painting means?" Mu Liang said, struggling to hold back his laughter. "No problem." Mino enthusiastically pointed at the painting and explained earnestly, "It means that I didn't wait for my sister at home and left with you to find her. If my sister comes back and sees this painting, she can follow us, and the target is this big turtle." After hearing her explanation, Mu Liang looked at the painting again and felt he understood it even less. However, forget it. He hadn't really expected her sister to come back. He did this just to leave a glimmer of hope in the girl's heart. Reality is harsh. It's been 4 years, and those who could return have already done so. Right? I think my sister will definitely understand it. Mino happily held up her masterpiece. Mu Liang's mouth twitched slightly, silently complaining in his heart. If your sister can really understand this, that would be a miracle. He even felt a bit tempted to keep this painting. It was definitely going to be part of Mino's embarrassing history. "All right, take the painting down, put it in this wooden box, and we need to bury it under the house at the camp." Mino happily ran to fetch the wooden box. They arrived at a shabby wooden shed in the camp. Holding the wooden box, Mino asked worriedly, "If we bury it here, won't someone dig it up?" "No, they won't." Mu Liang glanced at the dilapidated shed and said softly, "There are so many nice houses in the camp. No one would care about this place. If someone really comes in to search so thoroughly, that person could only be your sister." This was the knowledge he had learned during his time as a Special Forces soldier. When people search for their missing loved ones, they obsessively scour every corner of their lives, trying to find even the slightest clue. "Seems like it." Mino hesitated and nodded. "All right, put the stuff in." Mu Liang stomped his foot, and a spike of earth suddenly rose from the ground, then shattered, revealing a hole of moderate depth. Mino carefully placed the wooden box inside. "I'll set it up to ensure your sister can find it," Mu Liang said softly. He drew out an extremely fine strand of spider silk from his fingertips, tying one end to the wooden box and the other to an inconspicuous stone nearby. "All right, fill the pit," Mu Liang instructed. "Okay." Mino obediently began to fill the soil. Mu Liang picked up the stone tied with spider silk and began carving on it with a military knife. Soon, the image of a cute bunny-eared girl appeared on the stone. Mino buried the box and curiously leaned over to ask, "What are you doing?" "Using this as bait. Your sister will definitely find that wooden box." As Mu Liang spoke, he placed the carved stone right in the center of the wooden shed, positioning the side with the abstract bunny pattern facing upward. "Can my sister really find it just with this?" Mino asked, a bit uncertain. "She will not only discover this stone," Mu Liang glanced at the empty wooden shed, "but also that wooden box." His plan was meticulous. When the elder sister returned and saw a stone on the ground that looked like it had been carved by her younger sister, she would surely pick it up out of curiosity. Tied to the stone was an almost invisible, tough spider silk. Once she pulled it, she would inevitably discover what was buried underground. This kind of trick was just routine for Mu Liang, merely a professional habit. If this were the enemy's lair, what was buried underground wouldn't be a box, but a bomb. "Is this enough?" Mino looked at the stone. The pattern on it was much more beautiful than the one she had drawn herself. For a moment, she even wanted to take it and keep it for herself. "Trust me, no problem." Mu Liang patted her shoulder, comforting her. He walked out of the wooden shed and glanced up at the silent red ghost spider that had appeared on the roof. The spider conveyed a thought to him. The spies tracking the camp had been bound with its webs and injected with venom, all dealt with. "All right, let's go. It's time to track down those thieves' spies," Mu Liang said, taking the lead toward the rock armor turtle. "Coming." Mino jogged to catch up. The matters in the camp had come to an end for now. The rest would be left to fate. One man, one young girl, and a spider were sitting on the back of the rock armor turtle, heading toward Bloodbeard's base camp. Fortunately, the tricolor lizard was guiding them with its mental powers, so they didn't have to worry about getting lost. After some time, the two were tidying up in the hall of a house. Mino was absent-mindedly trying to fit the wooden shed door onto the house door, looking as though she had something to say, but was hesitating. Mu Liang had already chosen the wood for the table and, seeing her like this, said impatiently, "If you have something to say, just say it." "Mu Liang, isn't it a bit too late for us to set off?" Mino asked softly. She was worried that because of her, Mu Liang's plans might be delayed. "It's not late," Mu Liang replied indifferently while carving the wood with his military knife. "I deliberately planned to leave half a day later. If we go too early, Bloodbeard's men will definitely still be in the base camp. Leaving later allows us to avoid a direct confrontation with them. So that's how it is." Mino immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her hands moving swiftly as she quickly finished assembling the door. She turned her head and asked in a crisp voice, "Mu Liang, have you tidied up your room?" "I don't have much to tidy up," Mu Liang shook his head. They were practically penniless now, without even a table or chair. Mino's bed was merely a few old planks pieced together. Everything had to start from scratch. "Then what should I do?" Mino asked, feeling a bit lost again. "You?" Mu Liang raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him. A dirty face, dusty long hair, and animal skin clothing so worn that its original color was unrecognizable. He then glanced down at himself and realized he wasn't much better off. "Lack of water." Mu Liang sighed. "Only now you realize there's a water shortage?" Mino said, one hand on her hip and pouting. "I've been saying all along that we need to save water." "I mean, there's no water for bathing," Mu Liang calmly corrected. "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?" Mino's blue eyes widened. "We barely have enough water to drink, let alone for bathing." "When was the last time you took a bath?" Mu Liang asked curiously. 17 days ago." Mino's cheeks flushed slightly. "It rained acid that time, so I ran into the rain for a quick rinse." Mu Liang raised an eyebrow. "You really are bold." I washed with my clothes on," Mino shouted, both embarrassed and annoyed. Seeing that she was about to lose her temper, Mu Liang stopped teasing her. "It seems we need to make a device to collect rainwater," he muttered to himself. Although he didn't know when it would rain next, being prepared was always a good idea. Acid rain can't be drunk. Drinking it will drive people mad. Mino exclaimed, nervously grabbing Mu Liang's arm and urgently persuading him. Back at the camp, there were hunters who drank acid rain, and they went crazy, wielding knives and attacking people. "Don't worry, it's not for drinking," Mu Liang reassured her. What he had in mind was that even if it were to be consumed, it would need to be filtered first and tested on animals. Then what do you need acid rain for? Mino asked blankly. Of course, it's for taking a bath, Mu Liang said matter-of-factly. He glanced at the girl and asked, can't you smell that sour stench on yourself? I'm not smelly. Mino pouted and stormed off angrily into her room. What's the deal, saying I'm smelly? She muttered while raising her arm to sniff herself. I'm clearly not at all. Cough, cough. The next second, an incredulous wail came from the girl's room. Oh my gosh, how can I smell this bad? Night fell, and the rock-armored turtle stopped to rest. Inside the house, the sound of bang, bang, bang echoed as Mu Liang had already started getting busy. Mu Liang knocked on Mino's door. Mino, come out for dinner. You go ahead, I'm not really hungry. A shy voice of a young girl came from the room. Mu Liang stood at the door and deliberately raised his voice, talking to himself. A 14-year-old girl. Could she already be in her rebellious phase? This wooden door is almost soundproof. With a swish, the door was suddenly yanked open. Mino appeared at the doorway, her cheeks flushed red. Her big blue eyes glared at him as she stood with her hands on her hips, puffing angrily. I am not rebellious. Yes, you're not rebellious. Mu Liang suddenly felt like he was raising a daughter. Smiling, he gently flicked the girl's forehead and said warmly, all right, come over and have dinner now. Mino followed him, and the next second, she froze, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at the completely transformed hall before her. At some point, a high square table and 4 long benches had appeared in the hall. A steel pot was placed in the center of the table, and 2 sets of tableware were already arranged face to face. What are you standing there for? Come over and eat, Mu Liang casually called out. These were all made by you this afternoon. Mino sat down dazedly, her hand stroking the smooth surface of the table and bench, the texture so sleek it was hard for her to believe. When I made that big bathtub, I did it on a whim, Mu Liang said casually while serving meat soup to the young girl. We can't always squat by the fire pit to eat, can we? A big bathtub too. Mino was so shocked, she almost bit her tongue. Mu Liang pointed to a corner of the hall, where a large wooden barrel, half as tall as a person, stood. To make it easier to store water and take baths, I made one. With his current strength, working with wood was effortless. What used to require careful carving now only took a single stroke, and large chunks of wood would split apart instantly. How much water can this hold? Mino couldn't focus on eating and ran to the wooden barrel, marveling at it. With something your size, we could fit at least 10 of you. Mu Liang took a sip of the meat soup. Mino sighed, feeling a bit dejected. But we don't have any water to fill it. Just wait for the rain, it'll be fine. Mu Liang remained optimistic. He was already calculating in his mind. If worse comes to worst, he could check out the lair of Bloodbeard's gang. A place that serves as a base must have a nearby water source. It's been 17 days without rain. Who knows how much longer we'll have to wait. Mino returned to the table, and the thought of the smell on her own body made even her favorite meat soup seem less appetizing. Mu Liang chewed on the roasted meat and urged, hurry up and eat. I have something to give you after you're done. What is it? Mino's curiosity was immediately piqued. You'll know once you finish eating. Mu Liang glanced at the bowl in her hand. I'll finish right away. Mino immediately grabbed the roasted meat with one hand and held the meat soup with the other, eating and drinking in big gulps. In less than 10 minutes, she had finished all the food. I've finished eating. She licked the corner of her mouth, blinked her big blue eyes, and her rabbit ears on top of her head twitched as well, looking just like a little girl waiting for candy. Mu Liang took out a drawing board from behind him and handed it over. It was the painting titled Hometown. He reminded her, be careful not to touch the surface of the painting, or you'll smudge the charcoal. Got it. Mino curiously took the drawing board and flipped it to the front. With just one glance, her blue eyes instantly widened, and her mouth formed a round shape. The familiar scene in the painting, like a warm current, instantly struck the softest part of her heart. So beautiful. Mino's nose tingled slightly, and her vision began to blur. Hometown, that's the name of this painting. Mu Liang stood up, gently patted the girl's head, then turned around to leave the space to her. He walked out of the hall and into the courtyard. The wilderness at night was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. He thought of how, after crossing into this world, he was fortunate enough to meet this kind-hearted girl, avoiding the fate of being robbed and left for dead in the wilderness. He also thought about how this girl, whom he'd only known for 6 or 7 days, was willing to trust him unconditionally and follow him away. The only thing he could do was to do his best to protect the beautiful memories she held in her heart. Oh, woo. Suddenly, a loud and passionate wolf howl pierced through the tranquil night, interrupting Mu Liang's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a series of white light spots moving swiftly in the darkness, like bright streaks across a black curtain. Mu Liang, hurry. Come inside quickly. Mino's anxious and hoarse voice came from the doorway. She stood at the entrance, waving at him urgently. What's wrong? Mu Liang asked in confusion as he walked forward, noticing the girl's reddened eyes. Come inside. It's too dangerous out here. Mino grabbed Mu Liang and pulled him into the house, shutting the door behind them. She immediately ran to the fire pit, removed several pieces of firewood, leaving only a faint flicker of flame. After finishing all this, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Is it because of the wolf howl just now? Mu Liang asked gently. It's the moon wolves, a very dangerous group of ferocious beasts. Mino sniffled, having just been moved by the painting, now terrified by the wolf howls. Did you forget? Mu Liang stomped his foot with a chuckle. We have our own ferocious beast too. Awoo. The rock-armored turtle in the house seemed to understand and let out a low warning growl. Ah, woo. In the dark night, the distant howl of wolves echoed once more, as if responding to something. The prolonged wolf howl sounded again, as if answering something. Then, the howls grew fainter and fainter. The moon wolf pack had already left this area. They're gone. Mino blinked in surprise, her droopy rabbit ears slowly perking up. Well, it's gone. Mu Liang nodded. Having dealt with tame beasts for a long time, he could roughly understand the meaning of their roars. The low growl of the rock-armored turtle just now seemed to be warning the moon wolf to get off my territory, while the moon wolf's response was equally unyielding, as if saying, just you wait. Good that it's gone. Mino let out a sigh of relief and stoked the fire back to a blaze. Suddenly, as if remembering something, her face turned pale in an instant. Oh no, where's my painting? She anxiously looked around, and only when she saw the painting sitting safely on the table did her heart finally settle. She had been so preoccupied with worrying about Mu Liang earlier that she had carelessly left such an important item lying around. How should I preserve this painting? Mino held the painting in both hands, a bit at a loss, and turned to Mu Liang for help. Just hang it on the wall in your room, Mu Liang said gently. Then help me hang it. Seeing the girl cherish her painting so much, Mu Liang felt a surge of inexplicable warmth in his heart. All right, I'll help you. Boom. A thunderclap exploded in the sky. Ah. Mino was awakened from her sleep by the sound of thunder. Outside the window, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by rumbling thunder. Is it thundering? She rubbed her eyes and quickly got up to run to the window. The day had already broken, but the sky was not the usual hazy brightness. Instead, dark clouds rolled in, pressing down heavily and making it hard to breathe, evoking awe at the power of nature. Just like that, the night has passed, Mino said with a smile at the corner of her lips. She turned lightly, and her gaze fell on the painting on the wall. She stared at it in a daze, unable to help but marvel. Every time I look at it, it feels incredible. She had spent the whole night pondering, but still couldn't figure out how the painting had been created. So embarrassing. Just thinking about the doodles she had drawn yesterday made Mino cover her face in shame. Boom. Thunder roared again, pulling Mino out of her embarrassment and back to reality. Reluctantly, she glanced at the painting on the wall once more before opening the door and stepping outside. The firewood in the hearth of the hall was already burning, but there was no one in sight. Where is everyone? Mino searched around and finally found Mu Liang busy in the courtyard. Mu Liang, what are you doing? She asked curiously. Preparing to store rainwater. Mu Liang was directing the rock armor turtle to remodel the yard. He planned to make the ground sloped so that rainwater could collect in the large bathtub placed in the lower area in advance. Then what can I do? Mino eagerly rolled up her sleeves. You go make breakfast first. Mu Liang thought for a moment and instructed, and prepare some extra charcoal. We'll need it later. Okay, Mino responded obediently. Mu Liang looked up at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky and thought to himself, he hadn't expected it to rain so soon after mentioning it yesterday. He also recalled the message brought back by the tricolor lizard at dawn. Bloodbeard's group had already set out. Judging by the distance, they would probably pass by each other around noon. But for now, collecting more water is more important. Mu Liang refocused his thoughts, rummaging through the yard for good wood to quickly make a few large bathtubs. Amid the cracked sounds, wood shavings flew as planks were chopped into shape. To ensure they wouldn't leak, the seams of the planks were not only shaved smooth and flat, but also filled with spider silk. It took just over an hour to finish one, and he worked quickly, making 3 in a row, only pausing briefly to grab a quick breakfast. The thunder rumbled intermittently until noon, when a torrential downpour finally began. The raindrops, as large as beans, hit the body with a slight sting. The rock-armored turtle immediately retracted its limbs and head into its shell, quietly staying by the hillside to shelter from the rain. Mu Liang, what should we do now? Mino looked at the pouring rain outside, feeling a bit eager. She hadn't forgotten Mu Liang's earlier remark. Can't you smell the sour odor on yourself? She was desperate for a bath. Do you want to go out and wash with your clothes on? Mu Liang looked at the curtain of rain in the courtyard. There was certainly enough water. Yeah, how else would I wash? Mino asked matter-of-factly. Mu Liang's gaze fell on her dirty clothes. How could she possibly get clean wearing those? Go to the bathroom. I'll move the roof off the bathroom. All right. Mino's cheeks flushed under his gaze, and she responded softly. Mu Liang immediately used his ability to split the bathroom roof to both sides. He reminded the girl, go ahead, but don't take too long. Be careful not to catch a cold. Okay. Mino, her face red, quickly stepped into the bathroom. Watching her back, Mu Liang couldn't help but sigh. I never thought even taking a bath here would be so difficult. Mu Liang ran his fingers through his soaked hair, looked around, then took off his shirt and walked into the curtain of rain. A dozen minutes later, he returned to the hall, his body steaming with moisture, and put back on the clothes he had washed in the rain. He stoked the fire in the hearth until it burned brighter, and the meat soup in the pot bubbled with heat. Not having a change of clothes is such a hassle, Mu Liang muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered the 5 rolls of cloth he had obtained earlier and drew out his military knife to cut a 3-meter-long piece of fabric. He folded the fabric in half and cut a hole in the middle large enough for his head to pass through. Without needle and thread, Mu Liang had another solution. Aligning the sides of the fabric, he moved his fingertips and tough spider silk shot out, quickly stitching the material together, leaving openings at the shoulders for sleeves. And just like that, a simple sleeveless round-neck robe was completed. At that moment, Mino walked into the hall, shivering all over and gasping from the cold. She had just spent over half an hour bathing outside, and as soon as she came in, she saw the simple robe in Mu Liang's hands. Quick, come and put this on. Mu Liang beckoned to her, handing her the clothes to take into the room. How do I wear this? Mino asked, a little at a loss. Just put your head through the hole in the middle and your arms through the openings on the sides, Mu Liang quickly explained, urging her into the room. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, catching a cold or getting sick was no small matter. There were no medicines, and one could only rely on their immune system to fight it off. It seems I'll have to make another one. Mu Liang shook his head. Although he didn't feel cold himself, wearing wet clothes stuck to his body was undeniably uncomfortable. Soon, Mino changed into the robe and walked out of the room somewhat uneasily. She felt the robe was too loose and, blushing, said, Mu Liang, this outfit feels so strange. Hearing her voice, Mu Liang looked over and couldn't help but praise. You look beautiful. He was genuinely stunned by the girl before him. With the dirt washed off her face, her fair skin and delicate oval face were revealed, and her pair of large blue eyes were particularly captivating. Her waist-length, water blue hair, paired with those blue rabbit ears, made her appear gentle and enchanting. Especially those rabbit ears, which carried a unique charm. Mu Liang had never expected that the dirty little girl, once cleaned up, could be so alluring. Quick, sit down and have some hot soup to warm yourself up. Mu Liang snapped back to reality. He definitely didn't want this girl catching a cold. That would truly be the start of trouble. Okay, you come and drink some too. Mino's cheeks flushed as she served 2 bowls of soup. Mu Liang waved his hand. You drink first, I'm almost done with this. Meanwhile, in the nearby mountain forest, a group of people was also taking shelter from the same heavy rain. Everyone, find a place to take shelter from the rain, a cold voice commanded. No one is allowed to drink the rainwater. If you go mad, don't blame my blade for showing no mercy. Yes, the surrounding bandits responded respectfully. The man speaking lived up to his name, Bloodbeard. His chin and cheeks were covered with long, blood-red beard that almost concealed his entire neck, and even his hair was blood-red. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, his build was twice the size of an average person. Despite his appearance as a rough brute, he was exceptionally meticulous in his thinking. However, his temper was extremely foul, and those who provoked him were often tortured to death by him. Send the scouts out and be wary of those monsters, Bloodbeard ordered again. The thieves quickly found a slanted rock wall in the mountains, just enough to shield them from the rain. Bloodbeard squeezed under the rock wall with his more than 200 men, quietly waiting for the storm to pass. Boss, that small camp doesn't require you to take action personally. I can lead the men and wipe them out, said a man named Night Jackal confidently, patting his chest. He was one of Bloodbeard's 4 main lieutenants, a jackal mutant. Some things aren't as simple as they seem, Bloodbeard said as he stroked his beard, his eyes filled with calculation. He certainly knew that a small camp didn't require his personal involvement. But Bloodbeard was extremely suspicious and had very few subordinates he truly trusted. He didn't trust any of the 4 lieutenants. In particular, he was especially wary of letting the lieutenants lead teams on their own, fearing that the team might be stolen away. This had happened once before. His band of nearly 1,000 thieves had lost over 400 men in one go. Since then, for any operation involving more than 200 people, Bloodbeard insisted on leading the team himself. Could it be? There's someone formidable in that small camp. Night Jackal licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Finally, he could have a good fight. The leader of that camp does have some skills, Bloodbeard said indifferently. Boss, leave that guy to me. Night Jackal shouted excitedly. If you want to play, it's yours, Bloodbeard said nonchalantly, waving his hand. His real target was the strong men in the camp. He wanted to absorb them to replenish his manpower. His band of thieves had been expanding in this way. As for loyalty, Bloodbeard never cared. As long as he controlled the water and food, he wasn't afraid of his subordinates disobeying him. At that moment, a thief on guard suddenly let out a terrified scream. A ferocious beast. A series of terrified screams echoed through the torrential rain. Bloodbeard strode forward, grabbed a panicked thief who was running aimlessly, and roared angrily. Where is that monster? Over there on the rock wall. The thief stammered, trembling as he pointed to the side wall. Bloodbeard shoved him aside and turned his head to look. He saw a spider the size of a wash basin, with a red ghost face pattern on its back, quietly hanging on a rock wall over 10 meters high. Its 8 eyes glimmered faintly in the dim light. What's the panic? A bandit named Night Jackal cursed angrily. It's just a spider, isn't it? He sneered disdainfully. Look at you bunch of cowards. Watch me knock it down with a stone. As Night Jackal spoke, he picked up a stone from the ground and was about to throw it, but his wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by Bloodbeard's iron-like hand. Boss! Night Jackal looked at him in confusion. Bloodbeard squinted his eyes, staring intently at the eerie red ghost-faced spider. After a moment, he shook his head, his voice icy. Don't provoke it. There's something off about this thing. In the wild, experience had taught him that some things should absolutely be left untouched. No one knows if it might stir up a hornet's nest. Something off. Night Jackal looked up again in confusion, only to find that the spider, which had been hanging there just moments ago, had vanished without a trace. A chill instantly ran up his spine, making him shiver involuntarily as he muttered under his breath, Damn, that really is creepy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain ridge, Mu Liang received feedback through his mental link with the red ghost spider. He froze for a few seconds before realizing what was happening. It turned out that Bloodbeard's group was actually on the other side of the ridge where he was located. Could it be such a coincidence? Mu Liang muttered to himself in surprise. His original plan was to avoid Bloodbeard's group around noon, but he hadn't expected the two sides to be so close. What coincidence? Hearing his voice, Mino looked up, her clear blue eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Bloodbeard's group is just on the other side of this mountain. Mu Liang pointed to the opposite side of the ridge. Then will they discover us? Mino immediately grew nervous, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing tightly. It's raining so heavily now, they wouldn't come this way for no reason. Mu Liang shook his head nonchalantly, trying to reassure her. Are you really going to their camp to get something? Mino pursed her lips, her tone full of worry. That's too dangerous. How about we just don't go? Don't worry, Mu Liang smiled. As he spoke, his figure gradually faded until he completely disappeared into the air. I can turn invisible. Huh? Mino widened her eyes in shock. She quickly stood up and reached out to the spot where Mu Liang had just vanished. The next moment, her soft little hand was gently held by a warm, large hand. Mu Liang's voice came from the void, carrying a hint of amusement. Now you can rest assured. Then, can you take me with you? Mino blinked her eyes, full of anticipation as she asked. No, you have to stay here. Mu Liang revealed his figure and raised his hand to gently flick her forehead. Acting alone, he could still protect himself with his invisibility ability, but if he brought someone else along, the variables would become too great. I can help you carry things. Mino bent her arm, making a cute muscle-showing gesture to prove she was strong. I have Shao Kai to help me, that's enough. Mu Liang smiled and pinched her soft arm. Oh, come on, just let me go. Mino's cheeks flushed as she clung to Mu Liang's arm, acting coquettishly. If you go, then who will guard our home? Mu Liang remained unmoved and changed his approach. Aren't you worried that the things you've painstakingly collected in your room might get stolen? Mino's mind worked quickly, and she immediately countered. Isn't Xiao Xuanwu still here? If we all leave, what if I need backup? Mu Liang deliberately exaggerated the situation. Besides, some skilled thieves might actually be able to climb up here. With you guarding the house, I can feel more at ease. He gently tapped the girl's petite nose with his index finger and added warmly. In truth, he knew that if there were thieves strong enough to bypass the rock armor turtle, the little turtle would seal the entire house with rocks, making it impossible for outsiders to get in. All right, I'll stay and guard the house then. Mino pouted reluctantly, but she understood that she couldn't keep being unreasonable, as it would only trouble him further. Staying behind doesn't mean you have nothing to do. Mu Liang, worried she might overthink, immediately assigned her a task. You need to sew some clothes. But how do I sew it? Mino tilted her head in frustration, her rabbit ears on top of her head tangled together. She had never done any needlework before, and the clothes she was wearing were sewn by her sister when she was 10 years old. First, measure your own size, and then mark it on the fabric. Mu Liang picked up the camouflage uniform that was being roasted nearby and patiently began to explain to her. You can draw it a bit wider. Making it into a dress wouldn't be a bad idea. Huh? But that would waste a lot of fabric. Mino pouted, feeling distressed. Mu Liang ignored her little distress and continued flipping the clothes in his hands as he explained. When sewing, you need to turn the fabric inside out and sew from the inside. That way, the stitches won't show on the outside. Is that so? Mino listened, completely confused. By the way, you also need to sew some small shorts that are easy to move in. Don't ask why. This is very important and can't be left out. Mino. Seeing her bewildered expression, Mu Liang sighed. Forget it. I'll draw the pattern myself. When the time comes, you just need to follow the marks I make and sew the matching parts together. In truth, Mu Liang was also somewhat inexperienced, but fortunately, there were ready-made clothes to reference, so he could always figure out a way. Making clothes also requires needles and thread. Taking advantage of the rainy downtime, Mu Liang decided to first grind a bone needle from animal bones. As for thread, the silk from the red ghost spider was ready-made and the toughest sewing thread available. The torrential downpour lasted for over an hour before finally stopping. When the massive rock-armored turtles slowly moved near Bloodbeard's base camp, the evening glow had already painted the horizon red. Dinner was spent in an unusual silence. Afterward, Mu Liang changed into his dried camouflage uniform, hung a military knife at his waist and strapped on his waterproof backpack. He met Mino's worried gaze and smiled as he reminded her, "After I leave, remember, no matter who knocks on the door, you must not open it." "Then, what if you let that big lizard bring things back?" Mino asked timidly. She still remembered how the giant beast transported supplies at the previous camp. Mu Liang's mouth twitched involuntarily. It was indeed a question. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's set a secret signal, one long knock followed by two short ones." He tapped on the table with his hand to demonstrate. Something like knock, knock, knock in this rhythm. "I got it," Mino nodded firmly. "Don't worry, I estimate I'll be back very late." Mu Liang reached out and gently tugged at the rabbit ears on the girl's head, smiling as he said, "If you get sleepy, just go to bed first. I'll wait for you to come back." Mino's cheeks flushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Before I dare to sleep." She was afraid that if a thief discovered this turtle shell-like home, they might climb up to steal something. "All right, I'm off." Mu Liang only caught the first half of her sentence. If he had heard the whole thing, he might have been at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Be extra careful," Mino called out crisply behind him. "Just wait to collect the goods." Mu Liang waved at her and, under the girl's reluctant gaze, swiftly slid down from the back of the rock-armored turtle to the ground. The small glimmer in the distance is Bloodbeard's stronghold. Walking from here, the sky will just turn completely dark. Mu Liang looked up at the sky. The night sky after the rain seemed brighter than usual. His red ghost spider had silently slipped into the darkness ahead, scouting for any patrolling thieves that might appear. The journey was dull and monotonous, with nothing but desolate rocks and sand all around. The ground was muddy after the rain, and every step felt sticky. Finally, when night completely enveloped the land, Mu Liang arrived at the outskirts of Bloodbeard's base camp. He could already see some thieves holding torches, patrolling back and forth. Suddenly, a whoosh sound came from not far away, and a small pebble flew through the air, landing right at his feet. His instincts didn't signal any danger, so he didn't even bother to dodge. Mu Liang remained silent, simply staring quietly into the darkness from where the pebble had come. Before long, a figure dressed in a cloak and wearing a black hood emerged from the shadows. "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." A cool, clear woman's voice came from under the hood. "I just wanted to give you a reminder." "Who are you? What do you want?" Mu Liang slightly raised his eyes, discreetly glancing at the figure's back out of the corner of his eye. In fact, the moment the other person threw the stone, his red ghost spider had already locked onto the target. If this person made any dangerous move, they would immediately be wrapped into a cocoon by the spider's silk. The figure countered, "Are you a bounty hunter? Did you come here for the Moon Lake Tribe's mission as well?" "I don't need to answer you." Mu Liang glanced at her coldly and turned to continue walking toward the thieves' stronghold. "We can work together," the figure hurriedly said. Mu Liang refused without turning his head. "I never cooperate with people who hide their faces. I have the thieves' group's map." The figure quickly stepped forward. This sentence made Mu Liang stop in his tracks. Instead, he became curious. "Why do you want to cooperate with me?" "Because you are strong," the figure said matter-of-factly. "You don't even know me." Mu Liang looked at her as if she were a fool. "How do you know I'm strong? For all you know, I could be an accomplice of those thieves." "You're definitely not." The figure's tone carried a hint of smugness. "Thieves don't dress as clean and sharp as you do." Mu Liang instantly understood that the other party was judging his strength based on his appearance. He replied coldly, "It rained today. Anyone who dares to act alone in the wilderness on a rainy day is inherently strong." The shadowy figure retorted lightly. Although Mu Liang felt the other party's reasoning was somewhat far-fetched, he had to admit there was some truth to it. Even if Bloodbeard himself isn't here, this place isn't so easy to enter. The shadowy figure seemed very confident, speaking in that cool yet melodious voice. "As long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee you'll get Bloodbeard's crystal fish." "What is a crystal fish?" Mu Liang asked curiously. "You. Aren't you the hunter who took on the Moon Lake Tribe's mission? How could you not know about the crystal fish?" The figure's tone was filled with astonishment, and their voice grew louder. "Aren't you here for Bloodbeard's treasure vault? That's all just your own speculation." Mu Liang spread his hands. "Then what is your objective?" The figure took a small step back and their body under the cloak seemed to assume a defensive posture. Then what about you? What's your goal? Mu Liang countered. He unexpectedly obtained an important piece of information. Bloodbeard had a treasure vault. Moreover, he wasn't the only one eyeing it. Cunning fellow, the hooded figure muttered, a trace of annoyance in her voice. She had probed for a long time, but failed to extract any useful information. If you want to talk, at least show some sincerity. Mu Liang's gaze fell on the hood of the figure, his tone calm. I'm afraid my appearance might scare you, the figure under the hood said in a low voice. That will only be known after meeting. The figure was silent for a moment, seemingly making a concession, and began to introduce in a cold voice. The thieves' camp is in a crescent-shaped valley, surrounded by 3 hills. The hill in the middle is the highest, approximately 150 meters. Why are you telling me this? Mu Liang frowned. Consider it a small compensation for my earlier offense. Besides, you could figure out this information with a bit of reconnaissance during the day. After speaking, the figure turned and disappeared into the darkness. Is the face under the hood really that frightening? Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself as he watched the direction where the figure disappeared. He didn't believe this mysterious person had good intentions. Most likely, the person was waiting for him to go in first to scout the way, or even to cause a commotion, and then sneak in amidst the chaos. Too bad, you're going to be disappointed. Mu Liang chuckled softly, turned, and walked toward the thieves' stronghold, his figure gradually blending into the night. Not long after, the hooded figure reappeared at the same spot. She carefully examined the surroundings and was shocked to find that Mu Liang's presence and footprints had completely vanished. How did he suddenly disappear? Her original plan had indeed been to follow him, but now she had completely lost track of him. Looks like a formidable one has shown up. Her voice was filled with urgency, yet carried a hint of anticipation. Maybe he really can break into Bloodbeard's treasure vault. In the end, she gritted her teeth and stealthily headed toward the thieves' stronghold as well. On the other side, Mu Liang moved like a phantom, weaving through the shadows of rocks and mounds. When faced with towering obstacles, he shot out spider silk and silently swung over them like a pendulum. In open areas, he activated his mimetic invisibility ability, blending seamlessly with the environment as he leisurely scouted the thieves' troop deployments. I didn't expect the defenses to be arranged like this. After circling the crescent-shaped valley, Mu Liang was somewhat surprised. He discovered that to reach the central peak of the valley, one must first ascend the hills on either side and then cross suspension bridges. Bloodbeard's lair was built atop the central peak. The first major challenge was figuring out how to enter the hills on either side. Mu Liang observed from a distance that just one entrance was guarded by over 20 men, with patrol squads passing by regularly. The security here is truly extraordinary, Mu Liang couldn't help but remark. Although he could rely on mimetic invisibility to sneak in, the prerequisite was someone opening the gate to let him through, which undoubtedly increased the risk of exposure. Forget it. I'll just climb up from the outside. Mu Liang decided not to take the usual path. Who knows how many more obstacles there are inside if he enters through the left or right entrances. It would be a waste of time. He couldn't afford to linger here, and there was no telling if Bloodbeard might suddenly return. With his mind made up, Mu Liang quietly sneaked to the foot of the central hill. To his surprise, he discovered that there were even a few hidden sentries here. Click. In just a few minutes, he and the red ghost spider swiftly and cleanly dealt with these hidden threats. This bandit leader is really cautious, Mu Liang thought to himself. He began calling for his porter, Shao Kai. Come over quickly and join me. When it came to the physical task of transporting treasures, it had to fall on the tricolored lizard. Otherwise, relying on him alone wouldn't get much of the good stuff out. A few minutes later, the tricolored lizard crawled out from the shadows and affectionately nuzzled Mu Liang's palm. I'll give you 1 evolution point, but you have to work hard later, okay? Mu Liang patted the tricolored lizard's head. Hiss hiss, the tricolored lizard tilted its head in confusion, seemingly not quite understanding its master's words. Ready to go. Mu Liang flicked his palm, and the spider silk precisely adhered to the rock wall. Using it for leverage, he climbed upward. 2 trained magical beasts followed closely behind him, one in front and one behind. A height of 150 meters, equivalent to over 30 floors. With the assistance of the spider silk, the climb itself wasn't too difficult, but some protruding rock walls still caused him a bit of trouble. It was unclear how much time had passed. Just as he felt he was nearing the top, his movements became increasingly cautious, fearing even the slightest sound might alert the people above. The journey was fraught with tension, but ultimately uneventful. When Mu Liang finally reached the top of the hill, he found the situation was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. The summit was not flat ground, but a massive wooden dome structure. Through the gaps in the wooden planks, he could see the glow of firelight emanating from within. What is this dome used for? Mu Liang's mind raced. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his head. Could this be where Bloodbeard lives? If so, his treasure vault is very likely inside as well. Highly possible. The more Mu Liang thought about it, the more convinced he became. Now that he had found his target, a new problem arose. He began circling the dome, searching for an entry point. Using a knife to pry it open or smashing it directly was clearly not a wise choice. The noise would be too conspicuous. He had to find a silent way to sneak in. What if someone was inside? Wouldn't he be caught red-handed? With this thought, Mu Liang pressed himself tightly against the strange circular dome. He cautiously walked around the structure, only to find a few nearly imperceptible cracks. It was practically a dead end. But just as he was about to climb to the top for a better look, he suddenly froze. There was a sound coming from inside, faint but filled with angry arguing, emanating from within the dome. "My father is out. I'm in charge here now." A young and arrogant voice rang out. Another deeper voice answered him, firm but clearly tense. "No. Without the boss's direct orders, no one can go in. Get out of my way. I'm just going in to get some water." "Young boss, please don't make things difficult for us," the guard pleaded. "You know your father's temper. Stop using my father to pressure me." As soon as the words were spoken, a loud bang echoed, as if someone had slammed a heavy fist against the thick door, followed by a muffled curse. Then, everything fell silent again. "Bloodbeard's son," Mu Liang muttered to himself, a faint cold smile slowly appearing on his face. A place where even Bloodbeard's own son was strictly forbidden to set foot. What kind of treasure could be hidden inside? He hesitated no longer. A strand of spider silk shot out from his wrist, firmly attaching itself to the top of the dome. Within seconds, he had climbed up the smooth surface. There, he discovered an entrance, a 10-meter-long crack, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Why was there such a large gap? He immediately became alert and sent his red ghost spider down to scout the way. Moments later, there was no movement from within, indicating it was safe. Mu Liang gripped the spider silk tightly and slowly lowered himself into the darkness. He landed lightly on a massive square wooden door. It was a trapdoor that opened upward, likely the focal point of the earlier argument. He jumped down from the door and surveyed his surroundings. This space was far larger than the dome itself. It seemed the entire mountaintop had been hollowed out, with the dome serving merely as a lid. He noticed enormous gears and supports near the entrance crack. This is a retractable roof, he realized instantly. That Bloodbeard truly was a man of ideas. But what was the purpose of a roof that could open? The next second, he saw the answer. That vibrant green instantly took his breath away. After spending 9 days in this desolate, apocalyptic world, he finally saw living plants again. His heart pounded as he walked toward the greenery. In the neatly arranged fields, there were over a dozen plants he was intimately familiar with. "Is this cabbage?" He knelt down, incredulously tore off a small piece of leaf, and sniffed it. Yes, it was real cabbage. He stood up and noticed green and red fruits hanging on a wooden rack nearby. He couldn't help but break into a silent laugh. Tomatoes, he actually has tomatoes. In one corner, he even discovered a low shrub. And tea trees. Bloodbeard, you're practically a walking treasure trove. But there were also some plants he didn't recognize, several of which were already half dead, their leaves yellowed and drooping. He found it strange. If these plants were on the verge of dying, why didn't Bloodbeard simply eat them? The only explanation was that these dying plants were incredibly valuable, so precious that Bloodbeard would rather exhaust every effort to save them than give up. A thought flashed through his mind. "System," he asked in his head, "can my taming points be used on plants?" A mechanical voice responded, "Yes, plants can be tamed." A trace of a greedy smile appeared on Mu Liang's lips. Since that's the case, he thought, I'll take everything here. But looking at the plants rooted in the soil, he knew it would be a massive undertaking. Business first, he decided. I'll find the beast crystals first. As long as I can make the tricolored lizard and the red ghost spider evolve again, they can help me empty this botanical garden. He began searching the cave, his gaze quickly locking onto a tightly closed door leading to an independent room. He gave it a gentle push, and the door creaked open. The good stuff must be inside, Mu Liang thought as he cautiously stepped in. The room contained a large bed, undoubtedly Bloodbeard's bedroom. He walked to the bedside table, pulled open the drawer, and a heavy cloth bag appeared before his eyes. Opening the bag, the faint glow of dozens of beast crystals greeted him. Mu Liang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Bloodbeard, you really are confident, leaving such important things casually in a drawer. But then again, who would have thought someone could sneak in from the mountaintop? He reached into the bag filled with crystals and, with a hint of excitement, commanded, "System, absorb them all." The system's notification sounded in his mind. Energy conversion successful. Evolution points gained, 3866. Mu Liang's smile deepened. 3,866 points. This time, he really struck it rich. This scheme was a great success, and he gained a massive amount of evolution points in one go. The joy in Mu Liang's heart was almost overflowing. He suppressed his excitement and began carefully searching the room. He opened the bedside table, and a box came into view. Inside was not only a whole box of plant seeds, but also some glittering gemstones. Seeds were treasures and had to be carried at all times. He carefully stuffed the entire box into his backpack. As for the gemstones, he casually slipped them into his pocket, planning to take them back as toys for Mino. Then, he turned his gaze to the wardrobe. Inside several wardrobes, apart from clothes, there were rolls of brand new fabric. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. Do people in this world all like to stash fabric in wardrobes to let it mold? His hands, however, moved swiftly, quickly piling all the fabric onto the table. A total of 15 rolls of fabric, in various colors, with 8 different types. Leaving such good fabric unused is such a waste. Since you don't wear it, let me enjoy it on your behalf. Mu Liang curled his lips, thinking to himself. Besides the fabric, the depths of the wardrobe also hid more than a dozen knives and swords of various designs, along with several long spears and pikes. He bundled up all these weapons and placed them together with the fabric, calculating in his mind. I'll take these swords and knives back, melt the ones of poor quality, and just forge an iron pot. After searching through the obvious items, he began inspecting the walls, habitually tapping lightly with his knuckles. When he tapped a certain spot, he heard a hollow echo. There's a hidden door. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up. Looks like the real treasures are hidden inside. It didn't take him much effort to find the mechanism and easily open the hidden door. Behind the door was a simply furnished secret room, more like a study, with only a desk, a chair, and a shelf. Mu Liang walked straight to the desk, where several pieces of animal hide were placed. He picked up the animal hides and carefully flipped through them, discovering various plant patterns drawn on them, accompanied by textual descriptions. Is this Oracle Bone script? Mu Liang's voice trembled slightly. The written language of this world is actually ancient pictographic script. He hurriedly flipped through the other animal hides, which were filled with various illustrations of animals and plants, and even steps for creating special formulas. A massive question swirled in his mind. A world that uses Oracle Bone script and pictographic characters. Why would it have seeds for things like cabbage and tomatoes? Could this be another parallel world? The information was too scarce, and he felt his mind was in chaos, completely unable to deduce any useful conclusions. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it for now. Mu Liang shook his head and carefully packed all the animal hides into his backpack. No matter what, understanding the written system of this world was still a significant discovery. He searched the darkroom again but found nothing else, so he turned and left, heading to the next room. The entire space wasn't large, with only 3 rooms, and he was now going to the second one. Accompanied by a soft creak, the door was pushed open. The door was also unlocked, which showed how confident the owner here, the man called Bloodbeard, was in the security of his hiding place. So it's a storage room. The room was densely packed with hundreds of wooden barrels. Mu Liang casually shook one, and the sound of sloshing water came from inside. In the center of the room, a large wooden barrel, 1.5 meters tall, stood out conspicuously, completely out of place among the half-meter-high small barrels surrounding it. Could it be that this big guy is just filled with ordinary water? He stepped forward and found several heavy stones pressing down on the lid of the barrel. He moved the stones aside but didn't immediately lift the lid. Instead, he cautiously pried open a small gap first. The moment the gap appeared, a stream of water gushed out, and a crystal-clear object darted out like lightning. "What is that?" Mu Liang reacted swiftly, flicking his fingers as spider silk instantly shot out, firmly binding the slippery object. The thing bound by the spider silk struggled violently, sending water droplets flying everywhere. Mu Liang lifted it up to take a closer look and was stunned. It was a strange fish, completely transparent, with even its fish bones clearly visible, resembling a golden arowana from Earth. Wait, this fish, could it be the crystal fish that mysterious woman mentioned? This fish is simply like a meticulously crafted piece of art. Mu Liang looked at it and couldn't help smacking his lips, a thought popping into his mind. I just wonder how it tastes. As if sensing his dangerous thoughts, the crystal fish struggled even more fiercely. A strange scene unfolded. Countless water droplets rapidly gathered around its body, and in the blink of an eye, formed a football-sized water sphere floating in the air, enveloping itself within. Mu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. He shook the spider silk in his hand, but the water sphere merely deformed along with the movement, showing no signs of breaking. So that's it. He instantly understood. This crystal fish can create water out of thin air. It's the water source for Bloodbeard's gang of thieves. He found a small wooden bucket and stuffed the struggling crystal fish, along with its water sphere, into it. Mu Liang tucked the small wooden bucket under his arm, unable to help but sigh. In this post-apocalyptic world that resembled a wasteland, water was more precious than gold. This crystal fish, capable of spouting fresh springs, was practically a life-saving treasure. No wonder even the Moon Lake tribe, with its tens of thousands of people, had to offer a bounty for someone to steal such a fish. With the bucket under his arm, he turned and pushed open the door to the third room. A rich aroma of dried meat wafted over him, and the entire room was piled high with smoked meat, enough to feed 1,000 people for a month. This Redbeard is really wealthy. No wonder he can support a band of 500 thieves. Mu Liang's lips curved slightly as he casually picked up a piece of jerky and examined it, finding its quality quite impressive. He increasingly felt that coming to relocate Redbeard's belongings was truly a wise decision. But the problem was, how could he transport so many things out of here? Mu Liang stepped out of the room, surveying the 3 rooms filled with supplies and the dozen or so peculiar plants, and couldn't help but furrow his brows. There was only a narrow slit in the dome above, where his tricolored lizard was still perched outside, but that width was far too small for it to squeeze through. If I force the dome open, the commotion will be too big, Mu Liang muttered to himself. He glanced at the tightly shut main door. As long as the guards outside weren't deaf, they would definitely notice immediately. Wait, he suddenly had a change of thought. Even if they discover me, so what? I'm not going through the main gate anyway. As long as I block the door, they won't be able to get in. Suddenly, Mu Liang had a flash of inspiration. He realized he had been overthinking. He corrected his mindset. This wasn't stealing, it was moving. Since he couldn't move quietly, he might as well make some noise and move everything at once. After making up his mind, he immediately began preparations. He currently had 3,800 evolution points, enough to elevate the strength of his tamed beasts to the next level. Let's upgrade you all to level 4 first. Mu Liang focused his thoughts and summoned the red ghost spider to his side. Concentrating his mind, he issued a command to the system in his brain. Evolve the red ghost spider to level 4. As soon as the words were spoken, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Level 3 red ghost spider evolves to level 4, deducting 1,000 evolution points. Evolution successful. Talent evolution, 100 silk manipulation. Immediately, a warm current surged through his body, and Mu Liang could clearly feel his physique being strengthened. Before he had time to savor the sensation, a series of crack-crack, squeezing sounds came from the dome above his head. It turned out that the tricolor lizard, sensing its own ability to evolve, recklessly forced its way through the narrow gap, even losing a few scales in the process. Using its claws to grip the ceiling, it quickly climbed down. Mu Liang looked at its disheveled appearance, both amused and exasperated, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. You really are determined. Without further hesitation, he immediately issued the second command. System, evolve the tricolor lizard to level 4. Level 3 tricolor lizard evolves to level 4, deducting 1,000 evolution points. Evolution successful. Talent evolution, mimicry scale hardening. Another familiar surge of enhancement swept over him. Mu Liang squinted his eyes, savoring this hard-earned feeling of becoming stronger. Although the sensation didn't last long and quickly faded, he knew that his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. He examined his current state. Stamina, speed, and strength had all been significantly enhanced, and even his lifespan had reached an astonishing 560 years. The most notable change, however, was the abilities synchronized from his two tamed beasts, which had also evolved to level 4. Hiss hiss, the tricolor lizard excitedly flicked its tongue, affectionately licking Mu Liang's palm. A bit itchy. Mu Liang shivered all over, curling his fingers to lightly tap its head. After evolving to level 4, the tricolored lizard's size had grown to 4 meters, and its scales had transformed into triangular pyramids. The three colors intertwined on each scale, making it look even more dazzling and striking than before. Squeak squeak. Nearby, the red ghost spider was unwilling to be outdone, running over to rub against his leg. Oh, you've even learned to vie for attention now. Mu Liang laughed and patted the red ghost spider. The level 4 red ghost spider had also grown to 2 meters in size, and the ghost face pattern on its back had become even more sinister and terrifying. Its 8 spider legs had turned pure red, with spear-like sharp tips at the ends. There was no doubt that a single stab from it would be fatal. Mu Liang played around with his 2 beloved pets for a moment, then said seriously, "All right, go familiarize yourselves with your new abilities first. Later, we've got some big tasks to handle." I conducted a simple experiment and found that the evolution of abilities does not overwrite the original traits, but instead enhances them and extends new capabilities based on the original foundation. The mimicry ability of the tricolored lizard now comes with the effect of scale hardening. It can silently approach enemies while in stealth mode, and at the moment it exits stealth, its scales harden like iron to deliver a fatal blow. As for the red ghost spider, in addition to spinning silk, it can now simultaneously control 100 strands of spider silk, which is astonishingly powerful. Great, this new ability should make packing much more efficient. Mu Liang immediately thought of a practical use for the new ability. Mimicry scale hardening. He let out a low shout and activated his ability. Strange textures in 3 different colors immediately spread across his entire arm. The patterns resembled the electronic circuit diagrams of some high-tech product, exuding a dazzling sense of futurism. Clang, clang. He set down the wooden bucket in his hand and lightly bumped his 2 arms together, producing a crisp sound akin to the collision of metal and stone. This should count as skin hardening, right? The defense level is probably somewhere between stone and metal. Mu Liang flexed his fingers, feeling a slight stiffness, but it didn't affect his ability to work at all. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He directly used his hardened hands to dig into the soil, carefully transplanting those precious plants one by one into wooden barrels. Then, he summoned the red ghost spider, and with a thought, several strands of spider silk shot out from the spider's abdomen. As if imbued with life, they swiftly sealed the lid of a wooden barrel tightly. "Little Kai, come over and get to work," Mu Liang waved at the 3-colored lizard. The spider silk danced again, firmly securing the wooden barrels filled with plants to both sides of the 3-colored lizard's broad back. "It seems we can add another row." Mu Liang examined the back of the tricolored lizard. 4 wooden barrels were already secured on one side, making 8 in total on both sides. If another row of barrels were added above the 2 rows, it would form a stable, triangular shape. Hiss hiss. The tricolored lizard seemed to feel the weight on its back and twisted its body uncomfortably. "Good boy, don't move around. It'll be done soon." Mu Liang acted immediately, adding another row of barrels, making a total of 12. The tricolored lizard was transformed into a mobile shelf. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and chuckled. "All right, aside from the tomatoes, all the other plants are packed up. The tomato vines are too fragile, and forcibly transplanting them can easily lead to the plant's death. A different solution must be found." Mu Liang stared at the tomato vines for a moment, then quickly came up with an idea. Through his mental link, he issued an instruction to the red ghost spider. "Little Red, come and help. Use your silk to wrap all these tomato vines together and make a big cocoon." Squeak, squeak. The red ghost spider swiftly obeyed and began to spit out silk. Under its precise control, the silk carefully guided each vine, gently gathering and wrapping them until they formed a massive white cocoon. 10 minutes later, the entire tomato field had transformed into a giant white spectacle. "Well done." Mu Liang nodded approvingly. Next, it was time to clear the path for departure. But before that, he had to deal with the guards at the entrance. First, block the main door. Mu Liang brought over several heavy stones and gently pressed them against the door leading outside, sealing it completely. Bang, bang. Although he moved very lightly, the stone falling on the door panel still made a muffled sound. This slight noise was enough to alert the guards outside the door. "Hey, did you hear a sound coming from inside?" one guard asked cautiously. "I heard it. I thought it was just my imagination." "You heard it too," the other replied. "But there shouldn't be anyone inside. Could it be that someone sneaked in to steal something?" "Stop joking. We've been guarding here the whole time. Who could sneak in without us noticing? Too bad we don't have the key. Otherwise, I'd really want to open the door and take a look." "Do you have a death wish? Remember the last guy? Just because he was curious and took a look inside, the boss killed him with his own hands." I was just saying casually." The discussion outside the door ultimately came to nothing, as none of them dared to actually break in. Mu Liang leaned against the door, listening to the conversation outside, feeling a bit surprised. He had thought these people would try to force the door open. Since they didn't dare, he had even less reason to hold back. He grabbed a spear, walked to the edge of the room's dome, and began prying the wooden boards recklessly, preparing to open a gap from above. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the noise was so loud that even if the guards outside were deaf, they should have noticed something was wrong. Why is there such a loud noise coming from inside? Damn it, someone really snuck in. Quick, go notify Bloodblade boss. Someone has broken into the boss's cultivation room. Mu Liang completely ignored the commotion outside the door and easily dismantled a 3-meter-wide hole at the edge of the dome. He patted the head of the tricolored lizard and instructed, "Shao Kai, hurry, take these things back home, then come back for another trip." Hiss hiss. The tricolored lizard flicked its tongue, carrying 12 heavy small wooden barrels on its back. It slowly crawled out through the hole. The moment its body came into contact with the outside world, it entered stealth mode, its claws gripping the rock wall tightly as it silently climbed down the hill. "All right, let's continue packing." Mu Liang looked at the remaining items in the room and used spider silk to tie up large chunks of dried meat. When it comes to food, there's never too much. As for water, thanks to the crystal fish that can purify water sources, there was no need to go through the trouble of carrying it. For the remaining miscellaneous items, considering the beast power was limited, he could only choose the most important ones to take. Mu Liang didn't plan to take everything with him. He called over the red ghost spider and instructed, "Xiaohong, take this dried meat down and find a place that's both far away and hidden to stash it." The red ghost spider obediently carried the packed dried meat on its back and quickly moved to the edge of the hill's cliff. Skillfully using its spider silk like a sling, it slowly lowered batches of dried meat down the cliff and only then descended itself to continue the transport. At that moment, the son of the bandit leader Bloodblade, arrived outside the gate with his men. "What are you all standing around for? Break the door down for me." Bloodblade roared with a grim expression. "I want to see who has the audacity to come into our bandit group and steal something." Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of impacts echoed as the gatekeeping bandits began fiercely pounding on the sealed stone door. Mu Liang calmly glanced at the violently trembling pile of stones. Using all the stones he could find in this space, he had built an obstacle taller than a person and reinforced it with spider silk. To get inside, one would have to destroy the door first and then move the stones piece by piece, which would take at least 3 hours. Feeling a bit hungry, he simply dismantled a few tables for firewood and leisurely began roasting meat. Sizzle, sizzle. The grease crackled enticingly under the flames, and the rich aroma of roasted meat slowly wafted through the air. Outside the door, the thieves who were busy smashing it suddenly froze upon catching a whiff of the scent, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. This guy was unbelievably bold. After stealing something, instead of thinking about how to escape, he actually had the leisure to roast meat inside. Which bastard did this? Bloodknife's roar echoed through the valley. Hurry up and smash it. Whoever breaks the door first, I'll reward him with a bucket of water. Even he had never done something as absurd as roasting meat in a place like this, yet today an outsider had beaten him to it. After venting his anger, Bloodknife forced himself to calm down and began giving orders. You, and you, go guard the suspension bridge over there. Don't let a single fly get out. The thief had to cross the suspension bridge connecting several hills to leave this place. Yes, teams of thieves, holding torches, quickly sealed off both ends of all the suspension bridges. Meanwhile, a hooded figure had quietly slipped into the inner valley and was hiding behind a dark rock. She inadvertently looked up and happened to see flickering firelight and shadowy figures on the suspension bridge between the 3 hills. Could it be that the person from earlier was discovered? She speculated in her mind. She observed quietly for a long time. Apart from guards pacing back and forth on the suspension bridge, there was no other movement, which made her even more puzzled. Did he get in or not? Now the thieves have been alerted, and the defenses will undoubtedly be tighter than ever. Trying to sneak in again will be as difficult as reaching the heavens. My time is running out. She dejectedly touched her cheek, her eyes dim. She looked up at the hill again, and out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of several white objects swaying in the night breeze. What is that? She lowered her body and crept forward silently. As she got closer, her eyes widened instantly, and she covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. She saw a giant spider, nearly 2 meters in size, transporting several large white cocoons. She had never expected that such a ferocious beast was lurking nearby. Rustle, rustle. A gust of wind blew by, and a faint sound came from the hill. She looked up and saw several more strings of the same white cocoons hanging on the cliff. Terrified, she dared not move, her heart surging with waves of fear. Inside the cocoons, are they people? The red demon spider took all the cocoons down from the mountain wall, carried a few on its back, and began transporting them out of the valley. Should I follow and take a look? The thought popped into her mind, but she immediately dismissed it. No, it would expose my presence. At that moment, she suddenly looked up at the spider silk swaying in the wind on the hillside, and a bold idea surged in her mind. This might be an opportunity. She might be able to use these spider threads to climb directly to the top of the hill and sneak into Bloodbeard's treasure vault. To climb or not to climb, she was caught in intense inner turmoil. She feared that if she climbed up and was discovered by that ferocious beast, she would surely meet a gruesome end. However, if she didn't climb, this might be her only chance. Climb. Why not climb? She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. When had she ever feared death? If there was an opportunity, she had to seize it. With a running start, she kicked hard against the rock wall a few times, leaped upward, and reached out to grab the spider thread swaying in the air. Huff, huff. She took several deep breaths, steadying her heartbeat, then gripped the spider silk tightly and began climbing upward with all her might. When she reached the level of the suspension bridge, being on the backside of the hill, she couldn't see what was happening on the bridge and could only listen closely to the thieves' conversation. Didn't expect someone to actually break in. Wonder who it is, quite bold. Could it be one of our own people? Don't talk nonsense, or you'll lose your life. Upon hearing this, she instantly understood that the clean-cut man from earlier had successfully infiltrated the thieves' ranks. Unfortunately, he had still been discovered. That man would never have imagined that I would use the beast's spider silk to climb into Bloodbeard's treasure vault. The figure under the hood curled their lips into a smug smile. Humph, he refused to cooperate back then, and now look at him, trapped inside with no way out. Almost there, keep pushing. She encouraged herself, looking up at the mountaintop, where a faint light was emerging. After more than 10 minutes, she finally reached the summit. But the scene before her left her stunned. A massive gap appeared right in front of her, as if something had forcibly smashed it open. A rich aroma of roasted meat wafted out from the gap. She twitched her nose, her throat involuntarily swallowing. For today, she had been lurking outside Thieves' Valley for over 10 days, barely eating a single hot meal. Could it be Bloodbeard's son, Bloodblade? She speculated in her mind, flexing her stiff fingers. Silently, she drew a longbow from beneath her cloak, knocking 3 arrows. Skillfully pulling the bowstring, she held her breath and approached the gap like a silent leopard, ready to deliver a fatal strike to whoever was inside. She leaned close to the edge of the opening and tilted her head to look inside. Sitting by the firelight was a familiar figure. It was that cleanly dressed man. At this moment, he was leisurely turning the roasted meat in his hand, as if he were in his own backyard. Shocked, she couldn't control herself and let out a low cry. How could it be him? Oh, you came up too. Mu Liang heard the voice, but didn't even turn his head. He simply raised the roasted meat in his hand, as if greeting an old friend. In fact, from the moment she stepped onto the mountaintop, Mu Liang had already noticed her. His extraordinary perception made all her movements completely visible to him. The hooded figure's mouth twitched slightly and could only helplessly put away the bow and arrow before stepping through the opening. She still couldn't believe it and asked, "You? Why are you here?" Mu Liang asked indifferently. "Then how did you get up here? Did you also climb up using spider silk?" The hooded figure instantly understood and sighed helplessly. "No wonder you don't want to cooperate with me. Turns out you already knew there was spider silk to climb up." But she quickly realized, wait, how do you know about the spider silk? Could it be that the spider beast? She suddenly turned around, only to see a ghost-faced spider over 2 meters tall staring at her with its cold compound eyes, completely blocking the exit. "As you can see, Xiaohong is my pet," Mu Liang calmly explained. "I see." The hooded figure slumped their shoulders in defeat. "It seems I was too presumptuous. With someone who could control a fierce beast as a companion, who would still need to cooperate with her." She secretly glanced around and saw the ground littered with dug-up pits, clearly indicating the place had already been thoroughly scavenged. In the distance, the furious shouts of thieves could faintly be heard coming from outside the stone gate. "Smash it! Smash it harder!" She dared not move recklessly, fearing that the man before her and his spider pet might mistake her for an enemy. "You arrived a step too late," Mu Liang said calmly while flipping the grilled meat. "The crystal fish has already been taken by me. Rest assured, my target is not the crystal fish." The hooded figure immediately clarified their stance. "Oh, you didn't come here for the crystal fish?" Mu Liang was genuinely curious this time. "Then what are you here for? Have you seen a flower with wings?" The hooded figure simply revealed their purpose. A flower with wings. Mu Liang frowned and thought for a moment, his mind conjuring up an image of a peculiar plant on the verge of wilting. He replied calmly, "A flower with wings does indeed exist." "Really? Where is it?" The hooded figure stepped forward excitedly, shouting eagerly, "Can you show me the flower?" "No." Mu Liang refused without a second thought. "That flower is very important to me. I can trade something with you for it," she said urgently. "First of all, you lack sincerity." Mu Liang's gaze fell on her hood, his tone indifferent. "Would you make a deal with someone who doesn't even dare to show their face? I'm afraid I might scare you." The voice of the hooded figure carried a hint of bitterness. "If the other party were frightened away, the deal would fail. Whether I get scared or not, I'll have to see for myself to decide." Mu Liang waved his hand casually, looking unconcerned. "But many people have already been scared by me." Her voice grew even lower, and she instinctively took a step back. "Really? Then forget it if you're unwilling." Mu Liang said no more and started eating the grilled meat on his own. Time ticked by second by second. The aroma of the grilled meat intertwined with the loud banging on the door outside, leaving her in turmoil. Finally, as if making up her mind, she gritted her teeth and said, "If I let you see, will you show me the flower?" Mu Liang chewed the grilled meat, swallowed it slowly, and then spoke. I didn't want to force anyone, but to be honest, I am quite curious. I can promise you, as long as you let me see, I'll show you the flower with wings. All right, I hope you keep your promise. The voice of the hooded figure was somewhat hoarse. She raised her hand, grasped the sides of her hood, and, with a deep breath, slowly removed it. A cascade of snow-white hair instantly tumbled down. Mu Liang looked at the white-haired girl before him, her head lowered, and casually said, "Your hair is white. It's quite beautiful. How about now?" The girl took a deep breath and suddenly lifted her head. A delicate face as smooth as white jade came into Mu Liang's view, accompanied by silvery white eyes and a gracefully upturned nose, making her incredibly captivating. However, this beauty was marred by a discordant mark. A vivid crimson pattern was clearly visible on her right cheek, resembling an intricate circuit diagram, extending all the way down to the depths of her neck. Mu Liang's expression froze instantly. He hadn't expected the face beneath the hood to be so stunning. Seeing his dazed look, the white-haired girl's face turned deathly pale. She thought to herself, as expected, just like those people before, he must be frightened by her void ghost infection appearance. She pressed her lips tightly together, resisting the urge to put the hood back on, her silver-white eyes stubbornly glaring at him. Mu Liang snapped out of it and sincerely praised, "Your patterns, though not as vibrant as my tricolor ones, are still pretty cool." Cool. The girl tilted her head, completely stunned. What was this man talking about? She couldn't understand a single word. She widened her eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid of you? Just because of the patterns on your face?" Mu Liang blinked, somewhat puzzled. Could there be some special meaning behind these crimson patterns? You take a good look. They're all real." The girl grew anxious, hurriedly stepping forward and pointing at her own face. "Well, I have to say, they are quite beautiful." Mu Liang stared closely at the patterns on her face and noticed that the crimson lines even emitted a faint glow, making them truly unique. "Beautiful," the silver-haired girl murmured to herself, her silvery eyes once again blank. This was the first time she had heard someone use the word beautiful to describe the terrifying, void ghost infection. She stared blankly at Mu Liang, trying to find even the slightest hint of deceit or disgust in those black eyes. But she failed. Those eyes held only depth and sincerity, without a trace of pretense. For a moment, the girl was at a loss for words. A strange feeling of being acknowledged and praised was slowly filling her heart. She couldn't help but wonder, did this man in front of her not understand what void ghost infection represented? Anyone with even a bit of strength should know how terrifying it was. Could it be that he was so powerful himself that he simply didn't care? Being stared at so intensely, Mu Liang felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly changed the subject. "I still don't know your name." The young girl pursed her lips and answered with a complex expression, "My name is Liu." She paused and asked in return, "What about you? What's your name?" "My name is Mu Liang. Can I take a look at that flower with wings?" Liu's tone was filled with eagerness. "The flower can't be seen for now," Mu Liang said helplessly. "You lied to me?" Liu's face darkened, and her voice turned hoarse. "You promised me." "Don't worry, I never said I wouldn't let you see it," Mu Liang reassured. "It's just that the flower is no longer here." "Then where is the flower?" Liu asked anxiously. "I had my tame beast take it back home," Mu Liang said as he added a broken table leg to the fire. The flames flickered, casting light on his face. "If you really want to see it, then come home with me." Sent back home. Liu was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling the giant spider she had seen under the hill transporting items. So it was the one that carried the flowers away. But this made things even stranger. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Your home, is it nearby?" "Yes." Mu Liang nodded. "You're really bold." Liu looked at him with a peculiar expression. But with this revelation, many doubts suddenly made sense. No wonder he was so familiar with the thieves' hideout and could easily infiltrate Bloodbeard's treasure vault. "My courage is indeed quite decent." Mu Liang smiled, recalling his 2 moving house feats since arriving in this world. "Bloodbeard running into you is truly the worst luck in 8 lifetimes." Liu glanced around, seeing the mess everywhere. "Want some roasted meat?" Mu Liang picked up a skewer of meat and began roasting it over the fire. Liu looked at his leisurely demeanor and asked with a strange expression, "Aren't you planning to leave yet?" "Wait for my other tame beast to come over. Then we'll move one more load and leave." Mu Liang sensed the location of the tricolored lizard. It was already climbing up the hill. "Move one more time." She was stunned for a moment, raised her hand to point at the red ghost spider that was struggling to drag the white cocoon, and asked in confusion, "Isn't it already moving things?" "No, it's not the main force." Mu Liang shook his head, gestured with his chin toward the white-haired girl's back, and praised, "The real hero is Shao Kai." The red ghost spider was only responsible for transporting the packed spoils to the foot of the hill to hide them, but it was the tricolored lizard that could truly bring the items home. Shao Hong, Shao Kai. Liu hadn't had time to comment on these casual names when she turned around and saw the giant, colorful lizard behind her. Startled, she took several steps back. She exclaimed in shock, "When did you appear?" Not a single sound. "Little Kai, come here." Mu Liang beckoned to the tricolored lizard and began tying rolls of fabric onto its body. All 15 rolls were stacked on, making its already massive frame even larger. Liu watched this scene and, for some reason, felt a bit sorry for the mighty beast. A fierce lizard, yet it was doing the work of a porter. To make it easier for the tricolored lizard to move in and out, Mu Liang roughly smashed the rocks at the cave entrance, widening the opening. When that pirate leader called Bloodbeard comes back and sees his lair torn apart like this, he'll probably go mad with rage, right? Liu muttered softly as she watched Mu Liang's actions. "No, he might just faint from anger. Let's go." Mu Liang slung a waterproof bag over his back and called out to the white-haired girl to get ready to leave. He used spider silk to secure the small wooden bucket containing crystal fish to his backpack, and a bundle of swords and knives was strapped to his waist. "I'm coming." Liu looked at the assortment of items hanging from Mu Liang and suddenly felt that walking empty-handed seemed a bit unfair. The two walked out of the cave entrance, ready to descend the mountain. "Wait for me." Liu suddenly turned around and ran back, quickly rummaging through the bandits' supplies. Soon, she came out carrying a small bucket of water and a bag of jerky. "Not bad, you've got my style." Mu Liang smiled and gave a thumbs up. I just thought, since we're here, it'd be a waste not to take it." Liu's cheeks flushed as she shyly rubbed the corner of her clothes. "That's the way to do it." Mu Liang nodded approvingly. Hearing the compliment, the shy Liu felt a bit embarrassed. But when she saw Mu Liang himself, along with the mountain of supplies piled on the giant lizard and spider, her sense of shame instantly vanished. Compared to this man, the little she had taken was hardly worth mentioning. The two humans and two beasts quietly slipped down the hill, leaving the valley under the thieves' noses and arriving at the place where the red ghost spider had hidden its stash. "You really cleaned out their lair, huh?" Liu clicked her tongue as she looked at the more than 20 white cocoon bundles in front of her. "There still wasn't enough time," Mu Liang said regretfully, shaking his head. The dried meat stored by the bandits was enough to feed 1,000 people for a month, but he had only managed to take less than a ton. Liu rolled her eyes helplessly, not knowing what to say anymore. "How about doing me a favor?" Mu Liang turned to the white-haired girl and said softly, "I'll let you stay overnight at my place tonight as payment." "I don't need payment." Liu frowned and replied coldly, "I'll help you move the stuff, and you can just trade me that flower when the time comes." She wouldn't dare stay at the home of someone she'd known for less than a day, especially since she was an infected void ghost. "No problem." Mu Liang did not insist and nodded cheerfully. He stacked 2 white cocoon bundles on the back of the tricolored lizard, making it look like a moving hill. The tricolored lizard could now easily carry over a ton of weight. The red ghost spider also carried 2 layers of cocoon bundles, weighing several hundred kilograms. "Just carry one for me." Mu Liang tied the cocoon bundle filled with tomatoes onto the back of the white-haired girl. Liu weighed the load and said coolly, "This isn't heavy. I can carry another one." Despite being only about 1.6 meters tall, she could lift nearly 300 kilograms of weight. "No need. Everything has just been divided up," Mu Liang said, adding 2 more cocoon bundles to his back, with another 2 tucked under each arm. Going home. Under the dazed gaze of the white-haired girl, 1 man and 2 beasts, carrying supplies larger than their own bodies, set off on their journey home. What a strange person, Liu muttered softly, jogging to catch up with the group. In the pitch-black night, two giant beasts paved the way ahead. The two of them walked quietly, one in front and one behind. Mu Liang remained fully alert, vigilantly watching the surroundings to guard against any beast ambushes. Meanwhile, Liu wanted to speak several times but didn't know what to say, leaving the atmosphere momentarily silent. Occasionally, the distant roars of unknown wild beasts added a touch of tension and excitement to the night journey. It was unclear how long they had been walking when Mu Liang's voice suddenly broke the silence, pulling Liu out of her daze. "We're home." "Home?" Liu's silver eyes warily scanned the surroundings. "Where is your home?" Apart from the bare rocks, there wasn't even a cave in sight to shield from the wind and rain. Wait a moment. Mu Liang didn't explain much, only issuing a command to the rock armor turtle in his mind. The next second, under Liu's astonished gaze, a stone staircase suddenly rose from the ground in front of them, winding upward. "Let's go, my home is up there," Mu Liang said as he took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. Liu blinked, hardly able to believe what she was seeing. "That's incredible. How did he do that?" The tricolored lizard beside her hissed, as if urging her to hurry up and catch up. "Sorry, I'm coming right away." Liu snapped out of it and politely apologized to the big lizard before jogging to catch up. When she reached the platform, Mu Liang was waiting for her. "That's my house." He pointed to the building behind him and, without waiting for Liu to ask, shouted loudly, "Mino, I'm back." Liu froze in place. With a loud bang, the door was suddenly flung open. The firelight inside the room instantly spilled onto the ground, casting the shadow of a figure rushing in at full speed. "Mu Liang, are you okay?" A girl dashed to his side, anxiously looking him up and down. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, perfectly fine," Mu Liang replied gently. "That's good." The girl let out a sigh of relief, then noticed the large white cocoon tucked under Mu Liang's arm. She quickly reached out to take it. Holding the cocoon, she spoke rapidly. "Earlier, Shao Kai delivered something back on its own, and it scared me half to death. If it weren't for our secret door code, I wouldn't have dared to open the door. Its size has grown now, making it a reliable helper," Mu Liang said with a hearty laugh. Seeing the two about to walk into the house, completely forgetting her presence, Liu awkwardly reminded them, Oh right, I almost forgot." Mu Liang finally realized and turned back with an apologetic smile. "Liu, come in quickly." "All right, sorry to bother you." Hearing the invitation, Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having to awkwardly stand outside. But as soon as she entered the house, she froze again. The house was clean and tidy, water was boiling over the hearth, and there were two rooms on either side of the hall, one with a door and the other without. The entire house exuded a warm and cozy atmosphere, especially when she saw Mu Liang and the girl named Mino dressed so cleanly. Liu instinctively lowered her head to look at her own dirty cloak. A wave of inferiority surged in her heart, almost making her turn around and leave. "Please, have a seat," Mu Liang invited her. "Okay." Liu nodded lightly, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the 12 wooden barrels placed on the table. "Mino, come over and help Liu take off her things." Mu Liang gently nudged the rabbit-eared girl beside him, muttering to himself, "This girl, has she forgotten all about hospitality?" "Okay." Mino responded softly, her blue eyes timidly glancing at Liu. She picked up a small knife and moved over stiffly, her face full of unease. Mu Liang looked at Mino's shy demeanor in surprise, not expecting her to be so afraid of meeting strangers. "I'll do it myself." Liu caught sight of the rabbit ears on the girl's head, a trace of envy flashing in her eyes. But when she noticed the fearful expression on the other's face, that envy immediately turned into deeper self-loathing. She lowered her head, desperately trying to hide the crimson markings on her face. She thought, as expected, apart from Mu Liang, that oddball, no one could possibly not hate the Void Ghost's infection. "Mino, go help Shao Kai and the others unload the stuff," Mu Liang said helplessly, stepping in to defuse the situation. "Okay." Mino heaved a sigh of relief, her expression and movements immediately becoming less stiff. She took a small knife and walked toward the two giant beasts at the door. Mu Liang drew his military knife and walked over to Li Yue. While helping her cut the spider silk fixed to her back, he gently explained, "Don't take it to heart. Mino is just a bit shy around strangers." "I'm fine," Li Yue replied in a muffled voice, her head lowered. Looking at her dejected expression, Mu Liang knew that Mino's unintentional actions had likely hurt her sensitive nerves. He sighed inwardly. These two troubled girls were truly each more troublesome than the other. To divert her attention, Mu Liang calmly said, "Haven't you always wanted to see that flower with wings?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with urgency. "Where's the flower?" "It's in these wooden barrels." Mu Liang pointed to the 12 wooden barrels on the table. "As for which one specifically, I'm not sure. Can I open it and take a look?" Li Yu asked, her small mouth slightly open, hurriedly explaining, "I promise, I'll only look for that winged flower and won't touch anything else of yours." "Sure, go ahead." Mu Liang waved his hand casually. With his current strength, he wasn't worried about what tricks a little girl could pull. Besides, in his eyes, this girl pretending to be mature was ultimately just a child. Li Yue politely expressed her thanks. Mu Liang patted her shoulder, which was covered in white hair, and said softly, "Take your time looking. I need to go help Mino move the stuff inside." Relying on that bunny-eared girl alone, it would probably take until late at night to finish. When Mino saw Mu Liang approaching, she was completely stunned, clearly shocked by the mountain of spoils piled on the backs of the two giant beasts. She asked dumbfoundedly, "Mu Liang, did you empty out Bloodbeard's entire lair?" "No, not even 1/10. Mu Liang shook his head. He clearly remembered there was still a large pile of untouched jerky in Bloodbeard's room. Mino lightly tapped her chin with her finger, her eyes gleaming with a miserly sparkle, and said joyfully, "Even if it's less than 1/10, it's enough for us to use for quite a while." Li Yue, who was in the corner dismantling a wooden barrel, listened to the conversation at the door and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She silently complained in her heart that these two really were a family, having looted someone else's most valuable possessions completely, yet still feeling it wasn't enough. Soon, Mu Liang and Mino cut the spider silk securing the goods and piled the jerky wrapped in white cocoons and rolls of fabric separately in the corners of the hall. The remaining miscellaneous items occupied a third corner, while the last corner was reserved for the fireplace. With this arrangement, the entire hall was almost completely filled, leaving only a narrow space around the table for movement. "This house is still too small." Mu Liang frowned, already considering whether to build another warehouse. "It's not small at all. It's just perfect like this." Mino, however, was completely satisfied, touching here and there, looking around. Waking up every day to see these supplies piled high would make anyone feel incredibly happy. At that moment, a loud crash interrupted their conversation. "What happened?" Mu Liang looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Li Yue standing there in a daze, her hands frozen in midair, with a wooden bucket lid fallen at her feet. She stared fixedly into the bucket, as if her soul had been sucked away. Dead. Angel's Wing is dead." Li Yue trembled as she turned her head, her silver-white eyes instantly losing all their luster, staring blankly at Mu Liang with an expression filled with endless despair. "Angel's Wing? Is that the name of a flower?" Mu Liang frowned and stepped forward, lowering his head to look at the flower in the bucket that was on the verge of wilting. The flower's petals did indeed resemble a pair of tiny wings. No wonder it had such a vivid name. Unfortunately, it had now completely withered. Seeing Li Yue's sorrowful expression, Mu Liang asked gently, "Li Yue, what do you need this flower for?" Li Yue lowered her head and explained hoarsely, "Angel's Wing produces a drop of dew called Angel's Tear every 10 days. It's an extremely precious panacea, said to cure many illnesses." "Do you really believe there's such a thing as a panacea in this world?" Mu Liang's brows furrowed even deeper. Just the name, panacea, was enough to arouse suspicion. "It's true. I've heard many people talk about it." Li Yu raised her head excitedly, her silver-white eyes brimming with mist, on the verge of tears but desperately holding them back, looking pitifully fragile. Mu Liang was silent for a moment before finally asking, "So, You want to use it to cure the crimson marks on your face? I don't dare to hope for complete recovery. Liu trembled as she reached out her hand, gripping the red marks on her cheek fiercely. With such force it seemed she might tear the flesh off. As long as it can stop the spread of the phantom ghost infection, I'll be satisfied. She herself doesn't fully believe in the existence of a panacea, but so what? You have to give it a try, don't you? What if it's real? Liyue's fingers pressed hard against her cheek, and she finally couldn't hold back, breaking into uncontrollable sobs. There's no time left. I only have 6 months. After 6 months, I'll turn into one of those monstrous void ghosts. To find this flower, she had pursued countless leads, only to learn that Bloodbeard had obtained a seed of angel's wing a year ago. She bet that Bloodbeard had either already grown the flower or still kept the seed. Whether it was the flower or the seed, it was the only hope for her and her companions to continue living. However, reality dealt her the heaviest blow, offering hope while simultaneously bringing deeper despair. Don't take it out on yourself. Isn't there still 6 months left? Mu Liang grabbed Liyue's cold wrist, his expression serious as he said, "Besides, who says this flower can't be saved?" Impossible. Liyue shook her head weakly, her eyes hollow. This angel's wing has already reached the end of its life. Who said that? Mu Liang chuckled softly. He released Liyue and reached out to gently touch the withered petals. The moment his fingertips made contact with the flower, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A tameable plant has been detected. Would you like to tame it? Taming. Mu Liang silently recited in his heart. Ding! Detected level 1 life, angel's wing, taming in progress. Consumed 10 taming points, taming successful. Mu Liang raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. He hadn't expected the starting point of this angel's wing to be level 1 life. Ding! Would you like to inherit the angel's wing talent? Angel's tear. Inheritance. Mu Liang's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he immediately accepted this new ability. Ding! Tears of the angel improving, adapting, inheritance complete. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Liyue kept her head down, completely unaware of Mu Liang's actions, still immersed in her own sorrow. She murmured to herself, I've never heard of withered angel wings being able to. I told you, they can be revived, Mu Liang said as he stuffed the wooden bucket in his arms into the girl's embrace. Ah! Liyue instinctively hugged the wooden bucket. The next second, her silver-white eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the pure white flower inside the bucket, its delicate petals spreading vibrantly like wings. It's really angel's wings. How is this possible? Liyue clutched the bucket tightly, blinking hard, afraid that everything before her was just an illusion. Nothing is impossible. Mu Liang's tone was very calm. Hearing this, Liyue suddenly looked up, her silver-white eyes shimmering with an unusual light. She stared at Mu Liang with a gaze almost as fervent as looking at a deity. It was you. You brought it back to life. Mu Liang did not respond to her excitement. Instead, he asked the question that had always puzzled him. Can you tell me what exactly void ghost infection is? Through the white-haired girl's explanation, Mu Liang slowly came to understand everything and realized why Liyue was so sensitive about the crimson patterns on her face. It turns out that void ghost infection is an incurable disease. Those infected can live for a maximum of 10 years, or even less. When life reaches its end, the infected either die completely or transform into another terrifying entity, a void ghost. Void ghosts are twisted, withered, inhuman monsters. They are frenzied and brutal, driven by a single instinct, to tear into living beings. The disease itself is not transmitted through contact. Only being bitten or scratched by a void ghost can lead to infection. Despite this, the infected are still rejected, despised, and even expelled by the world. Liyue is struggling in such a harsh environment, desperately seeking the only hope rumored to cure this disease, the angel's wings. Sounds a bit like zombies. Mu Liang immediately thought of zombie movies on Earth after hearing this. However, the incubation period for the void ghost is 10 years, while zombies in movies only take a few minutes. What are zombies? Liyue blinked blankly. A kind of monster even scarier than the void ghost, Mu Liang casually replied. His gaze fell on the crimson mark on the girl's cheek, and he couldn't help but reach out, wanting to touch it. No, no, don't. Liyue immediately lowered her head in self-pity. Didn't you say that the infected won't spread it to others? Mu Liang didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he gently lifted the girl's chin. But everyone is afraid. Liyue bit her lower lip, her silvery eyes darting nervously. At least, I'm not afraid, Mu Liang said as he raised his hand to touch the mark on her cheek. While gently stroking it, he commented, still a bit warm. The mark feels a bit hard to the touch, quite an unusual texture. Ah. Liyue's face turned bright red at his strange remark, her silver-white eyes filled with shyness. The warm hand on her face seemed to brush away the long-standing unease in her heart, bringing an unprecedented sense of peace. In the past, her memories were filled with others' disdainful gazes, deceitful words, and contemptuous expressions. But at this moment, a figure named Mu Liang had dispelled much of that gloom. Mu Liang, you should let go now. A dissatisfied voice rang out. The bunny-eared girl, Mino, who had been hiding behind Mu Liang, was pouting as she looked at them. She had quietly listened to Liyue's story, and for some reason, when she saw Mu Liang stroking Liyue's cheek, she felt a pang of discomfort. Ahem. Mu Liang cleared his throat lightly and reluctantly withdrew his hand. The girl's cheek was soft and bouncy, with a pleasant texture. He finally understood why Liyue had been so friendly with him before, even allowing him to pinch her face. She must have misunderstood, thinking he already knew about the void ghost infection and didn't mind it at all. Did you figure something out? Mino leaned in curiously and asked. She felt sympathy for the white-haired girl's plight and was no longer as shy. A young girl in her prime, forced to face her impending death while enduring the discrimination and oppression of those around her. Just imagining it made Mino feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Is there a problem? Liyue recovered from her shyness and looked at Mu Liang curiously. Mu Liang decided not to dwell on the misunderstanding any longer. He changed the topic and asked, Liyue, you mentioned earlier that you only have 6 months left. Is it because the 10-year deadline is approaching? No, Liyue pursed her lips and said softly. I've been infected for less than 5 years. It's because I used the abilities brought by the Void Ghost's infection, which accelerated the deterioration of my body. Void Ghost's infection can also grant abilities? Mu Liang asked in surprise. Well, you gain some special abilities, similar to those of the mutants. Liyue glanced enviously at Mino's rabbit ears and added with a complex tone. But the price of using such abilities is accelerating the Void Ghost infection that corrodes the body. The abilities of the infected are actually similar to those of the mutants? Mu Liang raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned to look at the rabbit-eared girl beside him, who appeared utterly confused. He vaguely felt that there might be some connection between the two. It was as if mutants were the perfect product of successful evolution, while those infected by the so-called void ghosts were merely defective failures of evolution. My ability is Eagle Eye, Liyue said as she began to demonstrate. In an instant, the white-haired girl's pupils transformed into a pair of sharp eagle eyes, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. However, at the same time, the crimson mark on her cheek began to slowly spread across the surrounding skin, as if it were alive. All right, stop. Mu Liang immediately raised his hand to stop her. It's fine, Liyue's voice sounded much more relaxed. The previous drop of Angel's Tear worked, so using the ability now shouldn't be a problem. Mu Liang stared at her intently and asked seriously, Are you sure the dew condensed from Angel's Wing can cure the phantom infection? Under the gaze of his dark eyes, Liyue suddenly lost her confidence and said softly, I'm not really sure. It's just what my companions told me. Then let's give it a try, Mu Liang said. He hadn't forgotten that he also possessed the ability of Angel's Tear. Can't try it now. Liyue lowered her head, looking at the winged white flower in the wooden bucket in her arms. Angel's Wing takes 10 days to condense a single drop of Angel's Tear. Mu Liang smiled confidently. Do you remember what I told you before? Liyue raised her head, her silver-white eyes filled with confusion. What did you say? Nothing is impossible. Mu Liang's lips curved slightly upward. He immediately activated the ability of Angel's Tear in his mind, and a stream of information about the ability flooded into his brain. It consumes physical and mental energy to condense a drop of dew that can remove negative states and restore partial vitality. The cooldown time is the same as Angel's Wing, lasting up to 10 days, but it can be shortened and its effects enhanced through evolution. This counts as the first healing ability I possess, Mu Liang thought to himself. He flipped his palm, and a drop of emerald green dew slowly condensed in his hand. It smells so good. Mino licked the corner of her mouth nearby. Liyue looked at him in disbelief and asked, Mu Liang, this green droplet in your palm, could it be the angel's tear? Just as you thought. Mu Liang raised his hand, bringing the drop of dew to the lips of the white-haired girl, and urged, Quick, open your mouth and drink it. Let's see how it works. Liyue's cheeks flushed with a hint of red as she obediently opened her small mouth, letting the drop of angel's tear slide in. The dew tasted sweet upon entry, and as it reached her stomach, a warm current instantly spread throughout her body, like a drought meeting a refreshing rain. Her entire body felt warm, and the heat that had spread from her heart to the surface of her skin also subsided. She let out a shy, soft moan of comfort, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Mu Liang leaned closer, carefully observing the crimson patterns on her cheeks. The deep red color seemed to have lightened somewhat and no longer shimmered with an eerie glow. As expected, the angel's tear could not completely eradicate the phantom ghost infection. How was the effect? Although he already had an answer in his heart, he still wanted to know the specific result. My body has never felt so relaxed and comfortable before. Liyue was so excited that she forgot to be shy. She smiled and touched her right cheek, but when she felt the ugly infection mark still there, the smile on her face instantly froze. Even angel's tears can't cure it? She asked bitterly. Maybe the amount you drank wasn't enough? Mu Liang gently comforted. Liyue gently shook her head, but a pure and clean smile appeared on her face. It's okay. Even if it can't be cured, it has suppressed the erosion of the infection. As long as I won't turn into a void ghost for the time being, I'm already very satisfied. There will definitely be a way. Looking at the white-haired girl's smile, Mu Liang resisted the urge to immediately use evolution points to enhance the wings of Angel. He decided to first observe Liyue's specific condition before making a decision. Can I stay with you for a while? Liyue rubbed the hem of her clothes a little shyly, afraid of being misunderstood, and quickly explained, I want to wait for the next drop of Angel's tear to form. Don't worry, I'll trade something with you in return. She was too embarrassed to bring up trading for the wings of Angel again and could only settle for the next best thing. As long as the infection could be suppressed, it was already incredibly good news for her and her companions. Sure, Mu Liang nodded. Thank you. Liyue expressed her gratitude. She carefully placed the wooden bucket she was holding onto the table, then pulled out a pristine longbow from her cloak. This is a spiritual weapon, she said, reluctantly stroking the bow's body before painfully handing it over to Mu Liang. It can enhance the stability and penetration of arrows in flight. Even for an average archer, using this bow would increase range and accuracy by at least 30%. Mu Liang curiously took the longbow, finding it surprisingly light in his hands. He plucked the bowstring experimentally, and it emitted a deep, resonant hum. This is a lightweight spiritual longbow, Liyue said, tucking a strand of hair that had fallen to her cheek behind her ear, looking a bit embarrassed. I want to use it to trade for 3 drops of Angel's tears, including the one I drank earlier. In the future, I might come to you often for more exchanges. According to her estimation, a drop of Angel's tear can suppress the void ghost infection for about 2 months. Spiritual artifact? Mu Liang felt unfamiliar with the term. Tell me, what is a spiritual artifact? He instinctively turned his head to glance at the rabbit-eared girl, Mino, who was sitting dazedly beside him. Mino blinked her blue eyes blankly. Clearly, she didn't know either. Nothing. Mu Liang shook his head. Liyue quietly watched their interaction and asked in surprise, You don't know about spiritual weapons? Indeed, we don't. Mu Liang nodded honestly. Mino also nodded obediently, still a bit afraid of strangers. Spiritual weapons are weapons made from the materials of ferocious beasts or spirit beasts. These weapons inherit some of the abilities those creatures had in life, Liyue explained, pointing to the longbow in Mu Liang's hand. For example, this bow's main material is made from the wing bones of a bird-type ferocious beast. That's all there is to it. Mu Liang was momentarily stunned. My weapon is just a low-level spiritual tool, so that's all there is to it. Liyue rolled her eyes playfully, then added with a hint of longing. The more powerful spiritual tools even use the crystals of fierce beasts and can unleash some very special abilities. Got it. Mu Liang nodded. He had been startled just now, thinking this thing was as powerful as the magical treasures in mythological stories, but it turned out to be just a weapon utilizing the properties of special materials. Do you know how to make spiritual tools? Mu Liang asked curiously. I can make some simple ones. This lightweight longbow is my creation. Liyue slightly raised her chin, carrying a touch of pride. All right, Mu Liang said, handing the longbow back to the white-haired girl. I'll return this spiritual weapon to you. Huh? Liyue looked at the bow in her hands, flustered. Don't worry, Mu Liang said with a light smile. Tears of the angel. I'll still give you 2 drops. Why? Liyue furrowed her white eyebrows. Years of struggling to survive had taught her that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I need you to help me make another spiritual weapon, Mu Liang explained. He wasn't accustomed to using longbows. Instead, he was much more familiar with the military crossbows used in special forces. If he had the chance in the future, he also wanted to learn how to craft spiritual weapons. Huh? Liyue opened her mouth wide in surprise, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, I'm more skilled at making longbows. As for other weapons, I might not be able to make them very refined for now. No problem, I'll tell you the design of the weapon when the time comes, Mu Liang said casually, waving his hand. Actually, he had another plan in mind. He intended to keep this white-haired girl around. The rock-armored turtle beneath his feet was still evolving, and its size would continue to grow larger and larger. Just like how an elephant finds it hard to notice ants on its back, the turtle itself wouldn't be able to meticulously inspect its own shell. In the future, there would definitely be people sneaking onto its back, and by then, he would need someone trustworthy to guard it. And this white-haired girl was the guardian chosen by Mu Liang. With just a little angel's tear, he could gain a loyal guardian who could also craft spiritual artifacts. This deal was definitely worth it. Of course, she still needed to be evaluated for now. All right, Liyue nodded helplessly. She glanced down at the lightweight longbow in her hand and suddenly felt that this wasn't so bad. With a weapon in hand, at least she'd feel a bit safer. It's already very late. You should all go rest. Mu Liang turned his head to look at the bunny-eared girl beside him, who was struggling to keep her eyes open, clearly exhausted. Are you done talking? Mino groggily rubbed her eyes. You should go in and sleep now, Mu Liang said gently. Mino leaned close to Mu Liang's ear and whispered, What about Liyue? We only have 2 rooms. Where will she sleep? Liyue can sleep in my room. I'll sleep in the living room later, Mu Liang replied softly. No, I'll sleep in the living room. Liyue quickly waved her hands in a fluster upon hearing this. Thinking about how she had previously felt she wouldn't need to stay overnight, she now felt even more embarrassed to take someone else's room. Listen to me. There's no reason to let a guest sleep in the hall. Mu Liang arranged in an indisputable tone. Oh, Liyue shyly lowered her head. Mino timidly opened her mouth. She had wanted to say that Liyue could sleep with her, but the words were swallowed back. All right, don't force yourself. Mu Liang reached out and gently tugged at the bunny-eared girl's ear. I'm not a pet. You pulled my ear again. Mino pouted, weakly expressing dissatisfaction. Yes. Mu Liang responded perfunctorily. I'm going to sleep. Have a good dream. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Liyue opened her eyes and instantly noticed that something was off about her surroundings. She sat up abruptly. It wasn't until she sat upright that she realized she was no longer sleeping in the crevices of rocks in the wild, nor curled up among cold piles of rubble. When Liyue woke up, she felt completely refreshed. This was the most restful sleep she had had in a long time. She stretched lazily, her silvery eyes curiously scanning the unfamiliar room. The room was extremely simple in its setup. Apart from a bed, the walls were covered with swords and knives. Cobwebs stretched between the weapons, resembling a net displaying trophies of battle. So this is what a man's room looks like. Doesn't seem all that special, Liu muttered to herself as she sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs. She got up and walked out of the room, where she saw Mu Liang bent over a table, sketching something, while Mino was diligently stirring breakfast in a pot nearby. Good morning, Liu greeted with a smile. Mu Liang looked up at the sound and asked gently, Did you sleep well last night? It was okay. Liu's cheeks flushed slightly. That's good. Come over and have breakfast. Mu Liang waved her over. Mino swiftly brought a large pot of meat soup to the table. Since there weren't enough wooden bowls, they used metal lunchboxes instead. Each person received a bowl of steaming hot meat soup, accompanied by a large piece of fragrant roasted meat. Mu Liang noticed the two girls staring at him eagerly, so he took the lead by picking up his bowl and sipping the soup, signaling them to start eating. Awu. Liu immediately picked up her wooden bowl and took a big, satisfying sip. The warm meat soup instantly dispelled the morning chill. Awu. Mino, sitting nearby, refused to be outdone and mimicked her, drinking in big gulps. Mu Liang looked at the two girls who had inexplicably started competing with each other and found it somewhat amusing. He leisurely chewed on the roasted meat. Suddenly, Liu put down the wooden bowl, licked the corner of her mouth, and asked seriously, Mu Liang, aren't you planning to move today? You've taken so many things from Bloodbeard. They'll definitely track you down. They can find us. Mu Liang swallowed the roasted meat in his mouth and asked indifferently, You're so close to them. Of course they can find us. Liu rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Maybe. Mu Liang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He took a sip of the meat soup and then asked, Liu, do you know how to get to the Moon Lake tribe? He had promised Mino to visit the Moon Lake tribe. Moreover, he was also curious about how a large tribe of over 10,000 people managed to survive in this wasteland. Are you planning to move to the Moon Lake tribe? Liu furrowed her white eyebrows, her tone full of surprise and confusion. Is there a problem with going to the Moon Lake tribe? Mu Liang noticed her expression seemed off, as if she was very reluctant for him to go. If it were before, of course, there would be no problem with you going. Liu's voice deepened, her expression unprecedentedly serious. But now it's different. You have the spirit beast crystal fish on you, and going to the Moon Lake tribe is extremely dangerous. The people of the Moon Lake tribe know I have the crystal fish? Mu Liang was stunned. They don't know now, but that doesn't mean they won't find out later. Liu rubbed her forehead in frustration, organizing her thoughts as she spoke. Those large tribes must have planted spies within the bandit groups. The news of Bloodbeard's crystal fish being stolen will spread quickly. What's even more troublesome is that someone can track the whereabouts of the crystal fish. You mean, there's a mutant who can detect me? Mu Liang instantly understood her point, glancing at Mino beside him, whose rabbit ears were trembling nervously. Upon hearing there was danger, the rabbit-eared girl couldn't even eat her meal. Yes, it's the ability of the mutants. Liu nodded repeatedly, speaking anxiously. What you should consider most right now is moving immediately. The Bloodbeard thieves also have mutants skilled in tracking. Once Bloodbeard returns, he will definitely bring people to hunt you down. Moving isn't difficult. Mu Liang remained calm, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. First, tell me the route to the Moon Lake tribe. Mu Liang, we're not going. Mino immediately grabbed Mu Liang's arm, her small face full of worry. Let's move far away so they can't catch us. If you want them not to catch up, you'd have to leave everything behind and travel light. Liu added softly. She glanced at the supplies piled up in the hall. Most of these would likely have to be discarded to escape Bloodbeard's pursuit. What a pity. Last night's efforts were practically wasted. All right, don't worry. Mu Liang reassured Mino, patting the back of her hand. It's not like we have to bring the crystal fish into the tribe. Have you forgotten? We still have the little black tortoise. He was going to the Moon Lake tribe not just to fulfill his promise to Mino, but also to seek new ways to obtain ferocious beast crystal stones. Just last night, his rock armor turtle had evolved to level 4, consuming another 1,000 evolution points. He needed to prepare for the next evolution as soon as possible. But Bloodbeard will hunt us down. Mino still felt uneasy. To her, a stable life was more important than anything else. If going to the Moon Lake tribe meant taking such a huge risk, she would rather not go. Don't worry. A cold glint flashed through Mu Liang's dark eyes. I'll make sure they don't dare to come after us again. Don't underestimate Bloodbeard. Liyue couldn't help but remind. I guess he's at least a fourth-tier enhancer. She stared at Mu Liang, as if trying to discern something from his face. What about you? What tier are you? So, just how strong are you? Mu Liang curiously sized up the white-haired girl in front of him. He had always lacked a reference point for strength, and now, she was the perfect benchmark. I'm a fourth-tier archer. Liyue proudly lifted her chin as she mentioned her strength, then modestly added, in close combat, I'm probably equivalent to a third-tier enhancer. You're pretty impressive. Mu Liang's eye twitched slightly, though in his mind, he thought he could easily pin her down with one hand. What do you mean by quite impressive? Liyue's temple twitched slightly. Why did this comment sound so irritating? Mu Liang didn't answer, but simply smiled and changed the subject. Which direction is the Moon Lake tribe? Liyue puffed out her cheeks and pointed in a direction with a hint of annoyance. Great. I'll leave the rest of the journey to you. Mu Liang thought it was perfectly fitting to entrust her with the troublesome task of leading the way. Liyue, unable to persuade him, asked helplessly, Then what do you plan to take to the Moon Lake tribe? Of course, I'll take everything, Mu Liang said matter-of-factly. Liyue was completely dumbfounded, staring incredulously at this greedy man. Take everything? Are you crazy? How could you possibly escape Bloodbeard's pursuit like that? Liyue suddenly stood up, pressing her hands firmly on the table, her silver eyes wide open. Leaning forward, she stared intently at Mu Liang and urged him seriously. I know you can't bear to part with these things, but your life is more important than anything. Mino, standing nearby, saw that she had misunderstood Mu Liang and mustered up the courage to softly refute. You misunderstood. Misunderstood. Liyue was stunned. Go outside and take a look, and you'll understand. As Mu Liang spoke, he distractedly issued a command to the rock-armored turtle, directing it to move in the direction the white-haired girl had pointed. Go outside. Liyue, full of doubt, walked toward the main door. As soon as she stepped out the door, she sensed something was wrong. The house beneath her feet was moving? No, the entire land was moving. How is this possible? Liyue quickly ran to the edge of the moving land, her silver eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Such a large piece of land. How can it possibly be moving? This is incredible. Mu Liang walked up beside her, smiling faintly as he asked, Now, do you still think we need to leave anything behind? You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself, didn't you? Liyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Looking at the slowly retreating land and hills behind her, she couldn't help but marvel. No wonder you all weren't in a hurry. It turns out your home can move. This is simply amazing. At this moment, many of her doubts were answered. So this was the confidence that allowed Mu Liang to linger near the bandit group. If she had such a mobile fortress, she would definitely empty out Bloodbeard's treasure vault. Xiao Xuanwu, stop for a moment, Mu Liang shouted loudly. Roar! The rock-armored turtle halted its steps, its massive head lifting as it turned to look at its own back. Let me introduce you to another member of our family, Mu Liang said with a mischievous grin, patting the dumbfounded Liyue. Its name is Xiao Xuanwu, and it is our home. Little Xuanwu. Liyue stared in shock, her small mouth agape as she stammered. It's not little at all. Maybe so. Mu Liang shrugged. The level 4 rock armor turtle's shell had already expanded to an area of 1,000 square meters, equivalent to 2.5 basketball courts. But compared to the legendary divine beast known as Xuanwu, its current form indeed only deserved the name Little Xuanwu. So this is the truth behind the moving house. Liyue looked up at the massive head of the rock armor turtle, murmuring to herself. At that moment, Mino also came running out, delighted to see that the turtle's shell had grown even larger. Wow, Little Xuanwu has grown again. The bunny-eared girl spread her arms wide, happily running across the vast expanse of the turtle's back. Looking at the innocent and carefree rabbit-eared girl, Liyue's gaze softened for a moment. But she quickly turned to Mu Liang and said seriously, If that's the case, you need to be even more careful. Your target is too conspicuous, and Little Xuanwu's speed isn't fast. Bloodbeard will definitely catch up unless you can hide deep in the wilderness. I'll make sure they don't dare to catch up, A glint of coldness flashed in Mu Liang's eyes. As a former Special Forces soldier, he had already figured out how to deal with the pursuers. "What are you planning to do?" Liu asked curiously. This not only concerned Mu Liang and his group, but also her own safety and that of Angel's Wings. She couldn't abandon Angel's Wings, nor could she steal it and escape alone. "You'll find out soon enough," Mu Liang said softly. He stomped his foot, and the edge of the rock armor turtle's shell immediately rose to form a rock staircase, shaped like a 7, steadily leading to the ground. The rock armor turtle now stood at a height of 12 or 13 meters, and from a distance, it looked like a moving small hill. Mu Liang issued a command to the red ghost spider through his thoughts. "Little Red, bring down those wooden spears I prepared last night." Tap, tap, tap. "Is this how you make a stone staircase?" Liu imitated Mu Liang's actions, somewhat clumsily stomping her foot on the turtle's back. The turtle's back remained motionless, with no new rock steps appearing. Was it too weak? The white-haired girl, unconvinced, stomped her foot harder. The result was still the same. Mino covered her mouth and giggled on the side, her rabbit ears on her head cheerfully bending down. TCH. Liu pouted and jogged down the rocky steps. She returned to the ground, looked back up at the long stone staircase, and muttered to herself in confusion. Strange, last night, the stone steps didn't seem this long, did they? On the other side, Mu Liang was focused on devising a strategy. The enemy can track us, and the most obvious clue is Xiaohong's spider silk. In that case, let's use the spider silk as bait. He walked to the spot where the rock-armored turtle had stayed last night, a natural small canyon formed by 2 hills, an ideal location for setting a trap. Can the traps really stop Bloodbeard and his men? Liu stood to the side, curiously watching Mu Liang plan out a complex trap layout on the ground. Should be fine, I guess. Mu Liang's lips curled into a cold smile as he activated the newly acquired talent of the rock armor turtle, earth manipulation, and began transforming the terrain of the area. He first created a deep cave on the side of the hill, then dug pits in the ground, filling the bottoms with sharpened wooden spears. Finally, he covered them with spider silk and camouflaged them with a thin layer of soil. After finishing these, he modified the rock piles on the hills on both sides of the canyon, turning them into rolling stone traps that could be triggered at any moment. If they really dare to break in, how many of them will be able to walk out alive? Liu looked at the perilous canyon before her, growing more and more alarmed the longer she stared. It all depends on their luck. Mu Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a cold laugh. Using so many abilities at once had taken a considerable toll on his physical and mental strength. Liu's silver-white eyes sparkled with a look of astonishment. It was only at this moment that she belatedly realized how rare and awakened individual Mu Liang truly was. In just one day, she had personally witnessed Mu Liang spitting spider silk, manipulating rocks and soil, condensing angels' tears, and even communicating with fierce beasts. For distinct awakening abilities in total, this white-haired girl felt that if she were to tell anyone about it, they probably wouldn't believe her. Could this man be heaven's favorite child? This thought inexplicably flashed through Liu's mind. "Let's go." Mu Liang clapped his hands, then turned to glance at the seemingly ordinary little canyon. If they can survive this and still manage to keep chasing us, then their strength is indeed worthy of admiration. Bloodbeard and his gang are in big trouble this time. Liu could already imagine the miserable state of that group. In her heart, she named this canyon Death Gorge. The rock-armored turtle set off again. Using its newly acquired talent, geo-manipulation, it walked across the ground without leaving a single footprint. The white-haired girl stood alone on the open platform of the turtle's shell, her hands gripping the rocky spikes, watching the hills and earth slowly recede behind her. She murmured to herself, "No matter how many times I see it, it's still unbelievable." After watching for a while, she turned and walked back to the small house on the turtle's back. As soon as she entered, she heard the voices of Mu Liang and Mino discussing something. "Mu Liang, what is this house for?" Mino was squatting on a stool, her whole body leaning over the table, curiously looking at a blueprint next to Mu Liang. "It's for a warehouse. Keeping everything piled up in the hall isn't safe," Mu Liang said, glancing at the white-haired girl who had just entered the room. Taking the opportunity to educate the rabbit-eared girl about safety, he continued, "The fire pit is in the hall. If sparks fly out while burning wood and land on nearby items, it could easily cause a fire." "Got it. I'll move the stuff right away," Mino exclaimed, suddenly panicking. "Don't rush," Mu Liang grabbed her arm. "Let me first explain how to build the warehouse." In the rabbit-eared girl's bewildered gaze, he pointed to the warehouse section on the blueprint and said, "The threshold needs to be built higher so that some small bugs can't crawl in." "All right," Mino responded thoughtfully. "There also need to be some partitions in the warehouse to categorize items and place them in designated areas," Mu Liang explained, pointing to the individual squares on the blueprint. Hum. The rabbit-eared girl nodded obediently. "The construction of the warehouse is up to you." Mu Liang handed her the blueprint in his hand. "No problem." Mino solemnly accepted the blueprint. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she asked softly, "Mu Liang, once the warehouse is built, can I have this piece of paper?" "You want this blueprint?" Mu Liang was a bit surprised. "Yes, and the previous house blueprint too. Can you give them to me?" Mino's blue eyes sparkled with anticipation. "If you want them, just take them all." Mu Liang smiled. He didn't want to delve into why the rabbit-eared girl needed these blueprints. Girls always have their little secrets. "Yay, I'll come to get them once I finish building the warehouse." Mino happily held the warehouse planning diagram and dashed out in a flash. Mino is becoming more cheerful and lively. Mu Liang gazed softly at the rabbit-eared girl's departing figure. "Is there anything I can help with?" Liyue pursed her lips slightly and finally spoke. She felt she couldn't just eat and live here for free. She had to do something to earn her keep. Mu Liang thought for a moment and arranged, "Go help Mino build the warehouse, and while you're at it, build an extra room for yourself." It would be a good opportunity for the two girls to spend time alone and get to know each other better. Liyue nodded and turned to walk toward the rabbit-eared girl. "Well, I should start cultivating a piece of land now," Mu Liang thought. The vegetables were on the verge of wilting, and he needed to quickly find a place to plant them. He issued a command to the rock-armored turtle through his thoughts. "Little Xuanwu, go to the nearby hill and fetch some stone bricks and soil." The rock-armored turtle let out a low roar and then moved toward the nearest hill. That hill, over 10 meters high, was leveled into rubble in just a few minutes under the turtle's immense strength. Soon, piles of neatly arranged stone bricks and fresh soil were delivered onto its broad shell. At this moment, the two girls on the turtle's back, who were planning something, stared in shock at the scene before them. Liyue blinked her silver-white eyes and asked in a somewhat dry voice, "Do you guys always make such a big commotion?" Mino, the rabbit-eared girl, swallowed silently, suppressing her inner timidity. She pretended to be calm, lightly coughed, and said, It's fine. Mu Liang is just like that, always liking to act recklessly." He is indeed a bit reckless. Liyue recalled how she had been startled several times from last night to this morning. She nodded in strong agreement. It seems that being with him requires being mentally prepared to be surprised at any moment. He's not that bad. Mu Liang can also give people pleasant surprises. Mino softly defended Mu Liang. Hearing this, Liyue couldn't help but think of those dazzling angel wings from last night. Her delicate face instantly flushed with a hint of red. She shyly lowered her head and gave a barely noticeable nod. At this moment, Mu Liang had no idea that two young girls were discussing him behind his back. He was fully focused on manipulating the stone bricks, moving them to the edge of the turtle shell in preparation for expanding the courtyard wall. Yesterday, to avoid waking the two girls, he had specifically ensured that the rock-armored turtle did not alter the area around the house during its evolution. Now, under his control, the stone bricks flew precisely to the edge of the turtle shell, forming a new 1-meter-high courtyard wall. "Xiaohong, lay some spider silk outside the courtyard wall," Mu Liang instructed the red ghost spider, directing it to set up some traps for security around the area. The red ghost spider responded with a squeak-squeak friction sound. "Next, it's time to plan the farmland." Mu Liang glanced at the location of the bathroom and decided to set up the farmland next to it. This way, it would be convenient to use fertilizer and save the time of running back and forth. Using his abilities, the soil on the ground automatically rolled and leveled itself, and a neat square plot of farmland was quickly prepared. He also used stone bricks to build a tidy ridge around the farmland, enclosing it. Looks like it's ready for transplanting. Mu Liang looked at the small plot of farmland and smiled with satisfaction. He returned to the house and brought out all 12 wooden barrels, along with the tomato plant carefully wrapped in spider silk. I never thought that after coming to this world, my innate farming instincts would still be intact. Mu Liang felt deeply moved. Following his planned layout, he carefully planted each vegetable. Next to the tomato plant, he built a row of wooden frames to support the vines. Finally, he planted the precious tea tree in the center of the farmland, right beside the unique plant named Angel's Wing. After planting, Mu Liang squatted on the ridge, looking at the wilted and somewhat withered vegetables, and couldn't help but frown. These vegetables are almost done for. It might be hard to keep them alive. Should I just eat some of them instead? His gaze fell on the angel's wings swaying in the wind, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Use taming points to revive these plants. If I want to tame them, I only have 10 taming points left. He immediately ruled out crops like cabbage and tomatoes. It's not that they couldn't be tamed, but their value was too low. Taming a single cabbage would only yield one harvest, which was far too uneconomical. It's more practical to tame tea trees, Mu Liang calculated. Tea leaves can be harvested continuously. He thought about how he'd been eating meat every day recently and realized that over time, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Drinking tea could not only counteract the greasiness, but also provide vitamins and fiber similar to vegetables. After making up his mind, Mu Liang stood up from the ridge and reached out to touch the tea tree. A voice echoed in his mind. Detected a tameable plant. Would you like to tame it? Tame it. Mu Liang skillfully issued the command. Detected level 0 life form, green glow tea tree. Taming in progress. Consumed 10 taming points. Taming successful. Would you like to inherit this starshine tea tree talent, Radiant Growth? Inherit. Radiant Growth is being improved, adapting, inheritance complete. Mu Liang hadn't had time to fully savor this new ability when he felt a faint warm current in his body that quickly disappeared. He looked down at the tea tree and found it had undergone a dramatic transformation. The small sapling, originally only 20 centimeters tall, had now grown to half a meter. Its emerald green leaves were covered with sparkling green spots, resembling stars in the night sky. What exactly is the use of this ability? Mu Liang was curious as he activated Radiant Growth on the nearly withered tomato plant beside him. His palm emitted a faint green glow, enveloping the tomato plant. Under the illumination of the light, the withered vines of the tomato miraculously showed a trace of vitality. In no time, the glow faded. Although the change was minimal, that hint of life was undeniably real. Unexpectedly, this ability could actually accelerate plant growth. Mu Liang's eyes lit up instantly. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland of a world, an ability that could promote plant growth was nothing short of divine. Good as it is, the effect is too weak, he muttered, dissatisfied with the minor growth boost. He decided to immediately evolve the Starlight Tea Tree to see what changes its upgrade would bring. Mu Liang has always been a man of action. He immediately gave the order in his mind. System, evolve the Starlight Tea Tree to level 3. The system's notification sounded. Level 1 Starlight Tea Tree evolved to level 3, deducting 110 evolution points. Evolution successful. Level 3 Starlight Tea Tree talent evolved to Starlight Domain. The Tamer's Starlight Acceleration ability has been simultaneously evolved to Starlight Domain. Starlight Domain. Mu Liang blinked, feeling a bit puzzled by this new ability. But it didn't matter. If he didn't understand, he would just try it out. Activate Starlight Domain. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a powerful force instantly responded. With a buzzing sound, Mu Liang's entire body emitted a gentle green radiance. His clothes fluttered without wind, and he seemed like a holy child descended to the mortal world. Centered around him, within a 10-meter radius, all the withered plants miraculously regained vitality. Yellowed leaves slowly turned green, and even new buds sprouted from dried branches. So this is the Starlight Domain, capable of nurturing all plants within a 10-meter radius. Mu Liang thought in awe, feeling as though he had truly gained a godlike ability. He immediately opened the system to check his attributes. Tamer, Mu Liang. Stamina, 45. Speed, 42.6. Strength, 42. Spirit, 56. Lifespan, 24 years/930 years. Evolution points, 858. Abilities, Mimicry Scale Hardening, Level 4. Silk Manipulation, Level 4. Earth Manipulation, Level 4. Starlight Domain, Level 3. Angel's Tier, Level 1. All basic values of an ordinary person's physical attributes are 1. His basic attributes were further enhanced due to the strengthening effects of the rock armor turtle, the starlight tea tree, and the angel wings, and his lifespan had astonishingly reached 930 years. You're my treasure now. Mu Liang, in high spirits, looked at the starlight tea tree in front of him. It had grown to a height of 2 meters, and each emerald green tea leaf was adorned with 3 sparkling green spots, resembling twinkling stars. Shao Kai, come over and get to work. Mu Liang called out to the tricolored lizard that was napping not far away. The lizard hissed softly, flicking its tongue as it crawled over from beside the turtle shell. From now on, you will guard the vegetable garden. Without my permission, no one is allowed to approach. Mu Liang issued the command through telepathy, simultaneously adding the 2 young girls to the permission list. The tricolor lizard happily flicked its tongue, intending to crawl under the tea tree to lie down. Go, 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 lie down on the ridge. Mu Liang shooed it away disdainfully. That spot was already reserved by him. Once the tea tree grew taller, he planned to sit underneath and enjoy tea. The tricolor lizard gave him a pitiful glance, but had no choice but to crawl slowly to the ridge and settle there. The plants have all come back to life. If I stimulate the cabbage a few more times, I wonder if it will produce seeds. Mu Liang licked his lips. He had initially thought about enjoying a bowl of boiled cabbage soup, but the cabbages were still too small. Harvesting them now would be a waste. They needed to keep growing to maximize their value. As for the other plants, he didn't recognize any of them and wouldn't dare eat them without confirming they were non-toxic. His gaze finally landed on the tomatoes. He reached out and picked 3 that had already turned red. If only there were eggs, Mu Liang sighed, looking at the 3 not-so-large tomatoes in his palm. Since he couldn't make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, he decided to cook a pot of tomato and meat soup instead. Why not just scatter some more seeds? Mu Liang thought of the seeds he had harvested and felt it would be a waste not to utilize the 10-meter growth acceleration range of the starlight tea tree. He went back into the house, fetched the seeds, and scattered some within the 10-meter radius around the tea tree. Add a bit more water and cover it with a layer of soil, and it will be perfect. Mu Liang looked at his vegetable garden with satisfaction. No, it should now be called a plantation. As for water, I'll use the water condensed by the crystal fish. He remembered the crystal fish he brought back last night and turned to go back into the house, retrieving the wooden bucket containing the fish from under the wooden table. The sound of splashing water came from the bucket, sounding quite lively. He carefully lifted the wooden lid, leaving only a small gap. Immediately, water began to flow out from the gap, and a glimmering shadow peeked curiously at the edge of the opening. Wait until tomorrow, I'll dig one for you. Mu Liang chuckled softly as he covered the wooden bucket with its lid. Then, holding the bucket, he walked out of the house and carefully opened a small slit. A stream of clear water immediately gushed out from the opening. Using this magical water condensed by the crystal fish, he watered the soil in the yard. The water flowed with a gurgling sound as Mu Liang poured most of it around the roots of the precious tea tree. You are the hero, drink more. He muttered to himself, then sealed the lid of the barrel again to prevent the crystal fish inside from splashing water everywhere. Wow, it's a green tree. A crisp voice rang out as the rabbit-eared girl, Mino, dashed over like a gust of wind, her adorable rabbit ears twitching excitedly. She widened her blue eyes, full of anticipation, and asked, Mu Liang, is this what real trees look like? Yes. Haven't you seen one before? Mu Liang asked, somewhat surprised. I have, but they were all dried up deadwood. Mino nodded, her voice carrying an innocent sense of wonder. I never knew they could be green. This is a tea tree. Mu Liang's tone was somewhat complex. Its leaves can be brewed into water to drink, and the taste is very good. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering how long this apocalypse had lasted for a child to have never even seen green before. Then, Can we brew some to drink tonight? Mino smiled a little shyly, her voice soft. I'll just try a small sip. Really, I'm just curious about what it tastes like. Of course, you can drink as much as you want. Mu Liang nodded indulgently. Just a small sip is enough. Mino gestured with her fingers. Go ahead, pick some of the tender leaves and buds from the very top. That part makes the best tea. Mu Liang noticed the longing in her eyes and gently encouraged her. All right. Mino's blue eyes lit up instantly. She stood on tiptoe and carefully approached the tea tree. Moments later, she exclaimed in awe, wow, these leaves are so beautiful. This tea tree, was it also obtained from Bloodbeard? At that moment, Liyue walked over, her face still smudged with some dust, and her silver-white eyes stared directly at the tall tea tree in front of her. More or less, Mu Liang revealed a meaningful smile. Such a large tea tree, worth a fortune, could trade for enough dried meat to last several lifetimes. Bloodbeard really is. Liyue stopped halfway through her sentence, suddenly realizing something. She turned her head and looked playfully at Mu Liang. It seems the truly hidden wealthy person is actually you. You could stay here too and enjoy this wealth together, Mu Liang said with a hint of invitation in his tone. Liyue paused for a moment, not understanding his meaning. Mu Liang then changed the subject. Have you seen a tea tree before? I have, but the tallest one I've seen was only half the height of this one, Liyue replied, a trace of hatred flashing in her silver-white eyes. Mu Liang keenly noticed her suppressed emotions and said softly, it seems the tea tree reminds you of unpleasant memories. It's all in the past. Liyue's voice was somewhat low. She quickly adjusted her emotions and switched to a serious tone. You'd better take good care of it. Something so precious is bound to attract countless covetous eyes. Mu Liang nodded with a smile and asked, what do you think? If we use these tea leaves for trade, could we exchange them for some monster cores? We could, but very few people would make such a trade, Liu reminded. Those who can afford to drink tea leaves usually don't lack monster cores. But if they find out you have such a large tea tree, whether they lack it or not, they'll come straight to take it by force. That's not necessarily the case. Mu Liang's lips curved into a confident smile. By then, who knows who will be taking from whom? Liyue's gaze was suddenly drawn to something under the tea tree. Angel's wings. You planted it here too. She ran over joyfully, crouching down to carefully examine the beautiful flower. Mu Liang smiled as he watched the two of them, then looked up at the sky, which was gradually darkening. It's getting dark, time to make dinner. He stretched lazily, picked up the wooden bucket, and walked into the house. Mu Liang, wait for me. Mino carefully placed the freshly picked tea leaves into her pocket and jogged to catch up. Days like this are truly wonderful. Liyue stood up, gazing at the backs of the two disappearing through the doorway, and sighed softly. She then looked down at the tea tree and the angel's wings on the ground, muttering to herself, it's so conspicuous. Should I find something to cover it for safety? As soon as she finished speaking, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a shadow by the edge of the field, where a massive lizard slowly revealed its form. Liyue froze for a moment, then shook her head with a wry smile and walked briskly back into the house. Indeed, with such a terrifying creature guarding it, it's more effective than any cover. Just as she reached the door, Liu heard Minuo's expectant voice coming from inside the room. Mu Liang, what do you think of the warehouse I built? It's amazing, even better than I imagined. Mu Liang praised generously. Minuo laughed happily, then added in an admiring tone, it's all thanks to Liu. She helped me so much. She's truly incredible. Wow, you two are amazing. Swish, 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 and a whole row of stone bricks is done so quickly. Mu Liang smiled as he stepped out of the warehouse and immediately noticed the white-haired girl sitting at the table in the hall. He softened his voice and said gently, you've worked hard today. This is my duty. Liyue's voice was as cold as ever, but the corners of her mouth subtly lifted. It turned out that being praised, even for this frosty white-haired girl, could bring a touch of joy to her heart. Mino had just walked out of the warehouse and also saw Liyue at the table. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she seemed a bit embarrassed. She quickly found an excuse to cover her unease. I'll move these things into the warehouse. I'll help. Liyue stood up upon hearing the sound. Mino's body instantly stiffened. She spoke weakly. And no need, I can handle it myself. 2 people will be faster. A barely noticeable smile flashed in Liyue's eyes as she picked up a roll of cloth without waiting for a response and headed toward the warehouse. Mu Liang quietly leaned toward the rabbit-eared girl and whispered to her, "Don't be afraid. She's actually quite nice. You can try to be friends with her." I'll give it a try." Mino replied without much confidence. Even the rabbit ears on her head drooped weakly. During the entire afternoon of construction work, she and Liyue had barely spoken except for necessary communication, spending most of the time silently laying stone bricks. "Don't push yourself too hard," Mu Liang added gently. "Okay." Mino nodded lightly, picked up a roll of cloth, and walked into the warehouse. Strange, how come I didn't notice Mino was so shy before? Mu Liang muttered to himself in the hall. As he sliced tomatoes to prepare soup, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that, at first, this girl thought he was dead? After all, he had initially been motionless like a corpse and later lay weakly for 2 or 3 days. So, her wariness of me disappeared unknowingly during that time? Mu Liang shook his head with a bitter smile, finally understanding why he had never noticed the shy nature of this rabbit-eared girl. The tomato and meat soup in the pot emitted an enticing aroma, but unfortunately, it lacked salt, leaving the taste feeling like something was missing. Mu Liang took a sip. The light broth, combined with the sweet and sour flavor of the tomatoes, was unexpectedly appetizing. He carried the large pot of soup to the table and placed the large chunks of roasted meat on a wooden serving board. He turned his head and called out to the 2 girls still busying themselves, "Go wash your hands quickly. It's time for dinner." "Wash my hands." Liyue froze, finding it an almost inconceivably extravagant suggestion. She turned her palms over and looked at them, grimy and pitch black. Indeed, it seemed like they could use a wash. Do I still need to wash my hands?" Mino wiped the sweat from her forehead, leaving 5 distinct black fingerprints on her face. "No." Mu Liang shook his head, his expression serious as he began to lecture. "In the past, conditions didn't allow it, so we had to make do. Now that things have improved, we can't keep living the way we used to." "But this is such a waste of water," Mino protested softly, pouting. "It's just rainwater. What's there to waste?" Mu Liang glanced at her. Ever since they had access to better water sources, he no longer cared for the rainwater that required tedious filtering. "All right." Mino saw Mu Liang's serious expression and didn't dare to argue further. She could only mutter, "I'll go wash my hands," and obediently walked toward the bucket. "You should go too, or there'll be no dinner for you." Mu Liang turned his head and squinted at the silver-haired girl. Liyue opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but under Mu Liang's gaze, she couldn't utter a single word. In the end, she could only respond with an obedient, "Oh," and followed Mino to wash her hands. "Seriously, am I raising 2 daughters here?" Mu Liang held his forehead and couldn't help but complain. "I'm clearly not much older than them, yet I feel like an old man." Perhaps, when a person's experience is rich enough, they unconsciously become more composed and take on the role of a leader in front of less mature individuals. All done, Mino came running over, like a child waiting for inspection, and spread both hands open in front of Mu Liang. Very good, washed very clean." Mu Liang nodded in satisfaction. He noticed that Liu, standing nearby, had also subconsciously opened her palms, so he said softly, "Go sit down, everyone. It's time to eat." Hearing this, Liu suddenly snapped out of it, staring blankly at her hands, which she had unknowingly spread open. She had no idea why she had made such a childish gesture. After all, she was already 16 years old. "Wow, today's soup is red," Mino exclaimed in surprise as she sat down, staring curiously at the soup in the wooden bowl. "Liyue, what are you standing there for? Come over and have dinner," Mu Liang called out with a smile on his lips. He certainly knew why she was spacing out. After all, humans are social creatures. This white-haired girl had been away from group life for too long, and when she tried to integrate into a new environment, she would subconsciously mimic others, which made her feel a bit uneasy. But she would get used to it eventually. "Oh, coming." Liyue patted her cheeks, shaking off the unnecessary thoughts in her mind. She sat down at the table, curiously eyeing the bowl of reddish meat soup in front of her. "After a hard day's work, let's dig in." Mu Liang said as he picked up a spoon and took a sip of the soup. As soon as Mino took a sip of the soup, she exclaimed in delight, "What's with this soup? It's so delicious." The blue eyes of the rabbit-eared girl openly revealed her love for the pot of meat soup. The wonderfully tangy and sweet taste made it impossible for her to stop. Mu Liang chuckled lightly and said, "I just added some tomatoes to it. You can learn to make it yourself in the future." "What are tomatoes?" Mino blinked curiously, hearing the word for the first time. "They're a type of red fruit," Mu Liang patiently explained. "Some of them aren't fully ripe yet, but once they are, I'll teach you." He glanced at Mino's rabbit ears, which were rhythmically twitching atop her head, and understood in his heart that she had truly fallen in love with this soup. Hum. Mino nodded happily, waving her arms as she praised. "Tomato meat soup. This is the best meat soup I've ever had in my life." "Then have some more." Mu Liang smiled as he served another ladle of soup to the rabbit-eared girl. Seeing the food he made bring such joy to the girl filled his heart with a sense of delight. Mino squinted her eyes and smiled, then took big gulps of the soup. "Is it really that good?" Liu muttered softly from the side. She felt Mino's reaction was a bit exaggerated and couldn't quite believe it. The white-haired girl, with a hint of curiosity, also picked up her wooden bowl and took a sip. The next second, her white eyebrows raised slightly, and her expression changed instantly. She didn't even bother to speak, exhaling as she drank, finishing the entire bowl of soup in one go. "Finished? Let me give you another ladle." Seeing this, Mu Liang served the white-haired girl another ladle of soup. The steel pot wasn't very big, capable of making about 4 bowls of soup, just enough for the few of them to share. No need." Liu finally reacted, her cheeks flushing as she declined shyly. "Come on, drink up," Mu Liang teased, "or else Mino might snatch it from you." Liu instinctively protected her wooden bowl, then realized she had been tricked, her pretty face instantly turning bright red. "I wouldn't snatch it," Mino pouted, gently tugging on Mu Liang's arm, as if acting coquettishly to express her displeasure. "All right, hurry up and eat the roasted meat. It's going to get cold." Mu Liang smiled as he distributed the roasted meat to the two girls. But when Mino took a bite of the roasted meat, she frowned and muttered softly, "Why does it taste different?" The roasted meat jerky, which used to feel tough and flavorful, now seemed bland and much fishier after tasting the fresh and savory meat soup. The two girls suddenly felt that the roasted meat was far less delicious than it used to be. After dinner, Mu Liang fiddled with the fire while watching Mino tidy up the dishes. He curiously asked, "Mino, how's the dress coming along?" "It's already finished, and I even added sleeves to those 2 robes," Mino said, her rabbit ears on her head twitching excitedly. Last night, she had sewn a dress and 2 modified robes according to the fabric Mu Liang had cut. "You two will go take a bath in a bit," Mu Liang said as he added stones to the fire pit to heat water. Without waiting for Mino to speak, he continued, addressing Liu. "You wear one of the robes Mino sewed." "A bath? Didn't we just take one yesterday?" Mino asked blankly. Mu Liang calmly retorted, "You ate yesterday, so why do you need to eat today?" Mino was instantly stumped, not knowing how to argue back. Liu was just about to refuse. "Can't you smell the odor on yourself?" Mu Liang's black eyes gazed faintly at the white-haired girl as he deliberately curled his lips. "That sour stench, I can smell it, you know. So, go take a bath obediently." I don't stink." Liu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Even her ears were flushed. She bit her lip in shame and anger, repeating, "I don't stink at all." This was the first time in her life someone had called her smelly to her face, and with such disdain. She was so furious that she wanted to rush over and bite Mu Liang. Mu Liang even waved his hand in disgust, as if he had really smelled something. Mino covered her mouth and giggled on the side. This familiar bickering scene seemed especially amusing to her. "Fine, I'll wash. I'll go right now." Liu stomped her foot in shame and anger, then turned around and stormed into the bathroom partitioned off with wooden boards. "Wait a moment, I'll help you heat up the water." "No need. I'm almost done washing. If you wash with cold water, you'll still smell bad." "Why, you're lying. You really were lying to me. You said I stink. That was a lie too, wasn't it?" "No, saying you stink is true." With a loud clang, there was complete silence inside. After a round of amusing bickering, Mu Liang still placed the red-hot stones into the large bath one by one, heating the water to a comfortable temperature before shooing the two girls into bathe. After all, they'd been busy all day, covered in either sweat or dust. How could they not freshen up? Their hygiene habits seemed to need gradual improvement, Mu Liang thought, shaking his head. If you have the means to live better, why not? He glanced at the sky and decided to take advantage of the free time to process the tea leaves he had picked earlier. He cast a glance toward the bathroom, but ignored the loud exclamations coming from the rabbit-eared girl inside. He placed the clean steel pot over the fire and tossed in the tender tea buds picked by the rabbit-eared girl. Activating his scale-hardening ability, he directly used his hands to stir-fry the tea leaves in the scorching pot. This process, in technical terms, is called fixation. Still need to knead it. Mu Liang recalled the tea-making process that a tea-loving teammate had mentioned during his time in the military. Ever since his body was enhanced, his past memories had become exceptionally vivid, accessible at any moment. Almost done, Mu Liang shook the steel pot, looking at the transformed tea leaves inside. He poured them onto a wooden board, ready to brew tea once they cooled. At that moment, the bathroom door opened, and two refreshed young girls stepped out. Mino was wearing a white dress, its design somewhat peculiar, but it made her look like a lively and energetic teenage girl. Meanwhile, Liu exuded a cool and serene aura, her snow-white skin paired with her snow-white long hair, resembling a resilient little flower amidst the ice and snow. Looks great. Mu Liang gave a thumbs up in praise. I'm going back to my room. Liu lowered her head shyly, clutching her old clothes, and tried to sneak back to the small hut that had just been built during the day. Wait, Mu Liang called out to her and said gently, your room doesn't even have a bed. You should sleep here tonight. No need, I can sleep on the floor. Liu stubbornly shook her head. She used to sleep anywhere in the wild, and now at least she had a room that could shield her from the wind and rain. Then at least have a cup of tea before you leave. Mu Liang no longer insisted, pouring a bowl of tea for each of them using wooden bowls. Boiling water was poured into the bowls, and the tea leaves instantly unfurled. The green specks on the leaves glimmered, radiating light that, refracted by the water, made it seem as though a starry sky was contained within the bowl. So beautiful. Mino's blue eyes sparkled with fascination. Absolutely stunning. Liu was equally entranced. Quick, try and see how it tastes, urged Mu Liang. Okay. Mino snapped out of her thoughts, carefully blew on it, and took a small sip. The next second, her little face immediately scrunched up, and she stuck out her tongue. Wow, it's so bitter. But right after, her blue eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, huh? Now it tastes sweet, and I feel like my mind is so much clearer. Tea is naturally bitter at first, and then sweet, Mu Liang said, amused by her dramatic and lively expression. Is that so? Mino laughed shyly. It's very delicious. Liu also took a small sip, closing her eyes to savor it. The sweet taste lingers in the mouth for a long time, and it refreshes the mind. This is definitely the finest tea I've ever heard of. Then, how many ferocious beast crystals do you think a cup of tea like this could be exchanged for? Mu Liang asked curiously. The tea leaves from the starlight tea tree were abundant, making them perfect as a specialty product to trade for resources. I don't know. Liu shook her head. I've only ever heard of such high-end goods, but never had the chance to experience them. If I hadn't met you, I might never have known what tea tastes like in my entire life. It seems I need to find someone knowledgeable to test the waters, Mu Liang thought. He needed to take out a little as bait to attract those big clients who owned a large number of beast crystals and were willing to spend money. Liu noticed his thoughts and softly reminded him, those big figures will definitely like it, but don't take out too much to sell at once. I understand. I won't sell these for now, Mu Liang said, looking at the dwindling amount of tea leaves on the wooden board. Mino also noticed and asked hesitantly in a small voice, did we drink too much? No, Mu Liang shook his head with a smile. This high-end product should naturally be sold at a sky-high price. Or, wouldn't it be better to keep it for ourselves to drink? High-end product? Liu furrowed her delicate white brows, not quite understanding the term. Who says only tinder buds can be used to make tea? Mu Liang's lips curved slightly upward. Ordinary leaves can be used too, though the taste might be a bit inferior. Does that mean we still need to go pick tea leaves? Mino's blue eyes immediately sparkled with eager anticipation. Yes, the task of picking tea leaves is yours now, Mu Liang said softly. I'll go right now. Mino jumped up excitedly and dashed toward the door like a gust of wind. Aren't you going to stop her? It's nighttime, Liu said, looking at the bunny-eared girl who had disappeared at the door, a bit worried. She'll be back soon. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on his lips. He picked up Mino's wooden bowl and took a sip of tea. It truly was exceptional tea, better than anything he'd ever had on Earth. He decided that the price of this tea must be increased tenfold from the original plan. Otherwise, the loss would be too great. Liu slightly opened her mouth, not quite understanding Mu Liang's words. But within 10 seconds, an excited voice came from outside the door. Wow! Mu Liang, come and take a look. It was Mino. She hadn't arrived yet, but her loud voice came first. The girl with rabbit ears rushed to the door like a gust of wind and called out crisply, "The tea tree is glowing. It's so beautiful." Mu Liang replied with a light chuckle. "I know. How could you possibly know? Come out and see." Mino pouted, ran over, grabbed Mu Liang's arm, and started pulling him outside. All right, I'll go take a look." Mu Liang's dark eyes were filled with affection. He stood up and casually patted the shoulder of the white-haired girl, Liu, beside him. Liu blinked her silver-white eyes in confusion, hesitated for a moment, and then followed out. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Mu Liang and Mino standing dumbfounded not far away. In front of them, a soft glow was emanating. "What's wrong?" Liu furrowed her snow-white brows, walked up to the two of them, and followed their gaze forward. The next second, she was stunned as well. That starry tea tree was currently radiating a shimmering green glow, with each tea leaf sparkling with star-like brilliance, dazzling and breathtakingly beautiful. "So beautiful," Liu unconsciously praised. "Just like the night sky," Mu Liang said gently. Mino looked reluctant. "I can't bear to pick the tea leaves. It would ruin this stunning scene." "All right, if you want to pick tea leaves, come back tomorrow." Mu Liang reached out and gently tugged the girl's rabbit ears. But I'm free right now, aren't I?" Mino pouted, raising her hand to protect her ears. "The light will disappear in a moment," Mu Liang explained as he turned and walked into the house. "It only glows twice a day. Besides, it's so dark now. Can you even see how to pick the leaves?" I forgot." Mino sheepishly scratched her rabbit ears. "Hurry inside. It's cold outside," Mu Liang urged, as he was still waiting to take a bath. "Mu Liang, where's the drawing I asked for?" "Go get it yourself." Under the same night sky, at the foot of a distant hill, the bonfire was burning brightly. On the hill, two thieves, one tall and one short, were keeping watch, vigilantly observing their surroundings. "The boss is really furious this time," the short thief whispered. "Who would have thought that after chasing for so long, we'd end up being tricked by those people from the small camp?" The tall thief glanced at the campfire down the hill and lowered his voice. "No kidding. Poor those two scouts. They were slaughtered on the spot." Luckily, the tracker captain went along. With just one sniff, he knew the scent was left several days ago. Otherwise, we'd still be foolishly chasing after them. "Going back tomorrow, I hope we can get a bit more water this time." "Hey, look, there's light in the distance." The short thief suddenly stood on tiptoe, pointing at the distant night. The tall thief glanced briefly and warned, "Don't look. Don't be too curious about those lights. It could be deadly." "Why? Maybe there are people over there. Should we go and take something?" The short thief was eager to try. "Do you have a death wish?" the tall thief said irritably. "The beasts at night are terrifying and very clever. Some of the lights are created by them to lure prey." "Really?" The short thief was startled. "Just wait. That light will disappear soon," the tall thief sneered. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the distant light vanished. It's really gone. See? I was right, wasn't I? Maybe the ferocious beast that emitted that light is as big as this hill we're standing on." "I get it. Stop talking." The night fell silent once again. The next day, before dawn, the Bloodbeard bandit group gathered once again and marched swiftly toward their base camp. The atmosphere along the way was extremely tense. Bloodbeard had already lost his temper several times and injured quite a few people. Even his two most capable captains dared not provoke him. By evening, when they returned to the valley, they saw Bloodbeard's son, Bloodblade, waiting there with about 200 men. "What are you doing out here? Who's guarding the house?" Bloodbeard's face darkened, his hand already resting on the hilt of his knife. If his son's answer displeased him, he would make sure Bloodblade spent a few days bedridden. Bloodblade shrank back fearfully and spoke bitterly. "Father, the cultivation room is gone." "What?" "Thieves have broken into the breeding room and stolen all the important things." Bloodbeard's beard bristled with rage. He grabbed Bloodblade by the collar, spitting as he shouted into his son's face. "What about the crystal fish? What happened to the crystal fish?" Facing his father's murderous glare, Bloodblade answered nervously, It's gone too. Only some water and jerky were left behind." Smack! Bloodbeard's face darkened as he slapped hard, sending Bloodblade flying 3 or 4 meters away. The crystal fish was the foundation of their bandit group, the core resource that sustained the entire team. Without the crystal fish, this bandit group would eventually fall apart, and no one would obey his rule anymore. Bloodbeard's only son had already been struck down by him with a single blow. "Get away from me, all of you!" Bloodbeard roared, driving away the surrounding subordinates, leaving only 4 leaders and Bloodblade. He didn't even bother to enter the valley, sitting heavily on a large rock by the roadside, exuding an aura of killing intent. He asked irritably, "What on earth is going on? Tell me everything in detail." Bloodblade, clutching his swollen face, mumbled indistinctly, "The night before last, that thief climbed in from behind the hill and even blocked the door from the inside. Yesterday, we finally managed to pry the door open, only to find that he had already escaped. We turned the entire camp upside down, but couldn't find a trace of him." "You idiot." Bloodbeard's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. "Someone capable of climbing in from the hill would be stupid enough to hide in the camp waiting for you to catch him?" One of the 4 major leaders, a man nicknamed Cunning Fox, advised, "Boss, the most urgent thing now is to quickly chase after that thief." "That's right. He definitely hasn't gone far. We can still catch up if we go after him now." Another leader called Tracker chimed in. In fact, the thief had already been gone for 2 days, but no one dared to say it out loud. Bloodbeard panted heavily, suppressing his anger as he asked, "What did the thief leave behind?" "Some white rope." Bloodknife pulled a somewhat translucent rope out of his pocket. "Tracker, it's up to you now." Bloodbeard tossed the rope over. The tracker took the rope, brought it close to his nose, and sniffed carefully. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked up in astonishment. "Boss, this scent. It's exactly the same as the one left by the person who lured us to that small camp earlier." "You mean the one who tricked us before and the one who stole my stuff are the same group?" Bloodbeard's eyebrows instantly shot up. "That's right. The lingering scent was left by the same person," the tracker said with absolute certainty. "Very well. They actually dared to mess with Bloodbeard." Bloodbeard grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his voice hoarse and sinister. "Track them down. I want to see what kind of scum dares to toy with me like this." "Yes," the tracker responded respectfully. He raised his head, sniffed the air, then lowered his head to smell the rope in his hand. "There's more here." Bloodknife immediately ordered all the collected white ropes to be brought over. After sniffing them, the tracker's expression grew even more peculiar. Bloodbeard said coldly, "If you found something, just say it." "Yes," the tracker said gravely. "There are 2 other scents on this rope. One is very faint, likely from another person. The other, it's very strong, and judging by the smell, it doesn't seem human." "I don't care whether it's human or not." Bloodbeard growled impatiently. "I'm asking you, can you track them down?" "I can," the tracker said confidently. "Following this strong scent, I can definitely find their trail." As a mutant, he possessed a hound-like sense of smell, and as long as the scent hadn't faded within 3 days, he was confident he could catch up. "He's gone mad. Bloodbeard has completely lost it." He gave the order, "Go, bring out all the water and meat. Make sure everyone eats and drinks their fill. We're setting out overnight." The crystal fish was gone, and he could barely sustain his band of over 500 thieves. If he could retrieve the crystal fish, that would be ideal. If not, Losing some people during the pursuit would make it easier for him to manage. Yes, Bloodblade immediately led his men to transport food and water. As dawn broke, Liu slowly opened her eyes and found an animal skin blanket draped over her. A warm feeling swept through her heart. She turned her head to look at the wall adorned with swords and knives, and the expression on her delicate face softened considerably. Indeed, she had slept in Mu Liang's room again last night, though the reason she could no longer remember. If this continues, I might not want to leave, right? Liu murmured softly, raising her hand to touch the crimson mark on her right cheek. If it weren't for this infection of the phantom ghost, she might truly consider staying. After all, being able to bathe in clean water and drink hot tea was an unimaginable luxury here. Most importantly, he didn't dislike her. What am I thinking? Liu covered her face with both hands, her silver-white eyes shimmering with a hazy light. Euphilia and the others are still waiting for me to bring back the angel's tear to regroup. She thought to herself, unable to resist rolling back and forth on the bed. Ahem. A light cough came from the doorway. Liu's movements froze instantly. I'm just here to grab something, carry on. Mu Liang said with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth, leaning against the doorframe as he looked at the stiffened white-haired girl on the bed. Swish. In an instant, Liu grabbed the animal skin blanket with unprecedented speed and covered her head. The smile in Mu Liang's eyes deepened. He walked into the room, picked up a waterproof backpack from the corner, and as he reached the door, he chuckled softly and reminded, I'm leaving. You can keep sleeping. He carried the backpack to the hall, emptied its contents, and carefully examined the animal skins inside. The sky was still early, and the two young girls were still asleep. Mu Liang decided to use this quiet time to study the mysterious ancient text on the animal skin. He transcribed the ancient characters one by one and tried to annotate them with modern text beside them, using this comparative method to decipher the mystery. However, he recognized only a few characters, which left him somewhat frustrated. Unconsciously, he became completely immersed, not even noticing the passage of time until the daylight outside the window fully brightened. Aha! Mino yawned as she opened the door, only to find the hearth empty with nothing cooking. The rabbit-eared girl immediately raised her hand and energetically shouted, Mu Liang, I'll make breakfast. Only then did Mu Liang snap out of the world of words and respond with a smile. Then I'll trouble you. Not troublesome at all. Mino enthusiastically grabbed the steel pot and turned to walk into the storeroom. But just a few seconds later, she came out holding an empty wooden bucket, her face full of distress as she said weakly, Mu Liang, we're out of water. Don't worry, we have water, Mu Liang replied with a mysterious chuckle. He bent down and pulled out a wooden bucket from under the wooden table, lifting the lid just slightly. Clear water immediately began to flow out. Huh? When did we get an extra bucket of water? Mino exclaimed in surprise, holding her own bucket as she stepped forward to collect water. At that moment, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of something crystal clear inside the gap of the bucket, seemingly struggling to squeeze its way out. Mu Liang, there seems to be something in the bucket. Mino's delicate face tensed up as she nervously nudged Mu Liang's foot with her toe, lowering her voice to warn him. It seems like it's trying to get out. Oh, the crystal fish is inside. Mu Liang finally realized that the rabbit-eared girl had never seen this creature before. He simply lifted the wooden bucket lid in one swift motion and, with lightning speed, precisely grabbed the slippery crystal fish. At the same time, he issued a command to the system in his mind. Tame the crystal fish and evolve it directly to level 3. Ding! Level 1 life form detected. Crystal fish, taming in progress. Ding! Consumed 10 taming points. Taming successful. Ding! Level 1 evolved to level 3, deducting 110 evolution points. Ding! Level 3 crystal fish evolution successful. Ding! Would you like to inherit the crystal fish talent? Water element condensation. Inherit. Mu Liang's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. He had gained another powerful ability that would make anyone envious, and from now on, he would never have to worry about water sources again. Ding! Water element condensation is being improved, adapting, inheritance complete. A refreshing sensation ran from head to toe and then quickly disappeared. Mu Liang paid no attention, skillfully opening the system interface to check his attributes. Trainer, Mu Liang. Stamina, 48. Speed, 45.8. Strength, 46. Spirit, 70. Lifespan, 24 years per 1,200 years. Taming points, 0. Evolution points, 748. Abilities, Mimicry Scale Hardening, Level 4. Silk Manipulation, Level 4. Earth Manipulation, Level 4. Starlight Domain, Level 3. Water Element Condensation, Level 3. Angel's Tier, Level 1. Tamed Beasts, Tricolor Lizard, Level 4. Red Ghost Spider, Level 4. Rock Armor Turtle, Level 4. Crystal Fish, Level 3. Tamed Plants, Starlight Tea Tree, Level 3. Angel's Wing, Level 1. Seeing the lifespan that spanned 1,000 years, Mu Liang contentedly closed the attribute interface. The crystal fish has grown bigger. Mino widened her beautiful blue eyes, full of amazement. Every time she saw Mu Liang instantly enlarge a small animal, she was utterly astonished. Mu Liang, let go of it quickly. Mino suddenly realized something was wrong, poking Mu Liang's cheek with her finger and anxiously reminding him, "You're about to squeeze it to death." Mu Liang looked down and saw the crystal fish in his palm, struggling weakly. He hurriedly loosened his grip, allowing the crystal fish, which had grown to half a meter in length, to catch its breath. With a splash of water, the recovered crystal fish immediately activated its innate ability. Countless water droplets appeared out of thin air, quickly forming a large water sphere over a meter in diameter, enveloping itself and Mu Liang's entire arm. "Looks like I can only put you in the big bathtub for now." Mu Liang helplessly looked at his soaked sleeve. What an amazing crystal fish. It's so beautiful, and it's actually semi-transparent. Mino exclaimed as she leaned closer, carefully touching the surface of the water ball with her finger. It was cool and elastic. "It's being a bit naughty right now." Mu Liang shook his head in exasperation and placed the crystal fish along with the water ball into an empty big bathtub. Being a little naughty is fine too." Mino immediately defended the crystal fish, completely captivated by the sparkling creature. It seemed that no matter the girl, they couldn't resist something that glittered like this. As soon as the crystal fish entered the bathtub, more streams of water appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the massive bathtub was instantly filled with clear water. Water splashed everywhere, quickly filling the enormous bathtub. Glug, glug, glug. A wave of grievance reached Mu Liang's mind. It was the crystal fish complaining that the space was too small. "Stay put. I'll dig a big pond for you later." Mu Liang used his consciousness to soothe it, fearing that the little creature would splash water everywhere. Meanwhile, inside the room, crystal fish, Liyue's cheeks were flushed red, and she couldn't help but poke her head out from the warm fur blanket, tilting her ear to listen to the bursts of exclamations coming from the hall. Her curiosity was like being gently tickled by a feather, itchy and tantalizing. "Should I go out and take a look?" she murmured to herself. As for this legendary creature, the white-haired girl had only seen its description on the Moon Lake tribe's bounty notice and had never witnessed it in person. "Guess I'll go take a look." Curiosity ultimately overcame sleepiness. Liyue quietly got out of bed, tidied up her clothes, and tiptoed to the door like a cat. She poked her head out halfway and looked toward the corner of the hall, where she saw Mu Liang and Mino gathered around a large bathtub, whispering to each other. Mu Liang, with his keen senses, had already noticed her. He turned his head and waved with a smile. "Liyue, come over and say hello to the new member of our family." "Oh, coming." Liyue bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed, and walked over. Faced with Mu Liang's invitation, she found herself unable to muster any thought of refusal. As soon as Mino saw her approaching, she immediately reacted like a startled little rabbit, pressing close to Mu Liang and making room for her. "Thank you," Liyue said softly. No need." Mino nervously waved his hands repeatedly. Liyue responded with a faint smile, then lowered her head to look at the bathtub. When she saw the crystal fish leisurely swimming in the water, over half a meter long, her usually cool expression was instantly replaced by astonishment. "A crystal fish can be this big?" This is completely different from what the Moon Lake tribe's bounty notice described. Didn't it say they were only palm-sized? Mu Liang looked at her shocked expression and said with a mischievous smile, "What? Not quite what you imagined. Completely different. It's too big," Liu answered instinctively, completely unaware of the smug, mischievous smile on Mu Liang's face. "I've always been curious." Mu Liang changed the subject and asked, "What price did the Moon Lake tribe offer for this fish?" After all, the crystal fish can condense water out of thin air, making it nothing less than a walking treasure trove in this wasteland. Water itself is the hardest currency. Liyue's snow-white brows furrowed slightly as she began to recall the contents of the bounty notice, slowly reciting in her cold voice. One elder seat in the Moon Lake tribe, 1/20th of the water source rights for future crystal fish production, a large house, 20 slaves, and 10,000 pounds of dried meat. All right, no need to read further. Mu Liang rubbed his temples. The Moon Lake tribe had truly gone all out. Such an exorbitant bounty made even him feel tempted, let alone those desperate outlaws. Mino next to him was completely dumbfounded, her blue eyes staring blankly at the crystal fish in the bathtub, with only the words 10,000 pounds of jerky echoing in her mind. "So, do you understand now?" Liu saw the troubled expression on Mu Liang's face, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a fleeting smile before she became serious again, warning, "This fish will undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes, especially that elder's seat, a position above tens of thousands, enough to lure every ambitious person. It seems I need to make new preparations." Mu Liang's expression turned grave as he decided to overturn his previous plan. "What? You're still planning to go to the Moon Lake tribe?" Liu was stunned. This was completely different from what she had expected. She urged anxiously, "It's too dangerous for you to take the crystal fish there. We don't have to go to the Moon Lake tribe. We can go somewhere else." "Other tribes?" Mu Liang asked in return. "Is there one bigger than the Moon Lake tribe?" "There is." Liu immediately pointed in a direction. "If you head east from here, about a 20-day journey, there's a Golden Lion tribe." 20 days? That's too far. Mu Liang shook his head without a second thought. He now urgently needs a large number of ferocious beast crystal stones to exchange for evolution points, and has no intention of wasting time on the road. As long as he has enough evolution points, the Small Moon Pool tribe is nothing to fear. It's precisely because it's far that we can avoid the current spotlight. Liu tried to make him understand. Bloodbeard had just lost the crystal fish, and now was the most turbulent time. Her idea was to let everyone believe that the fish thief had already fled far away, and then quietly return to the Moon Pool tribe after the commotion subsided. Sometimes, danger also means opportunity. Mu Liang patted the white-haired girl's shoulder and turned to walk toward the table. "Sigh." Liu let out a helpless sigh, knowing that her words had been wasted again. This man was truly stubborn beyond reason. Don't worry." Mino, standing nearby, looked at Liu's dejected expression and said timidly, "We have to trust Muyang. He's really amazing. That's because he doesn't know what he's about to face." Liu instinctively retorted, but halfway through her sentence, she saw the pure worry flickering in the blue eyes of the rabbit-eared girl. The rest of her words got stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She pressed her lips together, shifted her tone, and softened her voice. You're right. Muyang is indeed very capable." After Mino left, Liu lowered her head and looked at the rippling water in the bathtub. The surface reflected her blurry face. She realized that in just 2 days, she had become unlike herself. The white-haired girl who always prepared for the worst seemed to be slowly fading away. This filled her with an inexplicable sense of panic. Mu Liang looked at her dejected back and knew she was overthinking again. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. What a worrywart she was. However, he could understand. After all, his true abilities had yet to be revealed, so it was no wonder she was concerned. He didn't want to show off too early. He had to keep some cards up his sleeve. "Liu, come here." Mu Liang decided to divert her attention. "I need to talk to you." Liu snapped out of her thoughts and walked to the table with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Mu Liang held up a piece of animal hide and asked softly, "Do you recognize the writing on this?" Liu leaned in for a glance. then slightly raised her chin with a tone of natural confidence. Of course, isn't it beast-shaped script? Also called hieroglyphs. Mu Liang was somewhat surprised, not expecting the characters of this world to bear a striking resemblance to the oracle bone script he was familiar with. They've always been called hieroglyphs. That's common knowledge. Liyue glanced at him, puzzled as to why this man seemed a bit slow today. Mu Liang couldn't explain why he was so astonished, so he directly got to the point. What does it say? Let me take a look. Liyue took the animal hide, her beautiful snow-white eyebrows gradually furrowing, seemingly struggling to decipher it. She muttered softly, "Tu. Oh, turns out it's sunflower." Mu Liang looked at her expression and instantly understood. He narrowed his eyes and asked softly, "Liu, could it be that you're not very literate?" Liyu's body stiffened, and the animal hide in her hand was crumpled. However, her face remained calm and composed as she coldly retorted, "Who says so? How could I possibly be illiterate?" "Oh, really?" Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, pointed to the 3 characters on the animal hide, and asked with a smile, "Then do you recognize these 3 characters?" Of course I do." The corner of Liyu's mouth twitched slightly, her tone somewhat uncertain. "The first character is Bibed." She paused for a moment, trying hard to recall. "I also have an impression of the other 2 characters." "Don't rush me, let me think." "I didn't say anything." Mu Liang lazily propped his cheek with one hand, putting on a look of, "I completely trust you." "White. White curve grass." "No, that's not right. Maybe white vine grass." "Also wrong. The character for vine isn't written like that." Liyue's voice grew less confident as she spoke, her head lowering further and further until she finally used a piece of animal hide to cover her blushing face. Mu Liang pretended to sigh and shook his head. "Looks like you don't know many characters either. I just haven't looked at hieroglyphs in a long time." Liyue defended herself in a small voice, her cheeks burning. "I just forgot a few temporarily. Give me some time, and I'll definitely remember them." Sure. Mu Liang's perfunctory tone made a vein throb on Liyue's temple. "Humph." The silver-haired girl angrily slapped the animal hide onto the table, crossed her arms over her chest, and adorably pouted as she turned her head away. At that moment, Mino brought a steel pot to the table. "Breakfast is ready." Liyue couldn't stay sulking anymore and immediately got up to fetch the utensils. Breakfast was the same as usual, a bowl of meat soup and a serving of dried roasted meat. Mu Liang ate absent-mindedly, his mind still preoccupied with the text on the animal hide. He felt a bit helpless. In this world, the 2 girls he knew turned out to be illiterate. Liyue was slightly better, a semi-literate, while the rabbit-eared girl Mino probably hadn't even seen much of the pictographic script. "It seems I need to find someone to teach me how to read." Mu Liang calculated in his mind. To truly establish himself in this world, he must learn its script and understand its history and culture. Just as he was feeling troubled, Liyue suddenly spoke up. "Although I've forgotten quite a few characters, I still know what is recorded on this beast hide." Mu Liang immediately looked up. "What is it?" Liyue's expression became unusually serious, and she said word by word, "It's a secret formula for human enhancement." "The kind of medicine that can improve human physical qualities?" Mu Liang asked in shock. "Yes." Liyue put down the half-eaten roasted meat and reached out, saying, "Show me the other copies. I need to confirm which tier of enhancement potion this is." Mu Liang did not hesitate at all and immediately handed over a stack of beast hides. Liyue flipped through the beast hides with a cold expression, searching for the numbers on them, and said, "These 3 are Tier 1 materials." She continued flipping. "There are a total of 7 Tier 2 materials." Suddenly, she stopped her movements, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Oh? There's actually a Tier 3 human enhancement potion formula here." Liyue's expression became serious as she quickened her pace in searching for the numbered markings on the animal hides. Moments later, the white-haired girl exclaimed in shock, "There are even Tier 4 ones. A total of 24 material diagrams." "No way." Liyue placed the 24 animal hides aside, staring incredulously at the small remaining stack on the table. She looked up at Mu Liang, her voice slightly dry. "The rest are very likely formulas for Tier 5 human enhancement elixirs." Mu Liang observed the girl's shocked expression and immediately understood the value of these Tier 5 elixirs. A bandit group of over 500 people not only possessed a rare crystal fish, but also hid a complete set of human enhancement elixirs ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 5. The force behind this was anything but simple. Looks like that blood-bearded man has quite the background, Mu Liang thought to himself. It's really a 5th-tier formula. Liyue carefully confirmed it and neatly stacked the 36 pieces of beast hide. She looked up at Mu Liang, momentarily at a loss for words. Bloodbeard's greatest misfortune in this lifetime was probably encountering Mu Liang. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Liang spread his hands innocently. He had once again struck it rich overnight, even securing the foundation for future development. Suddenly, he thought of Bloodbeard's remnants. If the other party truly had trackers, they should have already seen through the bait left at the camp and were now on their way back to the main base. Tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow morning, they would plunge headfirst into the trap he had set. Whether they lived or died would depend on their luck. Liyue looked at his smug expression, momentarily at a loss for words. She gazed at the 5 stacks of beast hide on the table with a complex expression and said in a deep voice, "This is a complete enhancement series. Its value is already no less than that of the crystal fish. Most importantly, it can maximize the potential of the human body. You must know, Liyue herself only managed to become a 4th-tier archer by relying on the infection of phantom spirits at the cost of having only 6 months left to live. That's perfect." Mu Liang tilted his head to glance at the rabbit-eared girl Mino, who had been obediently listening beside him. "Once we gather all the materials, we'll enhance Mino." As for himself, whether he could undergo enhancement again would only be known after trying. Mino took a moment to react. "Yes, you," Mu Liang joked. "In the future, you'll charge into battle for me and be my female general." All right, Mino didn't know what female general meant, but she agreed without hesitation. She perked up her rabbit ears and earnestly promised, "I will become a powerful female general." "Then you have to work hard," Mu Liang said with a light chuckle. "From now on, you'll need to cook something for lunch too." "Huh? We need to eat lunch too?" Mino asked in surprise. "If you want to get stronger, you need to eat more." Mu Liang had already decided to train Mino, at least to give her the ability to protect herself. Besides, this rabbit-eared girl was exceptionally gifted, as evidenced by the occasional envious glances from Liyue directed at Mino's rabbit ears. All right. As soon as Mino heard she could become stronger, she immediately agreed. She also wanted to help Mu Liang and didn't want to always be protected by him. How wonderful, Liyue murmured to herself. She was especially envious of Mino, who was naturally gifted. If she were to receive the enhancement from this set of secret potions, her strength would be several times greater than that of ordinary mutants. Mutants rely on certain innate abilities to become stronger, such as exceptional hearing, smell, or reflexes. They can use these traits to develop their own unique skills. Ordinary enhancers, on the other hand, simply strengthen their physical attributes and are inherently unable to compare with these talented mutants. You should be able to use these enhancement potions too, right? Mu Liang turned to look at the white-haired girl. Me. Liyue was stunned, a bit at a loss. "Yes, I noticed your physical condition isn't very strong." Mu Liang nodded affirmatively. "It can be used, but..." Liyue hesitated. Her body had barely reached the level of a Tier 3 enhancer due to the erosion caused by the Void Ghost's infection. Only when she activated her Eagle Eye talent could she exhibit the strength of a Tier 4 archer. "Are you wondering why I would allocate this to you?" Mu Liang's lips curved slightly. He extended his hand, pressing it on the sordid animal hides, and said softly, "You must know someone who can make secret potions, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't be so skilled at categorizing these materials." I do know someone who can make elixirs." A vision of a blonde-haired woman flashed through Liyue's mind. "What's your relationship like?" "I'd like to talk to her," Mu Liang asked gently. "Once we reach the Moon Lake tribe, I'll ask her for you." Liyue thought for a moment and said, "Your companion is in the Moon Lake tribe?" Mu Liang seemed a bit surprised. "I don't know if she's still there," Liyue replied. "It's been more than 10 days since I last saw her. We'll only know once we get there. I'm not sure if she's still at the Moon Lake tribe either. It's possible that Yufel has already set out to search for the Angel's Tier." After all, the place they agreed to meet isn't the Moon Lake tribe, and there's still over a month until the agreed date. This is also why the white-haired girl can remain so leisurely, staying here with Mu Liang while waiting for the angel's tear to form. Then let's wait until we get to the Moon Lake tribe to figure it out, Mu Liang said helplessly. Not having communication tools is such a hassle. Even meeting someone requires scheduling a time and place in advance. Nightfall descended. Bloodbeard glanced coldly at the tracker who had rushed up to him and asked icily, "Have you found any trace of that thief?" The tracker, too hurried to wipe the sweat from his forehead, pointed in a direction and said, "Found it. The thief went that way. Since you found it, let's move out immediately." Bloodbeard stood up and glanced back at the valley base camp behind him. Without the crystal fish, everything left in the valley was dispensable. Although the equally important human enhancement potion formula had also been stolen, Bloodbeard didn't care. He had already memorized the formula, and besides, the potion was of no use to him anymore. "You lazy fools, get moving!" Bloodbeard drew his long blade and roared angrily. "Anyone who dares to hold us back, I'll cut them down myself." Those thieves who had just eaten and drunk their fill and rested for less than 3 hours, though feeling disgruntled, quickly got up, fearing they might be killed by Bloodbeard with a single slash. "As long as anyone can catch that thief," Bloodbeard shouted loudly, "I'll reward him with 100 barrels of water and 1,000 pounds of jerky." He knew well that threats alone weren't enough. He had to offer some incentives. Well, upon hearing the reward, the thieves immediately became as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, raising their hands and shouting. 100 barrels of water and 1,000 pounds of jerky, if rationed carefully, could last over a year. "Move out." Bloodbeard swung his long knife. "This way." The tracker, very perceptive, led the way ahead. The entire valley, except for a few bandits left behind to guard, saw over 500 people holding torches, disappearing into the night. Damn it! Bloodbeard glanced back at the main camp once more. If he couldn't retrieve the crystal fish, this place would be a disaster for him. He had experienced 2 of the darkest periods in his life. One was being hunted by his own tribe after being caught stealing the enhancement elixir. The other was being betrayed by his most trusted lieutenant, who took over 400 people with him. Bloodbeard was convinced that the traitor was secretly watching his main camp. He might as well leave something here as bait, so that traitor wouldn't have time to interfere with him. "Move." Bloodbeard turned his head and strode forward. More than 500 thieves held their torches high, huddled together, hoping to use the firelight and their numbers to scare off the beasts lurking in the darkness. Although traveling at night was extremely dangerous, it was their only chance to catch up with the thief. During a break, Bloodbeard carefully listened to his subordinates' reports. The secret chamber had been robbed, the fabrics and plants were taken, and the cultivation room was completely destroyed. He dismissed the idea of going back, not wanting to see the mess and get upset. Moreover, his meticulous mind deduced that since the thief had taken so many things, they couldn't be moving quickly. Perhaps, if they traveled through the night for 2 days, they could catch up. At midnight, a tracker ran up to Bloodbeard with a look of delight on his face. "Any discoveries?" Bloodbeard asked, stroking his beard. "Boss, in the small canyon ahead, the thief's scent is very strong," the tracker said excitedly. He might have stayed there for a long time. The longer the stay, the stronger the scent, which could help them analyze a lot of information, such as how long the thief had stayed and when they had left. "Then hurry up and go in." Bloodbeard waved his hand lightly. Over 500 thieves formed a long line, crowding around Bloodbeard as they entered the small canyon. As soon as they went in, the leading tracker discovered that the place with the strongest scent was a cave. He pointed to a few trusted subordinates. "You guys, go in and take a look." "Yes." A few of them held torches and walked inside. Just as they reached the middle of the cave, one of them stepped on the ground and felt it was soft and springy underfoot. "This ground is so soft." Curious, he stepped on it a couple more times. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a thread snapping rang out. Immediately after, the ground collapsed with a loud crash, and those few people fell down in an instant, impaled by the sharpened wooden spears in the trap. "Ah!" A piercing scream of agony echoed from the cave, instantly causing a wave of panic. The tracker's face changed drastically, retreating quickly and shouting toward the cave, What happened? Help me. Help me. There's a trap inside. A painful wail came from within the cave. Damn thief. The tracker cursed. They even set us up with a trap before leaving. A piercing scream echoed through the canyon, but the tense expressions on the thieves' faces relaxed. It turned out to be just a small trap, nothing serious. Scared me for a moment. I thought we had run into some ferocious beast. One thief patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Another laughed gloatingly. Looks like those unlucky ones won't get to share the water and jerky. The rest of the thieves joined in with laughter, using it to mask their earlier panic. However, deep underground where they couldn't see, the real danger was being set into motion. Snap! A faint sound echoed as the translucent spider silk fixed to the canyon walls suddenly loosened, swiftly pulled away by a heavy mechanism. Asterisk snap. Snap. Asterisk more threads broke in response. What was that sound? Bloodbeard's ears twitched as his hand discreetly gripped the long knife at his waist. Did you hear something? Bloodknife tilted his head in confusion, trying to listen. It seems like it. Something that sounds like something breaking. Nightjackal and Slyfox stopped mid-sentence, suddenly freezing. The two exchanged a terrified glance and instinctively looked up toward the top of the canyon. On both sides of the cliffs, countless massive rocks were teetering precariously. Their faces instantly turned pale. All of you, get over here. Bloodbeard was the first to react. He grabbed Bloodblade by the back of his collar and shouted hoarsely, "The rocks above are about to fall." Before the words were out of his mouth, a dense sound of spider silk snapping echoed like the drumbeats of death. The thieves looked up in confusion, but it was already too late. Countless rocks of varying sizes came crashing down from both sides of the canyon like a torrential downpour. Heart-wrenching screams were instantly drowned out by the muffled thuds of falling boulders. A few minutes later, the canyon finally returned to a deathly silence, the air thick with the stench of blood and dust. My hand is broken. Someone save me, my foot is trapped." The survivors' wails and cries for help echoed through the canyon. Over 500 thieves crowded together, most of them crushed to death on the spot, while the rest were left with broken limbs, a sight too tragic to behold. Boom! A pile of rubble suddenly exploded, and Bloodbeard, standing at an imposing height of 1.9 meters, emerged from the debris, exuding a fierce killing intent. His crimson pupils were bloodshot. Moments ago, he had sensed the breath of death. If he hadn't hidden in a crevice between rocks at the last moment, he would have been pulverized. Damn it! How dare they? Bloodbeard looked at the devastation before him and listened to the wails of his subordinates, burning with rage and wishing he could immediately find the mastermind and tear them to shreds. "Boss, are you okay?" The tracker, pale-faced and clutching a twisted, deformed arm, ran over. Bloodbeard glared at him murderously. If it weren't for this guy leading the way, they would never have fallen into this death trap. The tracker felt a chilling sense of killing intent and, in a moment of desperation, pointed in a direction and shouted, "Boss, the person who stole our stuff ran that way." Humph. Bloodbeard restrained his killing intent. This tracker was still useful for now. He yanked the trembling Bloodblade out from the crevice in the rock and growled, "Useless. Hurry up and gather everyone who can still move." "Yes." Bloodblade, terrified out of his wits, scrambled away to carry out the order. At this moment, the cunning fox and the night jackal also walked over, looking disheveled. As mutants, they had narrowly escaped disaster by clinging to the rock wall with their extraordinary reflexes. "Where's Dolly?" Bloodbeard scanned the area, but did not see the other leader. "He's dead," Cunning Fox said expressionlessly. A rock hit him on the head. Bloodbeard clenched his teeth and ordered word by word, "Gather everyone who can still move. We continue the chase. I will remember this grudge." 5 days later, at dawn, they were far away from that bloody canyon. A massive rock-armored turtle was steadily making its way across the hill with deliberate steps. On its broad shell, within a small courtyard, the rabbit-eared girl Mino was gritting her teeth and persevering. "1, 2, do 30 more, keep it up." Mu Liang stood nearby, using a stern tone to encourage Mino, who was doing push-ups. "All right." Mino responded with difficulty. Sweat had already soaked the fur on her cheeks, dripping from her chin and forming a small dark patch on the ground beneath her. Her arms had long begun to tremble, yet she continued to slowly bend them, completing the next movement. This training had been ongoing for 5 days, with the daily workload steadily increasing. The white-haired girl Liu walked out from the plantation and approached Mu Liang, whispering, "She's been training all morning. Shouldn't we let her take a break? Finish these 30 before you can rest." Mu Liang's expression showed no sign of softening. As a former Special Forces soldier, he was well aware of the limits of the human body. The rabbit-eared girl still had energy to spare. He had to push her further to truly break through her limits. "Are you sure this kind of training is useful?" This wasn't the first time Liu had asked this question. As someone who had also undergone rigorous training in the past, the rabbit-eared girl's training seemed far too gentle in her eyes. "I'm laying a solid foundation for her," Mu Liang replied calmly. He had long noticed that Liu would unconsciously display some standard combat moves, and combined with the anguished cries in her dreams at night, it all pointed to a very tragic past. Liu paused for a moment, then apologized bitterly. "Sorry, I was too impatient. Has your angel's tear been condensed?" Mu Liang skillfully changed the subject. As soon as angel's tear was mentioned, Liu's mood instantly soared. "One drop has been condensed. I really didn't expect it to succeed in less than 10 days. It's simply incredible." By calculation, her angel's wings had only regained vitality for 7 days, and this speed completely exceeded her expectations. "Maybe it's thanks to the starlight tea tree." Mu Liang's lips curved slightly. It was precisely his starlight domain that shortened the condensation time of the angel's tear by a full 3 days. "I think so too." Liu always felt amazed whenever she thought of the tea tree that glows at night. But she immediately became troubled again. "It's just that there's no suitable container to hold the angel's tear. The preservation conditions for such a divine item are extremely stringent, and ordinary containers would cause its medicinal properties to dissipate rapidly. Let's look for one when we reach the Moon Lake tribe. Maybe there will be a suitable container there." Mu Liang didn't have a better solution either. Stone and wood wouldn't work, and as for making glass, he only knew the raw material was sand, but which type of sand to use would require time for careful experimentation. "All right, that's all we can do for now." Liu nodded helplessly. "Don't worry. Didn't you say we would reach the vicinity of the Moon Lake tribe by tomorrow?" Mu Liang looked up into the distance, but didn't see the mountain Liu had mentioned. "At the current pace, we should reach the mountainous area near the Moon Lake tribe by tomorrow morning." Liu sighed. She had tried to persuade him several times over the past few days, but Mu Liang still insisted on going to the Moon Lake tribe, filling her heart with worry. "Don't worry, I've got everything under control." Mu Liang patted her shoulder and gave her a reassuring look. After speaking, he squatted down and, with great interest, started counting for the bunny-eared girl who was doing push-ups. 29, 29.5, 29.6, 30. Mino listened to the deliberately drawn-out counting, her mouth twitching slightly. She struggled to finish the last push-up, then with a thud, collapsed onto the ground, completely motionless. "Don't lie down, sit up." Mu Liang smiled as he stepped forward, grabbing her by the back of her collar like a kitten and lifting her up. "Oh," Mino gasped for air, slumping to the ground. "Your stamina is still too poor. Looks like you'll need to train for a few more dozen days." Mu Liang spoke while skillfully massaging the sore muscles in her arm. "Whatever you say." Mino nodded weakly. Even the rabbit ears on her head drooped limply. "Do you still remember the key points of the assassination moves I taught you yesterday?" Mu Liang gently shook her arm, helping her relax. Over the past few days, he had not only been training Mino's physical fitness, but also teaching her some knowledge about human vital points, such as how to deliver a fatal blow and how to incapacitate an enemy instantly. Of course, stab the throat, stab the heart. Mino excitedly tried to raise her hand to demonstrate. Ouch! The next second, she grimaced in pain, her sore and weak arm unable to lift at all. "That's what you get for moving recklessly," Mu Liang said irritably, continuing to massage her arm while instructing. "After breakfast, go practice those assassination moves." "Okay." Mino immediately nodded. She didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she found it very interesting. This was much more fulfilling than being idle every day. She knew very little and was clumsy at doing things, but only Mu Liang would patiently teach her like this. "What are you thinking about?" Hurry up and go take a bath. It's time to get ready for breakfast. Mu Liang said, reaching out to grab her fluffy rabbit ears. My ears are going to get stretched out by you. Mino complained, but her body skillfully dodged his hand. Over the past few days, getting her ears pulled by Mu Liang had become a daily routine, and the two had even turned it into a game of evasion. If you don't struggle, they won't get stretched out. Mu Liang laughed, but still managed to grab her soft ears. Oomph. Sooner or later, I'll be able to dodge it. Mino pouted and said defiantly, when you can really dodge it, consider yourself officially graduated. Mu Liang replied lightly. Just wait and see. Mino snorted, wobbly stood up, and walked into the house. Remember to use warm water to wash. Mu Liang shouted loudly from behind. Got it. A crisp response came from inside the room. You two have such a good relationship. Liyue, standing nearby, watched their playful banter, her cool tone unconsciously tinged with a hint of envy. Mu Liang turned his head and looked at her with feigned surprise. What? Do you also want to do push-ups and have me massage you? Or is it that you want me to tug your ear? I won't pinch it for you. Liyue's face turned red as she retorted coquettishly. Finding an excuse, she shyly ran into the house. I'll go make breakfast. How about I give you a thigh massage? Mu Liang said with a smile, deliberately raising his voice. You're shameless. Before the words were finished, Liyue stumbled and almost fell. Mu Liang watched her panicked figure and laughed heartily. Teasing this cold-looking white-haired girl every day truly made his mood pleasant for the entire day. At night, the three of them finished dinner and began making final preparations for entering the Moon Lake tribe the next day. Mu Liang held a military knife and was intently carving patterns on the surface of a wooden box. He planned to use this exquisite box to store the Starlight tea. In his view, good goods must be paired with high-end packaging to highlight their value and make people take them seriously. Tomorrow we'll finally reach the Moon Lake tribe, Mino said, resting her hands on the table, her eyes full of longing. I wonder if my sister will be there. Mu Liang's carving hand paused slightly, seemingly unintentionally reminding. Maybe your sister hasn't settled in the Moon Lake tribe. That might be true. A trace of disappointment flashed across Mino's hopeful face. What does your sister look like? Mu Liang put down the military knife and pinned a piece of white cloth onto the drawing board. He sharpened a piece of charcoal and said softly, describe her appearance, and I'll draw her for you. Then we can take the portrait to the Moon Lake tribe to ask around. Can you really draw her? Mino asked excitedly. There should be some resemblance, Mu Liang said calmly. When he was a special forces soldier carrying out missions, sketching the enemy's appearance was a basic skill, and the portraits he drew always bore some resemblance. Liyue also walked over curiously, wanting to see for herself how one could draw a person's appearance based solely on a description. My sister is very beautiful, but she doesn't smile much. Her temperament is a bit like Liyue's, cold and aloof, Mino said, tapping her chin as she tried hard to recall, even comparing her sister to Liyue. After spending a few days together, she was no longer as shy and could now converse with Liyue normally. Liyue couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye upon hearing this, thinking to herself, I really didn't mean to come off as so cold. The focus is on physical features, like what her eyes and nose look like. Mu Liang felt at a loss. Just saying she's beautiful. How is he supposed to draw that? Oh, let me think. Mino awkwardly tugged at her rabbit ears and pondered. She has long black hair, a pair of cat-like ears, a face prettier than mine, and red pupils. Swish, swish, swish. Listening to the rabbit-eared girl's fragmented description, Mu Liang pieced together the details in his mind, and the charcoal in his hand moved across the canvas accordingly. Half an hour later, a black-haired, cat-eared girl with a cool and aloof demeanor appeared on the canvas. Take a look. Does she resemble your sister? Mu Liang flipped the drawing board around. If there's anything that doesn't look right, point it out and I'll make adjustments. Wow, it does look a bit like her. Mino's blue eyes lit up instantly. Comparing the image to her memory of her sister's appearance, she pointed at the portrait and said, the nose needs to be a bit higher, the eyebrows a little shorter, and the corners of the mouth should curve down a bit more. Very soon, Mu Liang immediately started making adjustments. A few minutes later, as he looked at the completed portrait, his expression turned a bit peculiar. How is it? Let me see. Mino leaned over and urged, "Take a look." Mu Liang handed over the drawing board. "Wow, this is exactly what my sister looks like," Mino exclaimed excitedly, holding up the drawing board. "The person in the drawing seems to be about the same age as you are now." Liyue was deeply surprised after looking at the portrait. She hadn't expected Mu Liang's drawing skills to be so exceptional, being able to depict someone's appearance solely based on a description. It was truly impressive. She then added her own opinion. "However, I think the earlier draft before the revisions looked more like what your sister would look like when she grows up." "Huh? Is that so?" Mino froze for a moment, staring intently at her sister's face on the drawing board. It did seem to resemble how her sister looked in her memory from 4 years ago. "It's fine. The appearance from 4 years ago is more accurate." Mu Liang dusted off the charcoal powder on his hands and reassured her. "I'll keep this painting well." Mino happily held up the painting and ran toward her room. "Don't forget to bring the painting tomorrow. You'll need it to find someone," Mu Liang reminded loudly. "I remember." Mino's crisp reply came from the room. Liyue glanced at the tightly closed door of the bunny-eared girl, leaned closer to Mu Liang, and asked in a low voice, "Do you really think we can find Mino's sister?" Sigh. Mu Liang let out a gentle sigh. Hearing this sigh, Liyue immediately understood that the chances of finding her were slim. Her snow-white brows furrowed slightly as she asked worriedly, "In that case, won't you remind her?" Letting her know the result earlier might help her move on. After all, it had already been 4 years since Mino's sister went missing. For a girl to survive alone in the wilderness was almost impossible. Mu Liang said gently, "Mino is very smart. She knows what she's doing." After speaking, he picked up the military knife and continued carving with focus. Does Mino really not know? No. Deep down, she understands that the hope of finding her sister is extremely slim. But if she doesn't hold on to this thought, perhaps she truly will never find her. More importantly, searching for her sister is a fantasy that Mu Liang deliberately maintains to protect the softness in her heart, a tenderness that belongs solely to the two of them. Liyue's heart clenched suddenly, and in an instant, she understood. A strange emotion surged within her, leaving her mind in turmoil. She bit her lip and lowered her head, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, as a faint trace of jealousy she hadn't even realized began to ignite deep inside her. Was it envy of Mu Liang's kindness to Mino, or envy of the inseparable bond between them? Liyue herself couldn't say for sure. Perhaps it was both. A wave of inexplicable discomfort rose within her, and this sudden emotion left her at a loss. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. "What's wrong with you?" Mu Liang sensed something was off and looked up in surprise. "And nothing. I'm going back to my room." Liyue's delicate face showed a trace of panic as she hurriedly turned around, lifting her skirt and running back to her room. She threw herself onto the bed, her small hands tightly covering her stifled chest. What on earth is going on? This feeling, it's so annoying. Liyue's mind was in chaos, restless and unable to muster the energy to do anything. After spending many days together, she had unknowingly integrated into Mu Liang and Mino's lives, and the tightly closed door to her heart had quietly cracked open. However, Liyue was still unaware that the feeling causing her unease was what people called jealousy. The next morning, Liyue got out of bed listlessly. Last night marked her 8th night at Mu Liang's house, and it was also her first time experiencing insomnia. The entire night, she lingered between dreams and wakefulness, dreaming of things that made her blush and her heart race. Liyue let out a sleepy yawn, slapped her cheeks forcefully, and mustered the energy to step out of her room. "Liyue, good morning." Mino greeted her, looking up. "What are you doing?" Liyue asked, her expression somewhat unnatural as she looked at the 5 cups, 1 large and 4 small, on the table. "I'm not too sure either." Mino shook her head blankly and said softly, "Mu Liang said that using these tea sets to brew tea can help sell the tea leaves at a better price, so he told me to practice more." As she spoke, she carefully poured the water from the large tea bowl into the small teacups, one by one. "Sell at a higher price? Then where is Mu Liang?" Liyue was momentarily stunned, scanning the hall but not seeing any sign of Mu Liang. "He went to the plantation. He said he was going to set up some kind of shielding wall to hide the tea trees." Mino replied casually, her gaze still focused intently on the tea sets. Then I'll go take a look. Liyue left these words behind and ran out. She came outside and saw from a distance that the entire plantation was surrounded by tall stone walls, making it look like a small hill. On the side, there was a deliberately carved entrance. She stepped inside. As soon as she entered, Liyue saw Mu Liang busy at work. She softly asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm pollinating the flowers." Mu Liang was holding a small brush, gently touching the stamens of each flower. Pollination? Liyue tilted her head curiously, hearing the term for the first time. Flowers need pollination to bear fruit, Mu Liang explained softly. He had too few seeds on hand, and there were no small insects like bees to help, so he had to do it himself. I see. Liyue felt like she had learned something new. She glanced at the tea trees emitting a soft glow and asked worriedly, "Keeping the tea trees and angels' wings enclosed in here like this, won't it be a problem?" "No worries, I left ventilation holes." Mu Liang pointed to the top of the enclosure. Liyue looked up and indeed saw thumb-sized holes scattered across it. Mu Liang continued, "We will only stay at the Moon Lake tribe for one day and will return tomorrow." He had no intention of lingering in the tribe. After obtaining the ferocious beast crystal, his top priority was to evolve the tamed beast. Moreover, it had been 6 days since he last tamed a new animal, so he needed to take this opportunity to find a suitable target. So soon? Coming back tomorrow? Liyue was stunned. Yes, we'll leave as soon as the goods are delivered. In Mu Liang's view, no matter how good the Moon Lake tribe was, it couldn't compare to the comfort of living on the back of the rock armor turtle. "What about my companion?" Liyue asked cautiously. "Didn't you say you wanted to talk to her?" Mu Liang chuckled helplessly. "Don't worry. I just won't be spending the night in the tribe, but that doesn't mean we'll leave the area right away." He had no intention of leaving before fully extracting the ferocious beast crystals from the Moon Pool tribe. That's good. Liyue breathed a sigh of relief. She was still counting on her companion Euphilia to study the angel's tear and see if it could be used to create a cure for the void ghost infection. Mu Liang stood up, dusted off his hands, and smiled at her, saying, "When the time comes, you can invite your companion to visit our home." Mu Liang stretched lazily, looking at the somewhat reserved white-haired girl in front of him, and casually asked, "How about bringing your companion to visit our home?" Home? Liyue's heart trembled, and in those silver-white eyes of hers, a light she had never experienced before flickered instantly, a mix of anticipation and fear. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, don't you want to?" Liyue seemed to doubt her own hearing, her voice trembling slightly. "Are you saying, I can treat this place as home? Don't say such silly things." Mu Liang raised his hand to press down on her fluffy head, ruffling it vigorously as he laughed and scolded. "You've been living here for so many days already. Of course, this is your home." He slowed his movements, gently smoothing the girl's soft white hair, and said softly, "You even have your own room here. As long as you want, you can stay forever." After spending these days together, he already understood the girl very well. She was responsible and sensible, but deep inside, she harbored a faint, almost imperceptible sense of inferiority. I. Liyue bit her lip tightly, her nose suddenly stinging as crystalline tears burst from her eyes, blurring her vision. On countless nights, as she lay in bed, she had fantasized about Mu Liang taking her in, just like he had taken in that rabbit-eared girl. But she knew she was a monster infected by the void ghost, and such a thing was only a luxury she dared to dream of. And now, that fantasy had come true. The overwhelming sense of happiness made her feel unreal, her mind completely losing the ability to think. "Can't believe it," Mu Liang asked gently, raising his hand to softly touch the crimson mark on her right cheek. Liu lifted her tearful eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Someone like me, can I really stay here?" She clutched tightly at the fabric of Mu Liang's waist, as if letting go would turn everything before her into a fleeting illusion. "Why not?" Mu Liang wiped the tears from her cheek and said earnestly, "To be honest, I quite like you just the way you are." "You're not lying to me, are you?" Liu sniffled, her delicate face flushing red. Summoning her courage, she boldly met Mu Liang's gaze. Her heart pounded uncontrollably, as if a wild beast were rampaging within her chest. Everything I said is true. Mu Liang's tone was very sincere. A calm and responsible girl. Who wouldn't like that? Mu Liang gazed at her, his voice gentle and magnetic. I may not fully understand the kind of life you used to have, but I can tell you, from now on, your life will only get better than it was before. These words were simple, without grand promises or deliberate assurances, yet they felt like a warm current, instantly soothing all the unease in the white-haired girl's heart. A radiant smile finally bloomed on Liyue's face, and she shouted loudly, I want to stay. Not long after, the two set off for the Moon Lake tribe. Mu Liang led Liyue out from the shelter of the rock armor turtle and looked up to see a large, earthy brown mountain in the distance. The Moon Lake tribe is at the foot of that mountain, Liyue said, pointing in a direction. We need to go around from the side. All right, let's head back and prepare first. We might have to spend the night in the tribe, Mu Liang said, issuing a telepathic command to the distant rock armor turtle, instructing it to stop at a safe distance to avoid arousing hostility from the tribe. I'll lead the way when the time comes, Liyue said softly. After all, she had spent some time in the Moon Lake tribe and was well acquainted with its inner workings. Then I'll leave it to you. Mu Liang's lips curved slightly, but as he stepped into the hall with Liyu, a sharp gaze immediately locked onto them. The rabbit-eared girl, Mino, tilted her head, her blue eyes shimmering with curiosity. She stared intently at the two of them, her gaze shifting between the black handprint on Liyu's snow-white hair and the dirty smudges on her cheeks. What puzzled her the most was Liyu's small hand, which was still tightly clutching Mu Liang's coat. Since when did the two of them become so close? She accidentally fell just now. Mu Liang chuckled awkwardly, casually making up an excuse. He couldn't possibly admit that the handprints and finger marks were left because he had touched her head and cheeks without washing his hands first. Could he? That would be impossible to explain afterward. Mino's delicate face immediately tensed up upon hearing this, and she asked with concern, Liyue, are you hurt anywhere? It's nothing, I'll go freshen up. Liyue's cheeks were flushed red, and she didn't dare to lift her head. After speaking, she lowered her head and quickly ran into her room. Her mind was still a chaotic mess, and she needed to calm down immediately. Something feels off. Mino pouted and muttered softly, her intuition telling her that something must have happened that she wasn't aware of. Mu Liang nonchalantly pulled out a chair and sat down, changing the subject as he asked, How's your tea-making practice coming along? I'll make some for you to see. Mino's attention was immediately diverted, and she began to elegantly brew tea. Although her movements still had slight pauses, they carried a unique rhythmic beauty. Very good, you've already got the style down. Mu Liang nodded in satisfaction, then softly asked, If you had to brew tea in front of others, would you feel nervous? Huh? Brew tea in front of others. Mino instantly became nervous, her delicate eyebrows knitting together. Don't worry, Mu Liang comforted. When the time comes, just stay by my side and don't look at anyone else. To let others understand the value of Starshine tea, a spectacular presentation is indispensable. Mino's two rabbit ears nervously twisted together. She said timidly, I think I can do it. Mu Liang raised his hand and gently tugged at her fluffy ears, reassuring her. When the time comes, you don't need to think about anything. Just keep a straight face and focus your eyes on your tea bowl. Okay. I'll just keep staring at the tea bowl. Mino seemed to have found a lifeline, cheering herself on, so nervous that she even forgot her ears were being tugged. Believe in yourself. Mu Liang patted her head and said gently, We're almost at the Moon Lake tribe. Go change into your new clothes, and don't forget to bring your painting. Mino responded absent-mindedly and turned to head back to her room. As soon as she left, another figure emerged from the room. The white-haired girl, Liyue, had already changed into her outfit, a hooded cloak, the same one she had worn when she first met Mu Liang. Mu Liang stared at her attire, stunned. You're going to wear that into the Moon Lake tribe? Yeah, that's how I used to get in. Liyue spoke matter-of-factly. Before Mu Liang could argue, she continued, I know a small path that bypasses the main gate, so we won't have to be interrogated by them. Who said we need to sneak in? Mu Liang shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He placed his hands on Liyue's shoulders, turned her toward the room, and gave her a gentle push. Wait, wait a second. Liu stumbled forward, caught off guard by his push. In the past, every time she entered the Moon Pool tribe, she had to sneak in like a thief, because as soon as she went through the main gate inspection, she would inevitably be stopped. Go, change your clothes. Mu Liang ignored her bewilderment and called out toward the room. Didn't we make several new dresses? Put one on for me. A sigh of helplessness came from the room in Liu. Honestly, I should start preparing too, Mu Liang muttered to himself. He had no intention of keeping a low profile. If he was going to enter, he would stride boldly through the main gate, aiming to attract everyone's attention. Otherwise, how could he lure out those big shots who could afford the starshine tea leaves? During these 5 days, the three of them not only sewed new clothes, but also crafted quite a bit of furniture. Mu Liang's room now had an entire row of cabinets against the wall. He opened the wardrobe and looked at the white robe inside, sighing with emotion. I never thought I'd have a day where I could wear something like this. This outfit was designed based on his memories of ancient dramas featuring scholars, combined with some of his own ideas. Putting on the flowing white robe and tying a dark-colored belt around his waist instantly gave him an air of elegance and nobility. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, a spotless white outfit was, in itself, a symbol of power and wealth. Sure enough, this kind of outfit has the most presence. Mu Liang contentedly flicked his long sleeves and stepped out of the room. In the hall, 2 young girls had already changed into their outfits. They were wearing maid dresses redesigned by Mu Liang himself, a small indulgence from his school days. The moment the 2 saw Mu Liang, they were stunned. Mu Liang, you look so cool in this outfit. Mino clasped her hands together, racking her brain but unable to come up with a more extravagant compliment. You look better than anyone I've ever seen. In Liu's silver-white eyes, an unusual brilliance flickered as she softly said, anyone who doesn't know you and sees you like this now would absolutely not dare to show the slightest disrespect. They would think you're a prominent figure from one of those legendary great cities. In their world, great cities were settlements far more powerful than tribes, ruling over all the surrounding tribes. That's exactly the effect I want, Mu Liang chuckled lightly. If he couldn't intimidate people, he might as well not wear this cumbersome outfit. However, after hearing the compliment, Liu herself seemed uneasy. She instinctively touched the crimson markings on her right cheek and said softly, I should go change back into my old clothes. Looking like this, I don't deserve this dress. Walking beside you, I'll only embarrass you. You're not allowed to change. Mu Liang grabbed her as she was about to turn away. He pulled out a mask from his chest and handed it to her, painted with a plum blossom standing proudly in the snow. Put this on. Is this for me? Liu took the mask in surprise, lowering her head to gently stroke the plum blossom pattern on it, unable to put it down. Yes, Mu Liang's lips curved slightly. From now on, you are my guard. All right. Liu obediently put on the mask. In an instant, her entire demeanor changed. The fragility vanished, replaced by a cold and aloof aura, as if she were an unparalleled master who kept strangers at bay. At that moment, a low growl echoed. It was the rock armor turtle beneath their feet reminding them that they had arrived at their destination. Amid a pile of scattered rocks at the foot of the mountain, Mu Liang was carefully instructing the giant creature beneath him. Old friend, stay here and rest well. Use your stone armor to cover the house on your back and disguise yourself as a small hill. Awoo! The rock armor turtle let out a low growl in response. Also, Mu Liang's tone turned serious. If anyone tries to damage what's on your back, don't hold back. Just stomp them into a meat patty. He would never allow anything to happen to the Starlight Tea Tree, as it was the foundation of his future home. Awoo! The rock armor turtle let out a powerful roar, as if making a solemn pledge. Xiaohong, Mu Liang turned to the other side. The first line of defense is up to you. Mu Liang looked up and instructed the red ghost spider. Keep an eye on the little Xuanwu, and don't let anyone get close. That rock-armored turtle was enormous, and it was best not to move it lightly. If discovered, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. After all, having such a colossal creature near the Moon Lake tribe was akin to a ticking time bomb, certain to provoke the tribe into launching a full-scale assault. The red ghost spider let out a series of squeak sounds and responded by spitting out spider silk. "I'll leave the house to you all," Mu Liang said with a light chuckle. He then set off toward the Moon Lake tribe with Liu and Mino. Accompanying them was a three-colored lizard in stealth mode. To be on the safe side, Mu Liang decided to bring it along, as it could protect the two girls in a critical moment. Led by Liu, they deliberately chose secluded paths to travel. After more than half an hour, the three of them finally appeared near the Moon Lake tribe. The tribe's walls were made of thick wooden logs, erected one by one to form a massive palisade. At this moment, a long line was forming in front of the gate of the Moon Lake tribe. Hunting parties, traveling merchants, and scattered hunters were all waiting to pay the fee to enter. When Mu Liang and his companions appeared, they immediately caused quite a stir, and everyone around them secretly cast glances in their direction. Mu Liang, their stares are so annoying. Mino instinctively moved closer to Mu Liang. The unabashedly intense gazes from those around made the rabbit-eared girl feel extremely uncomfortable. "It's fine," Mu Liang said with a faint smile, reassuring her. "They're just envious and jealous." He then strode leisurely toward the tribe's gate. Liu lowered her voice and reminded Mino from behind. "Mino, keep up. Do you still remember how Mu Liang taught you on the way?" "I remember." Mino took a deep breath, tried to compose her delicate face, grabbed her small bundle, and quickly caught up with Mu Liang. Liu watched their backs, a trace of worry flashing across her delicate face beneath the mask. Without making a sound, she swept her sharp gaze around, forcing back some prying and malicious stares. She hadn't forgotten that her current identity was that of Lord Mu Liang's bodyguard. The three of them had no intention of queuing and walked straight toward the center of the main gate. Strangely, no one around dared to step forward to stop them, nor did anyone dare to say a word. Their clothing styles were novel and luxurious, and apart from a bit of dust on the hems from the road, they were impeccably clean. In this desolate land, if an ordinary person dared to dress like this, their only fate would be to be robbed and killed. Therefore, the fact that they could appear here unharmed was proof of their extraordinary strength. Anyone with common sense could see that these three were not to be trifled with. The guard responsible for inspection clearly understood this as well. He didn't dare to obstruct them in the slightest and respectfully stepped aside. "Please, go ahead." Thus, Mu Liang entered the Moon Pool tribe with two young girls and the invisible tricolored lizard, swaggering in without hesitation. As soon as they entered, the head guard immediately ordered the person beside him. "Quick! Report the situation of these three to the Moon Lord." "Yes," a guard responded, quickly squeezing through the crowd and running towards the depths of the tribe. Mu Liang's lips curved slightly upward. He had already noticed the guard who had dashed away. Lowering his voice, he said to the two girls beside him, "Watch, it won't be long before someone comes to test us." "Huh?" Mino was still a bit confused. "They're probably going to report to the Moon Lord," Liu said, her voice filled with concern. The Moon Lord was the supreme leader of the Moon Lake tribe, and it was said that every Moon Lord possessed formidable strength. What worried her even more was that she had heard the current Moon Lord was a powerful, awakened one. "Don't worry," Mu Liang said casually, raising his hand to pat Liu's shoulder. "We're not here to cause trouble." "Hopefully." Liu rolled her eyes helplessly, but inwardly she was furiously complaining. "We're not looking for trouble, but we can't stop others from coveting the treasures we have." She hadn't forgotten that the crystal fish they carried was the very item the Moon Lake tribe had offered a high reward for. "Xiao Nua, take a look around. Is there anything you want?" Mu Liang asked as he walked, surveying the surroundings. Most of the area consisted of simple wooden sheds, with many people sitting on the ground engaged in primitive bartering. "No." Mino shook her head, clutching the bundle in her arms even tighter. To her, the items in the bundle were the most precious of all. Liu introduced in a low voice. "This is the outskirts of the Moon Lake tribe, where slaves and laborers live. The area ahead is where people who can afford to pay taxes reside. Since we're here, let's take a look." Mu Liang stepped forward. The two girls followed closely behind. The farther they walked, the wider the road became, and the houses on both sides gradually stopped being simple wooden sheds. However, as Mu Liang observed along the way, he noticed that many people still had sallow faces, lifeless eyes, and lacked vitality. He couldn't help but remark, "The life in the Moon Lake tribe seems even worse than I imagined." As soon as the words fell, a crisp and melodious female voice suddenly interjected from the side. "Life in our small tribe, of course, can't compare to someone like you from a big city." Mu Liang's heart stirred. He hadn't expected the first test to come so quickly. He stopped in his tracks, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips, and turned slightly to look at the person who had suddenly spoken. It was a young girl with fiery red hair, appearing to be around 17 years old, dressed in a simple gray robe. If Liyue, with her white hair and black dress, was as cold as ice, then this red-haired girl before him was like a blazing flame. Liyue clung closely to Mu Liang, her lips moving slightly as she whispered in an almost inaudible voice. "She is Yufian, the daughter of the Moon Lake tribe's leader. She can control flames and is very powerful." At this moment, Yufian had her arms crossed over her chest, using her red eyes to size up the three people in front of her. She had to admit, these individuals were quite remarkable. The women were beautiful, and the men possessed an indescribable charisma. "Welcome to the Moon Lake tribe." After finishing her observation, Yufian lowered her arms and introduced herself with poise. "My name is Yufian. My name is Mu Liang." Mu Liang's voice was gentle and refined, carrying a natural sense of warmth. After hearing his introduction, Yufian's red pupils slightly contracted. Just from the way he spoke, she realized that this man was far more extraordinary than she had initially imagined. A person's words and actions often reveal a great deal. Her attitude was no longer so casual, but she also didn't beat around the bush, directly saying, "I heard from the guards that an esteemed guest had arrived. I was curious, so I came to take a look. Now that you've seen me, are you disappointed?" Mu Liang responded with a touch of humor. "No, you look very unique." Yufian touched her chin with her small hand, evaluating with the air of a little adult. "How should I put it? Your aura is quite different." The maid beside her lowered her head somewhat awkwardly after hearing this. "Your temperament is quite unique as well." Mu Liang's lips twitched slightly. This red-haired girl was truly straightforward and adorable. "Hara, right? A lot of people say that." Yufian laughed heartily, one hand on her hip. Mu Liang now understood. The compliment she had just given him was probably something she had learned from others praising her. "What an interesting girl. Miss, please stop laughing." The maid behind her awkwardly nudged her mistress, reminding her to maintain her composure. The young lady was perfect in every way, except for occasionally getting carried away. Yufian cleared her throat, smiled somewhat sheepishly at Mu Liang, and curiously asked, "Are you here to have fun?" "No, we're here to find someone." Mu Liang gently shook his head. "Find someone." Yufian's red eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. She confidently patted her chest and said, "I might be able to help with that." "Oh." Mu Liang raised an eyebrow and asked with feigned surprise, "Why would you want to help me?" Yufian suddenly froze, realizing she had acted too hastily. Although she was straightforward, she wasn't foolish. She couldn't just outright say that her mother had sent her to probe into their background, could she? If she did, she'd definitely get scolded when she returned. Our young lady has always been very warm-hearted. The maid beside her quickly spoke up to help her out. "I see." Mu Liang nodded knowingly and politely declined. "Then there's no need to trouble you. We'll just ask around casually ourselves. Conversation is an art. The initiative must be in your own hands to control the direction of the situation." Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Yufian immediately revealed her identity to enhance her persuasiveness. "I am the daughter of the chief of the Yutan tribe. Besides me, there aren't many people who can help you quickly find someone." "I see." Mu Liang's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Then I'll trouble you." The entry point he needed was thus found. "No trouble at all." Yufian casually waved her hand and suggested, "Let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly." "All right." Mu Liang nodded in agreement. "Our Moon Lake tribe has a really great restaurant. Want to give it a try?" Yufian licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was already thinking about the delicious food. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way," Mu Liang said softly. "You definitely won't be disappointed," Yufian said as she turned around to lead the way. Mu Liang followed behind with Liu and Mino. Along the way, Mu Liang occasionally chatted with the red-haired girl, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. The restaurant was located in the central area of the tribe. It was a two-story wooden building that looked very much like the taverns from old-time movies. "Come in." Yu Fian gestured familiarly, leading them directly to the second floor. Mu Liang let the three-colored lizard stay in the corner outside the building, while he himself entered the restaurant with the two girls. There weren't many diners in the restaurant, and the second floor had only the four of them. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, few people had the luxury to spend money dining out. Mu Liang and Yu Fian each took a seat. The rabbit-eared girl, Mino, also wanted to sit down, but was quietly held back by Liu, who tugged at the back of her collar. Mino turned around in confusion, only to see Liu subtly reminding her in a barely audible voice, "Attendants are not allowed to sit." With Mino's keen hearing, she naturally caught the words clearly. Her rabbit ears twitched slightly, and a trace of almost caused trouble flashed through her blue eyes. The maid standing behind Yu Fian secretly glanced at the clean and tidy clothes on Liu and Mino, then looked down at the dirty fabric on herself, a hint of inferiority showing in her eyes. She suddenly realized that there seemed to be no comparison between herself and them. Before the owner could step forward, Yu Fian shouted loudly, "The usual 3, make it large portions." The owner, who had only made it halfway, responded loudly and immediately turned back. Yu Fian efficiently finished ordering and then turned her head to look at the two young girls behind Mu Liang. She asked curiously, "Aren't you two going to sit down?" Liu replied coldly, "No, we are the master's guardmaids. According to the rules, we cannot sit at the same table." "Guardmaids." Yu Fian slightly parted her lips, somewhat stunned. She instinctively glanced at the exquisite uniforms worn by Liu and Mino, then looked down at her own clothes. Instantly, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Since when did even the guard maids' outfits look better and cleaner than hers, the young ladies? The red-haired young lady felt her pride had taken a small hit. The maid beside her couldn't bear to watch anymore and quietly poked her young lady's back, softly reminding her to manage her expression. Mu Liang looked at Yu Fian's reaction, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and said to Mino beside him, "Xiao Nuo, take out the portrait." "Yes." Mino suppressed the fear in her heart, took a wooden box out of her bag, and handed it over with both hands. Mu Liang took the wooden box, opened it, and took out a scroll from inside, unfolding it in front of Yu Fian. "What is this?" Yu Fian asked in confusion as she took it. Mu Liang gently explained, "I am looking for the person in this painting." Yu Fian tucked her red hair behind her ear and kindly reminded, "Relying solely on a painting to find someone might differ greatly from the real person. Take a look first." Mu Liang didn't elaborate further. "All right." Yu Fian obediently unfolded the portrait. With just one glance, she widened her eyes in astonishment. This is incredibly lifelike. Which great artist painted this?" "He is a very special great painter," Mu Liang said with a deliberately mysterious tone. Hearing this, Liu and Mino, standing behind him, both unconsciously curved their lips into a smile that only they could understand. Yu Fian carefully noted the features of the person in the painting and looked up to ask, "May I ask, who is the person in the painting?" "She is the elder sister of a family member of mine. The two sisters have been separated for several years," Mu Liang said gently, clearly feeling the fabric of his clothes being tightly clenched from behind. "Family," Mino murmured softly behind him, her eyes lowered, and her small hand clutched tightly onto Mu Liang's sleeve, gripping it even harder. "Understood. I will have someone keep an eye out." Yu Fian nodded knowingly and handed the portrait back. Mu Liang carefully rolled up the painting, placed it back into the wooden box, and expressed his thanks. Having extended her favor, Yu Fian began to get to the main topic. She tentatively asked, "Which big city are you from? Could you tell me about the outside world?" Mu Liang's mind instantly flashed the name of the rock armor turtle, and he replied with a light laugh, "We come from Xuanwu City. What would you like to know?" Behind him, Liu and Mino couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths upon hearing the words Xuanwu City, both fully aware of how that name came to be. Xuanwu City. Yu Fian tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Around here, I've never heard of a major city with that name. At that moment, a faint male voice came from behind Yufian. I'd like to know more about what Xuanwu City is like as well. Yufian's temple twitched. Without turning around, just by hearing the voice, she knew who it was. She couldn't help but hold her forehead and muttered irritably, Lu Chuan, why is it you again, this little shadow that follows me everywhere? A man appeared by the table. It was Lu Chuan. He glanced sideways at Mu Liang and the other two, then explained, I heard you brought friends here for a meal, so I came to take a look. Who I bring along? Does that need your concern? Yufian's red eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. No, no, no. I'm just here to take a look. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hand, tactfully sitting at an empty table nearby, and said with a smile, I'll just sit here. I promise I won't disturb you. Mu Liang couldn't help but take another look at the man named Lu Chuan. Although this man had a somewhat indescribable sleazy appearance, he was a tall figure of 1.8 meters. Yet he gave in so easily. Mu Liang had thought that a typical provocation scene would unfold next, giving him a chance to show off his skills. Yufian glared at Lu Chuan and raised her fist in warning. If you act as annoying as last time, I think you might end up lying in bed for another dozen days. Mu Liang instantly understood. It wasn't that the man named Lu Chuan was too cowardly, but rather that the red-haired girl in front of him was simply too fierce. Yufian turned back, her expression returning to one of curiosity, and said straightforwardly, I want to know everything about Xuanwu City. If everything is said, it would never end, Mu Liang gently reminded. True. Yufian thought for a moment and changed her approach. Then can you specifically introduce your life in Xuanwu City? Life? Then I'll talk about my life. Mu Liang's lips curved into a smile, and the story flowed effortlessly. Life in Xuanwu City is quite pleasant. In the morning, I have a bowl of light porridge, accompanied by a few plates of pickled side dishes. During breakfast, I can also flip through the newspaper to see what major events happened in the city yesterday. After breakfast, it's time to go to work. As for the details of my work, that's temporarily confidential. Mu Liang's mind raced as he continued weaving this beautiful lie. After a busy morning, naturally, I treat myself to a good lunch. Have a good meal? What does that mean? Yufian was indeed intrigued and asked further. Yufian was completely captivated. The life described by Mu Liang sounded so wonderful, as if one would never have to worry about food and drink, so carefree. Liu and Mino exchanged a quick glance from the side, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Mu Liang sure knows how to spin a tale. At that moment, the owner personally brought the dishes over. Miss, here are the 3 classics you ordered. Let it be. Yufian waved her hand casually, signaling the owner to step back. The owner respectfully placed the 3 dishes on the table and quietly withdrew. The so-called old 3 dishes were Yufian's most frequently eaten trio: a serving of roasted meat, a serving of meat soup, and a serving of stewed meat. Let's eat and talk at the same time. Yufian licked the corner of her mouth, clearly unable to wait any longer. The maid behind her immediately stepped forward and skillfully arranged the tableware. Mu Liang looked at the fresh roasted meat on the table, rather than the dried meat he was used to eating, and nodded. Mino, imitating the maid across from her, followed suit and distributed the tableware to everyone. The fresh meat here is the best. You have to try it. Yufian expertly cut off a piece of roasted meat, stuffed it into her mouth, and looked utterly satisfied. Mu Liang also tried a piece. The meat tasted a bit fishy, and it was overcooked, making it slightly tough to chew. But even so, it was far better than dry jerky. Yufian blinked her red eyes and curiously asked, How is it? How does it compare to the lunch you had in Xuanwu City? Not bad, just a bit different in taste and texture. Mu Liang smiled faintly. That's good. I was worried you might not be used to it. Yufian breathed a sigh of relief, then urged, Go on. Tell me, what's a truly good meal like? This red-haired girl was full of longing for life in the big city and had always wanted to venture out. But her mother, Yu Zhu, never allowed her to travel far. Truly good things are not limited to just meat. Mu Liang put down the dinner knife, stretched out his 5 fingers, and bent them one by one as he counted. There's golden, crispy roasted whole chicken, sizzling pan-fried steak, tender and flavorful stewed fish, and melt-in-your-mouth braised duck. Wait. Yu Fian pursed her pink lips in confusion. Why haven't I heard of a single one of these dishes? The ones I've eaten are all secret recipes developed by the chefs themselves, and their techniques are never shared. As Mu Liang spoke, he couldn't help but feel a bit hungry himself. He forked a piece of stewed meat into his mouth. The taste was still a bit gamey and slightly too salty. So they're secret recipes, huh? Yu Fian suddenly understood. After lunch, it's time to get back to work. Mu Liang continued weaving his story. By the afternoon, people tend to feel a bit tired and lack energy. That's when an afternoon tea is needed to perk you up. Tea? That bitter stuff. Yu Fian immediately scrunched up her delicate face. I'm not talking about ordinary tea. Mu Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of intoxication appeared on his face at just the right moment. I'm talking about starshine tea. It has a slight bitterness at first sip, but a sweet aftertaste that leaves you feeling instantly refreshed. If you drink it regularly, it can even prolong your life. I've had tea before, and it's all too bitter. Yu Fian clearly wasn't convinced. I've never even heard of this starshine tea. Is it really as good as you say? Her mother forced her to drink tea every day, but it was always bitter and astringent. If she didn't know it was good for her health, she would have secretly poured it out long ago. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Mu Liang explained. The starlight tea tree is the sacred tree of Xuanwu City, and its tea leaves are extremely scarce. Coupled with its effect of prolonging life, it's even less likely to be circulated outside. These words were carefully crafted by Mu Liang as a prelude, all to lead to what he truly wanted to say. Of course, there was one thing he didn't lie about. Drinking starlight tea regularly is indeed highly beneficial to the body. I see, that's really a pity. I was hoping to try it someday if I had the chance, Yu Fian said, a look of regret appearing on her face. Huh? Prolonging life? Lu Chuan, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but sneer mockingly. You're making me want to try it myself. Shut up. Yu Fian suddenly turned her head, her crimson eyes seemingly about to burst into flames. Mm. Lu Chuan nodded repeatedly in fear and immediately shut his mouth tightly. Starshine tea has a scarce yield, so it's normal for people to be suspicious. Mu Liang actually felt grateful for his companion's assist. He had been looking for an excuse to take out the tea. Being too proactive might arouse suspicion. Proving it passively like this was the best approach. I wasn't suspicious. Yu Fian quickly shook her head. Mu Liang's lips curved slightly upward as he said, Miss Yu treated me to such a lavish lunch, so as a return gesture, let me treat you to a cup of starshine tea. It might just help cleanse the palate. You have starry tea. Yu Fian widened her eyes in astonishment. Just happened to have some. Mu Liang glanced at the dumbfounded Lu Chuan beside him and calmly instructed, Xiao Nuo, make the tea. Yes. Mino suppressed the fear in her heart and went to the boss to get a pot of steaming hot water. She carefully took out a wooden box containing tea leaves, a tea bowl, and 2 small teacups from her bag. She first warmed the cup, then placed the tea leaves inside, poured in hot water. A series of actions that, though slightly slow due to nervousness, appeared exceptionally focused and graceful to onlookers, as if she were performing some sacred ritual. The rabbit-eared girl kept her head down the entire time, her blue eyes intently fixed on the teacup, carefully pouring out 2 cups of amber-colored tea. Mu Liang pushed one of the cups toward Yu Fian and made a please gesture. Please try the starlight tea. Mu Liang raised his hand, signaling her to taste it. Yu Fian looked at the emerald green tea in her cup, picked it up, and took a gentle sip. As the tea entered her mouth, there was a faint bitterness. But before she could frown, a burst of sweetness instantly spread across her palate. The taste was so delightful that she squinted her eyes in happiness. Immediately after, a refreshing sensation rushed to her head, invigorating her entire being. The warm tea slid into her stomach, as if even her digestive system felt soothed. These 3 sensations came one after another, making Yu Fian let out a satisfied hum of contentment. Lu Chuan, sitting nearby, was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't this starlight tea supposed to be an extremely rare treasure? How could it be taken out so casually? Could it be that its rumored life-extending effects were true? A series of questions made Lu Chuan feel as if a cat was scratching at his heart, especially when he saw Yu Fian's blissful expression His desire to uncover the truth grew even stronger. TSK. Every sip is always so enchanting. Mu Liang also took a light sip of tea, completely ignoring the longing gaze Lu Chuan cast his way. This tea is truly amazing, the best tea I've ever had. Yu Fian finished the remaining tea in her cup in one gulp, her red eyes fixed intently on the teacup. If she could drink this kind of tea every day, how wonderful life would be. How does the starlight tea taste? Mu Liang poured another cup for the red-haired girl and asked. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Without hesitation, Yu Fian said, if I could drink this tea every day, I'd definitely live a long life. Being this happy every day, it would be hard not to live long. After finishing another cup, she finally couldn't help but ask, could I trade for some starlight tea leaves? No, I don't need anything. Mu Liang refused outright. I see you haven't brought much luggage. How could you not need anything? Yu Fian's gaze swept over the package beside the rabbit-eared girl, smiling warmly as she said, you're definitely going to be on the road next. Carrying more things will surely be convenient. Mu Liang frowned and turned his head to ask Liu beside him. Xiao Yu, how many beast crystals do we have left? Liu understood immediately, lowered her voice, and replied in a cool tone. Master, our beast crystals were almost used up at the last tribe. Moreover, we still need to issue a bounty to find that lady. She was well aware that with Yu Fian's strength, she could definitely hear her deliberately lowered voice. Yu Fian indeed heard it, and immediately seized the opportunity, saying, I can use ferocious beast crystals to exchange for some starlight tea leaves. How many ferocious beast crystals are you willing to offer for a box of starlight tea leaves? Mu Liang asked, pretending to be reluctant. He didn't know the exact value of the tea, so he could only let the other party name a price first. Yu Fian thought for a moment and tentatively offered a price. 10 pieces of high-grade primary ferocious beast crystals. No, that's too few. Mu Liang shook his head and said indifferently, at least 100 pieces of high-grade primary ferocious beast crystals. He was no longer the clueless novice he had been when he first arrived in this world. From Liyue, he had learned many basic facts. Ferocious beasts are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, with each level further subdivided into high, medium, and low grades. Thus, he decided to directly raise the price tenfold. Deal. Yu Fian agreed readily. Mu Liang was instantly stunned, his mind unable to process the situation. This doesn't make sense. Why didn't she even haggle over the price? Could it be I quoted too low? He was completely baffled by the red-haired girl's unexpected response. Can I have some tea leaves now? I'll bring the beast crystal stones over tonight. Yu Fian needed to take some tea leaves back for her mother to try, so she would agree to trade the crystals. Sure. Mu Liang nodded with a complicated expression. Then I'll head back first and bring you the crystal stones tonight. Yu Fian wrapped a bit of starlight tea leaves in a cloth, settled the lunch bill, and left in a hurry with her maid. Seeing Yu Fian leave, Lu Chuan quickly stepped forward and asked, could I also exchange for some starlight tea leaves? Mu Liang glanced at him and casually named his price. You can exchange for them. One box for 150 pieces of high-grade primary beast crystal stones. Wasn't it 100 pieces? Lu Chuan exclaimed in shock. I only have one box left. Mu Liang calmly looked at him. Do you want it? If not, I'll keep it for myself. Of course I want it. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I'll go back right now and get you the beast crystal stones. With that, he left with a dark expression, striding away. Mu Liang was still a bit puzzled and turned to ask Liu. Do you think I quoted too low? The price you quoted nearly scared me to death, okay? Liu rolled her eyes in exasperation. She was indeed shocked. 100 high-quality beginner beast crystal stones could exchange for 10,000 pounds of jerky in those big cities. And in a small place like this, the value of crystal stones was even lower, as small tribes hardly had any use for them. So, it wasn't that I reported less. Mu Liang suddenly realized and exclaimed, it's that the young lady is a super rich woman. He never expected that one day he would encounter such a straightforward buyer. Violent coughing echoed across the wilderness. The tracker coughed so hard he could barely catch his breath, pointing at the pile of rocks ahead, and said, Boss, the scent is coming from over there. Bloodbeard irritably tugged at his beard and ordered, "Send a few people up to search." Days and nights of relentless pursuit had turned his blood-red beard into a grayish hue. Remembering the loss he suffered last time in the canyon, he added, "Night Jackal, take some men up there." "Yes." Night Jackal's face instantly turned grim, but he still gritted his teeth and led the team forward. Now, no one dared to question Bloodbeard's orders. Those who dared to speak out had long since become cold corpses on the road. Before long, a few piercing screams shattered the sky. Night Jackal clutched his bleeding arm and ran back in a sorry state, with a familiar white string wrapped around his arm. Bloodbeard took one look and roared angrily, "Another trap?" "No." Night Jackal gritted his teeth and tore off the white thread from his arm. "It's a ferocious beast spider. This is spider silk, not rope." Bloodbeard exuded a violent aura, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the tracker. "So, what we've been chasing for days is actually a spider." The fury in his heart was almost uncontrollable. The tracker's mind raced as he hastily speculated, "Boss, what if this spider is the ferocious beast tamed by that thief? Then everything would make sense. It's with the help of this spider that he climbed the hill and stole the goods." "And where is that thief?" Bloodbeard asked with a grim expression. The tracker sniffed the air forcefully, then turned and pointed in a direction. "There are two faint scents heading that way." Bloodbeard looked in the direction he pointed, and at the foot of the mountain was indeed a tribe. He gritted his teeth and said, "Moon Lake Tribe? I didn't expect that thief to be from the Moon Lake Tribe. Boss, he might be after the bounty." A man named Cunning Fox beside him calmly reminded. "The bounty?" Bloodbeard recalled the events from a few years ago. At that time, the Moon Lake Tribe had sent envoys, saying they wanted to recruit him as an elder, as long as he handed over the crystal fish. Bloodbeard was so enraged that his beard practically stood on end, and he killed those envoys on the spot. Cunning Fox continued to analyze. "Boss, why don't we send someone to investigate first and see if the bounty has been claimed? If not, we might still be able to snatch the item back." He pointed to the spider hidden in the pile of rocks. "That thief hid his spider here, but went to the tribe himself. Maybe the deal hasn't been finalized yet." The tracker immediately reacted. "That's right. If he really wants to make a deal, he would definitely bring the tamed beast with him to protect himself, rather than leaving it in the wild." "Good." Bloodbeard rasped as he commanded. "You guys, go to the Moon Lake Tribe and find out everything. Keep a close watch on that thief's residence. As long as the crystal fish hasn't been handed over, it must still be with the thief. When the time comes, even if it's within the Moon Lake Tribe, he will personally take action to snatch it back." "Understood." The sly fox and the tracker immediately accepted the order and led a group of people toward the Moon Lake Tribe. On the way, the two walked ahead, conversing quietly. "Should we take this chance to slip away?" the sly fox asked nonchalantly. "No, I need to give him one last push." The tracker glanced at the few people following behind and lowered his voice. "If the crystal fish really ends up in the hands of the Moon Lake Tribe, neither of us will have a good explanation when we return, right?" The sly fox waved dismissively. "I've been undercover for 5 years. Even if I go back now, no one will say anything." "Who would have thought," the tracker said with a tone full of helplessness, "that neither of us managed to get the crystal fish, and it ended up being stolen by someone else." The two of them came from different tribes, both targeting the crystal fish in Bloodbeard's possession. They had been openly and covertly competing for years, yet they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the fish. Instead, a thief who appeared out of nowhere beat them to it. The sly fox stretched lazily. "That old guy doesn't trust us at all, completely wasting several years of our time." "Have you really decided to leave? Not going to give it another try?" The tracker frowned, trying to probe the sly fox's true thoughts. "Try what? Stealing things on the Moon Lake Tribe's territory? Isn't that just asking for death?" The sly fox waved his hand casually. The tracker's expression changed, his gaze sharp as he stared at him. You wouldn't happen to be one of the Moon Lake Tribe, would you?" The corners of the sly fox's mouth curved into a cunning smile. "What do you think?" "No, you're not." The tracker quickly regained composure and continued walking forward. "How did you figure out I'm not from the Moon Lake Tribe?" The sly fox's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. The tracker let out a cold laugh. "If you were one of them, You wouldn't have worn Bloodbeard just now. You'd have slipped away on your own. He paused, his gaze sharp as he added, "Besides, you've had plenty of chances to escape along the way and could have gone ahead to the Moon Lake tribe to report." "No," the sly fox shook his head, a trace of deep apprehension flashing in his eyes. "You underestimate Redbeard. That guy is far from being just reckless and bold as he appears. So, you do have your sights set on that crystal fish." The tracker's lips curved into a knowing smile. The sly fox's eyes narrowed instantly. He knew he had been tested by this man. He had never underestimated this tracker. Escaping Redbeard's murderous intent time and again was no feat an ordinary person could achieve. "Let's cooperate." The tracker stepped closer, lowering his voice. "How do we cooperate?" The sly fox glanced at the Moonpool tribe's gate not far away. "Of course, the more chaos, the better." The tracker spoke indifferently. "Let Bloodbeard charge ahead. Otherwise, even if we get the crystal fish, we can forget about leaving the Moonpool tribe alive." "You mean, spread the news about the crystal fish?" The sly fox was startled. "No, that's too foolish." The tracker shook his head, his voice as soft as a whisper. "Think about it. If the thief who stole the fish hears that Bloodbeard is attacking the Moonpool tribe, what do you think he would do?" The sly fox immediately thought of two possibilities. He either sneaks away with the crystal fish or hands the fish over to the Moon Lake tribe in exchange for protection. "Which possibility do you think is more likely?" The tracker grinned like a fox. "Handing it over to the Moon Lake tribe." The sly fox's tone turned cold, his vigilance rising to the highest level. "I actually think the name Sly Fox suits you better." "Exactly." The tracker was unfazed by his sarcasm. "That's why we need Bloodbeard to stir up some trouble. Only then can we take advantage of the chaos to get our hands on the crystal fish." He was very clear in his mind that he could never evade the entire Moon Lake tribe's pursuit on his own. Bloodbeard had to stay behind as the perfect bait to attract everyone's attention. Otherwise, he would have to face the pursuit of both the tribe and Bloodbeard simultaneously. The two paid the entrance fee and walked into the Moon Lake tribe. "Moon Lake tribe, can they stop Bloodbeard?" There was a hint of worry in the tone of the sly fox. If the tribe failed to block Bloodbeard's first wave of attack, the crystal fish would have nothing to do with them anymore. "Don't worry, he won't cause any trouble." The tracker seemed very confident. "The Moon Lord is very powerful." "Maybe." The sly fox neither agreed nor disagreed. The tracker stopped in front of an inn and looked up. "When the time comes, whoever catches that thief first will depend on their own skills." He had caught the scent. Those two thieves were inside this inn. "How about we act now and just snatch the crystal fish directly?" The sly fox raised an eyebrow, egging him on. The tracker shot him a mocking glance. "Do you think that if you get the crystal fish now, you can avoid the blood-bearded ones outside? Or do you think you can silently deal with those two thieves without alerting anyone in the Moon Lake tribe?" Whether it was the tribe or the Bloodbeards, they were obstacles they couldn't avoid. The only way to survive was to wait until the two sides clashed completely, giving them a chance to reap the benefits. The sly fox squinted his eyes and stopped speaking. If it weren't for the Bloodbeards guarding outside, he might have really taken the risk to try. "Go back and tell the boss." The tracker instructed his subordinate, "that we've already found the thief's location. Tell him to sneak in and act at midnight." "Understood." The subordinate accepted the order and left. "As for us," the tracker turned to the sly fox, "we need to find a way to lure the Moon Lord away and have her confront Bloodbeard." "I'll deliver the message," the sly fox volunteered eagerly. Meanwhile, in a spacious house at the center of the Moon Lake tribe, the sound of a heated argument was bursting through the doors. "We must abandon those useless people. They are dragging the entire tribe down," an aged voice roared, venting long-suppressed frustration. "Impossible." The Moon Lord's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. "They are all citizens of the Moon Lake tribe, and I will never abandon them. If this continues, we are doomed sooner or later." The Great Elder roared angrily. "As long as I am here, the Moon Lake tribe will not perish." The Moon Lord's voice was filled with majesty and confidence. "How long can you hold on?" The Great Elder delivered a piercing question. "Don't forget, there isn't a single water element awakener in the new generation. Our tribe will soon run out of water. Your daughter, Euphian, is fire element, and her next generation is very likely to be fire element as well. What will you do then? The entire water source of the Moon Lake tribe depends on the Moon Lord's water element abilities. It can be said that every generation of Moon Lord must be a water element awakener. During the tribe's most prosperous period, there were once 3 generations of water element Moon Lords coexisting. But now, the highly anticipated Euphian turns out to be a fire element awakener, leaving all the tribe's leaders feeling hopeless about the future. Isn't there still the crystal fish? The Moon Lord said calmly. This time, I will personally go find Bloodbeard and bring back the crystal fish. In the past, to gather water sources for the tribe, she couldn't leave easily. But now, she has no other choice. The tribe has been without water for several days, and everyone has reached their limit. Are you still thinking about that crystal fish? The Great Elder's voice was filled with rage. I just received news that the crystal fish from the Bloodbeard tribe has been stolen. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the Moon Chief utterly hopeless. The crystal fish had once been the last hope of the Moon Lake tribe, but now that hope was shattered, and the tribe's decline seemed inevitable. When did this happen? The Moon Chief's voice became hoarse with tension. She could no longer maintain her composure. Could it be that the Moon Lake tribe would truly end with her generation? The scout just brought back the news this morning. The Great Elder's aged face was full of harsh determination. We can't wait any longer. We must immediately drive out those useless people from the tribe. We need to conserve water and secure a future for our own people. The Moon Lord held her forehead in exhaustion, waving her hand helplessly. Let me think about it a bit more. She could only resort to stalling tactics, delaying as much as she could. I just hope the Yutan tribe won't be ruined by us. The Great Elder snorted coldly and stormed out, slamming the door. At the doorway, a figure dashed in, fiery red hair flowing in the air. Mother, I'm back. Euphian saw the furious Great Elder and quickly stopped in her tracks, respectfully greeting. Great Elder, have you finished your discussion? The Elder looked at the red-haired girl in front of him, sighed helplessly, and shook his head as he walked away. What's wrong with me? Every time you see me, you sigh like that. Euphian pouted in dissatisfaction, a trace of sadness flashing through her red eyes. She actually understood everything, but as a fire element awakener in this water-scarce world, she felt utterly useless. Fian, come in. Her mother's weary voice came from inside the house. Coming. Euphian slapped her cheeks hard, forcing a smile, and clutching the treasure in her pocket, she jogged into the hall. She entered and immediately saw her mother sitting in the main seat, looking exhausted. How is it? What's the background of those 3 outsiders? The Moon Lord gestured. The leader is named Mu Liang, from a place called Xuanwu City. He said he came here to look for someone. Euphian obediently walked behind her mother, massaging her temples while softly reporting the information she had gathered. She deliberately concealed the matter of trading starlight tea, planning to please her mother first before bringing it up. Oh, if Xuanwu City is truly as he described, then it must be a super metropolis. The Moon Lord's expression, however, seemed somewhat indifferent. Mother, do you think what he said is true or false? Euphian asked earnestly. Half true, half false. The Moon Lord replied, closing her eyes comfortably as she enjoyed her daughter's massage. As long as they're not here to cause trouble, we don't need to bother with them. By the way, I traded something good from Mu Liang. Seeing the timing was right, Euphian took out some starlight tea leaves from her pocket as if presenting a treasure. Tea leaves from the sacred tree of Xuanwu City? Are they really as miraculous as he claims? Can they really prolong life? The Moon Lord curiously took the cloth and opened it, only to see some ordinary dried tea leaves, the only difference being that the leaves were relatively large. Hee, why not try it and see for yourself? Euphian smiled mischievously, skillfully brewed the tea, and brought it over, urging, Mother, quickly have a taste. All right. The Moon Lord smiled indulgently, masking the fatigue in her eyes. She picked up the teacup and was amazed to find that the tea leaves unfurling in the water had bright green specks that sparkled like stars. Just looking at this sight, she was already half convinced. The Moon Lord took a gentle sip and instantly closed her eyes in blissful enjoyment. It took her quite a while to recover from the delightful aftertaste, staring in astonishment at the tea in her hand. Mother, how is it? Euphian asked nervously. Excellent. The Moon Lord was completely amazed by this starlight tea. If one can drink it regularly, it might indeed prolong life. The faint pain in her head caused by overusing her water-based abilities was greatly alleviated at this moment. That's good. Yufian let out a sigh of relief, then cautiously said, I negotiated with Mu Liang for a long time before managing to trade for a small box. Tell me, what price did you pay? As a mother, the Moon Lord could easily guess her daughter's little schemes. 100. High-grade primary beast crystals. Yufian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. What? The Moon Lord suddenly widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Say that again? How many? 100. Yufian shrank her neck in fear. You little spendthrift. Watch me teach you a lesson today. The Moon Lord's forehead veins bulged as he reached out to grab his daughter. Aya, mother, don't you like it too? It can help relieve your headache. Yufian nimbly dodged and turned to run outside. As she ran off, her crisp voice echoed back. I'm going to get the ferocious beast crystal stone. I'll bring back the starlight tea tonight. What a mischievous girl. The Moon Lord shook her head indulgently and took another sip of the tea in her hand. Moments later, she once again felt troubled about the tribe's future. The Moon Lord stared blankly at the hall's entrance, lost in thought, murmuring to herself, should we move and search for a new water source? But she sighed helplessly. Those stubborn elders in the tribe will never agree to leave. Only after truly becoming the Moon Lord does one realize how heavy this responsibility is. She has to gather water every day and cannot take a single step away from the Moon Pool tribe. To be honest, the fact that her daughter, Yufian, is not a water element awakener actually brings her a bit of relief. At least her daughter doesn't have to live a life like hers, trapped in a cage, producing water day after day like a puppet. If only we could move into a big city to live. The Moon Lord suddenly recalled the faction of elders who constantly dream of developing the Moon Pool tribe into a big city. But deep down, she knew this was impossible. The water she alone gathers is barely enough for the tribe to scrape by, let alone support the ever-growing population of a big city. If there were crystal fish, perhaps we could try to establish a big city. The Moon Lord shook her head, dismissing this unrealistic thought. Water, water. Where can we find an inexhaustible source of water? I really don't want to be the Moon Lord anymore. Just as she was complaining, a rush of hurried footsteps interrupted her thoughts. A guard quickly approached, bowed, and reported, Lord Moon Master, someone just passed a message to me, saying that Bloodbeard will appear in the Moon Lake tribe tonight. Pass down the order to have the hunting team intensify their patrols. The Moon Master immediately commanded sternly. Understood. The guard accepted the order and left. Why would Bloodbeard come to the Moon Pool tribe? The Moon Chief frowned in thought. A few seconds later, a flash of insight struck her mind as she recalled something the Great Elder had mentioned. Bloodbeard's crystal fish had been stolen. Could it be that the person who stole the crystal fish has come to the Moon Pool tribe? The Moon Chief suddenly stood up and strode outside. She remembered the bounty on the crystal fish. Someone fleeing pursuit might very well have sought refuge in the Moon Pool tribe. It made perfect sense. It seems that the informant is very likely the one who stole the crystal fish. The Moon Chief decided to take action herself. She had to find the crystal fish before Bloodbeard did. As long as it was within the Moon Pool tribe's territory, she could rely on her unique gift to sense the energy fluctuations when the crystal fish activated its power. Now, the Moon Chief only needed to wait for the fish to reveal itself. Night fell. In the inn of the Moon Lake tribe, Mu Liang was trading with Lu Chuan. Count them. These are the ferocious beast crystals you wanted. Lu Chuan reluctantly handed over a bag. No need to count. I trust you. Mu Liang took the cloth bag and weighed it in his hand. He glanced at the clear slap mark on Lu Chuan's cheek and had already guessed most of the story. Can you give me the starlight tea now? Lu Chuan asked with a dark expression. When he mentioned the starlight tea to his grandfather at home, he was given a harsh slap. His grandfather, having been upset by something elsewhere, took it all out on him. Fortunately, his grandmother, feeling sorry for her grandson, secretly gave him the ferocious beast crystals. Take it. Mu Liang handed over a box of starlight tea. Lu Chuan snatched the wooden box, carefully opened it to take a sniff, and after confirming it was genuine, stuffed the box into his chest. Without saying a word, he walked away with a stern face. As soon as he left, Mino couldn't help but laugh. He must have gotten beaten up at home. Liu also smiled faintly. Someone who could casually produce a large bag of high-grade ferocious beast crystals was either a high-ranking figure or a family member of a powerful elder in the Moon Lake tribe. Who cares, as long as we get the crystal? Mu Liang reached into the cloth bag and touched the beast crystal inside. Ding! Energy object detected. Would you like to convert it into evolution points? Convert. Mu Liang silently recited in his mind. Ding! Conversion successful. Evolution points gained, 15,000. Hearing the number reported in his mind, Mu Liang's face lit up with excitement. 15,000 evolution points were enough for him to evolve a level 5 tamed beast, with some left over. As long as he got the 100 ferocious beast crystal stones from the red-haired girl, he would have over 25,000 evolution points, making it almost certain he could evolve 2 level 5 tamed beasts. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Liu instantly became alert. It's me, Yufian. The red-haired girl's cheerful voice came from outside the door. The door opened, and Yufian walked in with her maid. She handed over a bag of beast crystals and curiously asked, I just saw Lu Chuan at the door. Why does he look so dejected? He came to trade as well. Mu Liang took the beast crystals, his gaze falling on the box of starlight tea, then glanced at the clear slap mark on Lu Chuan's face. Yufian noticed his confusion and casually said in a soft voice, I guess the stubborn old man and his family must have disagreed, and he even got a beating because of it. Mu Liang paused for a moment, suddenly feeling that the man who seemed somewhat timid was indeed quite pitiable. He didn't continue the topic, but handed over another box of tea leaves. The person you're looking for, I've already given the orders. Yufian happily accepted the tea leaves, thinking that perhaps her mother's headaches could be alleviated a bit now. She tightly held the wooden box and said softly, That person has the characteristics of a mutant, which isn't hard to find in our tribe. There should be results by tomorrow. Thank you. Mu Liang sincerely expressed his gratitude. Yufian leaned closer, with a hint of playful charm, and said, Mu Liang, tell me more about Xuanwu City, will you? Sure. What do you want to know this time? Mu Liang thought that describing the future home to be built on the back of the giant tortoise to this red-haired girl would be a nice thing to do. I want to know, does Xuanwu City lack water? Yufian blinked her red eyes and asked curiously. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu, who was standing nearby, frantically gave Mu Liang a look, her eyes seemingly shouting, Don't say it. But Mu Liang acted as if he hadn't seen it and replied gently, Xuanwu City doesn't lack water. We have a crystal fish. Liu helplessly covered her face with her hand, only to touch the cold mask. How wonderful! Yufian sighed with envy. If only our tribe had a crystal fish too. Doesn't your Moon Lake tribe have water? Mu Liang asked curiously. The water in our tribe is solely gathered by my mother, and it's really too hard on her. Mentioning her mother, Yufian's mood visibly darkened. She was a fire element awakener, burdened with high expectations from birth, but when her abilities awakened, all she faced were countless disappointed gazes. When she was a child, she didn't understand why. It wasn't until one day when she saw her mother faint from exhaustion, yet still forcing herself the next day to gather water for the entire tribe, that she slowly began to understand the responsibility she was meant to bear. From that moment on, she longed for the outside world, determined to find something that could replace her mother in gathering water. Your mother alone supplies water for the entire tribe? Mu Liang asked, his mouth agape in astonishment. Yes, ever since my grandmother passed away, it's been my mother handling it all by herself, Yufian said bitterly. That's truly remarkable, Mu Liang said with deep respect. Although he thought such self-sacrifice was a bit foolish, he couldn't help but feel genuine admiration. A trace of pride flashed in Yufian's red eyes, but there was more sadness. She would rather her mother not be so great. Forcing a smile, she stood up and said, Hee, why am I saying all this? All right, I won't bother you anymore. I'll come find you tomorrow if I have time. Take care. Mu Liang watched them leave. He closed the door and couldn't help but sigh. It seems everyone has their own difficulties. Mu Liang, how could you reveal the matter about the crystal fish? Li Yue immediately took off her mask and urgently reminded him. Don't forget, we're still on someone else's turf. But I don't have any crystal fish on me. Mu Liang spread his hands, looking innocent. I, I can't argue with you. Li Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, pouting angrily as she turned her head away. Turn your head and take a look at this. Mu Liang shook his head helplessly and raised his hand. A crystal-clear water sphere appeared out of thin air in his palm. He understood that the white-haired girl's past experiences had made her overly cautious, a trait that allowed her to survive longer in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. He had no intention of forcibly correcting it. What? Li Yu turned her head in confusion and was instantly stunned. She stared at the water sphere floating in Mu Liang's palm and cautiously extended a finger to gently touch it. Ripples spread across the surface of the sphere. It's really water, Li Yue exclaimed in shock. If it's not water, what did you think it was? Mu Liang chuckled at her reaction. I thought it was an illusion, Li Yue blinked hard. She had already lost count of how many awakening abilities this man in front of her possessed. Every so often, he would reveal a brand new power. Wow. Mu Liang, when did you learn to condense water? Mino's blue eyes widened, and the rabbit ears on her head twitched excitedly. I woke up yesterday morning and just knew how to do it. Mu Liang casually made up an excuse. He didn't plan to reveal that this ability was acquired from the tamed beast. Some secrets are better left unsaid than shared. Maintaining a sense of mystery is sometimes part of a man's charm. Can I drink it? Li Yu pursed her slightly dry lips, feeling a bit thirsty. Of course, Mu Liang handed the water sphere to her. Just suck directly with your mouth. Gulp. Li Yu leaned forward, slightly parted her pink lips, and carefully took a sip. Her snow-white throat gently moved as she swallowed. I want it too. Mino, seeing this, immediately leaned to the other side of the water ball and started sucking on it, imitating Li Yue's actions. The water ball shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mu Liang watched the scene before him as the faces of the two girls drew closer and closer with the shrinking water ball, almost touching. Just as the two were about to kiss, their movements suddenly stopped. Mino and Li Yue, satisfied, stopped after sucking the water ball down to the size of a fist. I'm so full. Mino happily rubbed her little belly. Li Yue used the tip of her tongue to wipe away the last drop of water at the corner of her mouth and commented, It doesn't seem any different from ordinary water. Really? Let me try, Mu Liang said, then tilted his head back and gulped down the remaining water ball in his hand in one go. Smacking his lips, he earnestly remarked, Why do I feel like it tastes a bit sweet? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yue's face instantly turned red, and she nervously twisted her hands together. Mu Liang, how could you drink it? Drinking the water we left behind is not right. Mino also became shy, her pair of rabbit ears pressed tightly together. She was no longer as naive as when they first met. After spending time together, she had learned some things a young girl should know, such as the idea that drinking water from each other's mouths could lead to having a baby. This is called not wasting, Mu Liang said with a righteous expression. At that moment, a series of knock 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 sounds broke the subtle atmosphere in the room. Who is it? Li Yu's expression changed, quickly putting on a mask, with her hand already resting on the longbow. A graceful and poised female voice came from outside the door. It's me, Moon Lord. I wish to meet the owner of the crystal fish. Moon Lord. Li Yu was shocked. She hurriedly grabbed Mu Liang and Mino, pushing them toward the window, lowering her voice to urge. You too. Leave quickly. I'll hold her off. Mu Liang, take Mino and go. However, Mu Liang simply shook his head, touched by her concern, and placed his hands on Li Yu's shoulders to calm her down. All right. Be good. Leave it to me to handle. But, Li Yu was so anxious that she could barely speak. It's okay, you have to trust me. As Mu Liang spoke, he raised his hand and gently flicked her forehead, then turned to open the door. Before doing so, he casually brushed Mino's pale cheek, which had turned ashen from nervousness. The door creaked open. Standing outside was a woman who appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with an elegant demeanor, shoulder-length short hair in a watery blue shade, and eyes of the same color that shimmered with a hint of charm. Beside her stood Yufian, looking utterly bewildered. Lord Mu Liang, Won't you invite me in for a chat? The Moon Lord said with a smile. Please come in. Mu Liang replied warmly, stepping aside to make way. The Moon Lord gracefully walked into the room, with Yu Fian following behind. As she passed by Mu Liang, she silently mouthed, I have no idea why my mother came to see you. Mu Liang nodded slightly, then leisurely sat down in front of the Moon Lord. The maid gently closed the door from outside. I wonder what the renowned Moon Lord has come to see me about. Mu Liang asked directly, cutting to the chase. At the same time, he quickly recalled his actions from the day, checking if he had revealed any flaws. The Moon Lord said elegantly, I came to discuss the matter of the crystal fish with you. Crystal fish. Mu Liang's expression remained unchanged as he responded with a faint smile. Are you referring to the crystal fish from Xuanwu City? He glanced at Yu Fian, who was standing obediently beside Yu Zhu, and upon seeing the astonished look on her face, he knew this matter had nothing to do with her. I can feel the water gathering. Yu Zhu suddenly said something cryptic, a confident curve appearing at the corner of her lips. She believed that as long as one was intelligent, they would understand her meaning. So, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Mu Liang's dark eyes. He instantly understood the reason why the other party had come to him. Liu silently let out a breath of relief, her tense body relaxing, clearly having grasped something as well. She raised her hand and gently patted the back of Mino's hand beside her, giving her a reassuring look. The Moon Lord frowned slightly. She hadn't received the answer she wanted. She could clearly sense the atmosphere among the three people in front of her had shifted, yet she couldn't pinpoint why. So, she changed the topic, twirling a strand of her water-blue hair by her ear and smiling faintly. Today, someone reported something to me, saying that Bloodbeard has already arrived at the Moon Pool tribe. Oh, Bloodbeard actually dares to come to your territory? Isn't he afraid you'll kill him? Mu Liang feigned surprise as he spoke. He was genuinely a bit shocked. His carefully laid trap hadn't managed to kill Bloodbeard, and the man had even tracked him all the way here. It seemed the other side had someone with exceptional tracking skills. The Moon Lord's frown deepened. She stared intently at Mu Liang's face, but didn't see any of the emotions she had anticipated. If he were truly the one who had stolen Bloodbeard's crystal fish, hearing that the owner had come knocking should at least elicit some fear, if not outright panic. Yet Mu Liang's face showed not even the slightest trace of surprise. On the contrary, it was Liu, the one wearing the mask, whose eyes beneath it had already widened in shock, her small mouth agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, Mino had completely fallen into a timid state, her face tense, her small hands nervously clenched together, not daring to move an inch. Yu Fian nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. Mr. Mu Liang, I can sense the gathering of water, Yu Zhu probed, but she couldn't discern any clues from Mu Liang's expression. Undeterred, she gracefully parted her red lips and continued. Just now, I clearly felt it. Right here in this room, water elements are converging. To achieve this, apart from awakened individuals like us, only water-type spirit beasts could do it. You wouldn't think I have a crystal fish hidden here, would you? Mu Liang raised his voice slightly, his face full of surprise. Yes. Yu Zhu nodded confidently, her demeanor elegant. I think you might be mistaken. Mu Liang's expression was somewhat peculiar. He truly hadn't expected this woman's perception to be so sharp. Mistaken? The Moon Lord blinked her enchanting eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. I don't think I could sense it wrong. I deal with water every day, and any slight change in the water within the entire Moon Lake tribe cannot escape my perception. Mu Liang's mouth twitched slightly, and he cursed inwardly. This woman's ability had been honed to an abnormal degree. She could actually monitor the entire tribe's water usage. Don't believe me? The Moon Lord tilted her chin slightly, ready to use facts to make the man before her give up his resistance. She thought to herself, I've already seen through everything. No, I believe you. Mu Liang gently shook his head. He did not underestimate this woman. It's just that sometimes things happen by coincidence. Mr. Mu Liang, no need to worry, I won't take your crystal fish. The Moon Lord elegantly crossed her hands on the table, indicating she meant no harm. Mu Liang was just about to explain. I can increase your water quota to 1/15 of the tribe's total. The Moon Lord offered the condition with a serious expression. She chose to entice rather than threaten him with the fact that Bloodbeard was waiting outside. Splash. Mu Liang was too lazy to explain further. He directly extended his palm, quickly condensing a basketball-sized water ball in his hand, which floated in midair. He wanted to use facts to make this confident woman see the truth. This. The Moon Lord's alluring face was filled with astonishment, her red lips slightly parted, momentarily at a loss for words. The same ability as Mother, Yu Fian murmured absent-mindedly, her dazed expression mirroring her mother's earlier reaction. I think what you sense should be my ability, Mu Liang said as he casually poured the water ball into the wooden bucket in the room. My apologies. The Moon Lord, worthy of being the leader of her clan, quickly regained her composure after a brief lapse, exuding elegance once more. I didn't expect you to also be a water element awakener. It was presumptuous of me. It's all right. Mu Liang responded with a polite smile. The Moon Lord gazed at Mu Liang's handsome face, a sudden flash of inspiration striking her mind. She blinked charmingly and asked, Mr. Mu Liang, may I boldly ask you a question? Go ahead and ask. Mu Liang was somewhat surprised. He had thought the Moon Lord would leave awkwardly. Mr. Mu Liang, do you have any plans to stay long-term in the Moon Lake tribe? The Moon Lord tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, half closing her eyes as she said charmingly, If you're willing, I can marry my foolish daughter to you. Huh? Mu Liang and Yu Fian both widened their eyes in shock, staring at the woman in front of them who had just said something so astonishing. No way. Mino was the first to explode, unable to stop herself from shouting. This red-haired woman cannot marry the master. Yes, my master still has tasks to complete and cannot stay here. Liyue completely lost her composure, waving her hands and incoherently retorting. The Moon Lord narrowed her eyes, watching the two overly reactive young girls with great interest. Her gaze swept back and forth between them and Mu Liang, deep in thought. Yu Fian was startled by their reactions. She frowned, tilted her head, and thought, a red-haired woman? Are they talking about me? My silly daughter, what do you think about marrying Mr. Mu Liang? The Moon Lord turned to look at her own daughter, unable to resist teasing her a little. Mother, stop talking nonsense. Yu Fian's face instantly turned bright red. What does Mr. Mu Liang think? The Moon Lord shifted the topic to Mu Liang, who was watching the scene unfold nearby. My daughter may be a bit clumsy, but she's very capable. If you're asking me, I think it's worth a try, Mu Liang answered earnestly. Liyue and Mino exclaimed in disbelief. It seems my daughter is quite charming. The Moon Lord could tell that Mu Liang was playing along with her joke. Mother, stop it. Yu Fian's face turned red all the way to her neck. She couldn't take it anymore and threatened in embarrassment. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll spill your usual complaints. Ahem. The Moon Lord elegantly cleared her throat, smiling as she gazed at her daughter, a hint of warning in her eyes. Umph. You were the one who started spouting nonsense first. Yu Fian huffed coquettishly and turned her head away. All right, that's enough joking for today. The Moon Lord gracefully stood up. She stood up, and her attempt at probing had failed once again. She had intended to use a joking manner to test whether Mu Liang had any thoughts of staying in the Moon Lake tribe. But in front of those three easily excitable young girls, she hadn't been able to glean anything. The Moon Lord walked to the door, turned her head charmingly to look at Mu Liang, and said with a smile, Regarding what I said earlier about marrying off my daughter, Lord Mu Liang can really consider it. Mu Liang responded with a gentle smile. All right, I will seriously consider it. Alas, Moon Lord looked at the gentle-faced Mu Liang and sighed inwardly. Her plan to leave a water element awakener for the tribe had failed again. It was all because her own daughter lacked charm. Mother, hurry up, you should go back to sleep. Yu Fian's face turned red as she tugged at Moon Lord's arm, dragging her outside. Don't pull so fast. I'm not sleepy yet. Mother, you definitely didn't sleep well today. You've been saying all sorts of nonsense since earlier. But I'm thinking about your future. If you rely on yourself to find a husband, I'm afraid you won't get married even when you're old. Ah, Yu Qinlan, say that again. Ahem. Don't be rude. How can you directly call your mother by her name? In the alley across from the inn, several people were hiding in the shadows. At the forefront were the tracker and the sly fox. What's going on? Why did the Moon Lord suddenly show up? The tracker looked stunned, staring blankly at the Moon Lord's figure disappearing into the inn. Wasn't she supposed to be patrolling around or waiting in the central area for the signal of Bloodbeard's invasion? What else could it be? That thief must have contacted the Moon Lord in advance, the sly fox said grimly, gritting his teeth. And it's all because of us. They had planned to lure the Moon Lord to confront Bloodbeard, so they could take the opportunity to rush in and snatch the crystal fish. Unexpectedly, the Moon Lord had directly found the thief here, intending to get the crystal fish before Bloodbeard arrived. Quick, go inform the boss immediately. The tracker turned and growled at the subordinates behind him. Tell him the Moon Lord has already made contact with the thief. If we're late, it'll be too late. Understood. Several subordinates hurriedly ran out of the alley, sprinting toward Bloodbeard, who was hiding on the outskirts of the tribe. There's still a chance. I originally planned to attack at midnight, but now I have to move it up. The tracker squinted his eyes, staring intently at the inn. His original plan was to feed Bloodbeard false information, leading them to clash with the Moon Lord. However, the sudden appearance of the Moon Lord had disrupted everything, forcing him to start over. Bloodbeard is here. Do we still have a chance? A glint of calculation flashed in Cunning Fox's eyes. We can only prepare to seize the crystal fish amidst the chaos. I hope Bloodbeard can give us some trust. As long as he can hold off the Moon Lord, we'll have a chance to escape. The tracker felt uneasy. As a third-tier support-type mutant, he wasn't sure he could get away, but he had no other options. The population of his tribe was growing, and if they couldn't find enough water soon, many would die or be driven away. In this apocalyptic world, there is not much right or wrong. The only truth is survival, the bloody law of the jungle. From now on, you and I are competitors. The sly fox looked at the tracker's back, his palm quietly clenching and then loosening. That will depend on Bloodbeard's strength. The tracker stopped mid-sentence and suddenly turned to look at the dark street. Step, step, step. A towering figure, standing at 1.9 meters, emerged from the darkness of the street. Bloodbeard was carrying a patrolman with a tilted head, already dead, while Night Jackal and a few other thieves followed behind him. The Moon Lord still hasn't gotten the crystal fish, has she? Bloodbeard casually tossed the corpse aside and asked menacingly, "Where is that thief?" "The thief is in the inn up ahead, and the Moon Lord is inside as well. Hasn't come out yet," the tracker said, involuntarily taking a step back. "Oh, so it seems that thief really is connected to that wretched woman, the Moon Lord." Bloodbeard grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, as the blood vessels in his pupils rapidly expanded. The string of troubles over the past few days had pushed his temper to the brink of eruption. "Boss, should we charge in now and catch them off guard?" The tracker couldn't help but urge. "You're right." Bloodbeard grinned and nodded in agreement, then drew his long blade. With two loud slaps, he firmly patted the shoulders of the tracker and the sly fox. "You two lead the charge at the very front." "Huh? Just the two of us?" The tracker's face changed, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. The sly fox immediately squinted, putting on a timid expression as he complained, "Boss, only someone as strong as you can stand up to the Moon Lord. The two of us are no match for her at all." His body was taut like a fully drawn bow, his squinted eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to flee at any moment. "Are you refusing me?" The smile on Bloodbeard's face vanished instantly. "No, we'll go." The tracker gritted his teeth and forced the words out through clenched teeth. Just a moment's hesitation had gotten the two of them chosen as cannon fodder to scout the way. Having followed Bloodbeard for 5 years, the sly fox knew all too well that if the word just now had been no, his head would have rolled to the ground in the next second. Moving forward is a dead end. He knew very well that the Moon Lord in the inn was far stronger than Bloodbeard. Stepping through that door would be a one-way trip. Retreating was also a dead end. Now, the only option left was to escape. The tracker and the cunning fox walked side by side toward the inn. The two exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's thoughts. The cunning fox's lips moved silently, mouthing to his companion, "I'll count to 3, and then we split up and run." The tracker nodded almost imperceptibly. 1, 2, 3. The sly fox counted silently in his mind, his lips moving 3 times along with it. Bang! With a sudden stomp on the ground, The tracker shot toward the street on the left like an arrow released from a bow. As he sprinted wildly, he opened his mouth and shouted with all his might, "Redbeard is. Where do you think you're running to?" A cold voice sounded behind him. Almost at the same moment, Bloodbeard's massive figure had already appeared behind him, and the enormous shadow completely engulfed him. "Boss, I." The tracker turned pale, just about to open his mouth to explain. Swish! A sharp flash of blade light swept past, cutting the words short. Bloodbeard flicked the blood droplets off the blade, turned his head, and stared eerily at the sly fox who dared not move an inch. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Disobedient? Trying to play tricks on me? Don't dare." The sly fox was drenched in cold sweat from fear. He finally confirmed that Bloodbeard had been hiding most of his strength all along. He was far more than just a fourth-tier enhancer. After all, the sly fox himself had been concealing his own strength. On the surface, he appeared to be a third-tier mutant, but in reality, he had already reached the fourth tier 3 years ago. "Get to the back." Bloodbeard grabbed the sly fox by the nape of his neck and tossed him behind like throwing out trash. He tilted his head slightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the 3 figures that had appeared at the inn's entrance at some unknown time. "Bloodbeard, I didn't expect you would actually dare to come to my Moon Lake tribe." The Moon Lord spoke, gently pushing the red-haired girl and the maid behind her aside. "Mother, be careful." The red-haired girl, Eupheian, called out worriedly. "Don't worry, it will be resolved soon." The Moon Lord elegantly rolled up her sleeves as she stepped forward. "Stupid woman, hand over my crystal fish." Bloodbeard raised his long blade, the tip pointing straight at the Moon Lord's neck, shouting murderously, "If you don't, I'll cut you down. You are one of the few men who dare to speak to me like this." The smile on the Moon Lord's alluring face gradually turned cold. Pretending to be tough, Bloodbeard roared lowly and charged fiercely at the Moon Lord, slashing his long blade mercilessly toward her neck. Splash! A water column suddenly erupted from the ground without warning, like a water dragon, precisely blocking Bloodbeard's arm as he swung the blade. "Get lost!" the Moon Lord shouted sharply. She raised her fair fist, and a high-speed jet of water burst from her elbow. Her fist, like a cannonball, slammed solidly into Bloodbeard's face. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Bloodbeard's face was smashed, caving in and deforming. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, rolling over the ground for more than 10 meters. "Boss!" his subordinate thieves shouted in panic. "Bah! What are you crying for? Shut up, all of you." Bloodbeard staggered to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, and cursed angrily. As expected of a woman, punches as weak as cotton. He swung his long blade and provoked again. "Once I catch you, I'll lock you up and make you my pet for producing water." As he spoke, he raised his hand to scratch the beard on his chin, seemingly hooking a thin, long red thread between his fingers. "It's been a long time since anyone has made me this angry." The Moon Lord's water-blue eyes glimmered with icy cold light. This time, she took the initiative to attack. Her slender legs moved gracefully and swiftly. Amid the sound of rushing water, her figure was enveloped by a flowing curtain of water, and 2 crystal-clear water whips instantly formed in her hands. Snap! The air was pierced by a sharp, explosive crack as the water whips tore through the air, lashing fiercely toward Bloodbeard. Bloodbeard dodged awkwardly, and the ground where he had just stood was left with a deep crack from the strike of the water whip. Glancing at the crack on the ground, he knew that if he were hit, he would either die or be severely crippled. "Truly worthy of being a 6th tier awakened," he said with a grim smile, suddenly pulling hard with his hand. Bang! With a light sound, the red thread under his chin was snapped. A pair of ferocious lion ears instantly emerged from the top of Bloodbeard's head, and his pupils turned completely blood-red. Blood lion form. He let out a low growl that sounded inhuman. His figure blurred with speed, instantly dodging the water whip that lashed out again and closed in on the Moon Lord. "Die!" Bloodbeard swung his long blade, slashing down at the Moon Lord's head. Splurt! A splash of fresh blood sprayed out. Immediately after, the rushing water, a fraction of a second slower, swept Bloodbeard away. Cough, cough. The Moon Lord's face instantly turned pale. She tightly pressed her abdomen with her hand, blood continuously seeping through her fingers. She had been too careless, completely unprepared for the fact that Bloodbeard was also a hidden mutant and one known for his speed as a blood lion. Mother! Yufian's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, her entire body igniting in raging flames as she prepared to rush over. Don't come over. The Moon Lord stopped her with a hoarse voice. But Yufian's voice was filled with urgency and unease. An instinctive sense of obedience made her stop in her tracks, looking worriedly at her mother's staggering figure. Don't worry, I'm fine. The Moon Lord quickly focused her energy, using her power to seal the wound and stop the bleeding. Hurrah! Moon Lord, you're even weaker than I imagined. Bloodbeard wiped the blood off his long blade and said disdainfully, You must have just completed the water condensation ceremony today, right? Otherwise, how could you fail to dodge my strike? He even felt somewhat fortunate. If the water condensation hadn't drained a large amount of the Moon Lord's strength, her first punch just now might have already cost him half his life. The cunning fox's pupils instantly contracted as he warily observed Bloodbeard's current form. A fifth-tier mutant. No wonder he always felt a strong sense of danger emanating from Bloodbeard. So, he had been hiding such power all along. The cunning fox glanced at the tracker's head on the ground and muttered to himself, I warned you long ago not to underestimate Bloodbeard. Damn it, I actually fell into his trap. Moon Lord shook her dizzy head. According to her usual routine, she should be lying in bed right now, recovering the energy drained from condensing water. Moon Lord, hand over the crystal fish, and I might spare your life. Bloodbeard cast a glance at the flames rising in the distance from the tribe. The patrol and hunting teams that had been lured away would soon notice the commotion here. His time to retreat was running out. Crystal fish? Ha 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 hiss, it hurts so much. The Moon Lord suddenly burst into laughter, but it pulled at the wound on her abdomen, causing her to curse in pain and dare not laugh anymore. What are you laughing at? Bloodbeard's irritable temper flared up again. In the past, he had suppressed the berserk side effects brought on by the bloodline mutation to hide his identity, but now, he no longer needed to endure it. I'm laughing at you for being a fool. The Moon Lord suddenly pressed both hands firmly on the ground and shouted, Water cube! Whoosh! Instantly, countless water droplets appeared in the air and on the ground, rapidly converging toward Bloodbeard. A massive 5-meter square water cube formed out of thin air, engulfing Bloodbeard entirely within it. Just hold on a little longer. The Moon Lord endured the dizziness in her head, biting her lip hard to use the pain to keep herself awake. She manipulated the water flow within the water cube, leaving Bloodbeard completely unable to gain any leverage, forcing him to struggle futilely in the water. Boss! The thieves' faces changed drastically. In just a few seconds, the advantage in the battle was about to be overturned. Quick, attack the Moon Lord! The sly fox shouted coldly, reminding everyone. Go! Bloodblade and Night Jackal immediately charged toward the Moon Lord. The opportunity has come. The sly fox glanced at everyone present, then looked up toward the inn. He knew very well that the Moon Lord had not obtained the crystal fish. Otherwise, she wouldn't be empty-handed. As for the young lady from the Moon Pool tribe, the small wooden box in her hand was far too small to hold the crystal fish. The sly fox made a decision in an instant. He bypassed everyone and dashed into the inn. Now was the perfect time to capture the thief. He speculated that the crystal fish was likely hidden in the pile of rocks outside the Moon Pool tribe, guarded by the ferocious spider beast. He himself was no match for that spider, but if he could catch the thief and force him to retrieve the crystal fish, things would become much simpler. Time rewinds to a few minutes earlier. Mu Liang, were you really considering marrying that red-haired woman just now? Mino placed one hand on her hip, pouting her lips, making no effort to hide her displeasure. They had only known each other for less than a day, yet Mu Liang was already thinking about marrying her. The bunny-eared girl lowered her head, her gaze passing over her flat chest, almost able to see her toes. So what if the other woman was a bit older? In a few years, who knows who would be more mature? Humph. Liyue removed her mask without saying a word, letting out a soft snort instead. She crossed her arms over her chest and fixed Mu Liang with a cold gaze. She had known Mu Liang far longer than that red-haired woman named Yufian. There was no way she would let someone else claim the prize before her. Oh, are my two princesses jealous? Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, speaking in a teasing tone. Looks like I need to take some proper action now. Who's jealous? Li Yue's pretty face instantly turned bright red, and she shyly put her mask back on. Vinegar? What's vinegar? I didn't need any. Mino was momentarily stunned. She furrowed her beautiful brows and pouted, saying, Mu Liang, don't try to change the subject. Mu Liang was slightly choked by her innocent words and coughed lightly twice, helplessly looking at the bunny-eared girl in front of him, whose pout was so exaggerated it seemed like it could hang an oil bottle. He flexed his hands, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips, and slowly walked toward the two girls. Mu Liang, what are you going to do? Mino opened her small mouth, retreating backward in a bit of panic. Mu Liang, Mino is still too young, you can't. Li Yue nervously spread her arms, blocking the bunny-eared girl as if trying to stop him. Too small. Mu Liang was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized what they had misunderstood, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. You weren't going to. Li Yu's face flushed red, her head lowered, so embarrassed she could barely speak. What are you thinking? I just wanted to tickle you. Mu Liang said, his hands darting out like lightning, swiftly reaching for the girl's underarms. Ha, stop. Li Yu was instantly tickled to the point of tears. Stop messing around. Li Yue laughed while twisting her body, dodging the tickling hand. Mino blinked, looking bewildered. She was supposed to be interrogating them. So how did these two start playing around instead? Bang. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. The cheerful atmosphere in the room instantly froze. A man withdrew his foot from the door and coldly scanned the room. His gaze locked onto another man, whose hands were reaching toward the chest of a masked woman. He squinted his eyes and sneered coldly. Thief, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Misunderstanding, I was just scratching an itch. Mu Liang helplessly lowered his hand. Sigh, another day of being misunderstood. I don't care whether you're scratching an itch or having fun. The sly fox flexed his wrist and growled impatiently. Hand over the crystal fish and come with me, and nothing will happen. Otherwise, whether it's a missing arm or a broken leg, I couldn't care less. He had to act quickly. The battle between the Moon Lord and Bloodbeard could end at any moment, and he needed to take this thief away before then, or he'd lose his chance. Before the voice had faded, Li Yue had already turned over and grabbed the longbow, swiftly knocking a sharp arrow onto the bowstring. I told you, obey and you won't have to suffer. The sly fox's figure flickered, dodging left and right as he charged toward Mu Liang. His speed was so fast that Li Yue couldn't aim at all. As he spoke, sharp claws extended from his 10 fingers, long and hard, capable of easily tearing through a person's throat. Come here. He swiped a claw toward Mu Liang's throat. As long as the opponent didn't resist, this strike would only subdue, not kill. Such flashy tricks. Mu Liang snorted coldly, activating mimicry, scale hardening. Instantly, circuit-like patterns in 3 colors spread across his arm. Bang! Mu Liang neither dodged nor avoided, throwing a punch straight ahead that landed squarely on the face of the pouncing sly fox. With a dull thud, the sly fox's nose bridge broke instantly, and most of its teeth shattered. Impossible. The sly fox couldn't even finish processing its shock before its vision went black, and it completely passed out. Nothing's impossible. Mu Liang squatted down, grabbed the sly fox by the back of its collar like a chick, and dragged it out of the inn with a reverse grip. In fact, he had already sensed the elemental fluctuations and the sounds of fighting outside. He had intended to avoid unnecessary trouble, but trouble insisted on coming to him. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Isn't that Moon Lord supposed to be pretty strong? How could they let such small fry through?" Li Yue stared blankly at the sudden turn of events and helplessly put down her bow and arrow. She turned her head and softly said to the rabbit-eared girl, "Stay in the room. I'll go out and take a look." "All right, be careful. It's chaotic out there." Mino nodded obediently. "It's fine." Li Yue smiled, slung the quiver of arrows on her back, and silently followed outside. Meanwhile, outside the inn, flames were already soaring into the sky. Massive fireballs roared as they hurtled toward Bloodblade and Night Jackal. "Mother!" Euphine bit her lip tightly, sweat sliding down her cheeks. She was exerting all her strength to control the flames, trying to stop the two thieves from approaching her mother. Give up, the Moon Lord won't last much longer. Night Jackal dodged the fireballs nimbly while attempting to disturb her focus with his words. A bunch of pests. Euphene cursed angrily, hurling a large ball of fire to force the two back. Seizing the moment, she turned to look behind her, and her heart sank instantly. Her mother was already kneeling on one knee, and the massive water cube barrier was teetering on the verge of collapse. Just a little more. The Moon Lord's strength and consciousness were nearing their limits, her abdominal wound bleeding continuously, leaving her with no extra energy to deal with it. Fighting against the two of us, and you still dare to get distracted? Bloodblade seized the opportunity, slashing apart the fireball with one strike and instantly closing the distance to less than 2 meters in front of Euphene. Having learned swordsmanship from Bloodbeard since childhood, his style emphasized speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Dot. He raised his long blade high and swung it fiercely toward Euphene's neck. It's over. Euphene's crimson pupils contracted sharply. She knew she couldn't dodge in time. In despair, her face turned pale as she clenched her teeth, preparing to ignite all the flames within her body. Even if she were to die, she would drag these two down with her. At that moment, a dark figure came whistling in from the side. With a loud bang, it directly sent Bloodblade flying. Who? Night Jackal reacted swiftly, immediately retreating and warily looking toward the inn's entrance. There, two figures had appeared at some point. Bloodblade pushed away the object pressing down on him in a fluster and took a closer look. It was the unconscious Cunning Fox. Everyone present knew what Cunning Fox had gone to do, and seeing him in this state here made the answer self-evident. Bloodblade glared toward the doorway and shouted angrily, "You are the thieves." Thieves? Mu Liang took a few slow steps forward, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. I don't know why you call me that, but I don't particularly like that title. This person is not simple. Night Jackal retreated to Bloodblade's side and whispered, I must rescue my father. A fierce glint flashed in Bloodblade's eyes. Mu Liang ignored them and walked straight to the frail red-haired girl, speaking softly. Euphene, I can help you. All it takes is 100 high-grade primary beast crystals. Mu Liang's lips curled into a faint smile as he said indifferently, One fixed price. I'll take care of them for you. Euphene's lips trembled slightly, just as she was about to say something. With a thunderous crash, the Moon Lord could no longer hold on, and the massive water prison collapsed with a roar, sending torrents rushing in all directions. Ha! Bloodbeard collapsed on the ground, coughing violently while greedily gulping down air, letting out a crazed laugh of survival after a disaster. Moon Lord, you finally couldn't hold on anymore. I promise you, no matter how many ferocious beast crystals it takes. Euphene, as if clutching at the last straw, grabbed Mu Liang's arm and pleaded desperately. I beg you, as long as you can save my mother. As long as the crystals are sufficient, there's no problem. Mu Liang gently patted the back of the red-haired girl's hand, signaling her to rest assured. He turned around and walked toward Bloodbeard. This guy really came rushing to deliver money. Who are you? Here to die? Bloodbeard struggled to stand up, his gaze cold and sinister. The Bloodblade behind him whispered a reminder. Boss, he's the thief. What audacity! Bloodbeard's face darkened as he shook off the water droplets from his hair and gripped his long blade tightly. So it was you who stole my things, and now you dare to show up in front of me. Steal. Mu Liang calmly walked up to him. I never steal, I only take. Hand over my crystal fish, or I'll make you wish you were dead and unable to live. Bloodbeard raised his long blade, ready to chop off one of the arms of the guy in front of him. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Mu Liang's lips curled into a faint smile, and he even gestured at him. It's over, he actually dares to provoke the boss. Night Jackal gloated from the side. Bloodblade sneered disdainfully, convinced the outcome was already decided. Watch out. In the distance, Liu's arrow had already aimed at Bloodbeard. Die for me. Bloodbeard roared furiously, swinging his long blade in wide, aggressive arcs, full of openings. Mu Liang sneered inwardly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Like a phantom, he darted in front of Bloodbeard, his body suddenly sinking as he drove his elbow fiercely into the opponent's chest. Ugh! With a muffled sound, Bloodbeard was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before he could land, Mu Liang stomped the ground fiercely. Squelch! A sharp stone spike shot up from the ground, piercing precisely through Bloodbeard's back and out his chest, pinning him firmly in midair. This can't be real, right? Bloodblade and Night Jackal stared wide-eyed in terror, unable to believe their leader was impaled on the stone spike. Just like that, he's dead? Yufian was also stunned. The entire process took only a few seconds, and the formidable Bloodbeard was dead? It felt too unreal. Cough, cough. The Moon Lord weakly knelt on the ground, her water-blue eyes hazily gazing at Mu Liang's back, her heart in turmoil. In this lifetime, I never thought there would be a day when someone would protect me. Mu Liang casually clapped his hands, thinking to himself that those flashy moves were indeed no match for the simple and direct killing techniques from the military. Die! The remaining Bloodblade reacted, raising his knife and charging straight at Mu Liang. But just as he took a step forward, with a whoosh, a long arrow pierced through the air and accurately shot through his neck. The Bloodblade staggered 2 steps, unwillingly collapsing to the ground. Run! Seeing this, Night Jackal let out a terrified roar and, without looking back, fled frantically toward the other end of the street with the remaining lackeys. However, they hadn't run far when a few piercing screams echoed from deep within the street. Immediately after, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. One by one, hunters and patrol members clad in animal hide armor swiftly appeared, surrounding the Moon Lord and Yufian to protect them. Mu Liang shrugged, thinking to himself, always arriving just in time to clean up the mess. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention and turned to head back to the inn. Stop! Don't move! Several team members immediately shouted loudly, aiming their weapons at him. Shut up, all of you! Yufian immediately stepped forward, her face cold as she reprimanded. He's our savior. What are you trying to do? Wait for you to come and collect our corpses. The team members were instantly speechless, awkwardly lowering their weapons. It seems there's no chance. Mu Liang shrugged helplessly. He had originally wanted to use this opportunity to test the limits of his current strength. These hunting team members had no idea that if it weren't for the red-haired girl's intervention, they would now be facing a formidable figure intent on using them for practice. Not long after, another group arrived, escorting several elderly men with white hair. The leading elder pushed through the crowd and anxiously shouted, "Where's the Moon Lord? Is she all right?" The hunting team members made way for a passage. The great elder and a few others hurriedly walked in and immediately saw the Moon Lord, pale-faced and held in Yufian's arms, with blood-soaked bandages around her abdomen. How is the injury? What's the situation? Will this affect tomorrow's water source condensation? The great elder's voice was filled with anxiety. Are you blind? Yufian's delicate face darkened, almost about to burst out in anger. Fian, don't speak recklessly. The Moon Lord weakly shook her head, stopping her daughter. She was well aware of her current injuries, and if these old folks seized the opportunity to make trouble, she might not be able to protect her daughter. Where's the healer? Hurry and come check on the Moon Lord. The great elder shouted loudly, his face dark. He had no time to bother with the red-haired girl's attitude. If something happened to the Moon Lord, the entire tribe's water source would be doomed. The Moonpool tribe was named as such because at the center of the tribe lay a crescent-shaped pool that stored water. Unfortunately, the pool hadn't been filled to capacity in a long time. Here, a female healer hurried over, kneeling beside the Moon Lord to begin her examination. The more she checked, the grimmer her expression became. In the end, she shook her head heavily at everyone. The injuries are very severe and will require a long period of recuperation. Can it be treated faster? The elder glared and pressed her. He had only one thought in his mind. Recuperation meant being unable to gather water sources. The female physician lowered her head helplessly. I don't have any miraculous secret medicine. I only know some simple methods for treating external injuries. Damn it! The elder angrily slammed his fist on his thigh. He turned to look at the few old men beside him and asked in a deep voice, "What now? Do any of you have a good solution?" Several old folks immediately started discussing all at once. What else can we do? Let the Moon Lord rest well first. That's right. From today on, the tribe must conserve water. As for those slave laborers on the outskirts, just give them 1 bowl of water every 2 days. That way, we can hold out a few more days. All right, let's do it this way. In just a few words, a ruthless plan was decided. Mu Liang stood to the side, staring in shock at everything unfolding before him. The so-called water conservation turned out to be nothing more than wielding the butcher's knife against the lowest-ranking slaves and laborers. As for everyone else, it was brushed off with a casual reduce water usage by 1/3. This is reality. Liu adjusted the mask on her face, her voice cold. Many tribes don't care about the lives of those at the bottom. In fact, they wish for some of them to die, so there would be fewer people to share the water with. The ones at fault are not them, but this world. Mu Liang murmured to himself. Once again, he had witnessed the harsh and merciless nature of this wasteland. It was this cruel environment that forced people to abandon their humanity in order to survive. But he swore that he would never become such a person. After the elders finished their discussion, they actually began lecturing the Moon Lord. Moon Lord, you shouldn't have gone out tonight. Dealing with petty thieves is something your subordinates can handle. Why do we keep so many people around if not for this? Look at the state you've gotten yourself into now. The entire tribe is going to suffer from a water shortage because of you. Do you understand? The accusations came one after another, stabbing like knives. What they feared wasn't the Moon Lord's injury, but the possibility that the tribe would be left without water. You old geezers, shut up. Yufian finally exploded, roaring in fury. The red-haired girl was so angry that smoke seemed ready to rise from her head. If she weren't holding her weakened mother, she would have hurled fireballs to silence those incessant mouths. Yufian, what kind of attitude is this? The elder chief's face darkened as he reprimanded loudly. If you were a water element awakener, would we still have to worry about the tribe's water supply? My attitude. Yufian laughed angrily, pointing at the faces of several elders and completely tearing off the facade. Have you even looked at your own ugly faces? You dare claim to act for the tribe? Why don't you awaken as water element ability users yourselves? A bunch of parasites who only cling to my mother. You, utterly unreasonable. The Grand Elder, humiliated by the scolding, couldn't maintain his composure. His face darkened as he questioned. Yu Qinlan, look at the daughter you've raised. Is this how she speaks to us elders? Yufian, full of fighting spirit, immediately retorted. And how do you speak to my mother? Don't forget, she is the leader of the Yutan tribe. As for how my mother raised me, of course, she taught me how to deal with blood-sucking parasites like you. You're beyond reasoning. The Grand Elder's fingers trembled with rage, unable to stay any longer. He stormed off in humiliation, angrily flicking his sleeve as he turned to leave. If he stayed any longer, he would only suffer greater humiliation at the hands of this sharp-tongued girl. The remaining elders looked at each other, afraid that they might be next, and quickly found excuses to slip away. What an interesting person. Mu Liang watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh silently. The fiery temperament of the red-haired girl once again exceeded his expectations. She had single-handedly driven away all the elders with her scolding. That's what you call interesting? Liu muttered, her faint gaze falling on Yufian's face, which was brimming with satisfaction. Ahem, don't you go learning from her. Mu Liang quickly dispelled the dangerous thoughts of the white-haired girl. He simply couldn't imagine what it would look like if a girl as cold as ice stood with her hands on her hips, yelling in the streets. A scene where the aesthetic would completely collapse. Oh, Liu's silver eyes flickered briefly, and she said no more. Humph. Yufian let out a proud snort. After driving away that group of old geezers, she felt that the resentment bottled up in her heart for years had finally been vented for the most part, leaving her in a much better mood. The red-haired girl was hoarse from all the scolding, but she had finally vented her anger. If those old geezers hadn't run off so quickly, she could have kept scolding for another half an hour. Cough, cough. The Moon Lord weakly coughed twice and rolled her eyes at her daughter. Her pale lips moved slightly as she said irritably, Fian, are you thinking that since I don't have the strength to punish you right now, you can go ahead and offend everyone? It's them who are too much. Yufian pouted in grievance. Mom, you're hurt like this, and they're still only thinking about the water source issue. They're simply inhuman. All right, that's just how the adult world is. The Moon Lord gently shook her head and struggled to raise her hand to hold her daughters. In the adult world, there is only interest. Once you lose your value, others will abandon you without hesitation. She was well aware of her situation. If it weren't for her ability to condense water sources and her still considerable strength, those stubborn old folks would have long since ousted her from the position of Moon Lord. I don't care about the adult world, Euphemian said stubbornly, pouting. If they dare treat you like that again, I'll scold them every time I see them. She only wanted to protect her mother in the most direct way she could. Silly girl, I really don't know what you'll do in the future. The Moon Lord smiled dotingly. What? How am I silly? Euphemian pouted, starting to act coy. Aren't you cold? Are you planning to sit on the ground until dawn? Mu Liang's voice drifted over faintly. If he didn't speak up, this mother and daughter might really argue on the ground until morning. Ahem. A blush of embarrassment crept onto the pale face of the Moon Lord. She gripped her daughter's hand firmly and reminded, Fian, help me back home. All right, Euphemian responded, but as she was about to exert herself, she realized her legs had already gone numb. Her delicate face froze, and she looked at her mother pitifully. Mom, my legs are numb. You're such a fool. The Moon Lord sighed helplessly, her cheeks turning even redder. She blinked her long eyelashes and weakly pleaded with Mu Liang. Mr. Mu Liang, could I trouble you to carry me home? Well, that doesn't seem quite appropriate. Mu Liang hesitated. Mu Liang, hurry and help me, Euphemian said with the unique coquettishness of a young girl. If you carry my mom home, I'll give you a ferocious beast crystal. No problem. Mu Liang immediately stepped forward and carried the Moon Lord in his arms. She felt incredibly light, as if she had no weight, her entire body soft like a doll made of flowing water. Yuezhu leaned against Mu Liang's chest, the unique scent of a man wafting over her, causing a faint blush to appear on her pale cheeks. For some reason, she didn't dislike this scent. It was completely different from the sweaty odor of the other men in the tribe. I'll go bring Mino over. Liyue glanced at Euphemian, who was still standing there in a daze. She didn't feel comfortable letting Mu Liang go to the central area alone. All right, Mu Liang responded softly. Mino had just stepped out of the inn when she saw Mu Liang holding an unfamiliar woman. Without thinking, she blurted out, Huh? Mu Liang. Sir, why are you holding this Auntie? The Moon Lord's charming expression instantly froze, feeling as if an arrow labeled Auntie had fiercely pierced her heart. She turned her head, smiling sweetly at the bunny-eared girl, while a surge of impulse to tug at her ears rose within her. My mother is injured, so I had to trouble Mu Liang to carry her. Euphemian quickly gave Mino a meaningful look. Her mother was most sensitive about her age. If this continued, Mino would definitely end up on her blacklist. Oh, is Annie seriously injured? Mino leaned forward, her face full of concern as she asked. Well, you can call me Moon Lord, or even Sister Moon, if you'd like. The Moon Lord smiled with an expression of kindness and gently reminded, being called Andy all the time makes me seem very old. But a trace of cunning flashed in Mino's blue eyes. Ahem, Euphemian, lead the way ahead. Mu Liang felt the soft flesh at his waist being fiercely pinched by a small hand. If these two women kept talking, he would be the one to suffer. All right, follow me. Euphemian quickly took the lead. Mu Liang carried Yuzhu in a princess hold as he walked in the middle, followed by the two girls, Liyue and Mino. Mino, you were really brave just now. Liyue walked beside the rabbit-eared girl and softly praised her, then curiously asked, Why are you suddenly not shy anymore? I saw Mu Liang hugging that lady, and I just felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Mino pouted, the feeling of displeasure even overpowering her timidity. Clearly, she had known Mu Liang the longest, yet he had never hugged her like that. Indeed, it is a bit upsetting. Liyue looked up at Mu Liang's back, her mood sinking as well. Hee. Things are getting interesting. Yuzhu's lips curved into a sly smile. With her abilities, she could naturally hear the whispered conversation of the two girls behind her. She turned her head slightly, looking at Mu Liang with interest, then glanced at the two puffed-up little girls behind him. The Moon Lord's face carried a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Her water blue eyes shifted toward the two young girls, blinking with a clear hint of provocation. That's right, she was taking revenge. After all, that rabbit-eared girl had just called her Annie. I'm so mad. Mino puffed out her cheeks in anger, looking just like a squirrel with its mouth stuffed full of nuts. That hateful old woman, Liua muttered through gritted teeth. Old woman. These three words made the Moon Lord's eye twitch, and she immediately came up with an idea. She looked at the two girls, her lips moving silently as she mouthed a message to them. I'm being held by Mu Liang right now. Jealous? I bet he's never held either of you before. Mino and Liua instantly understood her meaning. How infuriating. She clearly still has the energy to provoke us. I think she can walk just fine on her own. I'm going to expose her. Mino, enraged, had her bunny ears shoot straight up into a big V shape and was about to charge forward. Don't go. She really can't move. Liua quickly grabbed her. Liua looked at Yuju with some surprise, not expecting that this always elegant woman could also have such a childish side. Humph. Yuju noticed Liua's peculiar gaze and let out a smug hum, like a little girl who had just won a fight. What's wrong? Did I walk too fast and accidentally touch your wound? Mu Liang pretended not to notice anything and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. A trace of panic flashed in the Moon Lord's water blue eyes, and she quickly shook her head to cover it up. Do you need me to go even slower? A hint of amusement lingered in Mu Liang's eyes. No need. The Moon Lord immediately shook her head, reining in her playful thoughts, not daring to provoke the two girls behind her any further. Pretending. Mino huffed angrily, tugging at her rabbit ears. Just bear with it for now. We'll leave tomorrow. Liua watched her actions and couldn't help but wonder, doesn't it hurt when you tug on your own ears like that? Oh, Mino deflated, nodding listlessly. The innocent rabbit-eared girl suffered a complete defeat in her first encounter with the cunning woman. Escorted by the hunting party, the group passed through the tribe and arrived at a house in the central area. Just place my mother on this bed. Yufian led them into the bedroom. All right. Mu Liang carefully placed the Moon Lord on the bed. Mother, are you okay? Yufian looked at her worriedly, completely unaware that just moments ago, her mother had the leisure to bicker with two young girls. Let's step out for now. Mu Liang gave the two girls a meaningful glance, leaving the space for the mother and daughter to tend to the wound. Okay. Mino nodded obediently, but as she turned around, she couldn't resist making a funny face at the Moon Lord and sticking out her tongue. So cute. The Moon Lord keenly caught this small gesture and couldn't help but laugh. The next second, joy turned to sorrow. Hiss. It really hurts. Her laughter tugged at the wound. You're hurt this badly, and you still have the mood to laugh. Yufian couldn't quite understand her mother. She reached out to feel her mother's forehead and asked in confusion, Did you hurt your head? Why are you acting so strange today? She had been injured before, but had never behaved so unusually as she did today. Is my daughter disliking me because I'm old? The Moon Lord pretended to be sorrowful, raising her hand to wipe the corner of her eye. Stop acting, I won't fall for it again. Yufian curled her lips in disdain. She was no longer the 14-year-old girl she used to be. Now at 17, she wouldn't be fooled a second time by the same trick. TCH. Fian has grown up and isn't fun anymore. The Moon Lord lowered her hand and pouted in boredom. Fun. Yufian's mouth twitched slightly. She was helping her mother treat a wound, and upon hearing this, her hand involuntarily applied a bit more pressure. Hiss. Silly daughter, be gentler. I can't take it anymore. The Moon Lord gasped in pain, her alluring face scrunched up tightly. If it hurts, that means you're not completely broken. Yufian retorted sharply, but a trace of distress flickered in her crimson eyes. While skillfully tending to the wound, she scolded. Mother, sometimes I really suspect you gave birth to me just for fun. Ahem. Who said that? The Moon Lord coughed awkwardly, her guilt evident. She silently watched her daughter, who was lowering her head to bandage her wounds, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My daughter, this is a debt your mother owes, yet it falls on you to repay it. How could I feel at ease if I didn't tease you a little? A woman who has never even been in a relationship suddenly has a daughter out of nowhere. How infuriating. My twin sister, you went off alone to chase some truth, leaving your daughter with me. and even said, "My daughter is your daughter." Who said that? I was going to ask you the same thing. Yu Fian carefully bandaged the wound and then helped Yu Zhu change into clean clothes. It's nothing. I just thought you were too dull usually. Yu Zhu's gaze wandered, avoiding direct eye contact with her daughter. She couldn't possibly admit that she found her daughter's puffed up, angry expression adorable and that she teased her out of boredom. "Umph, I'm not dull at all." Yu Fian's expression softened. So, her mother had been teasing her on purpose just to make her happy. "Let Mu Liang come in. I have some matters to discuss with him," the Moon Lord said, regaining her elegant and composed demeanor. "All right." Yu Fian gave the wound one last check to ensure there were no issues before turning to leave and call for him. Mu Liang entered the bedroom with two young women. On the bed lay the pale-faced Moon Lord, whose appearance carried a strangely morbid beauty. After changing into new clothes, she no longer looked as disheveled. "Sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you." The Moon Lord's voice, though weak, retained its elegance. She lightly pressed her pale lips together and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help." "You're welcome. Between us, it's just a transaction." Mu Liang waved his hand, a faint smile on his lips. But his heart skipped a beat. Those Bloodbeard people were after the crystal fish, which meant they were after him. So, could it be that this woman in front of him had taken the disaster on his behalf? A transaction? The Moon Lord's slender, aquamarine eyebrows arched slightly, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of cunning. "Then, Mu Liang, would you be willing to make another transaction with me?" "Wait." Mu Liang immediately interrupted her, afraid she might come up with some crooked idea again. "If you're thinking of asking me to marry Yu Fian, don't joke about that anymore." "What do you mean? Acting like no one would want me." Yu Fian, standing nearby, puffed out her cheeks in anger and glared at him fiercely. "What do you mean marrying me is a joke? Do I look that bad?" Liu and Mino exchanged a glance, but in their hearts, they shouted in unison, "He's absolutely right." "Oh." The Moon Lord became intrigued instead. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked at Mu Liang and Yu Fian with great interest. "I wasn't planning to bring this up, but could it be that you've really taken a liking to my silly daughter? On closer inspection, you two actually make quite a good match." "Not a good match at all." Mino, hiding behind Liu, softly refuted, enunciating each word. Liu silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. "Well said." "Why, yeah, exactly." Yu Fian also nodded sluggishly. The smile on the Moon Lord's face froze instantly. "Oh, my silly daughter, if I weren't in so much pain right now, I would have to show you why the flowers are so red today." Ahem. Moon Lord. Mu Liang quickly brought the topic back on track, lest the three girls beside him start to explode again. "You just mentioned wanting to make a deal?" "A deal?" The Moon Lord's tone turned profound as she asked in return, "Mu Liang, what do you think of our Moon Lake tribe?" "It's pretty good." Mu Liang casually listed a few advantages. "Lots of people, and a big place too." "Really?" The Moon Lord raised her snow-white chin, her gaze sharp. "What I want to hear is not this kind of perfunctory pleasantry." The smile on Mu Liang's lips disappeared. "The truth? Are you sure you want to hear it?" "Of course, go ahead and say it." The Moon Lord's aqua-blue eyes sparkled with seriousness. "In my opinion, the Moon Lake tribe is doomed sooner or later, and it won't take long." Mu Liang's words were shocking as soon as he spoke. "Mu Liang, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yu Fian instantly exploded, her red eyes almost spitting fire. He actually dared to curse her family. "Fian." The Moon Lord's voice rose slightly, stopping her. "Do not interrupt him." "Oh." Yu Fian bit her lip in grievance and shrank her neck. "My apologies, please continue." The Moon Lord bowed his head apologetically, then raised it again, his gaze firm. "Please speak boldly. I want to hear evaluations that cannot be heard from others. Since you've said so, I won't hold back." Mu Liang crossed his arms over his chest, his expression turning serious. "First of all, the way the Moon Lake tribe exists is simply unbelievable to me. It relies entirely on one person. As long as that person falls, the entire tribe will completely collapse. I think you understand this better than anyone else. What happened tonight is the best proof of that." He glanced at Yu Fian and changed his tone. "To be honest, tonight, I think Yu Fian's scolding was spot on. Some people are nothing more than blood-sucking parasites." "Umph." Exactly. Euphemian, hearing the agreement, raised her fair chin proudly. Take tonight as an example. Mu Liang's gaze turned mocking. The moment you got injured and fell, the people in the tribe didn't think about finding new hope. Instead, they blamed you and waited for you to recover so they could continue leeching off you. He paused, his tone filled with warning. This kind of system is pathological. If it doesn't change, you'll die very soon. Death? How could that be? Euphemian's proud expression instantly froze, staring at him in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. Mu Liang raised a finger, pointing at Yu Zhu lying on the bed. Your mother should know best herself. Mother, is what he said true? Euphemian's red eyes trembled in panic. It's not that exaggerated. Yu Zhu half closed her eyes, forcing a weak smile. It's just a bit tiring. How could I possibly die? I don't believe it. Euphemian's face turned pale instantly, her voice trembling. You've fainted several times before, and the number of times you've fainted. You really need to rest properly, or your body will collapse sooner or later. Euphemian sniffled, her voice hoarse but insistent. For the next few days, just stay in bed and don't worry about anything. The Moon Lord wore a helpless smile and nodded obediently. Yes, yes, I'll do as you say. She agreed verbally, but the fleeting bitterness in her eyes was well concealed. Turning to Mu Liang, her water-blue eyes carried a hint of pleading as she weakly asked, Mr. Mu Liang, do you have any suggestions for the reform? Mu Liang sighed and said honestly, actually, I know too little about this place, so I might not be able to offer very good advice. It's okay, just a little suggestion will do. The Moon Lord slightly lowered her head, her demeanor appearing particularly delicate. Then I'll just casually share my thoughts. Mu Liang noticed she was already very exhausted, so he quickened his pace of speech. First, the tribe cannot support idle people for nothing. Even doing some simple handicrafts would be good. Second, you need to identify unique specialties or skills exclusive to the tribe. This is your advantage. Third, send out trade caravans to engage in commerce with the outside world, instead of shutting yourselves in and wasting limited water resources on internal conflicts. Fourth, you must search for new water sources. Mu Liang proposed 12 suggestions in one breath, each hitting the mark, leaving the few people present utterly stunned. This is what you call a little insight. The Moon Lord murmured blankly to herself. These ideas had never crossed her mind before. A strong wave of self-doubt surged in her heart. Perhaps, taking on the position of Moon Lord was a mistake from the start. I am not suited to be a leader. This position should belong to someone more capable. Seeing her bewildered and helpless expression, Mu Liang reassured her. These are just some of my ideas. You don't have to adopt them all. Everyone has their own management style, and there's no need to forcibly apply someone else's model. No, what you said is absolutely right. The Moon Lord snapped out of her daze, her gaze unusually resolute. I think if the Moon Lake tribe follows your suggestions, the situation will at least be much better than it is now. Don't rush to make changes just yet. Taking too big a step can lead to trouble, Mu Liang quickly reminded her. Many of his suggestions would touch on the elders' authority in the tribe. If they strongly opposed them, she, as the Moon Lord, might end up being sidelined or even confined as a mere mascot who only produces water. I'm not stupid. The Moon Lord rolled her eyes at him with a captivating charm that made Mu Liang's heart skip a beat. Immediately, her expression became incredibly serious and solemn. Mr. Mu Liang, regarding the deal I mentioned earlier, I would like to formally discuss it with you now. Go ahead, Mu Liang nodded. The Moon Lord revealed a graceful smile and solemnly said, Mr. Mu Liang, would you be willing to stay and serve as the Moon Lord of our Moon Lake tribe? I believe the Moon Lake tribe needs a visionary man like you to lead us. Eh, eh, eh. Liu, Mino, and Euphemian simultaneously widened their eyes and let out incredulous exclamations. Don't joke around. Mu Liang was momentarily stunned, then gave a bitter smile and waved his hand dismissively. I'm serious, you know. The Moon Lord's lips curved slightly, her smile tinged with an unmistakable weariness. She was truly exhausted and desperately needed someone to take over the heavy burden on her shoulders. I refuse. Realizing he couldn't dodge the issue, Mu Liang rejected her outright. He had no interest in supporting an entire tribe. Mu Liang knew he wasn't some great hero. He was a bit selfish. He might show some kindness when he had the means, but to sacrifice his own freedom and become a water-supplying machine for a tribe? He'd rather live freely on his own. The Moon Lord was silent for a moment before nodding absent-mindedly. I understand. In truth, she had long anticipated the high likelihood of being rejected, but she was unwilling to give up and wanted to try. From the moment she first met Mu Liang, a water element awakener, at the inn, she had entertained the idea of relinquishing her position and grooming the next generation of Moon Lords. Otherwise, how could she have casually joked about her daughter's lifelong happiness? It had all been a test, nothing more. It was only on the road that she inadvertently overheard the conversation between Liu and Mino, learning that they were leaving the next day, which forced her to act so aggressively. Otherwise, she would have observed for at least a few months before making the decision to step down. Are you really not going to give it a try? The Moon Lord was still somewhat unwilling to let go. Before Mu Liang could respond, she playfully added, "If you become the Moon Lord, my silly daughter will be yours." Mother, there you go again. Yu Fian helplessly covered her slightly flushed face. No need. Mu Liang looked into the Moon Lord's water-blue eyes, seeing a hint of seriousness and struggle within them. He had the rock armor turtle, a mobile home, and truly had no need to take over a mess. Maybe. It really is possible. Won't you reconsider? The Moon Lord blinked his left eye meaningfully. Beside him, Liu couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter under her breath, such a seductive fox spirit. No need. I don't have the ability to manage a tribe. Mu Liang shook his head lightly, his attitude resolute. All right, you can go back and think it over. The Moon Lord sighed softly. Mu Liang nodded slightly, turned, and walked out. Then we'll take our leave for now. Liu and Mino followed him out. Fian, the Moon Lord weakly instructed, go and deliver those beast crystals to Mu Liang. With the major concern in her heart resolved, the suppressed drowsiness and pain surged over her like a tide. Within seconds, the Moon Lord fell into a deep sleep, even letting out soft, endearing snores. Her slender willow-like brows quivered slightly in her dreams. All right, Yu Fian responded softly. She tiptoed to the bedside, carefully tucked the blanket around her mother, and then turned to leave the room. Arriving at the hall, Yu Fian gave Mu Liang and the other two an apologetic smile. Sorry, my mother can be a bit willful at times. It's fine, she's quite interesting. Mu Liang had initially wanted to say charming, but felt it might be inappropriate to say that in front of her daughter. She's just someone who loves playing pranks. Yu Fian couldn't help but complain. Wait here, I'll go get the beast crystals for you. With that, she turned and ran into another room. Dark humor, Liu tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Auntie's personality is a bit dark. Mino, lacking vocabulary, could only describe it with a color. More like scheming. Mu Liang quietly completed her thought from the side. Just as the three were discussing the Moon Lord, Yu Fian returned with a whole bag of ferocious beast crystals. Here, 100 high-grade primary ferocious beast crystals, not a single one less. She handed over the bag generously. After receiving it, Mu Liang said softly, "Thank you. We'll head back to the inn now. My house has extra rooms. Would you like to stay here?" Yu Fian asked expectantly, her red eyes full of anticipation. "No, that would be too much trouble for you." Mu Liang shook his head with a faint smile. Since he had already declined such a significant offer from her, it wouldn't be appropriate to accept this smaller favor. All right. A trace of sadness flickered in Yu Fian's crimson eyes. She had finally made some friends and really wanted to chat with them a bit longer. Indeed, the red-haired girl had already regarded Mu Liang and the other two as her true friends after fighting side by side. Tomorrow, you can come find us. Mu Liang noticed her disappointment and said gently. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll bring you news about the person in that portrait and come find you. Yu Fian's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. All right, it's a deal. Mu Liang gave her a thumbs up. As he reached the door, he paused for a moment, turned his head slightly, and left a light remark. If your mother wakes up, please tell her this. If she can't stay here any longer, she can choose to be a little selfish and live for herself. Yu Fian stood dumbfounded at the doorway, the words echoing repeatedly in her mind. Live for yourself? Why couldn't she stay? Hasn't everything always been fine here? The red-haired girl felt a wave of confusion as she gazed at the three figures disappearing into the darkness, feeling an urge to shout and ask them loudly. Forget it. I can ask tomorrow just the same. She yawned sleepily, turned around, and headed to her mother's room. Tonight, she decided to make do by lying beside her mother's bed, just in case her mother needed help in the middle of the night and couldn't find anyone. On the way back to the inn, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Occasionally, a patrol team would pass by, but upon shining their torches and seeing Mu Liang and the others' attire, they would simply offer a quick apology before hastily retreating. Liu held back for a long time, but ultimately couldn't resist asking, Mu Liang, why don't you want to be the Moon Lord? I thought you would keep holding back and not ask. Mu Liang shook his head with a smile. Instead of answering directly, he posed a question. What do you think are the benefits of becoming the leader of the Moon Lake tribe? Benefits? Of course, it's not going hungry, having protection, and plenty of water to drink. Liyue counted on her small fingers. Liyue, those benefits. Mino raised her hand like a child, timidly reminding. We already have them in our home on little Xuanwu's back. Liyue froze for a moment, then suddenly realized. I think I understand now. Yes, in their home on little Xuanwu's back, they already had many things others could only dream of. Looks like you already know the answer. Mu Liang stretched lazily and said nonchalantly. Then there's no need for me to answer. Liyue pursed her lips, revealing a knowing smile. Mu Liang, when are we going back to little Xuanwu tomorrow? Mino asked crisply. She had been away for less than a day and was already starting to miss the home on little Xuanwu's back. We'll see, no rush. A glimmer of light flashed in Mu Liang's dark eyes. At this moment, Liyue stopped in her tracks and softly said, Mu Liang, I think I want to go find my companion now. She had originally planned to look for Euphilia after nightfall, but a series of events had occurred, delaying her until now, almost midnight. Do you want to go together? Mu Liang raised an eyebrow. Liyue's heart stirred, but she still shook her head. No, her place is too small. If she brought someone along, it might complicate matters. All right then, be careful, Mu Liang reminded her. I will. Liyue nodded obediently. We'll head back to the inn first. Come back early after you're done. After saying that, Mu Liang turned and walked into the deep night with the rabbit-eared girl. Liyue stood in place, watching their figures disappear completely, then swiftly turned and slipped into a dark alley. She walked along the corner of the wall, her eyes activating the eagle eye ability to search for the special marks left by the team in the darkness. Ever since drinking the tears of the angel, the void ghost infection in her body had been brought under control, and using her ability no longer worsened the erosion. That woman, Euphilia, could she have forgotten to leave marks again? Liyue searched around but found nothing. Not a single one of those patterns that only the 4 members of their team could understand. Every time they arrived at a new place, they would use marks to communicate. I've arrived, I've left, I'm staying here, or I'm at hideout number so-and-so. These marks were simple and easy to remember, usually left in inconspicuous corners of walls. However, if they stayed for a long time, they needed to come out and update them regularly to prevent them from being covered by dust. But now, not to mention any signs of staying. Even the conspicuous marks representing a journey are nowhere to be seen. A bad thought suddenly flashed through Liyue's mind, and her expression changed. Could it be? Yufer hasn't come out of her hiding place even once since I left last time. Please, let nothing have happened. Liyue's heart sank. She no longer hesitated and started running swiftly in the darkness, quickly reaching the boundary between the slave district and the residential area. The white-haired girl cautiously scanned her surroundings. After confirming no one was around, she quickly slipped into another alley. In the alley, a few homeless people were sleeping. Without hesitation, she knocked them unconscious before stopping in the middle of the alley. Crack! She fumbled around the corner of the wall for a moment and found a disguised wooden plank, carefully lifting it. Yufir, are you there? Liyue lowered her voice and softly called into the opening. A dead silence followed, with no response. Couldn't have really forgotten to leave a mark and left the Moonlit Lake tribe first, right? Liyue frowned and decided to go down and take a look to be sure. She once again cautiously scanned her surroundings, then crouched down and slipped into the ground hole by the wall. She covered the wooden board behind her and pulled an inconspicuous rope nearby. A pile of pre-prepared dust immediately slid down from the corner, completely covering the traces of the wooden board. As soon as she entered the underground, a strange smell hit her face. This strange smell, could it be that Yufer, that scatterbrain, has done another experiment and left it uncleaned? Liyue wrinkled her nose and waved her hand in front of her face. She lifted the light-blocking curtain in front of her. An array of brightness entered her eyes, leaving her momentarily stunned. She saw a familiar golden figure sprawled on a messy desk, sleeping soundly. So she was asleep after all. Liyue finally felt relieved. She glanced around and noticed the place was filled with various wooden bowls, barrels, and boxes. These were Euphilia's treasures, and only she knew what was inside them. Looks like she's been here for at least 20 days. This woman isn't even afraid of driving herself crazy. Liyue commented with a hint of concern. She picked up a piece of animal hide nearby and gently draped it over Euphilia. The moment the animal hide touched her body, Euphilia suddenly woke up. Her golden eyes narrowed instantly, and with a twist of her body, she threw a wild punch straight at Liyue's face. "It's me," Liyue said calmly. As soon as the words left her mouth, the dirty fist stopped just short of her nose. Half a second later, her nose would have been in trouble. So it was Zayu. Hearing the familiar voice, Yufel blinked her golden eyes in confusion. She rubbed her eyes and carefully examined the white-haired girl wearing a mask in front of her. The next second, her brows furrowed sharply, and she coldly demanded, "Who are you? My Zayu, you could never be this clean, let alone wear such beautiful clothes. Honestly, you're still so clueless." Liyue sighed helplessly, removing her mask to reveal a troubled expression. "Aya, it's really little Yu. Yuffie instantly dropped her serious expression from earlier, happily opened her arms, and hugged her. "Wait." Liyue widened her silver-white eyes as a strong stench hit her face. "Wow, little Yu smells so good now, so fair and tender." Yuffie tightly hugged the white-haired girl, rubbing her cheek against her forcefully, like a little animal seeking affection. "Sigh." Liyue showed a look of utter resignation, letting this scatterbrain rub against her face. "All right, hey." Liyue finally pushed away the overly enthusiastic woman. Looking at Yuffie's bewildered expression, she said irritably, "You haven't really gone silly from staying down here, have you? How could I be foolish? I still need to research a cure for phantom ghost infection." Euphilia replied earnestly with a natural expression. "How many days have you been down here? All right, here is the revised audio script based on your request. How long have you been here?" Liyue asked curiously. She was already too tired to figure out whether this blonde woman was genuinely clueless or just pretending. Otherwise, they could talk about this topic all day. 23 days. Euphil answered without a second thought. "I really don't get it. You're usually so absent-minded, but you remember numbers so clearly." Liyue couldn't help but tease. This seemed to have become a habitual exchange between them. "What's so hard about remembering numbers? It's really simple." Euphil looked puzzled. "Why am I even talking to you about this again?" Liyue sighed, tapping her forehead in frustration. She glanced around the underground hideout, which was almost completely cluttered with various items, and asked curiously, "Why do you keep staying here? Don't we have a few other hideouts?" Their squad, whenever they arrived at a place and planned to stay for a while, would modify a few natural caves to serve as concealed safe houses. Near this tribe, they had 3 such hideouts. "Moving stuff is such a hassle, I don't want to do it," Yufir pouted. "The jerky and water we left here must have been finished long ago, right? If you don't go out, what are you eating?" Liyue asked in surprise. She was very curious about how her companion managed to survive, especially this absent-minded woman, who always seemed to pull off astonishing feats without even trying. "I dug a hole from here to the house above and got some food from there." Yufir pointed to the side of the cave, her expression as casual as if she were saying, "I just grabbed something from my own home." Liyue looked in the direction she pointed, and her pretty face instantly froze. On the side of the earthen wall, a 1-meter-wide hole had appeared. She remembered that directly above this burrow lived a small leader of a hunting team. Liyue couldn't hold back her curiosity and pressed further. "So, how many times did you take it?" "Not many, just 3 times. Talking about this, Yuffie felt a bit proud. The first time I waited 3 days, the second time 6 days, and the third time 8 days. He guards there every day, but he can't catch me. Did he really think I'd be dumb enough to go every day? You didn't empty out all his stuff every time, did you? Liyue's pink lips pressed together slightly, as a terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. Yeah, otherwise, having to go out to find food all the time would be such a hassle. Yuffie nodded matter-of-factly. Then he's really out of luck. Liyue's mouth twitched slightly, silently mourning for that little leader for a second. Unlucky? I think he's full of energy, yelling and shouting up there every day. It's so annoying. Yuffie frowned, looking a bit troubled. It makes it impossible for me to concentrate on my experiments during the day. Who do you think is to thank for that? Liyue couldn't help but roll her eyes. How would I know? Yuffie blinked her golden eyes in confusion. Nothing, it's just his own bad luck. Liyue felt a tingling sensation on her forehead. She had only been away for a little over 10 days, yet she already felt like she could barely handle this scatterbrained woman. At midnight, Wei Gung finished his night patrol and dragged his exhausted body back home. The gossip he overheard along the way had pushed his mood to the brink of irritation. What's wrong? His wife, Su'er, came up to him, casually taking the beast-hide armor and long blade he had just removed. Su'er, tell me, who exactly stole the meat from our house? Wei Gung paced back and forth in the living room, his middle-aged face scratched red from his own frustration. The dried meat and water he had painstakingly saved up were stolen within just a few days. And not just once, 3 times in a row. Did the thief think their home was a storage room? I don't know either, Su'er said miserably, rubbing her temples with a distressed expression. I've been guarding the food the whole time, but as soon as I get a little sleepy and take a nap, I wake up to find the food gone. That damn thief just won't leave our house alone. I've asked around, and no one else's home has been robbed. Wei Gung gritted his teeth as he spoke. He had worked hard to become one of the captains of the hunting team, which should have been a source of pride. But now, with his house being targeted by a thief 3 times, he was on the verge of becoming the laughingstock of the entire hunting team. What are we going to do? If this keeps happening, we won't be able to store any food at all, Su'er said worriedly, glancing toward the inner room where the food was kept. I'm going to turn the house upside down today. I refuse to believe I can't find where that thief is hiding. Wei Gung wasn't a fool. After 3 consecutive thefts, and failing to catch anyone while staking out outside, it became clear that the thief was very likely hiding in his house. This idea, which he once thought was the least likely, now seemed more and more plausible the more he thought about it. The thought of a thief hiding right under his nose sent a chill down Wei Gung's spine. It was simply too dangerous. I'll help you. Su'er rolled up her sleeves and began rummaging through boxes and cabinets. As she searched, she couldn't help but chat about everyday matters. Husband, when do you think the leader's injury will heal? I heard it might still take a long time, Wei Gung sighed. The tribal leader was the pillar of the entire Moon Lake tribe. If something happened to her, everyone might have to leave their homes. Su'er watched her husband Wei Gung rummaging through the house and couldn't help but sigh, a trace of heartache flashing in her eyes. Our Moon Lord is truly pitiful. I heard she fainted from exhaustion while trying to gather water resources. Hearing these words, Wei Gung's rummaging suddenly came to a halt. He looked around at his messy home and then thought about himself. To be fussing over a few pieces of meat and a bit of water, shame surged through his heart. Compared to the Moon Chief, who had exhausted herself for the livelihood of the entire tribe, he felt utterly insignificant. What's wrong? Su'er noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern. Nothing. Wei Gung shook his head and continued searching, though his movements had slowed considerably. He casually asked, Su'er, do you think the Moon Chief treats us well? Of course she does. Su'er answered without hesitation. Without the Moon Chief, there wouldn't even be today's Moon Pool tribe. Wei Gung's stubbled face was full of hesitation. He stammered, if. Su'er reached out her hands and gently caressed her husband's cheeks. This face, she had seen it since childhood, so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. They had been together for 35 years, and just one look was enough to know what the other was thinking. She said softly, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Sigh. Wei Gung let out a long sigh. I feel ashamed. He thought of the order that had just come down from above, an order that gave him a vague sense that a great upheaval was about to occur, and this upheaval was directly related to the Moon Lord. Follow your heart. Su suddenly tugged hard at Wei Gung's ear, just like she used to when they were kids. Don't worry about me and the children. I've told you long ago, I will never be a burden to you. His wife's words were like a warm current, instantly dispelling the gloom in Wei Gung's heart. He gripped his wife's hand tightly and nodded heavily. I understand. I will follow my heart. He recalled his father's teachings, the former captain of the hunting team, who always told him, we all owe the Moon Lord. But Su suddenly changed her tone, her gentle face transforming in an instant. She smiled sweetly, held up 2 fingers to form a V shape, and playfully opened and closed them in front of Wei Gung's eyes. You're not allowed to bring other women home, or else. Wei Gung's forehead and back instantly broke out in cold sweat, and he repeatedly assured her, of course I know. I would never do anything to betray you. His reaction was entirely a psychological shadow left from being scolded as a child. Su looked at his sweaty appearance and smiled sweetly again, helping him wipe his sweat. Oh dear, look at you. Why are you sweating so much? At that moment, an urgent shout came from outside the door. Captain, there's a mission. Wei Gung's expression changed, and he responded, I'll be right there. He knew that what was meant to come had finally arrived. Su didn't ask much. Silently, she took out the beast-hide armor and long knife, helping her husband gear up. As the Moon Lord's maid and the wife of the hunting team's captain, she could vaguely guess what was about to happen. She said softly, Go ahead. If things really reach an irreparable point, we can leave the Moon Lake tribe. Don't worry. Wei Gung gently patted his wife's shoulder. I won't let you and the child fall into danger. He turned and walked toward the door, pausing briefly as he neared it. A gentle voice from his wife came from behind. I will pack everything and wait for you to come back. Then I'm leaving. Wei Gung opened the door and walked out without looking back. At the same time, beneath Wei Gung's yard, in a hidden safe house, a completely different scene was unfolding. Look, it's happening again, rummaging around in the middle of the night. The blonde girl Yufel pointed at the ceiling, where the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets was coming from. The white-haired girl, Liu, said irritably, I suspect the owner of this house is looking for you, the thief. They'll never find me, Yufire said smugly, waving her hand. I dug a hole on the side of their stone steps to get in, completely unnoticed. You really are something. Sometimes, Liu felt that this blonde woman was terrifyingly sharp in certain ways. By the way, little Yaya, you came at just the right time. Yufire grabbed Liu's arm and pulled her over to the table. Wait, you're not planning to make me. Liu's face turned pale, struggling desperately, but she couldn't break free. Don't move around so much. Yufire picked up a wooden bowl from the table and brought it close to Liu. Inside the bowl was a mysterious, deep purple liquid. She grinned confidently and said, This is my newly developed secret remedy, specifically for treating phantom ghost infection. Go ahead and try it. See how it works. I don't believe you. Liu shook her head like a rattle, retreating frantically. You must have tried it yourself, right? Do you even trust it? I did try it. Yufire tilted her head in frustration. But maybe I've taken too many secret remedies before, and my body has developed resistance, so I didn't feel anything. That's why I need someone clean to test its effectiveness. She patted her chest and assured, Don't worry, it's absolutely non-toxic. You said the same thing before. Liu's face turned pale as she counted on her fingers to accuse her of her crimes. And what happened? Yen Bing, who was coaxed into drinking your secret potion, had diarrhea all day, and Alina slept for 2 days and nights. Is that what you call no problem? Oh dear, those were just little accidents. Yufel pouted guiltily, her golden eyes unconsciously darting to the upper right corner. Don't think you can get away with this. Liu firmly refused. Anyway, I absolutely won't drink your randomly concocted secret potion again. She suddenly broke free from the blonde girl's grasp and quickly dodged away, afraid that she might accidentally be forced to drink that mysterious potion. TCH, so stingy. Yufire gave her a sidelong glance. Looking at me like that won't help. Liu replied irritably. Let's see if I ever give you medicine again. Yufire threatened childishly. She tilted her chin up and downed the unknown purple liquid in the wooden bowl in one gulp. Smack, smack. Yuffie smacked her lips and tilted her head thoughtfully. Seems like something's missing. Why isn't there any reaction at all? You're really not afraid of poisoning yourself to death one day? Liu held her forehead, unable to resist making a sarcastic remark. Poison myself to death? No way. I've calculated the dosage and variations of the venom perfectly. Yuffie waved her hand with a "what kind of joke is that" expression. She then continued in a nonchalant tone. Anyway, I only have a little over 60 days left to live. If I'm going to die, I'd rather it be by my own hand. Hearing how many days she had left to live, Liu immediately became alert. Right? I almost let you distract me. She patted her forehead, remembering the real reason she had come. Me? I didn't do anything at all. Yuffie blinked her golden eyes in confusion. I found the angel's wing, Liu solemnly announced. Huh? You really found it? Yuffie's golden eyes lit up instantly, and in just a few quick steps, she darted in front of the white-haired girl. She suddenly remembered that Liu had gone out this time specifically to search for the angel's wing. Yes, I found it, Liu nodded firmly. How does it work? Oh, and the flower? Did it produce the angel's tear? Yuffie anxiously muttered, her hands already starting to rummage through the white-haired girl's pockets. Stop, stop. Liu pressed her hand against the blonde woman's forehead and said softly, Don't worry, I'll explain everything to you slowly. Go ahead. Yuffie obediently blinked her eyes. Liu decided to tell the truth. Angel's tear cannot cure specter infection. Cannot? How is that possible? Yuffie was completely stunned. Her golden eyes instantly dimmed. She crouched on the ground, clutching her head helplessly, her voice hoarse. Impossible. If there's any medicine that can cure specter infection, it could only be Angel's tear. Although the blonde woman was usually a bit scatterbrained, she was well aware of the terror of the specters, and her heart was filled with fear. It's true, I've already tried it. Liu also crouched down, gently embracing her. Now that the bad news is out of the way, let's talk about the good news. She narrowed her silver-white eyes and comforted her in a soft voice. The good news is that Angel's tear can suppress the erosion of the phantom infection. Huh? It can suppress the erosion? Euphilia suddenly looked up, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the silver-haired girl. Yes, as long as we keep taking Angel's tear, we won't turn into monsters. Liu's lips curved into a slight smile as she shared this long-awaited good news. Then where is the Angel's tear? Quickly, let me see it. Maybe I can figure out a way to completely cure it. Euphilia urged eagerly, the golden light in her eyes rekindling. The flower isn't with me, so stop rummaging through my pockets. Liu pressed down on the blonde woman's hand, which was causing trouble again, and said with a stern face, Besides, that angel's wing isn't even ours. Huh? The flower isn't ours? You didn't get it. Yuffie stared at her blankly. I didn't get it. Anyway, the reason is complicated. Liu's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, not daring to meet Yuffie's eyes. Xiaoya, you've changed. Yuffie sat dazedly beside her and casually remarked, If it were the old you, once you found the angel's wing, you'd have snatched it back already. People always change, don't they? Liu leaned against the blonde woman, a sweet smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of her lips, and softly said, The days before were too dull. Now, I also want to try changing a bit. Yuffie suddenly asked, Xiaoya, have you met someone you like? You, what are you talking about? A trace of panic flashed in Liu's silver-white eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly denied. Not at all. Don't say such things. You look just like Lily said. You must have someone you like. Yuffie's tone became subtly intriguing. She was merely testing the waters using the method Alina had taught her. Whenever a girl suddenly undergoes a major change, it's either because she has someone she likes or she wants to fall in love. Unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon quite the revelation. Alina always says strange things, Liu grumbled, but her flustered expression had already betrayed her. Her cheeks flushed red as Liu turned her head away. Don't go learning bad habits from her. I'm not a fool. Yuffie pouted in dissatisfaction. Yes, you're the smartest. Liu responded perfunctorily. Hey, don't try to change the subject. Hurry up and tell me what's going on with Angel's wings. Euphilia urged with a stern face. Huh? Who exactly is changing the subject here? Liyue raised her hand to cover her forehead, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. This blonde woman must have learned it from Elena. She's even mastered the art of turning the tables. Come on, tell me about Angel's wings. Euphilia nudged her lightly with her shoulder. I'll say it, just stop pushing. Liyue tried her best to steady herself. Recalling what had happened earlier, her cheeks flushed slightly and her voice softened. I followed someone into Bloodbeard's treasure vault. When I saw the angel's wing, it was already on the verge of dying. She paused for a moment and continued. Just when I was about to despair, Mu Liang revived the angel's wing and even gave me a drop of angel's tear. Liyue deliberately skipped over the details that embarrassed her and concealed the existence of little Xuanwu. She succinctly summarized, after that, I stayed at Mu Liang's house. This time, I'm not just here for the angel's wing. Mu Liang also wants to discuss the production of enhancement potions with you. Yufir tilted her head, secretly observing Liyue's expression. She noticed that whenever the man named Mu Liang was mentioned, the white-haired girl would unconsciously reveal a sweet and shy smile. Why? Why are you staring at me like that? After finishing her words, Liyue turned her head, only to meet Yufir's eyes fixed intently on her. Liyue touched her cheek and asked with a stern face, were you even listening? Little Yaya, your expression just now was so sweet. Yufir stood up and stretched lazily. Do we have it? Liyue frantically covered her face with both hands, feeling a burning heat in her palms. Let's go. Let's meet your sweetheart and see what he wants from me, Yufir said as she headed toward the cave entrance. Don't go out yet. Liyue's cheeks turned so red they seemed about to drip blood. She said, both embarrassed and annoyed, stop saying the person I like all the time. This isn't right. Oh dear, I never thought our little Yu would become as contradictory as Lily. Yufir turned around, wearing a troubled expression. That's not something you need to worry about. Liyue couldn't help but rub her forehead, never expecting that one day she would be worried about her personality by this naive person. She composed herself, glanced at the items around, and asked, Euphilia, aren't you taking your things with you? I'll study it after I get the tear of the angel. So why would I need to take anything with me? Euphilia looked puzzled. You're not planning to leave with me? Liyue stepped forward anxiously and asked, are you going to stay in the Moonpool tribe? Go with you? Why? Haven't we already found the angel's wing? Euphilia was still a bit confused. She quickly pulled herself together and said, once I develop the cure for phantom ghost infection, I'll come find you. I really can't win against you. Liyue suddenly felt that reasoning with this blonde woman was completely futile. Their ways of thinking were entirely on different wavelengths. She had no choice but to use her trump card. Angel's tear takes 10 days to condense a single drop. If you don't leave now, I can only give you one drop, and then we'll have to part ways. What? Just one drop? That's not enough. Euphilia panicked instantly, spreading her arms to hug Liyue, tearfully pleading, I need at least 10 drops for my research. As long as you come with me, are you still worried about not having tears of the angel to study? Liyue persuaded. Now that she had the tears of the angel to sustain her life, she no longer held much hope for developing an antidote. She only wished for her companions to gather together and live well. Besides, she also understood Mu Liang's thoughts. He would never mistreat someone as talented as Euphilia, who could create potions. I'll go with you. Euphilia immediately buried her face in Liyue's shoulder and nuzzled against it. All right. Liyue pushed her away in mock disdain. Then hurry up and pack your things. We need to go meet up with Mu Liang. Leaving today? Is it daytime or nighttime now? Euphilia asked as she packed her things. It's already midnight, Liyue sighed. Midnight? Huh. Euphilia paused her actions and looked up toward another exit of the cave. Do you have enough food over there? If not, I can go up and grab some more. Don't go causing trouble for them again. Liyue quickly stopped her. She had never seen someone so shameless, raiding a household for supplies and still unwilling to let them off before leaving. I noticed they always have a lot of leftover food. Euphilia scratched her neck, trying to defend herself. All right. You're always right. Liyue put on a look of not wanting to argue any further. Hurry up and pack the useful stuff. Oh, Yuffie obediently started putting the wooden boxes into the cloth bag one by one. Yuffie suddenly paused in the middle of packing. She stopped where she was, her golden eyebrows furrowing tightly as she fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Did you forget something? Liyue asked while holding the bag open for her. The mark on my face. It won't scare away the person you like, will it? Euphelia turned around pitifully, hesitantly pointing to the bright red mark on her cheek. It won't, Liyue gently reassured her. Mu Liang won't dislike you. Impossible. Euphelia lowered her head, her voice full of disappointment. Little Lily said that normal people all hate monsters like us. She crouched down silently, suddenly losing the desire to go. Liyue had finally found someone she liked, and if she went along, she would definitely mess things up and make the person dislike them. Liyue didn't know how to comfort her, so she forced herself to say, well, Mu Liang, he might not exactly be a normal person either. Little Lily also said that abnormal people wouldn't like us even more. Euphelia hung her head even lower. Liu gritted her teeth in anger, wanting to rush over and shut Elena's mouth. She squatted down beside Euphelia, patted her chest, and vowed confidently, look at me. Mu Liang accepted me, so he will definitely accept you too. That's different. You're the one he likes. Euphelia shook her head and softly refuted. Huh? Likes me? Liyu's beautiful face instantly turned bright red, and her mind involuntarily recalled the words Mu Liang had said to her under the starlight tea tree. I've got an idea. Yuffie suddenly raised her head, her golden eyes sparkling with excitement. She quickly grabbed a piece of cloth and, in a few swift moves, wrapped her face and neck tightly, leaving only her golden eyes and two nostrils exposed for breathing. Mm. She mumbled indistinctly. You even tied up your mouth. Liyue rolled her eyes helplessly. She took out a small knife and carefully cut open the cloth covering Yuffie's mouth. Ha. Yuffie took a few deep breaths and then proudly gave a thumbs up. How about it? I'm pretty smart, right? Dressed like this, I won't scare anyone. Yes, you're the smartest. Liyue silently swallowed back the words of persuasion. On second thought, this might actually be for the best. First, take Yuffie over there, and as for those prejudices, fears, and misunderstandings, they would gradually dissipate over time through interaction. Xiaoyeye, don't worry. Yuffie clenched her fist and firmly promised. I absolutely won't let them discover my identity. Liyue silently helped her open the bag's drawstring without responding. She couldn't exactly say that Mu Liang had actually known all along what kind of beings her companions were. Letting Yuffie continue with this innocent misunderstanding seemed rather nice. Half an hour later, the two of them finally finished packing all the important items. Let's go. If we don't leave now, it'll be dawn soon. Liyue put on a mask, picked up a cloth bag, and walked out of the cave first. Coming. Yufire followed closely behind, carrying two large cloth bags on her back. Liyue led the way ahead, carefully shielding Yufire as they moved quickly toward the inn. However, after walking for a while, Liyue keenly sensed something amiss and immediately stopped in her tracks. Are there enemies? Yufire immediately set down the cloth bags, her body leaning slightly forward, entering a state of alert. As a member of the team, her strength was by no means inferior to Liyue's. Something's not right, Liyue said in a lowered voice. On the way here, we haven't encountered a single patrol. This is very unusual. After all, no matter how late it was in the past, there would always be patrols on the streets. Could it be just a shift change? Yuffie narrowed her golden eyes, cautiously scanning the pitch-black street. Doesn't matter. We need to hurry and find Mu Liang to regroup. A strong sense of unease rose in Liyue's heart. Her intuition told her that something was bound to happen tonight. Got it. Yuffie immediately slung the cloth bag over her back. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Mu Liang gently opened a crack in the wooden window, staring at the pitch-black street and houses outside. Mu Liang, what's wrong? Mino curiously leaned over. Since they returned to the hotel, she had noticed that Mu Liang had been standing by the window, repeatedly looking outside. Mu Liang gently closed the window, walked back to the table, sat down, and said in a low voice, We're being watched. On the way back, he had already sensed something unusual. He sent the three-colored lizard to scout around, and sure enough, discovered someone secretly monitoring them. Surveillance? Who's watching us? Mino furrowed her delicate brows. She perked up her rabbit ears, straining to catch any sounds from outside. I don't know who it is. Mu Liang also frowned. He couldn't figure it out. There were only a handful of people they'd interacted with. Bloodbeard was already dead, and as for the Moon Lord, Yu Fian, and Lu Chuan, none of them seemed to have any reason to monitor him, unless something had happened that he was unaware of. It's too far away. I can't hear anything. Mino's rabbit ears drooped helplessly. It's okay. Mu Liang reached out and gently ruffled her hair, comforting her. Someday, you'll definitely be able to hear sounds from very, very far away. The rabbit-eared girl's talent had yet to fully manifest. For now, her hearing was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. Mino's voice carried a slight tremor. We're being watched. What should we do? Should we shake them off? She was well aware that being monitored meant trouble was coming. These people were either targeting them or something they had. Don't panic. Mu Liang's voice was steady, giving her a bit of reassurance. Wait for Liyue to come back, and I'll go check out the situation. There was no way he would leave Mino alone in the inn. He already had a vague suspicion about who it might be, and he was just one step away from confirming it. No matter who the other party was, he had to figure it out and eliminate any potential danger completely. Okay. Mino nodded obediently. Go ahead and get something to eat first. Mu Liang casually formed a water ball and filled the kettle in the inn. Then I'll roast some jerky. Mino took out food from her bag and started to get busy. Mu Liang quietly watched her, but his mind was calculating something else. He thought of the more than 100 beast crystals that Yu Fian had given him, which were exactly the power he needed right now. He closed his eyes and issued a command in his mind, absorbing all the energy contained in the crystals. A massive surge of warmth instantly flooded his entire body, far exceeding his expectations. He could feel that this power was enough for him and his tamed beast to break through once again. Looking at the unsuspecting Mino and thinking of Liyue, who had not yet returned, Mu Liang's eyes sharpened. The intentions of the observers outside were hostile, and to ensure absolute safety, he had to act immediately. He decided to first evolve the tricolor lizard to a higher level to prepare for any imminent crisis. Mino, I'm heading out for a bit. Stay in the room and don't go outside under any circumstances, Mu Liang said as he stood up. Mino hesitated for a moment and quickly asked, How long will you be gone? The meat is almost ready to eat. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Mu Liang raised his hand and gently flicked his fingertip against Mino's forehead. That's good. Mino covered her forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Remember, don't open the window. Before closing the door, Mu Liang reminded her again. Understood. The door was gently shut. In the next moment, Mu Liang's figure merged into the shadows, silently passing through the inn and arriving at a secluded alley in the back street. He sent out a telepathic call. Shao Kai, come to me. Moments later, a massive figure slid out of the darkness. It was his tricolored lizard, now 4 meters long. Mu Liang wasted no time. Placing his hand on the lizard's cold scales and channeling all the immense energy he had just absorbed into it. Evolve. A visible wave of energy erupted instantly, completely enveloping the tricolored lizard. The lizard's body began to swell violently, its bones emitting a teeth-gritting cracking sound. At the same time, a powerful warm current surged back into Mu Liang's body, as if an invisible hammer was forging his muscles and bones. Every cell in his body was undergoing a painful yet exhilarating transformation. When the light faded, Mu Liang suddenly threw a punch, instantly igniting the air and producing a muffled gust of wind. He clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power surging within him, and chuckled softly. If Redbeard takes another hit from me, he might die on the spot. He could clearly sense that his strength, speed, and stamina had all surpassed their previous limits. More importantly, a brand new, powerful ability had awakened within him, limb regeneration. This meant that as long as the injury wasn't fatal, he could recover in an extremely short amount of time. Mu Liang raised his head and looked at his companion. The sight before him made him gasp in astonishment. The evolved tricolored lizard had reached an astonishing length of 8 meters, resembling a bus parked across the alley. Each triangular scale on its body was the size of a fist, shimmering with mirror-like brilliant colors under the moonlight. exuding both power and beauty. This was no longer just about defense. Combined with his newly acquired regeneration ability, Shao Kai was practically an indestructible, mobile heavy tank. Hiss hiss. The giant beast lowered its head and extended its whip-like tongue, seemingly wanting to affectionately lick its owner as it used to. Mu Liang quickly sidestepped to avoid it. If that massive tongue swept over, its power would be no less than a heavy punch. I raised my hand and gave its head a firm pat, saying irritably, "Just look at how big you've grown now. With a tongue like yours, only Xiao Xuanwu can handle it." The tricolor lizard tilted its head in grievance, letting out a series of hissing sounds, as if questioning what it had done wrong. All right, don't feel bad. Quickly shrink your body so outsiders won't notice." I conveyed my thoughts to it. The next second, the massive body of the tricolored lizard vanished into thin air, entering stealth mode. But as it moved, a clear footprint was left on the ground with a crack. I helplessly rubbed my forehead. "Sigh, can't you save some energy? Hurry up and get used to your current strength." I realized its intelligence was still lacking, like a 3- or 4-year-old child, clueless about everything. Hiss hiss. It started making noises again. "All right, I get it. I'll give you some evolution points. I won't let you go hungry." I understood what it meant and couldn't help but laugh. This guy actually came to beg for food. Just because I thought its size wasn't big enough earlier and let it hunt for itself, now it's envious of little Xuanwu getting evolution points to eat. I issued a new command to the tricolored lizard. "Go guard the front of the inn and protect Mino and Liyue for me." Hiss hiss. The tricolored lizard took a few steps, quickly seeming to get accustomed to its strength, no longer leaving footprints on the ground. Its massive figure passed by me, stirring up a gust of wind that made my hair flutter. Using little Kai as a mount would definitely be very intimidating. I stroked my chin in thought, while simultaneously entering stealth mode myself, retracing the path I had come. When I returned to the inn, less than half an hour had passed since I left. Creak. I pushed open the door and softly said, "I'm back." As soon as I entered, I saw Mino standing in the corner of the room, pale and trembling. "You're finally back." She ran over like she'd seen her savior, gripping my hand tightly. My face instantly darkened, and my sharp black eyes scanned the surroundings. What happened? Did someone come in? No, no one came in. Mino leaned against me, her trembling body finally calming down. A trace of lingering fear flashed in her blue eyes as she said hoarsely, "It's very dangerous outside." Just now, I felt something terrifying walking past outside. Something terrifying walked past outside? I was stunned after hearing that. That presence was extremely oppressive. It even glanced at our room. Mino tugged at her rabbit ears, the hair on her arms standing on end from fright. Could it be Shao Kai? My expression instantly turned a bit unnatural. So after all this, it turned out my tamed beast had scared this poor rabbit. Shao Kai. Mino froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. She squinted her blue eyes and pouted as she asked, "Was that big lizard that just passed by outside?" Probably. I had it go to the front to guard the door," I replied, coughing awkwardly. Honestly, Mino's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and she complained in a crisp voice, "I thought a ferocious beast had broken in. I was so scared I almost ran out to find you. Tomorrow, I'll have Shao Kai apologize to you." I raised my hand and promised. Even if it apologizes, I wouldn't understand it. Mino was amused by me and gave me a playful eye roll. "I can translate for you. You can even make it dance if you want." To comfort her, I unhesitatingly volunteered Shao Kai for its first stage performance. Can the big lizard really dance? Mino's blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. "If it can't, it can always learn," I said, noticing her fear had subsided, and raised my eyebrows lightly. "Or you could teach it to dance yourself." I don't even know how to dance." Mino shyly waved her hands repeatedly. "Dance can be created by yourself. If you think a pose looks good, just remember it, and then connect all the good-looking poses together. Doesn't that make a dance?" I recalled some dances from Earth and explained to her with a smile. I'll give it a try." Mino seemed somewhat intrigued. She brought up the grilled meat and urged, "Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Let's eat together. Who knows when Liyue will be back." I saved some barbecue for her. As the night deepened, I was leisurely sipping tea, waiting for Liu to return. Mino had already fallen asleep at the table. Just then, knock, 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 came the sound of knocking at the door. I glanced at the rabbit-eared girl still sound asleep, got up, and opened the door. Standing outside was the white-haired girl, Liu, along with a strange woman whose head was wrapped in bandages. Liu, come in quickly. I smiled gently and stepped aside. In fact, when Liu brought someone into the inn's vicinity, the three-colored lizard had already informed me. After all, it had just been sternly reprimanded by me through mental communication for scaring Mino. Now, it was suppressing its entire presence, squeezing itself into a narrow alley, and lying there quietly. I'm back. Liu's cool voice carried a barely noticeable trace of excitement, and she was holding a large bag in her hand. The cloth bag was tossed into the room. What about you? Come in as well. Mu Liang looked gently at the woman who hesitated to step through the door. Yufei stared blankly at the man in front of her. He exuded a warm aura. Those deep black eyes, as profound as whirlpools, captivated her instantly. More importantly, his gaze was pure, devoid of any trace of disdain, alienation, or rejection. That gaze, like a warm current, struck Yufei's heart in an instant. For the first time, a clear image emerged in her mind, which had been blank for years, a good man. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks as she gazed dazedly at the man she had never truly noticed before. My companion. She's rather shy, Liu said, glancing at the bunny-eared girl who had already fallen asleep in the corner and softened her steps. She turned and walked outside, grabbed the cloth tied around Yufei's head, and pulled her into the room in one swift motion. Huh? What's going on here? Mu Liang was a bit confused. This looked a lot like a kidnapping. She's a bit dazed, and taking action directly works better than reasoning with her, Liu said as she removed the mask from her face and shook her strikingly white long hair. I see. Mu Liang nodded, half understanding. He stood up, took the leftover roasted meat to reheat, and lowered his voice to ask, You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Not yet, Liu answered naturally. Yufei was still carrying those two large cloth bags, standing dumbfounded to the side, her golden eyes sneaking glances at Mu Liang's back. For some reason, she felt that this man truly had a certain charm and was very handsome. Your companion? A burning gaze made Mu Liang feel a bit uncomfortable, so he had no choice but to signal to the white-haired girl with his eyes. Her name is Yufei. She's 18 this year, and her personality is a bit naive. She's slow to process things, Liu quickly introduced. She stepped forward and said helplessly to Yufei, Yufei, put the things down. Oh. Yufei's shoulders trembled slightly as she turned her head slightly, not daring to look into Liu's eyes. You don't need to be so nervous. Liu looked at her completely unnatural demeanor, seeing this side of her for the first time. That feeling was as if her soul had been taken away, leaving her dazed and silly. He's the one I mentioned to you, Mu Liang. Liu introduced while helping Yufei remove the heavy items from her body. The girl sleeping over there is Mino. Hello. Yufei's face flushed red, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Liu's silvery eyes were filled with confusion. Was this still the naturally naive Yufei? Since when had she become so afraid of even saying hello? Suddenly, Liu thought of a possibility. Perhaps it was because Mu Liang was the first normal man Yufei had ever encountered, which made her feel so uneasy. Soon, Liu found a reasonable explanation for her companion's unusual behavior. Don't just stand there, have a seat, Mu Liang said gently. Oh. Yufei shuffled her feet and stiffly sat down on the chair. Her heart quietly skipped a beat, and she found herself in a dazed, dizzy state. Elena's cryptic love quotes suddenly popped into her mind. If seeing a man makes your heart race, and your eyes can't help but follow him, then it's probably love at first sight. So, have I fallen in love with Mu Liang at first sight? Yufei's heart couldn't help but tremble, finding it hard to believe this guess. Impossible. I'm not the kind of shallow girl that Lily described. She quickly reassured herself. I just think it's the first time I've seen such a clean man, and it feels really nice. Yes, that's it. Yufei convinced herself in her heart, finally managing to calm her wildly beating heart. Have something to eat. Mu Liang smiled faintly, handing over a plate of heated grilled meat. Oh, okay. Euphira drowsily took the grilled meat, her golden eyes meeting Mu Liang's gaze. Thump. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat again. It was over. Her just calmed state of mind instantly turned into a chaotic mess. What's wrong? Mu Liang looked at Euphira, who had started spacing out again, and turned to Li Yu in confusion. Don't mind her. She might still be a bit dazed. Li Yu took small bites of the grilled meat, her tone cool. Just give her some time to adjust. All right. Hearing her say this, Mu Liang stopped disturbing Euphira. He shifted the topic, his expression turning serious, and asked about the situation outside. Liu, you just came back. Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, the patrol team has completely disappeared. Liu picked up the hot tea on the table and took a sip, her expression grave as she said. Moreover, I saw quite a few members of the hunting squad near the inn. They seem to be watching us. Members of the hunting squad? Are you sure? Mu Liang's black eyes narrowed. I'm sure. I've seen several of them before when I was in the hunting squad. Liu was very certain. It seems someone is wary of us, Mu Liang thought, probably because tonight's resolution of the Bloodbeard issue had raised the vigilance of certain people in the tribe. But he immediately thought of another doubt and murmured to himself, no. If that's the case, why are even the night patrols gone? Mu Liang, do you think this might have something to do with the Moon Lord's injury? Li Yu's snow-white eyebrows furrowed tightly as she proposed a possibility. Could they have reassigned the patrol team to protect the Moon Lord? No, that doesn't make sense. Mu Liang immediately dismissed the guess. To protect one person, there's no need to pull the entire tribe's hunting team, let alone send people to monitor us. Unless they think we might cause trouble. But why cause trouble? And for whom? Mu Liang always felt that something was still missing. I think someone wants to harm the Moon Lord, Euphira said softly from the side. Her thought was simple. If she were a bad person in the tribe, upon hearing that the Moon Lord was injured, she would definitely take the opportunity to act. And the bad people in the tribe are precisely those who control the water source and have many subordinates, aren't they? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Mu Liang's mind suddenly lit up. Looking at it from another angle, everything instantly connected. They were being watched to prevent them from rescuing the Moon Lord. What are they after? Mu Liang still felt he hadn't grasped the crux of the matter. The ability to mobilize so many hunting teams was limited to a few elders. No one else could do it. But what exactly did they want? If it was just for water, they would have to wait until the Moon Lord recovered. Yet once the Moon Lord regained her strength, with her power and reputation, she could rise again at any time. Unless they wanted to imprison the Moon Lord like a pet, forcing her to continuously produce water. But how could this possibly convince the people of the tribe? The Moon Lord's supporters would never stand by and watch her be humiliated. Unless there is a temptation greater than the Moon Lord, something that offers them a better future. Mu Liang's thoughts gradually became clearer as he analyzed word by word. In that case, the key lies in a new water source. A new water source? Liu was momentarily stunned and immediately looked at Mu Liang. Could it be you? It's not me. Mu Liang shook his head. The fact that he was a water element awakener hadn't been revealed at all. Even if it had been, the other party couldn't have reacted so quickly. Looks like those old folks in the Council of Elders aren't simple. Mu Liang recalled the few people he had seen on the street. But I've never heard of the Moon Lake tribe finding a new water source. Liu was also puzzled. Otherwise, when the Moon Lord got injured tonight, they wouldn't have rushed over so anxiously. There is too little information. All we can confirm is that the Council of Elders plans to take action against you, Mu Liang said as he picked up his teacup and took a light sip. Liu hesitantly asked, then, should we go rescue the Moon Lord? Now is not the time. Mu Liang squinted his eyes and said leisurely, the Moon Lord is surely still safe for now. We need to figure out what the Council of Elders is really up to first. In his mind, he was calculating that rescuing the Moon Lord this time should earn him at least a few hundred high-grade beast crystals as a reward. With that, his tamed beast might have a chance to reach level 6. Are you planning to confront the elders directly? Li Yu's silver eyes were filled with shock. That would be tantamount to directly challenging the masterminds behind the scenes. Far too risky. We're not members of the Moon Lake tribe, so why bother with their internal affairs? Mu Liang's lips curled into a playful smile. We're just going to borrow something from the elders. Li Yue blinked in disbelief and asked, You don't mean you're planning to steal something, do you? Steal? No, no, no. Mu Liang waved his finger and corrected her. We're going to collect a reward. Once it's done, the Moon Lord will be grateful to us. Of course, his actions were partly driven by curiosity, wanting to see what tricks the elders were up to. On the other hand, it was also a way to repay the Moon Lord for a favor. But most importantly, it was for the feral beast crystal. Relying solely on selling tea leaves to accumulate energy to evolve the rock armor turtle to level 6 or even 7 was simply too slow. If the Moon Lord finds out, she might bite you. Li Yue thought of the lively Moon Lord and felt she might actually do such a thing. Ahem, she's about to lose her freedom soon, so she won't have the mood to bite anyone. Mu Liang said, his peripheral vision catching Yufir secretly watching him from the side. He playfully winked his left eye at her. Yufir's long eyelashes trembled suddenly, her cheeks and ears instantly flushed red, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Li Yue didn't notice this little interaction and simply asked calmly, So, when do you plan to take action? Right now? Let's resolve this as soon as possible and return to Xiao Xuanwu's home tomorrow. Mu Liang didn't want to get too deeply involved in the murky waters of the Moon Lake tribe. I'll go with you. Li Yue spoke up, requesting to accompany him. That's fine, but Mu Liang turned his head, his gaze falling on Mino, who was pretending to sleep on the bed. He noticed her adorable rabbit ears trembling slightly, betraying their owner. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile as he deliberately said in a casual tone, Mino is sleeping so soundly. It seems we'll have to leave her here alone. No, no way, I'm going to. Mino suddenly raised her head and shouted. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Mu Liang and Li Yue smiling at her, and immediately realized that her act of pretending to be asleep had been exposed. I'm going anyway. Mino pouted and turned her head to the side in embarrassment. As she turned her head, she happened to see Yufil, whose head was wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. Startled, Mino shrank her neck and instinctively moved closer to Mu Liang. Hello. Yufil was about to greet her, but when she saw the timid reaction of the bunny-eared girl, the rest of her words got stuck in her throat. Her golden eyes instantly dimmed, and she lowered her head in disappointment. Li Yue, seeing the situation, softly explained to Yufi, She's just a little shy, not afraid of you. Oh, is she like my Lily? Yufi's spirits instantly lifted, and she said somewhat innocently, Lily used to be very shy too, but once she got to know you, she couldn't stop talking. She's especially fun. Probably something like that. Li Yue moved her lips and could only respond vaguely. Got it. Yufi nodded seriously. Li Yue almost wanted to complain, What exactly did you understand? I'll wait for you. Yufi turned her head and gave the bunny-eared girl a wide grin. Mino let out an adorable scream, frightened by the smiling face, wrapped in bandages. She practically clung to Mu Liang, only daring to peek timidly at the blonde woman from behind him. Yufi, would you consider taking off the bandages? Li Yue suggested softly. No. Yufi quickly glanced at Mu Liang, immediately shaking her head, her hands tightly covering the bandages on her head. She didn't dare to face Mu Liang, and even more so, she couldn't let him see her in such an unsightly state. All right. Li Yue sighed helplessly. Mu Liang looked at the white-haired girl's weary expression and found the scene truly amusing. He simply smiled without saying a word and reached out to pat the rabbit-eared girl on the head. The sight of these problematic girls gathered together was inexplicably comical. We should probably get going, or it'll be dawn soon. Li Yue glanced at Mu Liang, who had a pleasant smile on his lips, and felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. All right, let's get everything ready. Mu Liang cleared his throat, his tone as relaxed as if he were visiting a friend's house. Once we grab the stuff, we'll go see the Moon Lord, and then we can head home. All right. There wasn't much for the group to pack, except for the hassle of Yufir's 3 large bags of experimental materials and equipment. How are we going to avoid the surveillance outside? Li Yue pointed to the faintly visible figures outside the window. Well, that's very simple, and quite thrilling too. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his lips. Exciting. Li Yue tilted her head in confusion. Let's go. You'll understand once we leave the inn. Mu Liang didn't explain further and took the lead heading outside. The three girls followed behind him, full of doubt. Just walk out like this? Aren't you afraid of being seen by those monitoring us? Liyue had sneaked in earlier. She thought that as long as they stayed inside, those monitoring them wouldn't act rashly. Seen? No, we won't be, Mu Liang said as he openly led the three girls to stand at the inn's entrance. Why is no one coming over? Could it be that our assumption was wrong? Liyue was stunned. It's not that no one is coming over. Their vision has been deceived. Mu Liang took a few steps forward and raised his hand to touch the air in front of him. With his movement, ripples appeared in the air, and a large patch of palm-sized conical scales emerged, shimmering with a mirror-like tricolor glow. What is this? The three girls widened their eyes, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. Why does it look a bit familiar to me? Mino twitched her rabbit ears, feeling that the scales resembled those of that big lizard, but they weren't this large. Could it be that big lizard? Her blue eyes slowly widened as she suddenly thought of a possibility. Mino leaned close to Mu Liang and asked softly, Mu Liang, could that big lizard have grown even bigger? That's right, it has evolved again, which is why its aura startled you earlier, Mu Liang explained. I knew it, Mino said, suddenly enlightened. Liyue overheard their conversation and hesitantly pointed at the massive area of scales in front of them, asking, Is this Shao Kai? Everyone climb up, Mu Liang said as he began to climb onto the back of the tricolored lizard with his bare hands. The tricolored lizard was now as massive as a tour bus. One side of its body was in an invisible state, not only completely blocking the inn's entrance, but also mimicking an empty scene in front of the door, perfectly deceiving the watchers outside. No wonder it looked familiar. Liyue also came to her senses. So it really is little Kai. Liyue was no stranger to tricolored lizards. Back in the plantation, she was already familiar with these big creatures and would sometimes get close to observe the unique scales on their bodies. Quick, get up. Mu Liang lowered his voice and extended his hand toward her. Liu was about to jump up with the cloth bag in her hand, but Mu Liang stopped her. Don't jump, it'll make too much noise and expose us. I'll pull you up. Liyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently placed her small hand into Mu Liang's broad, calloused palm. Before she could even feel its firmness, a strong force effortlessly pulled her onto the lizard's back. The next moment, a strange power quickly spread, completely concealing her figure. Your turn, give me your hand. Mu Liang gestured to Yuffie again. No, I can do it myself. Yuffie shyly shook her head, seemingly a bit too embarrassed to face Mu Liang. She simply handed over the cloth bag, then climbed onto the lizard's back using both hands and feet, immediately hiding behind Liyue. Why do I feel like you're a little afraid of him? Liyue asked softly. Yuffie just shook her head slightly without saying a word. Finally, Mu Liang pulled the rabbit-eared girl, Mino, up as well and sternly instructed, Sit tight and hold on. We're about to set off. Okay. The faces of the three girls were filled with excitement as they tightly gripped the bone spines on the lizard's back. At Mu Liang's command, the massive body of the tricolored lizard transformed into a shadow, silently sneaking toward the center of the tribe. On the quiet street, a strange gust of wind suddenly swept through. Strange, where did that wind come from? A guard responsible for surveillance muttered in confusion. His companion beside him also said with lingering fear, Just now, my instincts told me that something terrifying seemed to pass right in front of us. Stop talking nonsense. Keep a close eye on the inn. We can't let them escape. Yes. The tricolored lizard, though massive in size, had an extraordinary mastery of its strength. It crawled silently over rooftops, not collapsing a single house, merely causing the accumulated dust inside to gently fall. Wow, this is so thrilling. Mino exclaimed excitedly, looking around. It was her first time venturing out late at night on such a large lizard. The sensation of climbing onto rooftops and then suddenly diving down was just like riding a roller coaster, making their hearts leap into their throats. Mu Liang spread his arms wide, feeling the rush of wind as they sped along, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit cluster of buildings not far away, the residence of the elders. The tricolored lizard stopped on the roof of an unlit building, right at the boundary between the central area and the inner perimeter. Mu Liang, look over there. Liu suddenly stood up, pointing at a house surrounded by flames in the distance. Mu Liang followed the direction she pointed. It was none other than the Moon Master's home. At this moment, torches blazed high around the house, and a dense crowd of figures surrounded it tightly. It seems most of the hunting team has gathered, Mu Liang said, squinting his eyes. Are they trying to force the Moon Master? Liu asked coldly. Most likely trying to force her to make a certain decision. Mu Liang curled his lips. Such power struggles and palace intrigues were common everywhere. After all, the Moon Lord is the core of the tribe. As long as she agrees, those people can act with legitimacy and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Then let's go get the stuff now. Liu turned her head, her eyes blazing as she looked at the other quiet, large houses. She felt an inexplicable excitement. Before, she had always sneaked around alone, but now, she was going to openly empty them out. Let's go? Before they come back, we'll move everything out. Mu Liang was full of confidence. With the upgraded big truck of the three-colored lizard, there was no longer any worry about not being able to carry everything. He led the three girls and quietly infiltrated a large house, swiftly knocking out a few guards. Pick the good stuff. Don't take things like chairs. Mu Liang turned around and saw Mino excitedly carrying a chair, instantly feeling both amused and exasperated. Oh, Mino awkwardly put down the chair. It was her first time doing something like this, feeling both nervous and thrilled by the novelty. Liu, go wake someone up to guide us, Mu Liang instructed. We only need the most important things, ferocious beast crystals, cloth scraps, and plant seeds. Leave it to me. Liu immediately dragged Yufir to carry out the task. Soon, the most important possessions of the elder's family were securely bound to the back of the tricolored lizard by spider silk. When the lizard lifted its invisibility and revealed its massive, true form, the three girls were stunned. Oh my gosh, it's grown so big, Mino exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock. Xiao Kai's strength is probably no less than some mid-level ferocious beasts. Liu, who valued strength more, made her judgment based solely on its aura. Yufir, however, sniffed the air and gently shook her head. No scent of blood. Mu Liang immediately understood her meaning. Although the three-colored lizard's size and aura had reached the level of a mid-tier ferocious beast, it lacked true life-and-death combat experience and had no practical battle skills. If it were to face a beast of the same level, the outcome would still be uncertain. It seems I'll have to take them on real hunts when I get the chance, Mu Liang thought. He didn't want his tame beasts to turn into mere ornamental pets. Of course, the little Xuanwu was an exception. If that guy kept evolving, its sheer size alone would be enough to crush everything. This house is the largest. It should be the great elder's residence. Mu Liang's gaze shifted to his next target. This is the elder's house, Liu said, pointing to the house in front of them. Let's go, empty it out. Mu Liang took the lead and jumped off the back of the tricolor lizard. With a flick of his wrist, spider silk shot out, instantly sealing the mouths and limbs of the guards at the door firmly against the wall. He was becoming increasingly adept at this move, and it was quite practical. Empty it out. Mino excitedly raised her little hand, following behind. Meanwhile, deep within the house, a series of suppressed pounding sounds echoed continuously. Grandma, let me out. Let me out now. Lu Chuan frantically pounded on the door. He had to rush to the Moon Lord's house immediately. He absolutely couldn't let his grandfather marry Yufian off to someone from the Qianshu tribe. Outside the door, Grandma Lu earnestly persuaded. Good child, just stay at home obediently and don't interfere with your grandpa's important matters. I won't interfere with Grandpa, but Yufian can't marry someone else. She can only be mine. Lu Chuan roared unwillingly. You should choose another girl, Grandma Lu advised in a seasoned tone. That Yufian girl is too wild. She's not suitable for you. I think the daughter of Elder Zay's family is great, strong and sturdy, clearly someone who would bear children well. I don't want her. I only want Yufian. Lu Chuan shouted stubbornly. She doesn't like you at all. Grandma Lu finally lost her temper, scolding him with frustration. She completely looks down on you. Why do you keep pestering her? Lu Chuan shouted domineeringly. She will be mine sooner or later. Only I am worthy of her. Sigh. Grandma Lu let out a long sigh and shook her head, It's too late. Your grandfather has already made an agreement with the Qianshu tribe. Once our Yuetan tribe merges with the Qianshu tribe, Yu Fian and the Yu leader will both have to marry the leader of Qianshu. How could this happen? I don't believe it. Lu Chuan seemed to have all his strength drained, furiously pounding on the door, producing loud bang-bang sounds. Grandfather clearly promised me that he would let me marry Yu Fian. Child, stop making a fuss. This time, with the merger of the two major tribes, we might be able to build a real city. Why are you lying to me? I want Yu Fian. Lu Chuan's indignant roar echoed throughout the room. At this moment, Mu Liang and his three companions, who had already sneaked in, were hiding nearby, listening to the conversation with complete clarity. So that's how it is. Mu Liang's mind suddenly became clear. The faction of the Great Elder actually plans to sell the entire Moon Lake tribe. Many previously puzzling doubts now connected seamlessly. No wonder the hunting team showed no resistance. Once merged into a larger tribe, they would no longer rely solely on the Moon Lord to provide water, freeing them from future worries. So, the Moon Lord is no longer important now. She and her daughter, Yu Fian, have become mere add-ons in this deal, possibly even treated like water-producing pets. What do we do now? Liu asked coldly. Keep moving. Mu Liang lowered his voice, a glint flashing in his eyes. This great elder must have hidden quite a few treasures. He thought to himself, even a bandit leader like Bloodbeard had his own cultivation room. As the great elder of the Moon Lake tribe, her wealth surely wouldn't be lacking. All right, Liu immediately stood up. I'll go grab that old woman and make her take us to find it. After a round of friendly negotiations, Grandma Lu trembled as she led the four people to the backyard and entered a massive shed. When the fire basin inside the shed was lit, the scene before them left everyone stunned. I never expected the Great Elder to create such a large cultivation room. Mu Liang marveled as he gazed at the vast space before him, as large as 2 football fields. The entire shed was constructed of wood, with thick animal skin curtains hanging around its perimeter. Who exactly are you? My old man is the Great Elder of the Moon Lake tribe, and he'll be back soon. Grandma Lu's threat was cut short as her mouth was sealed shut by a web of spider silk. Mu Liang casually flicked his hand, firmly securing her to a chair. How much water must it take to grow so many plants in a place like this? Liu stared blankly at the lush greenery of fruits and vegetables, with the ground beneath her feet completely soaked. Definitely a lot. Mu Liang nodded. He hadn't expected that the elder would actually withhold the tribe's drinking water and use a large amount of it in his own backyard. Wow, there are even more things growing here than at our place. Mino's blue eyes widened as she curiously touched an unknown fruit tree. Euphilia had already run to the center of the greenhouse, squatting down to carefully identify various herbs. This one is medicinal, and so is this one. Mu Liang, which part should we dig out? Liu turned back to ask. Part. Mu Liang raised an eyebrow, spread his arms, and spoke with a hint of natural dominance in his tone. Why only dig out a part? Of course, we dig out everything. His tricolored lizard, as massive as a truck, was still waiting outside. A couple more trips, and this place could be completely emptied. You're not joking, are you? Liu widened her silver-white eyes in disbelief. I'm serious, Mu Liang said confidently. We have the ability to transport everything back. Mu Liang asked gently, don't you want to step out of your house and see a lush green landscape? He thought to himself, with these plants as seedlings, as long as the Starlight Tea Tree evolves, the accelerated growth range of the Starlight domain can expand several times over. By then, restoring an entire forest would be completely achievable. Of course I do. Liu's eyes flashed with a hint of longing. Who wouldn't want to see a sea of green the moment they step outside? However, such a scene seemed like something that could only exist in dreams. But she quickly came to her senses and said worriedly, but the elders will be back very soon. So, we need to act quickly. Mu Liang said as he crouched down, placed his hands on the ground, and shouted in a low voice, activate Earth Rock Manipulation. In an instant, the entire floor of the greenhouse rippled like the surface of water. One by one, the plants were lifted out of the ground by the soft soil, completely intact. The 3 women were stunned by the scene, struggling to maintain their balance as they stared in disbelief at the astonishing sight before them. "This is way too exaggerated, isn't it?" Mino exclaimed, her small mouth wide open, instinctively tugging at her rabbit ears with both hands. Yuffie's golden eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. She crouched on the undulating ground, feeling the power emanating from beneath her feet, secretly astonished in her heart. He is truly amazing. Mu Liang is definitely a 6th-tier awakener, and one who is infinitely close to the 7th tier. She knew that 7th-tier awakeners were top-tier existences that could only be seen in some major cities. The bound Madame Lu beside them was even more stunned, her eyes widening in shock as she fearfully watched everything unfold. She let out muffled sounds and desperately shook her head. "Stop standing there dumbfounded and quickly load the items onto Xiao Kai." Mu Liang's face had turned much paler. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Manipulating such a large area of land at once, while being precise enough not to harm the roots of the plants, had consumed an enormous amount of his energy. At that moment, with a crack, the curtain of the greenhouse was suddenly torn open from the outside, and the tricolored lizard that had been summoned earlier crawled in. It entered the greenhouse directly, saving everyone the trouble of transporting items back and forth. At this point, there was no need to worry about exposing their presence anymore. After all, the commotion of emptying the Great Elder's home was already loud enough. "Take a break, leave the rest to us." Liyue was the first to react, hoisting a fruit tree and running toward the giant lizard. Yuffie silently picked up a cloth bag, carefully selecting the delicate herbs to pack inside to prevent them from being crushed. "Mu Liang, are you okay?" Mino ran over to him with 2 plants in hand, asking with concern. "I'm fine, just need a moment to recover." Mu Liang smiled and waved his hand. He was mainly mentally exhausted, but his physical strength was still sufficient. "Are you really okay?" Mino looked at Mu Liang's pale face, still feeling a bit uneasy. "Really, it will recover very soon." Mu Liang nodded earnestly, and his complexion was indeed gradually regaining its rosy hue. "That's good." Mino carefully examined him, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Holding the plant in her hand, she ran toward the big lizard. "Mino, wait. Let me take a look at what you're holding." Mu Liang's gaze unintentionally swept over the plant in her hand, his eyes suddenly narrowing as he found it somewhat familiar. "Here." Mino obediently ran back and handed the plant over. "Really?" Mu Liang took the familiar vine and fruit, momentarily stunned, flipping it over and over in disbelief. Mino didn't disturb him, turning around and running off to help move things again. "I never expected to see sweet potatoes here." Mu Liang snapped out of his daze, grinning as he gazed passionately at the fruit connected to the vine. He realized that this trip was truly worthwhile. With this plant that could serve as a staple food, the food crisis could gradually be resolved. After all, expecting everyone to eat their fill of meat at every meal was simply unrealistic. The foundation for building a force. I've found another one. Mu Liang held the sweet potato with excitement, his heart brimming with hope. The tricolor lizard obediently lay on the ground, even extending its tail like an elevator, allowing the 3 girls to step on it and transport the plants onto its broad back. "Little Kai, you're so good. I'll forgive you for scaring me before." Mino shook her rabbit ears, smiling as she patted the cold scales of the giant lizard. The tricolor lizard's tail stiffened slightly, then began transporting even more steadily. Mu Liang quickly spit out some spider silk. "We need to tie these plants up, or they'll fall off." Liyue ran over and said. Seeing Mu Liang still smiling, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "It's understandable to be happy about harvesting so many plants, but aren't you smiling a bit too long?" "You don't understand." Mu Liang chuckled and shook his head, cradling a sweet potato like a treasure as he walked toward the tricolor lizard. "All of this combined can't compare to what I have in my hands." "Sweet potato? Is it really that good?" Liyue pursed her lips in doubt. "Leave the rest to me." Mu Liang walked over to the large lizard, carefully handed the sweet potato in his hand to the rabbit-eared girl, and then spoke to the 3 women. "Oh." The 3 women obediently stepped aside. Mu Liang raised his arm and shouted in a deep voice, "Activate, talent, 100 threads control." Mu Liang's 10 fingers instantly sprayed out hundreds of crystalline spider threads. He pushed his talent for controlling multiple threads to the limit, using the threads like long whips to wrap around one plant after another. With a sharp flick, the plants landed steadily on the back of the giant lizard, and he used even more threads to secure them firmly. For a moment, countless plants danced in the air, creating a scene that was both spectacular and exaggerated. The sight before them left Liu, Mino, and Yufire stunned. Their mouths hung open, and they could hardly believe their eyes. Mu Liang is truly amazing. He managed to do the work of more than 10 people all by himself. Mino's tone was filled with admiration. Liu listened to Mino's admiration, shook her head with a bitter smile, and couldn't help but think to herself, "It seems like the few of us are completely unnecessary." Yuffie covered her face with both hands, staring dreamily at the man controlling the spider silk. The bound Mrs. Liu twisted her body in despair on the side, letting out muffled sounds. She watched helplessly as her husband's lifelong efforts were looted in just a few minutes. From now on, she would have no place to take walks and no fresh vegetables to eat. In less than half an hour, the entire greenhouse was emptied. What was originally thought to require at least 2 trips was astonishingly stacked into a small mountain by Mu Liang using spider silk, all loaded in one go. The poor 3-colored lizard was tightly wrapped in plants and spider silk, looking like a giant dumpling. It struggled to lift its heavy body with its limbs, swaying its head in grievance and letting out dissatisfied hissing sounds. Hee, the big lizard looks so funny like this. Mino was instantly amused. The corners of Liu and Yufil's mouths couldn't help but slightly curve upward. The tricolored lizard turned its head in grievance, staring at its owner with pitiful eyes. Ahem. Mu Liang coughed awkwardly and turned to the 3 girls, saying, "All right, you 3 go back with Xiao Kai this time." "Huh? What about you? Will you be left alone?" Liu's snow-white brows immediately furrowed. "It's more convenient for me to act alone." Mu Liang nodded. He was calculating in his mind that next, he still needed to rescue the Moon Lord and Yufian. If successful, not only would he gain their gratitude, but he could also obtain another batch of ferocious beast crystals. This time's harvest was immense, and he could feel the astonishing growth of power within him, enough to allow one of his tamed beasts to evolve again. "No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone," Liu said firmly. "The hunting team has several hundred people. How could I possibly let you go by yourself? At the very least, let me go with you." I want to go too." Yufei also took a step forward, quietly hiding behind Liu. She was naturally timid and felt it would be safer to follow this white-haired girl. "So, am I the only one going back?" Mino hugged a sweet potato, her expression somewhat dazed and adorable. Mu Liang looked at Liu, who had a serious expression, then glanced at Yufei, who had her head lowered. He nodded helplessly and said to Mino, "Mino, you head home first. We'll return at dawn." "All right." Mino nodded obediently. She understood that her abilities were the weakest, and following them would only be a burden. It was better to head back and help unload the items from the giant lizard. "I'll send you up." Mu Liang extended his hands and released spider silk once again, gently lifting Mino to the reserved spot on the giant lizard's back. He then used the silk to secure her in place and said softly, "When you get back, Little Red will help you untie the silk." At the same time, he had already summoned the red ghost spider through telepathy to meet her. "Got it. You all be careful." Wrapped in spider silk with only her head exposed, Mino called out crisply, "I'll be waiting for you at home." "Go." Mu Liang waved his hand. The tricolored lizard flicked its tongue, its body gradually blending into the air and entering stealth mode, disappearing into the night with heavy steps. Looking at the empty greenhouse, old lady Lu shed tears of despair. She could almost imagine the scene of her husband coughing up blood upon seeing this sight when he returned. After sending off the big lizard, Mu Liang turned back and saw the despondent old lady Lu. He walked over and softly comforted her, saying, "Anyway, your entire tribe is going to move. These things would just be a burden on the road, and they might all die halfway through." Liu's mouth twitched, thinking to herself, "This is not comfort at all. It's clearly rubbing salt into someone else's wound. Let's go." Mu Liang, however, acted as if nothing had happened smiling faintly as he waved his hand and left the elder's house with Liu and Yuffie. When the three passed by the house where Lu Chuan was being held, they could still hear the hoarse and impotent roars coming from inside. Walking along the road, Liu asked coldly, "How do you plan to rescue the Moon Lord and the others?" Mu Liang pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's go over and assess the situation first. After all, I don't even know how many people in the Moon Lake tribe are truly loyal to the Moon Lord. You want to rescue them by force?" Liu's beautiful eyebrows immediately furrowed. "With my current strength, rescuing them by force wouldn't be a problem." Mu Liang's words were filled with confidence, but immediately after, his expression revealed a trace of distress. Liu keenly sensed something. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Then what are you still worried about? Are you concerned about what happens after rescuing them?" "Probably." Mu Liang spread his hands. "Their home is here. I think they would choose to stay and rebuild the Moon Lake tribe," Liu speculated. "After all, not everyone is willing to leave their homeland. For those clansmen who have merged into other tribes, if the Moon Lord can be rescued, with her abilities, maintaining a small-scale Moon Lake tribe wouldn't be a problem. It's too dangerous for them to stay. They might as well go far away," Mu Liang said in a very calm tone. He knew very well that the elders wouldn't easily let the Moon Lord go, not to mention that the Qianshu tribe also seemed to have their eyes on this mother and daughter. "You want to invite them to join us?" Liu's silver eyes widened sharply, finally reacting. "That's right." Mu Liang nodded. "No matter where you are, talent is always the most scarce resource, let alone two awakened ones. Yu Zhu and Yu Fian are absolutely top-tier talents. One is a water element awakened, powerful enough to sense every drop of water usage within the entire tribe's territory. The other is a fire element awakened, capable of single-handedly confronting two third-tier powerhouses. Such talent is simply a treasure." Mu Liang wanted to establish his own force, and what he needed in the early stages were precisely such elites. After all, the space within the shell of the rock armor turtle was limited. He planned to prioritize evolving the rock armor turtle to level 6, at which point the space on its back would expand to at least 100,000 square meters. With such a vast area, accommodating 100 people would be just about right. Any more would make it crowded. To put it bluntly, Mu Liang valued the mother and daughter's talent and strength, intending to recruit them as core members of the future Xuanwu city. The foundation must be established early. Otherwise, how could he earn the large number of fierce beast crystals needed for evolving and taming beasts? Will they agree? A peculiar expression appeared on Liu's charming face. It was truly a case of fortunes shifting. Just moments ago, the Moon Lord had invited Mu Liang to stay and become the new leader of their tribe, and now Mu Liang was planning to invite the mother and daughter to leave the tribe and start their own faction. No need to force it. Mu Liang's attitude was very calm. If they were unwilling, he would look for other talents or simply train his own. However, doing so would slow down the collection of fierce beast crystals by at least half a year, severely delaying his plans. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Moon Lord's courtyard was tense and confrontational. Two groups of vastly different numbers were in a standoff. On one side were a dozen loyal and devoted guards. On the other side was a dense crowd of 200 to 300 people. "Wei Geng, get out of my way immediately. Don't forget who promoted you to the position of captain." The great elder's face darkened as he glared angrily at the man blocking his path. He never expected that at the critical moment when his plan was about to succeed, one of the captains he had high hopes for, Wei Geng, would lead his men to turn against him and obstruct his way. "Great elder, what you're doing is treason." Wei Geng stood like an iron tower in the center of the courtyard gate, holding a large shield high and gripping a long blade, fearlessly facing enemies hundreds of times his number. "My loyalty belongs only to the Moon Lord. I'm trying to find a new path for everyone. From now on, we won't have to worry about running out of water." The great elder struck a righteous pose and shouted to the crowd behind him. "Doesn't everyone want to drink water to their heart's content? We do." The 200 or 300 hunting team members shouted in unison, their voices overwhelming. "If we want, we must merge with the Thousand Trees tribe. That way, we can build our own city." The elder stirred people's hearts with enticing words. "By then, all of us can live in the city and never worry about water sources again." We have the Moon Lord, so we don't need to worry about water. Wei Geng interrupted loudly. He pointed at everyone present and sternly questioned, "Now, just because the Moon Lord is slightly injured, you want to abandon her? Where is your conscience?" "We are not abandoning the Moon Lord," the elder refuted sharply. He stepped forward and spoke in a tone of earnest persuasion. "We just see that the Moon Lord is too exhausted. If we merge with the Thousand Trees tribe, the Moon Lord will no longer have to work hard to gather water sources and can live freely." "Why does the version I heard sound different?" Wei Geng tore away the last shred of pretense and retorted with a cold sneer. "I heard that you plan to treat the Moon Lord as a commodity and trade her to the Thousand Trees tribe, don't you?" Yes, if it were simply about merging the tribe into the Thousand Trees tribe, Wei Geng would not oppose it. After all, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, and it would just take some time to adapt. But if it meant using their Moon Lord to exchange for this opportunity, that would be an act of shameless betrayal. "Who told you that?" "That's absolutely nonsense." The Great Elder's expression changed instantly, but quickly regained composure, loudly defending himself. "The leader of the Thousand Trees tribe has just ascended to his position and doesn't have a wife yet. He has always greatly admired our Moon Lord." "How nice that sounds." Wei Geng sneered repeatedly, not believing a single word. A man understands another man best. He knew very well that what the leader of the Thousand Trees tribe truly coveted was not the Moon Lord herself, but her and her daughter's powerful awakening abilities. By marrying this mother and daughter, the offspring would likely inherit the same extraordinary talents. "Are you really not going to step aside?" The Great Elder's patience had run out. He hadn't intended to push for the merger so quickly, but who could have predicted that the Moon Lord would get injured and be unable to gather water sources for the time being? On top of that, after being publicly berated by Yufian, the Great Elder grew more and more furious upon returning, unable to hold back any longer. He immediately began contacting all the members of the hunting team. With the help of insiders, he barely had to make an effort to convince 98% of the hunting team members to agree to merge the tribe into the Thousand Trees tribe. And the remaining 2% who disagreed were now standing right in front of him. The standoff in the courtyard had reached a tense and explosive point. On one side were most of the hunting team members of the Moon Lake tribe, holding weapons and surrounding the tribal leader's residence with complex expressions. Opposite them stood Wei Geng and the mere dozen young men behind him who swore unwavering loyalty. "We grew up drinking the water that the Moon Lord exchanged her life for. Now is the time for us to repay her." Wei Geng raised the long knife in his hand high, shouting with the momentum of hundreds despite being just one man. "If you want to harm the Moon Lord, you'll have to kill us first. Not even in death will we allow it." The dozen people behind him roared in unison, their blades gleaming coldly under the moonlight. The elder across the crowd sneered, providing a perfect excuse for the wavering hunters behind him. Revolution always needs to be paved with blood. He slowly raised his hand, ready to issue the command to attack. At that moment, a crisp shout of anger rang out. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Accompanying the voice, a girl who seemed to be engulfed in flames burst out of the room. It was none other than the Moon Lord's daughter, Yufian. "It's the young lady." The noisy crowd instantly quieted down. This title clearly still carried enough weight. Wei Geng immediately stepped aside respectfully and said, "Young lady, why have you come out? With us here, no one would dare lay a finger on you or the Moon Lord." "Thank you, Uncle Wei." Yufian looked at him gratefully. She knew that if she didn't step out now, the situation would truly become irreparable. She had been awakened in the middle of the night by the commotion outside, only to discover that the Grand Elder had already led people to surround the place. Their intentions were clear. Either force her mother to come forward and announce the integration of the Moon Lake tribe into the Thousand Trees tribe, or take her and her mother as gifts to present to the Thousand Trees tribe. Yufian had already prepared herself for a desperate fight, but what she didn't expect was that Wei Geng, the son of the former captain of the hunting team, would step forward with his men to block the center of the courtyard, buying her precious time to think. Now, she stood before everyone, her beautiful face exuding authority as she sternly questioned, "What are you trying to do? My mother, has she ever wronged any of you?" This question was like a massive boulder, leaving everyone present breathless. No one dared to answer. The contributions the Moon Lord had made to the tribe were clearer to these hunting team members than anyone else. However, the human heart is always greedy. Now that the tribe's water source has dried up, each household can only receive less than half a bucket of water per day. But once merged into the Thousand Trees tribe, each person could receive at least a full bucket of water, more than doubling the amount. Faced with such temptation, especially for hunters with elderly and children at home, the pressures of reality forced them to bow their heads. Seeing everyone remain silent, Euphian's lips curled into a cold sneer as she continued to press. My mother exhausts herself to the point of collapse every time she gathers water resources for you all, and this is how you repay her? Euphian, you've misunderstood. The Grand Elder finally stepped forward, unable to let her continue speaking, as it would shatter the hard-won unity of the people. We mean no harm. We only want everyone to live a better life. Misunderstanding? A better life? Flames of anger flickered in Euphian's crimson eyes as she shouted. You brought hundreds of people to surround this place, intending to take my mother away, and now you tell me this is a misunderstanding? Her aura was overwhelming. If you want a better life, you can simply leave the Yuetan tribe and join the Qianshu tribe. Is my mother stopping you? Or is it that you need to use my mother as a bargaining chip for your defection? A series of sharp questions made many members of the hunting team lower their heads in shame. They knew in their hearts that they had only dared to stage a coup because the Moon Lord was gravely injured. Otherwise, who would have the courage to challenge the Moon Lord's authority? What a sharp-tongued little brat. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth, glaring viciously at Euphian. He hadn't expected that this girl, who usually appeared gentle and obedient, would be so eloquent tonight, dismantling most of his advantage with just a few words. At that moment, a weak cough broke the silence in the room. A graceful yet haggard figure appeared at the doorway. Mother, why did you come out? Euphian immediately rushed forward and supported her mother's arm. It's nothing. The Moon Lord shook her head weakly, her pale face betraying an exhaustion that could not be hidden in her water-blue eyes. There was such a commotion outside. I came out to take a look. Moon Lord. Many people in the crowd instinctively called out softly. Moon Lord, you should be resting properly, Wei Gung advised respectfully. Thank you for still trusting me. The Moon Lord looked at the dozen loyal faces before her, and a wave of sorrow surged in her heart. She had inherited the position of Moon Lord from her mother, exhausting all her efforts to gather water resources solely to sustain the tribe's survival. Yet in the end, those who stood by her were reduced to just these few people. I'm sorry. Wei Gung lowered his head in pain, unable to meet the sadness in the Moon Lord's eyes. This is not your fault. After speaking, the Moon Lord raised her head and looked at the hundreds of once familiar faces before her. Her gaze swept over each person, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. I've been injured, and it's natural for you to feel uneasy. The Moon Lord's tone was indifferent, no longer carrying her usual warmth. But I will recover quickly. All of you should go back. As for what happened tonight, I will pretend it never occurred. The crowd stirred again. Are we going back? Go back for what? There's still no water to drink back there. A few people shifted their feet, but seeing that no one around them moved, they stopped again. Moon Lord, the Great Elder's lips curved into a confident smile. The question now isn't whether you can recover from your injuries, but that a better path lies before all of us. As long as we merge with the Thousand Trees tribe, we can completely solve the water issue, and you won't have to struggle so hard to condense water anymore. The Moon Lord's face darkened. She knew of that tribe, the Thousand Trees tribe, which possessed a natural water source and was determined to grow 1,000 trees. Seeing her remain silent, the Great Elder continued. That's right. They are about to achieve their goal and are already preparing to build a city. It turns out that the Great Elder had long been scheming for his own benefit. Through some unknown means, he had privately reached an agreement with the leader of the Thousand Trees tribe. As long as he could persuade the Moon Lake tribe to merge with them and send the Moon Chief along with her daughter, Euphian, over to their side, he would secure a valuable seat in the future Thousand Trees City Council. The Moon Chief's blue eyes turned cold. She stared at the old man before her, someone she both despised and felt helpless against, and asked word by word, What benefits did the Thousand Trees tribe offer you to make you work so hard for them? A flicker of panic flashed in the great elder's eyes, but he quickly covered it up and said, "No benefits at all. I'm doing this for the good of the tribe. Moon Chief, you're so exhausted every day gathering water resources. Why not take this opportunity to free yourself and get some proper rest?" "Oh, so you do know that I'm exhausted?" The Moon Chief's tone was filled with anger and sarcasm. "Funny, I couldn't tell. If you know I'm tired, then why does your household waste so much water?" In the tribe, the faction led by the Great Elder controlled all sources of food, which was the fundamental reason why the Moon Lord had been unable to act against them. Otherwise, she would have long since personally dealt with these selfish and wasteful old stubborns. The Great Elder brought out the excuse he had prepared long ago. "I was researching plants that can grow in the wild." "You've really worked hard these past few years." The Moon Lord sneered, having lost the last shred of patience for this old man. Especially today, as she looked at the courtyard filled with people standing against her, a chill ran through her heart. These people had clearly calculated that she was injured, which was why they dared to come and force her and her daughter like this. The Great Elder pulled a forced smile, his lips barely moving. He spread his arms wide, as if playing the role of a selfless decision-maker. "The future of the Moon Lake tribe is now up to you, Moon Lord." "I." You opened her mouth, a wave of bitterness surging in her heart. She realized that she had no choice at all. There were only two paths before her. Either she could take the initiative to lead her people and join the Thousand Trees tribe for the sake of appearances, or she would be imprisoned by these people in front of her and packed up like cargo to be sent to the Thousand Trees tribe. The wrinkles on the Great Elder's face smoothed out, and his tone turned icy. "You don't have much time left. The people from the Thousand Trees tribe will arrive at dawn. Surely, you don't want to be escorted there under guard, do you? It seems you've planned everything from the start." You gritted her teeth, hatred piercing to the bone. The Great Elder finally tore off his disguise and said coldly, "The crystal fish is gone, and our Moon Lake tribe has lost its reason to exist." This was the true reason behind his resolute decision. "I have a third option." The Moon Lord's alluring face showed a determined expression, "and that is for all of us to die together." Before her words had fully landed, the air around her began to tremble. One by one, crystal-clear water droplets formed out of thin air, emanating a dangerous aura. Want her and her daughter to become commodities? Want her to obediently bow her head and submit? Dream on. Even if it costs her life, she will carve out a path of survival for her daughter, Fian. You madman." The Great Elder's face changed drastically, and he swiftly retreated backward, instantly hiding within the crowd. "Retreat quickly." The other members of the hunting team were terrified out of their wits and scrambled to retreat. In the blink of an eye, a large area of the previously crowded courtyard was cleared. Cough, cough. The Moon Lord forcibly activated her power, aggravating her wounds. She began coughing violently, her face turning even paler. But even so, not a single member of the hunting team dared to take a step forward. On one hand, they felt ashamed, and on the other, they were genuinely afraid. The Great Elder was so frightened by the Moon Lord's bluff that he lost his nerve. Furious, he flung his sleeve and turned to leave, not even willing to stay a second longer. "Surround this place. We'll wait until the people from the Qianshu tribe arrive at dawn." The members of the hunting team obeyed the order and quickly withdrew from the courtyard. "Mother, are you all right?" Yu Fian immediately stepped forward to support her, her face full of concern. "Don't worry. Hurry up and pack your things," urged Yu Zhu. "Huh? Pack my things for what?" Yu Fian was stunned, then quickly reacted. "Then, what about you, mother?" Yu Zhu revealed a faintly bitter smile. "I have to stay behind to open a path for you. Only then can you escape and find Mu Liang and the others." In her current state, even if she fought desperately, she wouldn't be able to kill many people. At this moment, the loyal guard Wei Geng stepped forward. "Yu Zhu, let us escort you and the young lady out." "Yes, leave it to us." The dozen or so guards behind him said in unison. "You all have families." The Moon Lord shook her head. She couldn't let these people who trusted her sacrifice their lives in vain. She looked up at the faint light breaking on the horizon and sighed. "If only we could contact Mu Liang. With his skills, he would surely be able to take you away safely." But she knew in her heart that Mu Liang had no ties to them. Why would he risk his life for no reason? Yu Fian bit her lower lip and shook her head resolutely. If mother doesn't leave, I won't leave either. Obey. The Moon Lord's voice became stern. If both of us stay, there will absolutely be no good outcome. No, I absolutely won't. Yu Fian shook her head stubbornly, tears in her eyes. At that moment, a frivolous yet teasing voice came from the rooftop. Well, it seems I've arrived just in time. Who's up there? Wei Geng, along with a dozen subordinates, quickly positioned themselves to shield the Moon Lord and Yu Fian, vigilantly looking upward. They saw a man in a white long robe sitting on the rooftop, his hands folded under his chin, gazing at them with a faint smile. Beside the man stood a masked woman and another woman whose head was wrapped in cloth. This peculiar attire, combined with their leisurely demeanor, made them appear enigmatic and unfathomable. Mu Liang, didn't you all return to the inn? Yu Fian exclaimed in surprise. She and her mother had just been talking about him, and now he suddenly appeared before them. The feeling was truly extraordinary. I saw it was quite lively here, so I got curious and came to take a look, Mu Liang said, spreading his hands, looking as if he was purely here to watch the show. Moon Lord, are they people you know? Wei Geng asked in a low voice, frowning. The man before him gave him an intense sense of danger, even more so than facing a mid-level ferocious beast. Well, you could say he's a friend. A trace of delight flashed in the Moon Lord's water-blue eyes. With Mu Liang here, the chances of her and her daughter escaping the Moon Lake tribe were much higher. Looks like your current situation isn't very good. As Mu Liang spoke, he leapt lightly from the rooftop, his white hanfu fluttering in the air, landing gracefully beside the Moon Lord and Yu Fian. Let me apologize for making you laugh at me, Mr. Mu. A hint of embarrassment appeared on the Moon Lord's beautiful face. Not long ago, she had considered handing over the position of Moon Lake tribe leader to Mu Liang, but now this internal strife had erupted, which was practically a slap in her own face. Do you need me to take care of them for you? All I need is a payment of ferocious beast crystals. Mu Liang glanced at the crowd outside the courtyard gate, looking somewhat eager. Ever since he had gained enhanced strength, he hadn't had a proper chance to show off his skills. No need. The Moon Lord shook her head bitterly. Even if you help us solve this trouble, it won't address the root problem. The hearts of the Moon Lake tribe's people were already scattered. Everyone longed to be annexed by the Thousand Trees tribe to enjoy a more abundant water supply. Tonight's confrontation made her see this clearly, and she was completely disheartened by these people. So what do you plan to do? Mu Liang raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected this seemingly delicate woman to see through the essence of the matter. From the moment Yu Fian stormed out of the room, he had been sitting invisibly on the rooftop, watching the entire process. He knew very well that even if the Moon Lord managed to get through tonight's crisis, the Moon Lake tribe would never return to its former state. A trace of confusion flashed in the Moon Lord's water-blue eyes. She pursed her lips and said bitterly, I haven't thought about the future yet. Let's leave the Moon Lake tribe first. Yes, leaving here, where could they go? Would you consider coming to Xuanwu City? Mu Liang calmly extended the invitation. To Xuanwu City? A hint of astonishment appeared on the Moon Lord's alluring face. That's right, our Xuanwu City needs talents like you, Mu Liang said candidly. I want to ask, is Xuanwu City far from here? Yu Zhu asked seriously. Not far, it's very close. Mu Liang's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint, inexplicable smile. Not far. Yu Zhu's beautiful eyebrows furrowed in confusion. But I've never heard of any Xuanwu City around here. She quickly pondered in her mind and curiously asked, could it be that your Xuanwu City is a newly established metropolis? More or less. I guess so. Mu Liang's smile froze slightly, and he turned his head away awkwardly. He couldn't possibly tell them directly that Xuanwu City hadn't actually been established yet, and that he just wanted to recruit them to join him and start everything from scratch. Could he? If he said that, the Moon Lord would probably look at him like he was crazy. Strange. Why haven't I received any news at all? The Moon Lord murmured to herself, feeling that something was amiss. Yu Fian quietly stayed by her mother's side without speaking. She knew that such an important decision had to be made by her mother. It doesn't matter if you don't join, I won't force you. Mu Liang noticed the Moon Lord's hesitation and said softly, "As long as you give me enough ferocious beast crystals, I can still escort you safely out of the Moon Lake tribe." As for the matter of the rock armor turtle being the prototype of Xuanwu City, he temporarily decided not to reveal it. "No, I want to ask one last question." A serious expression appeared on the Moon Lord's beautiful face. "Go ahead and ask." Mu Liang was a bit curious about what this clever woman wanted to ask. "If Fian and I joined Xuanwu City, what would we need to do?" This was the question the Moon Lord cared about the most. What she despised the most was the Qianshu tribe's intention of using her and her daughter solely for the purpose of continuing their lineage. Without even having experienced a proper romance, they wanted her to bear children for the leader of another tribe? Not a chance. She'd weld the door and windows shut before that happened. "That is entirely up to you," Mu Liang replied. "I would never force you to do anything." Mu Liang didn't actually have a Xuanwu City yet, so there was no question of assigning the Moon Lord any position. He believed that once Xuanwu City was established, with her abilities, she would naturally find her place. "What a scoundrel," Liuet chuckled inwardly, a trace of amusement flashing in her silver eyes. "Xuanwu City doesn't even have a shadow yet, and he dares to fool people like this. So free." The Moon Lord's alluring face was filled with astonishment. He invited her just like that, as if treating an ordinary person? Could it be that he didn't value her strength as a sixth-tier awakener at all? One must know, such strength was enough to earn the title of a formidable figure in any major city. "Freedom, isn't it a good thing?" Mu Liang's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "No, it's so good that it feels a bit unreal." The Moon Lord shook her head in confusion. Mu Liang's gaze shifted to the red-haired girl standing obediently to the side. He could see the Moon Lord's concerns. If she were alone, she might have already nodded in agreement. So he suggested, "How about this? You go to Xuanwu City first and take a look before making a decision." "All right, I'll take a look first. If it truly suits us, I'll join with Fian." The Moon Lord found this proposal very reasonable. She didn't want to make a promise lightly, as going back on her word later would go against her principles. "Mother, are we really going to Xuanwu City?" Yu Fian's face was brimming with joy and anticipation. She was already longing for a life where there were newspapers to read, delicious food to eat, and the sacred tree that produced starlight tea. "Yes, we'll go take a look first." The Moon Lord responded with a smile, her whole demeanor much more relaxed. At this moment, Wei Geng stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Moon Lord, please allow us to continue following you." The dozen or so hunting team members behind him also bent down in unison, their eyes earnest. "You also want to come with us?" The Moon Lord was stunned. "Yes." A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of Wei Geng's mouth. "Whether in the Moon Pool tribe or the Thousand Trees tribe, there is no longer a place for us." "This." The Moon Lord hesitated, turning to look at Mu Liang. Taking so many people along was no longer a decision she could make alone. "Sure, everyone is welcome." Mu Liang's smile grew even brighter. He had long observed Wei Geng and his dozen or so companions. Each one was highly capable, not only courageous, but also trustworthy in character. Having such a group of elites as the foundation of Xuanwu City couldn't be better. "Thank you so much." Wei Geng let out a heavy sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to wander aimlessly with these dozen families or seek refuge with some other unknown tribe. "Do you have anything else to prepare?" Mu Liang scanned the group. "If not, we can set off now." "Yes." Wei Geng scratched his beard awkwardly. "I want to go back and bring my wife and children. And me. I have an older sister at home. I want to go back too." The hunting team members spoke up one after another. They had come with the resolve to die in order to help the Moon Lord, believing that if they perished, the tribe would not trouble their families. But now, if they were to defect along with the Moon Lord, their family situation would be entirely different and could very likely be implicated. "Can you even get out?" Mu Liang glanced at the courtyard gate. He silently calculated that with over a dozen families combined, there were roughly 50 people. This was just the right number for the first batch of perfect original residents of Xuanwu City. Moreover, bringing their families along signified that they genuinely wanted to settle down there. "We'll leave on our own. They probably won't stop us." Wei Geng sighed. The people outside only have the Moon Lord as their target. "All right, Go back and prepare now. Take your families to the gate of the Moon Lake tribe and wait for me there. I'll come to pick you up. Mu Liang couldn't escort each family individually, so he planned to take everyone away at once. All right, Wei Geng nodded and was the first to stride out of the courtyard. Sure enough, the guards at the gate only stirred slightly and did not make things difficult for him or the team members who followed him out. The courtyard quieted down. Mu Liang softly said to the Moon Lord and her daughter, "You should pack up as well, and then leave with me." "We can't leave now." The Moon Lord shook her head. Her voice was weak but resolute. "If we disappear now, Wei Geng and the others will definitely be captured and interrogated. So what do you plan to do?" Mu Liang didn't rush to say he could save them. Instead, he wanted to hear what this clever woman had in mind. "I'll take Fei Yan and walk to the tribe's gate myself, waiting for you to pick us up." As she spoke, the Moon Lord flirtatiously winked at Mu Liang. "You mean, pretend to agree to their terms?" Mu Liang's lips curved slightly. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Her mature charm was truly captivating. "Yes," the Moon Lord admitted. "Only in this way can everyone leave safely together." "All right, this way it saves me trouble too." Mu Liang nodded approvingly. Mu Liang nodded lightly. Now is the perfect time to go back and evolve the rock armor turtle. Otherwise, accommodating more than 50 people would indeed be a bit crowded. Moreover, he also had to showcase his true strength to those under the Moon Lord, making them understand that following him and leaving was an incredibly correct decision. The sky had just begun to brighten with the faint light of dawn, but the ground remained dim and unclear. Outside the Moon Pool tribe, Mu Liang led Liu and Yuffer, heading in the direction of the rock armor turtle. "Why? Would he give you all the beast crystals?" Liu looked at the large bag of crystals in Mu Liang's hand and asked softly, "Does that tribal chief have some other plan?" Before leaving, the Moon Lord instructed her daughter, Yufian, to hand over all the ferocious beast crystals in the tribe to Mu Liang. "That depends on how we interpret it," Mu Liang said, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Was it fear that he might break his promise and not return to save them? Or was it pure gratitude? There was certainly an intention behind this, and upon closer thought, the possibilities were endless. But no matter what, the fact that these ferocious beast crystals were now in his possession was the most important thing. "That's true," Liu nodded, but a trace of worry flashed in her silver eyes. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but felt she had no standing to speak. "Just say whatever's on your mind." Mu Liang keenly noticed her hesitation. If we're really going to take in so many people." Liu lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer. "Won't our home become too crowded?" She had once imagined that if this mobile home were to welcome new members, a dozen or so would be just right. But she hadn't expected that Mu Liang would agree to take in over 50 people in one go. Now, with the back of the rock-armored turtle being only about 1,000 square meters, having so many people aboard was truly too cramped. "Is it too crowded?" Mu Liang asked, then couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't mean anything else." Liu panicked immediately, waving her hands in a hurry, afraid that Mu Liang might misunderstand her as being selfish or meddlesome. "I know." Mu Liang gently reached out and ruffled her hair. He looked up at the figure not far away, towering like a small hill, and said with a soft laugh, "Don't worry, it will grow up soon." "Grow up? How soon is soon?" Liu slowed her steps, her face full of confusion. "Even if it grows, it can't possibly double in size all at once, right? You'll find out soon," Mu Liang said as he strode forward. Yu Fei, who had been following behind, saw Mu Liang walking away and quickly moved closer to Liu, whispering curiously, "Xiaoye, what were you talking about? And what is it?" "Very soon you'll know." Liu mimicked Mu Liang's tone, answering mysteriously, "What's going on? Now you're keeping secrets too." Yu Fei pouted in dissatisfaction. She felt that Liu had really changed, no longer the cold and distant person she used to be, but instead more sentimental and even a bit mischievous. "Just get ready mentally. You're definitely going to be shocked in a moment." A sly glint flashed in Liu's silver eyes. Yu Fei said with a bitter expression, "The more you say that, the more curious I get." "We're almost there." Liu shook her head. "How soon is almost?" Yu Fei pressed on relentlessly. "Look, it's just ahead." Liyue gestured forward with her snow-white chin. Up ahead. That little hill. Yufei looked up in confusion and saw Mu Liang stopping in front of a small hill. Hurry over, we're going up. Mu Liang turned back and waved to them, shouting. The commotion from evolving twice in a row was bound to be significant, and staying on the back of the rock-armored turtle was the safest option. Coming. Liyue pulled Yufei along as they jogged over. Everyone wake up. Mu Liang used telepathy to awaken the slumbering rock-armored turtle. Awoo. A deep growl echoed as the small hill suddenly opened its massive eyes, glanced around in confusion, and then sensed Mu Liang's familiar presence. So big. Yuffie stared blankly at the awakened giant beast, too frightened to move. Take us up, Mu Liang ordered. The rock armor turtle immediately activated its ability, and the rocky ground beneath the three began to rise slowly, lifting them into the air. What's happening? Yuffie felt her body sway and let out a startled cry, nervously clinging to Liyue. Liyue smiled faintly. We're going home. This feeling of not having to climb stairs herself was actually quite amusing. Home. Yuffie blinked her golden eyes in confusion. This word, she hadn't heard it in such a long time. Yes, our new home. Liyue revealed a sweet smile, but the smile was hidden behind a mask, unseen by anyone. Soon, the three of them were steadily carried onto the broad turtle's back. Mu Liang, Liyue, you're back. A cute girl with rabbit ears, Mino, happily came forward to greet them. Still busy with your plants, huh? Mu Liang raised his hand and ruffled Mino's hair. He glanced around the yard, spotting the tricolored lizard lazily lying there, while the red ghost spider was tidying up its web. Yes, I need to plant them quickly, or they'll die. Mino's face was full of seriousness, but soon after, she showed a troubled expression. Looking at the scene before her, Mino said with some concern, the space is just too small. I'm afraid there won't be enough room for many of the plants. Mu Liang, however, chuckled softly and said, don't worry, this problem will be solved soon. Mino froze for a moment, then widened her small mouth in astonishment. Could it be? She was the only one who had witnessed firsthand how that rock armor turtle grew from the size of a palm to its current massive form. Mu Liang shook the cloth bag in his hand containing the beast crystal stones and gave her a look that said, it's exactly what you're thinking. Are we starting now? Mino's blue eyes blinked as she sneaked a glance at Yuffie beside her, using her gaze to remind Mu Liang that there was an outsider present. It's fine, Mu Liang shook his head. He knew that the secret of enabling the tamed beast to evolve couldn't be hidden. As the rock armor turtle's size continued to grow, this secret would inevitably be exposed. Since that was the case, it was better to find a reasonable excuse to conceal the system's true capabilities, which would actually reduce the risk of leaking the details. Liyue vaguely guessed something. After all, the sudden enlargement of the three-colored lizard was still fresh in her memory. She stepped forward and asked, do we need to step aside? No need. We're all on the same side. Mu Liang gently shook his head, then squatted down and poured all the beast crystals from the cloth bag. He placed his hands on the pile of crystals and issued a command to the system in his mind. Convert all beast crystals into evolution points, then evolve the rock armor turtle to level 6. Almost instantly, Mu Liang received feedback from the system in his mind. Over 86,000 evolution points were successfully converted, but immediately after, the 110,000 points required to evolve the rock armor turtle were deducted. The evolution was successful. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. Do you wish to inherit the rock armor turtle talent? Earth rock, tenfold lightness and heaviness? Inherit, Mu Liang silently recited in his heart. As soon as the words fell, an indescribable warm current instantly swept through his entire body, but this warm current quickly turned violent. He felt as if his muscles were being torn apart inch by inch, only to regenerate rapidly. It was as though thousands of insects were gnawing inside his bones, a mix of unbearable itching and excruciating pain. His veins bulged visibly under his skin, his entire body flushed red with blood, making him look extremely terrifying. Mu Liang, what's wrong with you? Mino panicked instantly, her eyes reddening with anxiety, yet she was at a complete loss as to what to do. Don't be afraid. Mu Liang is probably strengthening his body. Liu bit her lower lip tightly, holding the bewildered rabbit-eared girl close, but her own grave expression betrayed her inner unease. Such a horrifying strengthening process was something she was witnessing for the first time. Euphilia leaned in with concern, carefully observing for a moment before arriving at a startling conclusion. This energy intensity is a sign of advancing to the 7th tier. 7th tier. Liu's mouth dropped open in shock. A 7th tier powerhouse, even in a big city, would undoubtedly be a figure of great significance. Yes, the 7th tier. Euphilia's golden eyes also shimmered with an incredulous light. At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, growing increasingly intense. A muffled rumble echoed from beneath their feet. It was the rockshell turtle. It was enduring the immense tearing sensation brought by evolution while carefully controlling its body, fearing it might damage the houses and plants on its shell. This enhancement lasted a full 20 minutes. When Mu Liang opened his eyes again, he felt as though the entire world had changed. His 5 senses had been elevated to an unprecedented level, and his body was filled with explosive power. Mu Liang, are you okay? Mino approached with reddened eyes, her voice still tinged with sobs. I'm fine. In fact, I feel amazing. Mu Liang smiled, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of the rabbit-eared girl's eyes. He immediately checked his own status, and the results surprised even himself. His stamina, speed, strength, and spirit, every attribute had surpassed the threshold of 100. He felt like a humanoid beast now, capable of shattering boulders with a single punch. The most significant change came from the rock armor turtle's newly acquired talent, Earth Rock, tenfold light and heavy, a powerful ability akin to manipulating gravity. What just happened? Liu asked with concern. She had only seen Mu Liang place his hand on the beast crystal, after which the crystal disappeared, and Mu Liang began undergoing a painful enhancement. The entire process left her bewildered. She had never seen anyone strengthen themselves solely using beast crystals. Could this be a completely new method of enhancement? Mu Liang looked at the curious and concerned expressions of the group and shared the explanation he had prepared long ago. My awakening ability allows me to use beast crystals to accelerate the evolution of my tamed beasts. In return, I can also receive a portion of their power as feedback. This awakening ability is truly amazing, Liu exclaimed in awe. Mu Liang chuckled softly and reminded the 3 girls who were staring at him. Aren't you curious about the changes in your new home? Changes? The 3 girls snapped out of it and immediately looked around. Wow, it's so spacious here. Mino's crisp voice was filled with surprise. It's really huge. Liu stared in astonishment at the broad turtle shell beneath her feet. This area had expanded by at least 100 times, hadn't it? What exactly happened? Euphilia was still completely confused, unable to understand the sudden changes before her. Liu explained briefly to her. Did you forget the giant beast we saw below earlier? We're now on its back. The home you mentioned. It can't be here, right? Euphilia opened her mouth wide in surprise, and after realizing it, she stomped hard on the ground beneath her feet, feeling its solidity. That's right. Our new home is a moving giant beast. Liu took off her mask, revealing a clean and pure smile. At this moment, the little Xuanwu beneath their feet had grown to an astonishing size of over 330 meters in length, 300 meters in width, and nearly 100 meters in height. Truly a colossal creature. Mu Liang silently estimated the size of the rock armor turtle in his heart and couldn't help but feel secretly amazed. He thought to himself, if it continues to evolve like this, the little Xuanwu's name would have to be dropped. It would transform into the true divine beast Xuanwu, becoming a moving continent. What should we do now? Should we go directly to the Moon Lake tribe to pick them up? Liu glanced at the sky, which was growing brighter and brighter. No rush, Mu Liang said with a wry smile. I have to fulfill the boasts I made earlier about selling tea leaves, don't I? He recalled the things he had said to Yufian in order to sell Starlight tea at a high price. Now that the people of the Moon Lake tribe were about to join their future Xuanwu city, he had to lay a solid foundation. He couldn't let people think he was a complete fraud. Who told you to make up so many stories back then? Liu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. If we don't make up stories, How can we sell starry tea at a high price? Mu Liang sighed, feeling like he had shot himself in the foot. Who would have thought that things would change so quickly? The buyer from before was now about to become his companion. So what should we do? Li Yue held back her laughter and playfully said, "The newspaper you mentioned, we don't have that. And as for roast chicken or pan-fried steak, we don't have those either. Just because we don't have them now doesn't mean we won't in the future." Mu Liang patted his forehead and looked toward the stone wall not far away. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he chuckled. "But for now, there are two things we absolutely do have. Starry tea trees." Li Yue followed Mu Liang's gaze, nodded knowingly, and curiously asked, "And what's the other thing?" "Crystal fish." Mu Liang strode toward the stone wall. "As long as there's water, why worry about not keeping people?" He used his ability to remove the stone wall, revealing the plantation and the starlight tea tree inside. Mu Liang touched the tree trunk with his hand and commanded in his mind, "System, time to get to work. Evolve the starlight tea tree directly to level 6. After a surge of energy, he felt his body's strength enhanced once again. The starlight tea tree before him was growing rapidly, eventually reaching a height of 16 meters, with a trunk so thick it would take 2 people to encircle it. Mu Liang synchronized the new ability information. His eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself, "The main ability of the starlight domain is still fostering growth, evolving from twice a day to 6 times a day, and it also comes with air purification and soil improvement functions." Even the starlight tea tree has grown taller. Mino excitedly ran over, looking up at the towering tea tree. She stared at it for a while, furrowing her beautiful brows, and said in distress, "The starlight tea tree has grown so tall, it's hard to pick the leaves now." "Then climb up to pick them," Mu Liang said, patting the girl's shoulder. "Can I really climb up?" Mino's blue eyes lit up, filled with an eager impulse to try. "Of course." Mu Liang gave a thumbs up in encouragement. "A childhood without climbing trees is not a complete childhood." "Great. I'll climb up to pick tea leaves in the future," Mino exclaimed excitedly. "A childhood without climbing trees is not a complete childhood," Li Yue murmured to herself. She looked up at the towering starshine tea tree, feeling that she should climb at once to reclaim a tiny piece of her childhood memories. What an amazing ability! At this moment, Yufel had already approached the starshine tree. She touched the trunk with her left hand and scratched the bark with her right, curiously studying how this tree had grown so rapidly in an instant. "Yuffie, be careful." Li Yue's pupils suddenly contracted, and she loudly reminded, "Don't step on the angel's wings." "Where?" Yuffie froze in place, not daring to move an inch. "1 meter behind your heel," Li Yue warned, quickly rushing over. She raised her hand and grabbed the blonde woman's cheek, pulling hard as she scolded, "This is a plantation. Watch where you're stepping." "Ow. It hurts. Zayu, be gentler." Yuffie grimaced, exaggeratingly pretending to be in great pain. "Umph. Remember the location of Angel's Wing?" Li Yue pointed at a flower on the ground with white wings. "Got it, I remember." Yuffie's golden eyes fixed tightly on the peculiar flower, a glimmer of research interest shining in her gaze. "Now is not the time for you to study it." Li Yue turned her head back straight. "Oh." Yuffie blinked and asked blankly, "Then when can we study it?" "We still have things to do today." Li Yue pushed her aside and pointed at the mountain of plants in the distance, saying, "We need to finish planting that pile first." "All right." Yuffie glanced regretfully at the angel's wings and nodded helplessly. Meanwhile, Mu Liang was busy calming his tricolored lizard to prevent it from suddenly acting out and lunging at Yuffie. After all, this lizard was also tasked with guarding the plantation. Once he had soothed the big lizard, Mu Liang conveniently added Yuffie to the permission list. "Next, it's time to handle the crystal fish." Mu Liang walked to the other side of the starlight tea tree. He manipulated the soil, moving some green vegetables aside and clearing out a square area 10 meters wide and long. "Digging a reservoir this big should be enough," Mu Liang remarked as he surveyed the open space. He activated his ability, and a 5-meter-deep stone reservoir rose from the ground. He even carved out a water channel leading outside the plantation, making it convenient for future residents to use water. "There is water now, but we still need some houses." Mu Liang turned to look at the houses he had built earlier and suddenly felt that he should move them under the starlight tea tree. This way, the plantation under the starlight tea tree would become the core area, while other places would serve as the outskirts, which would be perfect for Wei Geng and their families to live. After all, for a faction to develop, hierarchical divisions and differentiated treatment are essential. Great, let's do it this way. Mu Liang always acted on his thoughts. He used his earth-rock manipulation ability, combined with weight transformation, to easily move the entire house, like pushing a boat, across the ground to the area under the starlight tea tree. Building new houses still requires a large amount of stone, and the plantation also needs to be expanded. To fulfill the promise he had made to Yu Fian earlier, Mu Liang was working hard for it. He once again issued a command through his mental connection. Little Xuanwu, I need a large amount of soil and rocks. Awu. The rock armor turtle let out a low growl, manipulating the surrounding soil and rocks, which were continuously transported onto its back. The light overhead was suddenly blocked. Liue, Mino, and Euphilius simultaneously looked up, only to be stunned by the astonishing scene before them. Soil and rocks were slowly surging onto the back of the rock-shelled turtle, quickly forming a high wall along the edge of its shell. Phew! Luckily, we had little Xuanwu's cooperation, otherwise it wouldn't have been this easy. Mu Liang exhaled deeply a few times. Using his abilities in coordination with the rock-shelled turtle, he condensed a 4-meter-high, 2-meter-wide wall along the edge of the shell. Immediately afterward, rows of houses entirely made of stone rose from the ground. All done. As for installing doors and windows, let them handle it themselves. Mu Liang clapped his hands and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Building the house frames wasn't difficult. It was just a matter of shaping the stones into rows of small houses. Liue, Mino, and Yuffie stood dumbfounded on the side, watching Mu Liang's series of astonishing plans and actions. Yuffie's golden eyes sparkled with amazement. She turned to the white-haired girl and asked, "Does he always make such a big fuss every time he does something?" "Probably not." Liue thought carefully and still felt that this time was the most exaggerated. Right now, Mu Liang, with the strength of just one man and one beast, had seemingly conjured up a fairly complete small city out of thin air. Always feels like something's still missing. Mu Liang stood on the ridge of the plantation, scanning the surroundings. Mu Liang, will we all live under the starlight tea trees in the future? Mino ran over excitedly. Yes, in the future, the outer houses will be for others to live in, and we will live inside ourselves. Mu Liang pointed to the rows of houses not far ahead. Then we need to add a wall here. Mino pointed to the ridge beneath her feet and said worriedly, "Otherwise, someone might come in and steal the tea leaves." That's right. Mu Liang finally realized what was missing. It was the limitation of the view. Living inside, stepping out meant seeing rows of houses, and outsiders could easily see into the plantation. No need for walls, watch me. Mu Liang's lips curved into a smile. He pressed both hands on the ground, once again coordinating with the rock armor turtle, raising the entire central plantation area by a full 4 meters. Mino felt a violent tremor and quickly crouched down. When the ground finally settled, she stood up and was completely stunned. The entire plantation had turned into a raised platform resembling a small island. As a result, their house was higher than others, offering a broad view and a greater sense of security. Mu Liang stood at the edge of the high ground, overlooking everything below, a surge of boldness welling up in his chest. This high ground was surrounded by a wall as tall as he was. The U-shaped area between the wall and the distant mountains would become the home for most of the future residents of Xuanwu City, while the high ground beneath his feet was reserved as an exclusive territory for the core members. At that moment, a figure leapt up from below. It was Liue, carrying a sapling expressionlessly. She silently planted it at the edge of the highland. Shortly after, Yuffie also jumped up, holding 2 bags of herbs in her hands, her expression equally numb. After experiencing too many incredible events, the two seemed to no longer know how to react. Seeing this scene, Mu Liang felt a bit embarrassed as he realized that his grand project was missing some crucial details. He had forgotten to build stairs for the highland, and the water channels of the pool needed to be replanned to flow toward the outer residential area. He immediately got to work, quickly carving stone steps on the side of the highland. Then, he redirected the pool's water flow toward the outer area, even digging a well below for water storage. Finally, it's done. Mu Liang clapped his hands, looking at everything before him, his heart filled with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Now, as long as he moved the crystal fish from that large bathtub to the newly built pool, he could set off to pick up Yuzhu and the others. By then, he would be able to proudly show them this true Xuanwu city, rather than merely describing it in words. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Moon Lake tribe, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on the tribe leader Yuzhu and her daughter Yufian. They were surrounded by the crowd, waiting for the arrival of the Thousand Trees tribe's envoy. Not far away, the Great Elder, along with 200 to 300 of the tribe's most elite hunters, formed a loose encirclement. This was both to prevent Yuzhu and her daughter from escaping and to avoid getting too close, fearing that Yuzhu's unfathomable power might suddenly erupt. The Great Elder took a few steps forward, stopping at a safe distance, and asked suspiciously, "Yuzhu, why did you suddenly change your mind?" He couldn't shake off a sense of unease, and this uneasiness stemmed from the 50 or so people outside the tribe preparing for a journey. These were Wei Gong, his hunting team members, and their families, each carrying large bundles of luggage, clearly not intending to return. "I want to go to the Thousand Trees tribe and start a new life. What do you think?" The Moon Lord's water-blue eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the gloomy-faced old man before him with a teasing gaze. "You?" The Great Elder gritted his teeth in anger. He was well aware that if the Moon Lord truly sided with the Thousand Trees tribe and gained the favor of the new leader, his own good days would be over. He knew the new leader of the Thousand Trees tribe was a suspicious person, and the Moon Lord only needed to whisper a few words in his ear to seal his fate. "Look at how scared you are." The Moon Lord's lips curved into a smile, as if she had thought of something amusing. Gracefully, she tucked a strand of water-blue hair behind her ear and said with feigned concern, "Great Elder, I heard your house was visited by thieves, and all your valuables were cleaned out. You must take care of your health. Don't let your anger get the better of you and, heaven forbid, accidentally pass away." As she spoke, her alluring face was adorned with a smile, devoid of any genuine concern. "You?" The Great Elder felt a surge of blood rush to his head, a metallic taste rising in his throat, and his face turned bright red. He forcibly swallowed the blood that threatened to spill out, but the thought of his lifetime collection of rare plants vanishing without a trace sent a stabbing pain through his chest, leaving him gasping for air. The nearby Yufian's eyes lit up as she silently memorized her mother's words. So this is what a truly powerful way of scolding looks like. There's no need to shout and scream like a shrew, yet it can still infuriate someone to death. "Oh my, Great Elder, what happened to you? Why is your face so red? Did you think of something delightful?" The Moon Lord tilted her head in feigned surprise and continued with a bright smile. "If there's something joyful, you must share it with us. Could it be you caught that thief?" Ugh! The Great Elder could no longer hold it in and spat out another mouthful of blood. His body stiffened as he fell straight backward, fainting on the spot from sheer anger. "The Great Elder has fainted. Quick, doctor, come quickly." The surrounding crowd immediately fell into chaos, rushing forward in a hurry. TSK, so boring." The Moon Lord curled her lips, instantly losing interest. Her gaze swept over the bewildered members of the hunting team, her aqua-blue eyes flickering as if pondering something. However, one thing she was curious about was who could be so formidable as to completely empty out the Great Elder's home. "Mother, you're amazing." Yufian's eyes were full of admiration, marveling at how just a few words from her mother had managed to make the Great Elder faint from anger. "Oh, what am I good at?" The Moon Lord turned her head, smiling as she looked at her daughter. "Well, that." Yufian felt a bit uneasy under her mother's gaze, embarrassed to admit she wanted to learn how to use words to provoke others like her. If you want to learn how to use words to choke someone like your mom, first, your fists need to be strong enough. The Moon Lord's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable sternness. "Remember, if you provoke someone stronger than you, even if you get beaten up, you deserve it." "Is that so?" Yufian blinked blankly, looking confused. "Of course. When I was young, that's exactly how I got through it." The The Moon Lord reminisced about her girlhood, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. When others want to insult you but can't out-argue you, and want to fight you but can't beat you, that feeling is double the joy. Yufian's eyes lit up as she listened, carefully committing her mother's words to memory. She secretly resolved to become stronger. In the future, if anyone dared to make a move, she'd roast them with fire first and then scold them thoroughly. Oh, and one more thing. The Moon Lord glanced at her daughter's excited little face and added, "You need to learn to be a bit more graceful." She suddenly felt a bit worried. Would this child grow up crooked? Graceful? What? Yufian snapped back to reality and asked in confusion, "Do you mean graceful like you, mother? If you don't learn to be a bit more graceful, do you still plan on getting married in the future?" The Moon Lord shot her daughter a glare and said in a seasoned tone, "If you keep being so unruly and willful, no man will dare to want you." "Getting married? I'm still young," Yufian said shyly, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. "Young? You're already 17. The Moon Lord cast her a disdainful glance. "You're practically a grown woman. In another 2 years, no one will want you." "If I am considered old, then mother, wouldn't you be?" Yufian felt both embarrassed and annoyed, ready to retort. "What would I be?" The Moon Lord half closed her eyes, a hint of danger flashing in her gaze as she smiled at her daughter. "Mother, you are truly so elegant." Yufian forcibly swallowed the words, "old hag. You still have much to learn." Only then did the Moon Lord contentedly open her water-blue eyes. Yufian wasn't foolish. She detected a hint of something unusual in her mother's words. Blinking her crimson eyes, she asked with feigned innocence, "Mother, I'm a bit curious. Were you always this elegant in the past?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the veins on the Moon Lord's forehead began to throb. She clenched her fists, then relaxed them, then clenched them again, repeating the motion several times before barely restraining the urge to punch her daughter. She recalled her teenage years, a time when the Moon Lake tribe was at its peak. Back then, she and her elder sister were infamous little troublemakers in the tribe, causing mischief everywhere thanks to their exceptional talents. Yet no one could defeat them, leaving others fuming helplessly. It wasn't until a major upheaval later on that she reigned in her personality, transforming into the cunning yet elegant figure she was today. "Mother, just pretend I didn't ask." Sensing the dangerous atmosphere, Yufian awkwardly took 2 steps back. "Humph." The Moon Lord let out a charming snort. "That Mu Liang, why hasn't he arrived yet?" Yufian noticed her mother's uneasy expression and hurriedly changed the subject awkwardly. "It's been daylight for so long already. Maybe something has delayed him." A trace of worry flashed in the Moon Lord's aquamarine eyes. If the people from the Qianshu tribe arrived first and Mu Liang still hadn't shown up, things would get troublesome. "I wonder what Xuanwu City is like." Yufian was filled with anticipation and curiosity about the big city they were about to visit. As long as it's not too bad, it's fine. The Moon Lord didn't have high expectations. She just wanted to find a place where she could live peacefully and finally live for herself. "Wait a moment. How are we going to charge out and meet up with Mu Liang?" Yufian glanced at the hunting team surrounding them with predatory eyes and asked worriedly. "Don't worry, leave everything to me." Yuju bit her silver teeth lightly, a trace of unbearable pain flashing across her beautiful face. In truth, just standing was already extremely difficult for her. If a fight really broke out, she would only have one chance to attack before completely losing the ability to move. This cunning mother could only pin her hopes on Mu Liang at this moment, hoping he could step up and lead them, mother and daughter, out of the encirclement. Yufian lowered her head, her red eyes filled with worry. The reason she had joked with her mother earlier was to distract her, hoping she could momentarily forget the pain she was enduring. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the hunting team. "The Great Elder is awake." "That's wonderful." "Humph, still not dead." A trace of coldness flashed in the Moon Lord's aquamarine eyes. She didn't think much of the Great Elder. This time, with the family being robbed, even if the old man didn't die, it would be enough to make him suffer. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "They're coming! Someone's coming! Quick, help me up!" The Great Elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggled to be supported by others, and strained to stand on tiptoe, looking into the distance. The Moon Lord also raised her head, only to see a group of people and horses heading toward the Moon Lake tribe. As they drew closer, a flag bearing the symbol of a tree fluttered in the wind. Tree was the totem of the Thousand Trees tribe. They're people from the Thousand Trees tribe. The Moon Lord's face instantly turned grim. Mother, what should we do now? Yufian's face was filled with anxiety. She didn't want to go to the Thousand Trees tribe, and even less did she want to marry that so-called leader. Don't worry, Mu Liang will come soon. The Moon Lord comforted her daughter while growing increasingly worried herself. She never expected the Thousand Trees tribe's envoys to arrive so quickly. If Mu Liang came but couldn't defeat them, what would they do then? In the envoy team of the Thousand Trees tribe, an elder and a youth walked at the forefront. Dapu, big brother, what do you think the chief is really thinking? The young Lighting asked with a puzzled expression. He actually wants to marry the female chief of the Moon Lake tribe? What's the matter, Lighting? The middle-aged Dapu glanced back at him. Do you think that woman isn't worthy of our chief? Not exactly unworthy. Lighting lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I just heard that the woman is extremely fierce. I found out from the hunting team that several tribal envoys who went to propose to her before were beaten so badly they ended up disabled. Dapu narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of pressure. Do you think the chief can't handle her? Of course not. That woman, I bet even you, Brother Dapu, couldn't beat her. Lighting quickly shook his head, flashed a flattering smile, and then complained. I just think that the future mistress of Thousand Tree City should at least be gentle and virtuous. If we marry such a fierce woman, our days ahead will definitely be tough. You'd better not go around saying things like that. If the leader hears it, you'll be in big trouble. Dapu shot a warning glance at his useless brother-in-law. He leaned in closer and revealed a bit of a secret in a voice only the two of them could hear. What the leader values is that woman's bloodline, for the sake of preparing for the next generation. As for whether she can become the mistress, that's another story. The Thousand Tree tribe's development and growth depend on water as its lifeline. And awakeners of the water bloodline are like walking sources of life. If the tribe could have a few powerful water awakeners, even if the underground river dries up, they could survive relying on the awakener's abilities. Of course, Dapu wouldn't share these deeper strategic considerations with Lighting, the big mouth, lest he leak the tribe's future plans. Isn't the leader planning to marry her as his main wife? Lighting froze, completely stunned by the contradiction to the news he'd heard. I'm not sure either. Dapu shook his head and said no more. Some words were simply too harsh. Marrying a sixth-tier powerhouse just to have her bear offspring with water element bloodline was practically treating her as a tool for reproduction. If such talk were to spread, the people of the Moon Lake tribe would surely resist to the death. Moreover, that woman was, after all, a sixth-tier powerhouse. In the Thousand Trees tribe, her strength would rank among the top 5. If she were offended too much, the chief might sacrifice a few reckless subordinates to appease her. So that's how it is. Lighting nodded thoughtfully. He was clever and immediately deciphered the true meaning behind Dapu's attitude and words. That woman might not become the true mistress, which made things interesting. At that moment, Lighting's eyes lit up. Huh? The people of the Moon Lake tribe are actually coming out to greet us. Dapu was also somewhat surprised as he looked at the open gates of the tribe ahead. He had thought they would need to sneak into the tribe first, find the elder, and carefully discuss how to take over the Moon Lake tribe without bloodshed. What was going on? Didn't the chief say they could take over directly upon arrival? Brother Dapu, it seems the elder of the Moon Lake tribe has quite the means, Lighting shrugged casually. They managed to settle everything before we even arrived. I thought it would take some effort, but it turned out to be so simple. Be cautious, Dapu said in a deep voice. Don't forget, that female leader is a sixth-tier awakened. I can't afford to be careless. If this mission fails, my chances of becoming the chief of the hunting team will be in jeopardy. Understood. Lighting immediately dropped his casual demeanor. Dapu and Lighting, along with a dozen subordinates, quickly headed toward the gates of the Moon Lake tribe. Welcome, esteemed members of the Thousand Trees tribe. An elder, supported by 2 people, tottered forward to greet them. And you are? Dapu frowned as he looked at the frail elder before him, whose mouth and collar were stained with blood. I am the great elder of the Moon Lake tribe. The great elder forced a smile, suppressing the dizziness in his head. Everyone in the Moon Lake tribe has agreed to merge into the Thousand Trees tribe. Very well. A trace of delight appeared on Dapu's face. It seemed the task was already half done. Where is the female leader? That one. That's her. The great elder's face turned extremely grim. He turned sideways and pointed to the figure standing in an empty space within the crowd. Let's go, we're heading over. Dapu didn't spare the great elder another glance and directly took the lead to walk over. The female leader was their primary target. Everyone else was merely incidental. The great elder's expression changed instantly. Dapu and his group's attitude was completely different from what he had expected. According to the secret discussion he had with the leader of the Thousand Trees tribe, the Moon Lake tribe's merger into the Thousand Trees tribe was supposed to make that female leader just an insignificant addition. But why were the envoys now showing such enthusiasm toward her while treating him with such indifference? Dapu passed through the crowd, and when he got a clear look at the pale-faced, alluring woman before him, he froze in place. Who are you? The woman narrowed her eyes warily. Despite her weakened state, her gaze remained sharp. From the man before her, she sensed an intense aura of danger. This was someone on the same level of strength as her. I am Dapu from the Qianshu tribe, Dapu said bluntly. He had already noticed the severe injuries of the other party, making this the perfect moment to strike. Under orders from our leader, I have come specifically to escort you back. Dapu looked at the leader of the Yuetan tribe and couldn't help but hold his own elder in higher regard. To have injured this Moon Lord to such an extent, it was no wonder they dared to come so boldly. A tribe that had lost its leader's combat strength was no match for them. Escort me. The Moon Lord's lips curled into a mocking smile. You mean to capture me and turn me into a tool for producing water, don't you? Dapu's pupils suddenly contracted. He discreetly glanced at the Grand Elder behind him, his heart sinking. Something was wrong. The Moon Lord's attitude was filled with hostility, showing no intention of submitting to the Thousand Trees tribe. Did you misunderstand our Thousand Trees tribe's attempt to covet the power in my bloodline? The Moon Lord sneered, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze icy. Dapu instantly understood. The Moon Lord had already discovered their true intentions. At this moment, he wished he could slap that loose-tongued Grand Elder to death for leaking the leader's plan. The situation had reached a point where words were useless. Dapu hardened his expression and said coldly, Moon Lord, come back to the Thousand Trees tribe with us. Our leader values you greatly. No matter what, she had to be taken back today. Want me to go with you? Then let's see if you have what it takes. The Moon Lord bit her silver teeth, and her aura suddenly became sharp. Moon Lord, you're already seriously injured. In your current state, you're no match for me. Dapu's black pupils instantly turned into brown vertical slits, a symbol of the leopard power within him. Once he unleashed his speed, with the Moon Lord's current condition, she wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his clothes. How would I know without trying? The Moon Lord's words were tough, but her heart was filled with anxiety. Why hasn't that guy named Mu Liang arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, she'll really have to risk her life. Mother! Yu Fian's red eyes sparkled with firelight, ready to support her mother at any moment. At that moment, a sudden gasp of astonished screaming came from the crowd. Look! That hill over there. Is it moving? The hill is moving? What nonsense are you talking about? Someone nearby immediately scoffed. But then, an even more terrified scream rang out. It's true. That hill is really moving. The commotion in the crowd grew louder and louder, even drawing the attention of Dapu and the Moon Lord, who were in the midst of their standoff, momentarily easing the tense atmosphere. What are they arguing about? Dapu's face looked grim. He had already foreseen that even if this mission was completed, an uncooperative Moon Lord would cause the leader a great deal of trouble. Dapu, big brother. A subordinate named Lighting ran over in a panic, pointing into the distance, his voice trembling. You have to look over there. Dapu impatiently turned around and looked in the direction he was pointing. With just one glance, his breath stopped. A massive hill, nearly 100 meters tall, was moving with heavy steps toward the Moonpool tribe. Dapu's pupils contracted to the extreme, and he exclaimed, a savage beast. How could an ancient savage beast appear here? Brother Dapu, let's run quickly. Lighting was scared out of his wits, clutching Dapu's arm tightly. Only by staying close to a strong person did he have a sliver of hope for survival. A woo, a deafening roar echoed, and the hill began moving even faster. There's no escape. Dapu's face was deathly pale. It's faster than us. He wasn't worried about himself. With his cheetah-like speed, he was confident he could dodge the giant beast's stomps in a small area. But this time, the Moon Lake tribe was doomed. Dapu gave a bitter smile and turned to look at the panicked crowd rushing back to the tribe. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Moon Chief and Eupheian, the mother and daughter, still standing motionless in place. Moon Chief, you should hurry and escape, Dapu advised softly. He could barely protect himself, let alone help two injured people evade danger. Escape? The Moon Chief's delicate face was as pale as paper. She could barely walk now. Where could she possibly escape to? Eupheian quickly crouched in front of her mother, urgently urging, "Mother, hurry up. I'll carry you and run. Fian, don't worry about me." The Moon Chief pointed to the side, shouting with all her strength, "Run. Don't return to the tribe. Run as far as you can." If her daughter carried her, neither of them would escape. "No, I will never leave my mother behind." Eupheian's tears streamed down, but she stubbornly pressed her lips together. "If mother doesn't leave, I won't leave either. It's already too late to leave now." Dapu sighed. His muscles tensed as he stared intently at the ancient savage beast only a few hundred meters away from them. The entrance of the tribe was already in chaos. "Run! The ferocious beasts are attacking. Where are the hunters? Get them to stop the beasts. Get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way." Cries, curses, and shoving intertwined, creating an apocalyptic scene. In the distance, Wei Geng was leading over a dozen hunters, desperately sprinting toward the chaos. "Faster! Hurry up!" he roared, his heart burning with urgency. They were rushing to save the Moon Lord, but the distance was too great. Earlier, to avoid the tribe's people, they had stayed far away, and now this distance had become an insurmountable chasm. "Take me away! Please take me away!" Amid the chaos, a voice cried out in despair. The Great Elder was terrified out of his wits, desperately grabbing at a hunter sprinting past him, only to be mercilessly shoved to the ground. "No, I don't want to die. Take me away." He collapsed on the ground, letting out a terrified scream. The Moon Lord cast a cold glance at the disgraceful elder, then turned her gaze to the approaching colossal creature. She pulled up the trembling red-haired girl in front of her, her voice filled with sorrow. "Fian, it seems we won't make it to Xuanwu City." "Mother!" Eupheian trembled, tightly hugging her mother, burying her face deeply in her embrace. "Move!" Dapu grabbed lighting, staring intently at the beast's feet, trying to predict its next step and find a sliver of hope for survival. Boom! The giant beast's paw slammed onto the ground, the gust it stirred up almost blowing people away. Who would have thought? Today I'm actually going to die under the foot of a beast. The Moon Lord let out a sorrowful laugh, gently patting her daughter's back, a trace of reminiscence flashing in her water-blue eyes. "Sister, I might not be able to wait for the truth you were supposed to bring back." Time passed second by second. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Stopped moving. Dapu waited for a long time, but the giant foot didn't lift. The Moon Lord also came to her senses. She looked up and saw that the giant beast had indeed stopped in place, completely motionless. At that moment, a hearty and bold voice came from the top of the giant beast. "Yo, Moon Lord, Eupheian, I've come to pick you up." This voice is... The Moon Lord suddenly looked up, staring at the familiar figure standing atop the giant beast. Mu Liang leaped gracefully, landing lightly in front of the Moon Lord. The scene bore a striking resemblance to last night. He playfully winked his left eye and said with a smile, "How's this for a welcome ceremony?" The Moon Lord's nose tingled, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Just moments ago, she truly thought she was doomed, regretting that she had never experienced a romance or had her own child. And yet, he told her that all this commotion was just to pick someone up? The Moon Lord bit her lip, both angry and amused, and scolded. "Mu Liang, you really are a scoundrel." As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that what she felt more than anger was the joy of surviving a near-death experience. "Mu Liang." Eupheian heard the familiar voice and quickly peeked out from her mother's embrace. She looked at the person in front of her with delight, then cautiously glanced up at the motionless giant beast. Ha ha ha, scared you, didn't I? Mu Liang laughed heartily. He turned his head to look at the crowd still running wildly behind the Moon Lord, as well as the Grand Elder collapsed on the ground. With a smile on his lips, he gave a thumbs up and said, "So, how was it? I vented your anger for you. No need to thank me. Who wants to thank you?" Yufian glared at him playfully, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. With one hand on her hip, she complained, "You scared us half to death too. I almost thought I was really going to die." Even now, her legs were still weak. "I'm just helping you get used to it in advance." Mu Liang proudly pointed his thumb behind him. "Let me introduce you. This is my little Xuanwu. That giant beast is yours." The Moon Lord finally reacted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mu Liang nodded. "How did you do it?" the Moon Lord asked in shock. "You must know, such a giant beast, with strength at least comparable to a 7th-tier warrior, is enough to roam the wilderness unchallenged." A trace of a smile flashed in Mu Liang's eyes as he softly uttered 2 words, "Secret." "TCH." The Moon Lord pouted, realizing she had asked too abruptly. "Mu Liang, it won't charge at us, will it?" Yufian was still a bit scared. The sheer size of the giant turtle was too intimidating. One step from it might flatten the entire gate of the Yutan tribe. "It won't," Mu Liang reassured her gently. "Little Xuanwu is very obedient." At that moment, Wei Geng hurried over with a team of people, asking with concern, "You Lord, young miss, are you both all right?" "We're fine, just a false alarm." You Lord smiled as she wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "Did Lord Mu Liang bring this giant beast?" Wei Geng exclaimed as he stared at the mountain-like rock armor turtle. "Yes, quickly go and bring your families over. We are setting off for Xuanwu City." Mu Liang spoke, glancing at the crowd secretly watching from a distance. He had brought the rock armor turtle here precisely to avoid unnecessary trouble. With such a massive creature standing here, who would dare to interfere? "Yes, we'll go right away." Wei Geng responded respectfully and then hurried off with his team to fetch their families. But just as they left, a discordant voice rang out. "Sir, do you intend to take the Moon Lord away?" Dapu stood not far away with lighting, clearly having overheard their conversation. "That's right. Do you have a problem with that?" Mu Liang turned his head, his expression instantly darkening. His black eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of oppression. He hadn't expected that there would actually be someone unafraid of death. Under Mu Liang's gaze, Dapu felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, even his soul trembling. He stumbled back a step, his voice quivering. "No, no problem, not a single problem." His instincts were screaming at him that if he dared to utter the word no, the consequences would be unimaginably tragic. The man before him was undoubtedly a top-tier expert of the 7th rank or higher. "No problem, that's good." Mu Liang finally withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the entrance of the Moon Lake tribe, where a small group of people was gathering. He said to the mother-daughter pair, Yu Zhu and Yu Fian, beside him, "Let's go. We're heading up." Heading up. Yu Fian's eyes instantly widened in shock. She pointed at the giant beast that resembled a small mountain and stammered, "Up? Up onto the back of that great black tortoise?" "Yeah," Mu Liang teased lightly. "Or what? Do you want to run along below?" "I want to go up." "Of course, I want to go up." Yu Fian was so excited she almost jumped up. "Then let's go." As Mu Liang spoke, he glanced at Wei Geng, who was hurrying over with his family, and then turned to walk toward the giant rock-armored turtle. "Fian, come here for a moment." The Moon Lord called softly from behind. She had been standing for so long that her legs had gone numb, and she couldn't move. Unfortunately, Yufian was so full of excitement about soon riding the divine beast that she ran off like a joyful little deer, completely ignoring her mother's call. The Moon Lord watched her daughter's departing figure, so angry that she nearly ground her silver teeth to pieces. She took a deep breath, her face flushing slightly, and somewhat embarrassedly raised her head to call out to Mu Liang's retreating figure. "Mu Liang, could you help me with something?" Mu Liang turned around, looking at the Moon Lord who stood motionless in place, a bit puzzled. "What's wrong?" My foot's gone numb, I can't walk." The Moon Lord's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, completely devoid of the noble elegance she usually carried as the leader of the clan, instead sounding like a shy young girl. Mu Liang's gaze passed over her and caught sight of the red-haired girl Yufian, who was curiously turning her head. The corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile. He tentatively asked the Moon Lord, "If you don't mind, shall I carry you?" "Thank you." The Moon Lord shyly pressed her somewhat pale lips together, while secretly casting a glare at her daughter. Only then did Yufian snap out of her excitement about riding the ancient beast and notice the death glare her mother had sent her way. But it was all too late. Mu Liang had already bent down and, with a standard princess carry, effortlessly lifted the blushing Moon Lord. As he carried the Moon Lord past Yufian, the Moon Lord slightly opened her mouth and silently mouthed 3 words to her daughter. Yufian looked at her mother's lip movements, and her delicate face instantly turned pale as she subconsciously repeated them. "You're done for?" "No, I'm done for," the red-haired girl wailed inwardly, already imagining the various ways her mother would attend to her next. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Wei Gung arrived with his family. Seeing Yufian standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but ask with concern. No, it's nothing." Yufian quickly rubbed her face, forced a smile, and jogged to catch up with Mu Liang and her mother. Wei Gung's wife, Su Er, washed her back and sighed while touching her cheek. Youth is truly wonderful. Before leaving, everyone instinctively glanced at the Grand Elder, who was collapsed on the ground. His old face was filled with a foolish expression, clearly scared out of his wits. Mu Liang used a gentle force to send everyone onto the broad back of the rock armor turtle, then immediately gave the order to leave. Accompanied by a rumbling sound that shook the earth, the massive rock armor turtle took its steps, turned around, and departed, leaving behind a group of bewildered and dumbfounded tribespeople. "Brother Dapu, Lord Moon Master was just taken away like that. What should we do?" a guard named Lighting asked cautiously. Dapu rubbed his aching temples, gazed at the colossal creature moving away, and said wearily, "What else can we do? Have everyone retreat back to the tribe. This matter is beyond our ability to intervene. Let the chief worry about it." He could almost foresee that, given the leader's irritable temper, a big commotion was inevitable. And this mysterious man who took the Moon Lord away would probably be thoroughly hated by the leader. "Huh? Brother Dapu, look quickly, someone is chasing after them." Lighting suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed. 7 or 8 figures could be seen swiftly pursuing in the direction where the rock-armored turtle had gone. "What's there to make a fuss about?" Dapu waved his hand indifferently. "Every tribe has these shady rats. They're either trying to steal something or gather intelligence. Let them be." Meanwhile, on the back of the rock-armored turtle, near the newly built wall, over 50 people, including Moon Lord, Yufian, and Wei Gung, stood frozen as if under a spell, staring blankly at the awe-inspiring scene on the high ground ahead. A colossal tree, the likes of which they had never seen before, towered between heaven and earth. Beneath it stretched an endless expanse of green vegetation, brimming with the vitality of life. So beautiful. Yufian's small mouth unconsciously formed an O shape. "This is unbelievable," murmured the Moon Lord. She couldn't imagine that in this desolate world, she would one day witness such a vast expanse of green with her own eyes. "This is a miracle, a true miracle," Wei Gung muttered as he stared blankly at the giant tree. He had only heard from the elders that the legendary trees were green, and now, this legend had come to life right before his eyes. So this is what trees look like. Green. It's truly beautiful. The surrounding crowd erupted in bursts of exclamations, their faces filled with shock and ecstasy. Mu Liang stood to the side, a smile on his lips, quietly listening to it all. He felt that all his hard work and effort had been worth it in this moment. At that moment, Mino, on the high ground, hid behind a white-haired girl, poked his head out, and excitedly waved and shouted in this direction. "Mu Liang, come over here quickly." "Coming right away," Mu Liang replied with a smile. "Coming." Mu Liang responded loudly, while commanding the rock-armored turtle beneath him to turn around and leave the former site of the Moon Lake tribe. He turned to the people following behind him and announced loudly, "Follow me. Your new home is ready." "Thank you so much." Wei Gung's voice was filled with gratitude. Mu Liang, holding the Moon Lord, was the first to descend the stone steps built along the tall walls. Wow, there are so many houses here. Yufian's curiosity was completely ignited. She ran back and forth on the wide streets like a happy little bird, looking around excitedly. Not long after, she ran back, her red eyes sparkling with excitement, and said to Mu Liang, "Mu Liang, the houses here all look exactly the same." Without waiting for Mu Liang to respond, she continued on her own. "And the streets are so neat. There's no bad smell at all. The air even smells fragrant." Listening to the girl's crisp and cheerful voice, Mu Liang's mood lifted as well. He asked softly, "So what do you think of this place? Do you like it?" "It's amazing, so much better than our Moon Lake tribe." Yufian answered without hesitation. "Of course I like it here. Everything is so clean, so beautiful. As long as you like it." Mu Liang's lips curved into a faint smile. He turned his head and instructed Wei Geng beside him. "Wei Geng, make arrangements to allocate the houses, ensuring every family gets one." "Yes." Wei Geng responded respectfully and immediately began organizing the clan members, no longer following behind Mu Liang. "You two, go live on the high ground up there." Mu Liang, holding Yu Zhu, led Yufian toward another stone staircase leading to the higher ground. "Is it the place with lots of plants?" Yufian asked excitedly, blinking her eyes. "Yes, that's the place." Mu Liang nodded. After all, Yu Zhu and Yufian were the leaders of the tribe. Letting them stay in an ordinary place would seem disrespectful and lack hospitality. Lord Mu Liang. The Moon Lord seemed to have guessed something as well. She raised her head, looking at Mu Liang's well-defined jawline, a hint of probing in her water-blue eyes. "The Xuanwu city you mentioned earlier? Could it be this place?" "That's right, this is Xuanwu city," Mu Liang admitted frankly. He lowered his head, meeting the Moon Lord's beautiful blue eyes, and blinked as he asked, "So, what do you think? Not disappointed, are you?" "And no, not at all." The Moon Lord's cheeks instantly flushed red. She turned her head shyly, not daring to meet his gaze. "This is Xuanwu city." Yufian finally came to her senses and exclaimed excitedly. "Then that towering tree we just saw? Is it the sacred tree of Xuanwu city?" "Yes, that's the Starshine Tea tree." Mu Liang nodded with a smile. "I want to go take a look." Before the words had even fully left her mouth, Yufian had already dashed up the stone steps like a gust of wind, disappearing from their sight in an instant. She looked so happy. Mu Liang chuckled softly. She used to live under so much pressure. A trace of pity flashed in the Moon Lord's water-blue eyes. She knew she had placed too much pressure on her daughter, forcing the lively girl to disguise herself every day, pretending that everything was fine. "I think it won't happen again in the future," Mu Liang said as he stepped onto the final stair. On the high ground, a rabbit-eared girl and a white-haired girl approached, but the way they looked at the Moon Lord was far from friendly. "What's wrong?" Mu Liang asked, feigning ignorance. He had no intention of getting involved in the subtle thoughts between the girls, as that would only make things more complicated. Letting things take their course was the best way to handle it. The rabbit-eared girl, Mino, shook her head and smiled, saying, "Breakfast is ready." "All right, everyone must be hungry." Mu Liang held Yu Zhu and walked toward the hall. He looked around but didn't see the blonde woman, so he curiously asked, "Where's Yufier?" "She's in the plantation studying herbs." The white-haired girl, Liu, pointed to the faintly visible figure near the starlight tea tree. At this moment, Yufian was quietly standing behind the blonde woman, silently watching. "Call them in for breakfast." Mu Liang glanced over and said gently, "I have something to announce later." "All right." Liu nodded and, before leaving, glanced at Yu Zhu once more. "Oh, it seems I have to walk down myself." A hint of shyness appeared on Yu Zhu's face. In front of Mu Liang, she was truly embarrassed to argue with those two obviously hostile girls. "Is your body okay?" Mu Liang asked with concern. "It should be fine." Yu Zhu gracefully pursed her lips. "All right," Mu Liang said, then carefully set Yu Zhu down. "Ah." As soon as she landed, the Moon Lord's legs gave way, her body staggered, and she almost fell. "Let me help you inside." Mu Liang reacted quickly, immediately reaching out to grab her arm and steadily supporting her as they walked into the hall. "Humph." Following behind, Mino pouted in dissatisfaction, her expression almost enough to hang a bottle of oil. On the dining table in the hall, a steaming pot of tomato meat soup was placed in the center, surrounded by several plates of fragrant roasted meat. Smells so good. The Moon Lord sat by the table, curiously observing the red broth in the pot. Come in and have breakfast quickly. Your research can wait. Liyue dragged a reluctant Yufire into the hall. But it's just a little bit more. Yufire continued to protest softly. However, as soon as she entered the hall, her gaze instantly met Mu Liang's, and she shyly lowered her head, obediently seated by Liyue. Yufian followed them in, sat down beside the Moon Lord, her eyes filled with amazement. There are so many plants here. A clear female voice rang out. Mu Liang waved to Mino and Liyue, signaling them to sit down. The two girls exchanged a knowing glance and sat down on either side of Mu Liang. Mu Liang picked up a bowl of warm tomato and meat soup and announced in his magnetic voice, "Today, we welcome Yu Zhu, Yufian, and Yufir to Xuanwu City. I hope you all have a great time here." "Thank you." Yu Zhu gracefully lifted the wooden bowl in response. Yufian followed suit, mimicking the gesture, her eyes filled with curiosity about this welcoming ceremony. Liyue, on the other hand, handed a bowl of soup to Yufir and softly reminded her, "Hold up the soup." "Oh." Yufi followed the instructions in a daze, her mind filled with questions. Join Xuanwu City? Wasn't she here to study the secret medicine? How did she suddenly become a resident of a city out of nowhere? Everyone, enjoy breakfast. Mu Liang took a sip of soup and announced the start of the meal. "I've been starving." Yufian showed no restraint, grabbing a piece of roasted meat and eating it heartily. Meanwhile, Mino quietly moved closer to Mu Liang, glancing timidly at the enthusiastic red-haired girl beside her, unsure of how to respond. "This soup tastes amazing." The Moon Lord took a sip of the soup, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and then drank a few more mouthfuls. "I'll try it." Yufian swallowed the roasted meat in her mouth and picked up the bowl of soup to drink. Her red eyes instantly lit up. "Sour and sweet, it's really delicious." Mu Liang looked dotingly at the shy rabbit-eared girl, Mino, beside him and said softly, "Look, they're praising the soup you made. I cooked it according to the method you taught me." Mino's cheeks flushed, feeling a little embarrassed. "After breakfast, go rest for a while. You barely slept last night." Mu Liang looked at her with concern. After all, Mino was only 14 and needed plenty of rest. "Okay." Mino nodded obediently. Mu Liang turned to the white-haired girl on the other side. "Liyue, take off your mask to eat. It'll be more convenient." "No need, I can eat like this." Liyue glanced at the mother and daughter of the Moon Lord across from her. She decided it was better not to remove the mask, not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble for Mu Liang. After all, the Moon Lord and her people were aware of the existence of phantom ghosts and their dangers. She didn't want to scare off the dozens of people who had just joined. "All right." Mu Liang didn't force her. He then turned to the blonde woman. "Yufel, take off the cloth on your head. It'll make eating easier." "No way." Yufel immediately covered her face nervously. "Don't worry, we don't have to take it off." Mu Liang waved his hand gently. The Moon Lord and Yufian curiously looked at the mask on Liyue's face, wondering how she was going to eat. They saw Liyue quickly lift a corner of the mask, swiftly stuff a piece of roasted meat into her mouth, and then immediately close the mask again. The entire motion was seamless. The mother and daughter of the Moon Lord blinked, exchanged a glance, and then shook their heads helplessly. Mu Liang chewed on the roasted meat, watching the Moon Lord with great interest. He hadn't expected this mature and elegant woman to have such a childlike side. Feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, Yu Zhu quickly came up with a topic. "Lord Mu Liang, you are the Lord of Xuanwu City, right?" "Just call me Mu Liang." He first corrected the address, then calmly admitted, "Yes, I am the Lord of Xuanwu City." Then you can call me Yu Qinlan. Don't call me Yu Zhu anymore." Yu Qinlan no longer wanted that title. The name, Yu Zhu, represented sorrow and the past. Returning to her original name, Yu Qinlan, symbolized her desire for a fresh start. Yu Qinlan, it's a very beautiful name. Mu Liang's gentle voice carried a sincere compliment. "Thank you." A faint blush quietly crept onto Yu Qinlan's charming cheeks. "Wow, Yufian, chewing on her meat, looked at her mother in surprise. Just a simple compliment about her name had made her mother show such girlish shyness. The next second, she let out a miserable ah and rubbed her thigh in grievance, where her mother had pinched her under the table. Good girl, eat more meat. Yu Qinlan smiled as she stuffed a piece of roasted meat into her daughter's mouth. Yu Fian dared not look around anymore and obediently focused on eating. After teasing her daughter, Yu Qinlan returned to the main topic. Mu Liang, we should be among the first group of people to join Xuanwu City, right? Sort of. Mu Liang glanced at Liu and Mino beside him. The two of them had joined before Xuanwu City was officially established. This really is beyond my expectations. Yu Qinlan was momentarily at a loss for how to describe her feelings. She finally understood why the conditions Mu Liang proposed for the invitation last night were so lenient. If you feel reluctant, you don't have to force yourself, Mu Liang said softly. No, I'm not reluctant, Yu Qinlan immediately replied, her tone instead carrying a sense of satisfaction. A newly established force meant it would be easier to integrate, more opportunities to showcase her value, and greater freedom. Then, welcome to Xuanwu City, Mu Liang said with a hearty laugh. Yu Qinlan's lips curved slightly, revealing a genuine smile. It's my honor. This time, she was sincerely joining, no longer harboring any thoughts of observation or reservation. Yu Qinlan decided to actively find her place and asked, Mu Liang, may I ask about your next goal? She needed a clear direction to determine how she should strive forward. Mu Liang did not hide anything and directly stated the most urgent task at hand. I need a large quantity of ferocious beast crystals. Only in this way can Little Xuanwu grow quickly, and we can have more land and space. A large quantity of ferocious beast crystals. Yu Qinlan softly repeated, seemingly deep in thought. She immediately understood the motive behind Mu Liang's actions last night and his obsession with this resource. Do you have any suggestions? Mu Liang needed the help of a faction to collect the crystals, and now was the time to listen to professional advice. Yu Qinlan gently replied, only in big cities will there be a large circulation of ferocious beast crystals. We must go to a big city to trade. Which is the nearest major city from here? Mu Liang turned his head to look at the white-haired girl beside him. Liu slightly furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and then gave a name. Shirlu City. Yu Qinlan opened her mouth, but the words she was about to say were swallowed back. She had originally wanted to recommend a larger, more prosperous city, where they might gain greater rewards. Mu Liang calmly asked, is it far? Approximately a 9-day journey. Liu glanced at Yuekinlin and added, there's another, more bustling one, but it takes 23 days to get there. No need, let's go to Shirlu City. Mu Liang decisively made the decision. Yuekinlin was slightly taken aback. She glanced at the masked man, then at Liu beside her, and understood. It turned out that this quiet and reserved girl already had such a deep understanding of this man's way of doing things. Since the destination was already decided, Yuekinlin immediately switched to the next topic, applying the thinking method she had learned from Mu Liang. So, what will we use to trade for the ferocious beast crystals? Starshine tea counts as one, and maybe some cabbage. Mu Liang thought of the plantation, where the first batch of vegetables had already matured under the accelerated growth of the starshine tea trees. Starshine tea can't be taken out in large quantities, Yu Qinlan immediately reminded him. Its refreshing effect is extremely remarkable. If it appears in large amounts, it will inevitably attract the covetous attention of top-tier experts. She had experienced it herself and was well aware of its value and risks. She then asked, as for cabbage, it should be a type of edible vegetable, right? She had never heard of this name before. Yes, it's a vegetable with a pretty good taste. Mu Liang nodded. He was already planning for the future, aiming to use the Starshine domain to accelerate the growth of more seeds. As long as there was enough land, vegetables could be cultivated on a large scale. Moreover, the sweet potatoes he had discovered could also serve as a staple food in the future. Yu Qinlan pointed out the issue. Fresh vegetables are not something ordinary people can afford. Only some capable cultivators would buy them. The two items we have presented are either scarce in production or expensive in price, making it impossible for us to exchange them for a large number of beast crystals. After stepping down from her position as the Moon Lord, Yu Qinlan felt an unprecedented sense of relief, and her mind became exceptionally clear. She finally understood the saying, "Bystanders see more clearly," and used her past experience to assist Mu Liang, the new city lord. That's true. Mu Liang also fell into deep thought. The production of starlight tea leaves and cabbage was indeed limited, and the number of crystals they could exchange for would not be much. We need to find something that can be produced in large quantities and is needed by everyone. Yu Qinlan sighed, unable to think of such an item for the moment. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. It was Yufir. Water. We can sell water. Yes, water. Mu Liang's dark eyes lit up instantly. With crystal fish around, they could produce pure water continuously. As long as they prepared more containers, water itself would be an excellent commodity. Anything else? Mu Liang's gaze swept over Liu, Yufian, and Mino. I can't think of anything. Liu turned her head awkwardly. She could kill people, but using her brain was truly too difficult for her. I can't think of anything else, just meat-related stuff. Yufian shook her head. But our own food supply isn't enough. There's no way we can sell it to others. Mino simply lowered her head hesitantly, unable to say a single word. Seeing the group fall into silence, Yu Qinlan gently shifted the topic. Mu Liang, before setting out, you should first establish the rules for Xuanwu City. Without rules, there can be no order. She had found her role, to assist Mu Liang in managing the city well and handling these complex yet crucial matters. All right, I'll take care of it. Mu Liang rubbed his temples. He realized that building a faction involved a lot of work in the beginning. However, to ensure a steady supply of beast crystals in the future, the current hardships would be worth it. Looking at Mu Liang's troubled expression, Yu Qinlan elegantly took a sip of the meat soup, feeling inexplicably pleased, as if she saw her former self. She softly comforted him. It's okay, as long as you get through the initial stage. You also need to help come up with ideas. Mu Liang's voice was very calm. He looked at the elegant yet cunning woman in front of him and suddenly remembered that he couldn't even fully recognize the characters of this world. He had originally planned to find a teacher, but now it seemed the perfect teacher was right in front of him. Me too. Yu Qinlan's smile froze on her face. Yes, and you also need to teach me how to read. Mu Liang nodded calmly. He didn't know much about the customs and rules of this world. Whatever he did had to align with the logic of this era. Otherwise, taking too big a step could cause major trouble. You can't read. Yu Qinlan blinked her water blue eyes in surprise. It's been too long since I used it. I've almost forgotten everything. Mu Liang lied without batting an eye. Beside him, Liu's eye twitched slightly. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Mu Liang noticed her gaze, winked at the white-haired girl, and said with a smile, Liu, you should learn it too. Me too. Liu took a moment to react. That's right, all management personnel must be literate. Mu Liang's goal is to build a culturally educated leadership team, not a group of illiterates. The policies and regulations he plans to implement in the future will need people to promote them and others to enforce them. And the foundation of all this is literacy. It wouldn't make sense to have to send someone to explain every decree face-to-face, one by one. Mu Liang, do I need to learn to recognize characters too? Mino's rabbit ears perked up as she asked, confused. Yes, learning more things is never a bad idea. Mu Liang reached out and gently ruffled the rabbit-eared girl's hair. He planned to train Mino well so that she could help handle some daily affairs in the future. Don't be fooled by the fact that Xuanwu City currently has only a few dozen people. Once the rock armor turtle evolves again, its size will expand dozens of times, and the population will multiply accordingly. By then, Xuanwu City will become a truly significant metropolis. When there are many tasks, more manpower is needed to handle them. Mu Liang is planning ahead, stockpiling talent in advance so that his future self can have an easier time. That's right. Everything he is preparing now is so that he can justifiably slack off in the future. All right, I'll learn. Mino nodded earnestly. I don't think I need to. I already know those characters. Yufian raised her hand timidly. She really didn't want to be caught by her mom to learn characters again. Those days of being scolded as a fool every day were simply too painful. All right, you don't need to learn. Mu Liang smiled at her. You can go forge iron for me. Smelting iron? Yufian blinked her red eyes in confusion. That's right. You need more practice with your awakening ability, and you can melt down those iron tools we collected while you're at it. Mu Liang had already planned to melt down some of those swords and weapons to forge more practical items. For example, a large wok. There are more and more people, so we can't just eat barbecue and meat soup every day. All right. Yufian thought for a moment and felt this idea was pretty good. As for Euphilia, you can help me research secret potions. Mu Liang turned to the blonde woman who had been sneaking glances at him. I'll set up a dedicated laboratory for you. Okay. Euphilia nodded obediently. Then how do you plan to arrange Wei Gong and the others? Yu Qinlan asked curiously. You can't just keep so many people for nothing. Of course not for nothing. Mu Liang thought to himself. It seems it's time to return to his old profession. His special forces training methods should come in handy. The city walls on the back of the rock armor turtle need personnel for guarding and patrolling. These people will be the seeds for future army expansion. As long as you know what you're doing, you don't need to worry too much about my thoughts. Just follow your plan. Yu Qinlan didn't want the hunting team to disregard Mu Liang's instructions just because they had come with her. This situation must never happen. If it really does, she will personally drive those people away. Who is the master here must be made absolutely clear. Especially after experiencing the betrayal of the tribe's elder, Yu Qinlan is even more determined not to let the same thing happen with Mu Liang. Don't worry, Mu Liang's lips curved slightly. I'm not as easy to deal with as you think. He has killed quite a few people, and when it comes time to act, he will never hesitate. I can see that. Yu Qinlan exchanged a glance with Mu Liang. The killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. She silently looked away and said softly, we can also organize a hunting party to ensure a sufficient supply of meat. That works. I'll have Xiaokai and Xiaohong help out together. Mu Liang thought of his ghost-faced spider again. It was time to let it evolve, as spider silk was incredibly useful. Moreover, he should start taming some new beasts. This trip to the 10th floor city would be a perfect opportunity to see if there were any special plants or animals. Around 3 in the afternoon, Wei Gong was in the house he had just been assigned. It was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house. Although it was smaller than his home in the Moon Lake tribe and lacked a yard, it was clean and beautiful, and he was very satisfied. At this moment, he was holding a knife, carving wood, preparing to make a bed for himself with his own hands. Husband, I've made up my mind. I'll take Xiao Lan to the highlands to work by the Moon Lord's side, Suer said, holding their daughter Wei Yolan's hand, as she stood in front of her husband Wei Gong, who was engrossed in his work. Wei Gong paused what he was doing. He looked up at his well-behaved daughter, who was only 13, and frowned deeply. Xiao Lan is only 13. Isn't she too young to become a maid? 13 is not too young, Suer said firmly. I was chosen to be a maid when I was 12. Don't worry, she won't start serving people right away. She'll follow me first and learn some rules and skills. In her mind, she calculated that she would need to keep her daughter by her side and personally teach her for at least a year or two before she could confidently let her serve the Moon Lord. But Wei Gong was still reluctant. But what? Suer's expression instantly turned serious. Wei Gong, look at where we are now. This is Xuanwu City, not our old Moon Lake tribe. Here, the only person we can rely on is the Moon Lord. Sending our daughter to her side adds an extra layer of security between our family and the Moon Lord. Even if I grow old in the future, this relationship will still remain. Wei Gong was rendered speechless by her words. Although he was convinced, he still wanted to try to negotiate. Then let's go tomorrow. Let the child rest for one more day today. No way. Suer refused without even thinking. She sighed, her voice tinged with worry. I don't trust the Moon Lord. She's injured, and now she doesn't even have a single reliable person by her side. Aren't there a few girls following her? Wei Gong recalled the young women who were always by the Moon Lord's side. Wei Gong, has your brain been knocked silly by a wild beast? Suer was both anxious and angry. She placed one hand on her hip and lowered her voice. Those girls are different. The people they serve can only be the lord of Xuanwu City. You absolutely cannot treat them as ordinary maids, or you'll cause big trouble. Why don't you understand this? Seeing the confused look on her husband's face, Suer softened her tone and explained gently. The most important thing is, you mustn't underestimate anyone living on this highland. or it will lead to serious problems. She didn't want her straightforward husband to offend others because he didn't understand the complexities of the situation. I, I understand now. Wei Geng nodded in sudden realization. Besides, even if they really come to serve, I wouldn't feel at ease. Su'er shook her head, then urged, you shouldn't stay cooped up at home all day doing this carpentry work. Hurry up and take your hunting team to find the city lord and see what tasks can be arranged for you. A man should aim for greater things. But the bed isn't finished yet, Wei Geng said, looking down at the wooden board in his hands. Finish it tonight. Go now, Su'er insisted, leaving no room for argument, as she pulled their still somewhat bewildered daughter and headed out. All right then. Wei Geng had no choice but to put down the wooden board in his hands. Walking along the road, Su'er couldn't help but nag her daughter Wei Yulan. Your father is good in every way, except he's too honest. When you're by the Moon Lord's side in the future, you must keep your eyes sharp, your mouth shut tight, and your mind quick. Got it, mother. Wei Yulan nodded in a daze. It's okay if you don't understand now. You'll gradually figure it out later. Su'er looked at her daughter and continued imparting her wisdom. Remember, no place keeps idle people. You must find something to do, even if it's a seemingly insignificant task. It's better than doing nothing. I understand. Seeing her mother's serious expression, Wei Yulan obediently agreed. Soon, the two arrived at the stone steps leading to the highland. Su'er looked up and reminded once again, after we go up, stay close to me and don't wander around. All right. The mother and daughter ascended the stone steps. As soon as they stepped onto the highland, a chill swept over them. A white-haired girl wearing a mask blocked their path. She held a bow and arrow, the tip aimed directly at them, exuding an icy aura all over. This lady, we are here to see the Moon Lord. Su'er forced herself to speak calmly, but Wei Yulan noticed that her mother's fingers, hidden by her side, were trembling slightly. The white-haired girl stared at them for a moment before raising her hand to point behind her. Go that way, the house on the left. Her voice was as cold as ice. Don't wander around, or there will be trouble. Why yes. Su'er nodded respectfully, pulling her daughter quickly toward the house on the left. Only after they were far from that icy gaze did she breathe a sigh of relief and whisper to her daughter, did you see that? A girl like her. How could she possibly serve others? She's more suited to killing. If you stay here in the future, always remember your place and never compete with anyone for attention. I won't. Wei Yulan shook her head weakly. You're just too soft-hearted. Su'er looked at her daughter's delicate and youthful face, affectionately stroking her head. Wei Yulan lowered her head somewhat shyly. We're here. Don't say anything later. At the door, Su'er gave one last reminder, then adjusted her clothes and softly called inside. Moon Lord, it's Su'er. A lazy yet somewhat frail voice came from the room. Come in. Su'er pushed open the door, letting Wei Yulan follow behind her. The Moon Lord was leaning against the headboard, holding animal hide and charcoal, seemingly writing something, her face looking somewhat pale. Moon Lord, you're injured. You should rest more. Su'er hurriedly stepped forward, both concernedly advising and attempting to check her wound. Just lying around feels idle. Doing something makes me feel more at ease, Yu Qinlan said, raising her arm slightly to make it easier for Su'er to examine. Her gaze passed over Su'er and landed on the timid little girl behind her. A delicate-featured, gentle-looking girl curiously observed the child beside Su'er and asked, Su'er, is this your daughter? Su'er softly replied, Yes, I want her to follow me and learn, so she can serve you better in the future, Moon Master. Yu Qinlan shook her head, her tone gentle yet carrying an undeniable firmness. Don't call me Moon Master anymore. I'm no longer the leader of the Moon Pool tribe. Besides, I don't need anyone to serve me here. The one you should truly pledge your loyalty to is the Lord of Xuanwu City. She was very clear about her current identity and position. No detail could be overlooked. In a new environment, deciding the fate of a maid was not within her authority. At least, until she received Mu Liang's permission, she couldn't act on her own. But, miss you, your injuries haven't fully healed yet, Su'er said anxiously. Yu Qinlan's voice carried a hint of reminder. Su'er, you need to understand, I am not the ruler of Xuanwu City. Even the city lord himself doesn't have attendance. So how could I accept other service with a clear conscience? This was the real reason for her refusal. If she, a guest living under someone else's roof, were to enjoy privileges that even the city lord did not, it would not only harm Mu Liang's reputation if word got out, but also create an invisible barrier. Su'er hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded helplessly. I understand. Go on, don't worry about me. Fian is still here, keeping me company. Yu Qinlan waved her hand at her. Su'er's gaze fell on the sleeping figure lying by the bedside, making her feel even more uneasy. However, she still obediently responded with a yes, then left the room with her daughter Wei Yulan, heading toward the largest house in the center of the city. At the same time, Mu Liang handed a piece of animal hide to Yufir, on which he had written down the formulas he had organized. These are the formulas for the secret potions of human enhancement. Take a look and see which materials are still missing. He needed to quickly use these potions to train an elite team. Whether it was for gathering intelligence or handling the city's affairs, he was in urgent need of manpower. Yufir took the animal hide, her golden eyes lighting up instantly. This is actually the complete set of enhancement potion formulas from Tier 1 to Tier 5. She eagerly flipped through the materials recorded on the hide, as if she were looking at a rare treasure. You take a look first, make a list of any missing materials, and let me know, Mu Liang said as he prepared to leave. This house was a research institute he had specially built for Yufir, with an adjacent room set up as her bedroom. All right. Yufir didn't lift her head, fully focused on the formula. Her mind raced as she tried to find clues that could merge with the angel's tear, aiming to open up new ideas for researching treatments for phantom ghost infection. Mu Liang walked to the door, then turned back to add, by the way, the angel's tear in your hand. I need to use it to heal Yu Qinlan first. In a couple of days, I'll give you a new drop. Yufir paused for a moment, raising her head in confusion. But didn't you say it takes 10 days to condense a single drop of angel's tear? Because I can also condense angel's tear. Mu Liang revealed this secret with a smile. He had used a drop for Liyue before, and in 2 more days, the cooldown period would be over. What? You can also condense angel's tear? Euphilia's eyes widened in shock as she stared intently at Mu Liang. Her gaze was filled with the curiosity and fervor of a scientist toward the unknown, as if she was about to pin him down on an experiment table for a thorough study the very next second. Mu Liang felt a chill under her gaze and quickly waved his hand. You carry on, I'm leaving. With that, he hurriedly left. Oh no, seems like I scared him off. Euphilia blinked blankly, her pretty face flushing slightly. She tugged at the cloth strip on her cheek, then lowered her head and continued immersing herself in her research on the enhancement potion. After leaving the research institute, Mu Liang headed toward the central house. He needed to find a container to hold the angel's tear so he could deliver it to Yu Qinlan. After all, an important talent shouldn't have to work while injured. The efficiency would be far too low. Angel's wings should evolve as well, he pondered as he walked. I wonder if, after evolving, it will gain the ability to cure void ghost infection. Xuanwu City is now in a state of rebuilding, lacking everything. Taming magical beasts requires evolution points. Feeding the city's people requires food. Everything rests on his shoulders. Just as he reached the house's entrance, he saw a middle-aged woman accompanied by a young girl, waiting respectfully outside the door. Who are you? Mu Liang asked with some confusion. Hearing the voice, Su'er quickly turned around and respectfully introduced herself. Lord City Master, my name is Su'er. I was the maid of the Moon Lord before. This is my daughter, Wei Yulan. Come in first, then we'll talk. Mu Liang pushed the door open and walked inside. In the hall, the rabbit-eared girl Mino was nervously staring at the mother and daughter who had just entered. Awake? If you're hungry, go find something to eat yourself, Mu Liang said casually when he noticed the trace of drowsiness in Mino's eyes. Not hungry, Mino gently shook her head. Mu Liang reached out and rubbed her fluffy rabbit ears, then pulled over a chair and sat down, turning his gaze to Su'er and her daughter. All right, tell me, what brings you here? Su'er didn't beat around the bush and directly stated her purpose. It's like this. The Moon Lord asked me to. We are here to serve you. Serve me. Mu Liang was momentarily stunned. Did he need someone to serve him? It seemed unnecessary for now. Meals at home were taken care of by the rabbit-eared girl and the white-haired girl, while cleaning and laundry were handled by Mino. Although Mino often made a mess, she was always striving to improve. Yes, Lord City Master will become increasingly busy in the future, and the household chores will need someone to take care of them, Sewer replied respectfully. I can do it. Mino, upon hearing that her tasks might be taken away, immediately became nervous, her voice trembling slightly. This young lady, some trivial matters don't require your personal involvement, Sewer gently advised. But, Mino was so anxious she couldn't speak, only looking pitifully at Mu Liang for help. She enjoyed tidying up Mu Liang's room, doing laundry, and making her specialty tomato meat soup. All right, if you want to do it, then keep doing it, Mu Liang comforted her indulgently. However, he also understood that as more people joined the household in the future, it would surely become chaotic without someone dedicated to managing it. Yay, I'll do my best. Mino jumped up happily. But don't shoulder everything yourself, Mu Liang reminded her. Don't forget you still need to train and learn to read. He planned to let Mino transition first and accumulate some management experience. In the future, as the number of servants in the household increased, they could all be handed over to Mino to manage, which aligned with his initial vision for this rabbit-eared girl. Lord of the city, do you need us to assist on the side? Sewer did not compete for any leadership role. She was well aware that as long as she could effectively assist this favored rabbit-eared young lady, she could secure her position here and find new protection. Mino still has a lot to learn, so teach her more, Mu Liang said, saving himself the trouble of finding a housekeeping teacher for Mino. Yes. Sewer breathed a sigh of relief. Her job was finally secure. Mu Liang turned his head and said to the still somewhat timid Mino, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask Sewer. Your main task is to learn how to arrange things, not to handle everything personally. I understand, Mino nodded obediently. As for your daughter, Mu Liang glanced at the delicate and gentle girl standing behind Sewer. She will follow Mino from now on. Assigning Mino a little assistant could help cultivate a capable helper in the future. Understood. Sewer was completely relieved now, as her daughter's work was also settled. Minuo, I'll leave this to you. Mu Liang patted the girl's arm and prepared to find a container to hold the tears of the angel. Being left alone to face the new mother and daughter, Minuo was instantly at a loss. She nervously clutched Mu Liang's arm, her bewildered and helpless expression making one want to hold her close and comfort her. Mu Liang felt a bit helpless and had to say to Sewer and her daughter, if possible, please help her overcome this shy personality. Understood. Sewer nodded thoughtfully. Noticing the rabbit-eared girl's embarrassment, she tactfully took her leave. My daughter and I won't disturb you any further. We'll officially come to work tomorrow. Okay. Mu Liang nodded calmly. Sewer and Wei Yulan respectfully bowed and left. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Mu Liang looked at the rabbit-eared girl, whose mood had instantly relaxed, and said, I'm not pushing myself. I think tidying up is really fun. Mino immediately regained her energy. She knew in her heart that this was all she could do. In terms of strength, she couldn't compare to that white-haired girl and red-haired girl. In terms of brains, she wasn't as smart as that woman. If she even let others take over this bit of housework, then what else could she do? That was something she absolutely couldn't allow. As long as you like it, but don't overdo it. Looking at Mino, who seemed like a completely different person, Mu Liang thought this was quite nice. I will. Mino nodded obediently. All right, I still need to make a trip to the plantation. After comforting the young girl, Mu Liang found a metal lunchbox to use as a container and prepared to evolve the angel's wings. Go ahead. Mino didn't cling to him anymore. She needed to organize all the items they had brought back last night into the warehouse. Mu Liang walked out of the house holding a metal lunchbox and immediately saw Liyue practicing archery. The white-haired girl first shot an arrow into the sky, then quickly followed with a second arrow, which precisely struck the tail of the first. After colliding in midair, the two arrows lost their momentum and began to fall. Due to the movement of the giant turtle and the influence of the wind, the arrows landed far from their original trajectory and couldn't be retrieved. Out of arrows again, Liyue put down her longbow and helplessly looked at the empty quiver. Try shooting at a fixed target. That way, you can save some arrows, Mu Liang suggested with a smile. That's not the right way to practice archery. Liyue felt a bit tempted, but still shook her head. Then use a moving fixed target. I can have Xiaohong assist you in training. As a special forces soldier, Mu Liang also understood some principles of archery. Not for now, wait until I. Liyue opened her mouth, but found that some words got stuck just as they were about to come out. Mu Liang's dark eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze piercing through the holes of the girl's mask, firmly locking onto her silver-white eyes. He noticed that she lowered her head, deliberately avoiding his gaze. He instantly understood something, and his voice unconsciously softened. Are you getting ready to leave? Liyue nodded lightly, her voice as soft as a whisper. Will you come back? Mu Liang pressed, his tone carrying a hint of nervousness he himself hadn't noticed. Of course I'll come back. Liyue suddenly looked up, as if afraid he might misunderstand, hurriedly explaining, I will definitely come back. It's not like I'm leaving and won't return. Mu Liang looked at her anxious expression and found it somewhat amusing. Then what are you doing? It's not like we're parting forever. I just. Liyue's cheeks flushed, and she was too embarrassed to continue. Reluctant to leave, right? Mu Liang gently finished her sentence for her. Liyue shyly nodded. Can you tell me what you're going to do? Mu Liang asked softly. I want to meet the other two companions. Liyue pursed her lips, her voice clear. I need to tell them about the current situation with Angel's wings and Yufel. As if she had suddenly remembered something, she quickly assured him. Don't worry, I won't reveal a single word about Xiao Xuanwu. Are they far from here? Mu Liang waved his hand, signaling her not to be nervous. I'll have Xiao Xuanwu take you there. Not far, about 5 days' journey. Liyue smiled faintly, pointing in a direction and speaking softly. No need to send me. Our meeting point is in a large tribe, which is in the opposite direction of Ten Tower City. She noticed Mu Liang's concern and added gently, Don't worry, I'll definitely meet you in Ten Tower City in 10 days. I've been wandering outside for several years. I'll be fine. Mu Liang thought for a moment and did not insist further. When do you plan to leave? Early tomorrow morning. Liyue's voice lowered. She had originally planned to leave at noon, but in the end, she couldn't bear to, so she decided to stay one more night. The sooner she told her companions, the sooner she could return with peace of mind. Got it. Mu Liang stood up. Come with me to see the angel's wings. All right. Liyue quietly followed behind him. The two walked in silence all the way to the plantation. Under the starlight tea tree, the angel's wing was quietly growing. Liyue crouched down, looking at the white wings formed by the petals and the drop of emerald green dew in the flower's core, and sighed. It's growing better and better. This drop of angel's tear, I plan to use it to heal Yuekinlin's injury. Mu Liang felt it was necessary to inform her, as this item was originally intended to be traded to her. It's okay. Liyue stood up understandingly. There's no container to preserve it right now, so using it is fine. It will allow it to condense a new drop sooner. Mu Liang nodded, took out a metal lunchbox, carefully placed the drop of angel's tear inside, and quickly closed the lid. He touched the flower with his hand and said, I will use my ability to evolve the angel's wing and see if I can enhance the effect of the angel's tear. Will this have any impact on you? Liyue asked worriedly. She always felt that such defiance of natural order must come at some cost. It's fine. Mu Liang shook his head and sighed. It just consumes more beast crystals. Beast crystals, huh? Liyue pressed her lips together, firmly committing this matter to memory, deciding to gather more whenever the opportunity arose. Mu Liang issued a command in his mind. System, evolve angel wings to level 5. The moment the command was issued, he felt the power within him being rapidly drained. Over 10,000 evolution points were instantly emptied, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Now, only a little over 20,000 points remained, barely enough to evolve one more level 5 tamed beast. At that moment, Liyue exclaimed in surprise, So beautiful. The angel's wings glowed softly with a gentle white light. Under Liyue's astonished gaze, the pair of wing-like white petals split apart, transforming into 2 pairs of more delicate, translucent wings. The entire plant exuded an even stronger aura of life than before. Just then, the angel's wings grew 4 more flower buds, which quickly bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. One of the newly blossomed flowers even had 2 pairs of wings. 5 angel wings. Liu exclaimed in shock, removing the mask from her face. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, staring in disbelief at the 5 pure flowers swaying gracefully in the wind before her. Mu Liang examined the 5 flowers, also somewhat surprised, and explained, "It seems that every 2 levels, a pair of wings evolves." His gaze fell on the main flower, which had 2.5 pairs of wings, with 1 pair clearly only half grown. With each level of evolution, an additional angel's wing blooms. Moreover, these 5 flowers actually encompass all levels from 1 to 5. Mu Liang closed his eyes, carefully sensing the information being fed back from the flowers. He opened his eyes and said softly, "The remaining 3 are level 1, level 2, and level 3, respectively." He stared at the 5 uniquely shaped angel's wings, calculating in his mind, wondering if they would bear fruit. If they could produce fruit, it would mean there would be seeds. He lowered his head again, carefully observing the base of the flowers, muttering to himself. Or perhaps they could be propagated directly by division? If angel's wings could be cultivated on a large scale, it would practically be a simplified version of a universal remedy. For minor ailments and pains, just a drop of level 1 angel's tear would easily resolve them. "Mu Liang, what are you doing?" Liu saw Mu Liang staring at the base of the angel's wing, seemingly ready to start digging at any moment, and quickly spoke up to ask. "Oh, nothing." Mu Liang snapped out of it and waved his hand somewhat awkwardly. He decided not to touch this flower for now. After all, there was only one, and if he accidentally killed it, it would be a big problem. He turned around, raised his hand, and gently stroked the crimson mark on the girl's cheek, speaking softly. "Let's try Angel's Tear again and see how the level 5 effect works this time." "Okay." Liu's body stiffened slightly, her fair cheeks instantly flushing red, and her silver-white eyes shyly darted around, avoiding his gaze. Mu Liang extended his finger, a point of green light gathering at the tip, slowly forming a drop of crystal-clear green liquid. He gently moved his finger, carrying the angel's tear, toward the soft lips of the white-haired girl. "Ah!" Liu's face turned even redder. She hesitated for a moment, but still slightly parted her small mouth to catch the drop of angel's tear that seemed ready to fall at any moment. A soft sensation mixed with a hint of coolness came through. Mu Liang withdrew his finger, watching as the girl slowly closed her eyes. The crimson markings on her right cheek suddenly flashed with a burst of red light, but soon, the glow subsided again, and the color of the markings became noticeably lighter. The level 5 angel's tear still isn't enough. Mu Liang frowned helplessly. He realized that the phantom ghost infection was far more troublesome and difficult than he had imagined. Still not enough? Liu opened her eyes, a trace of undisguisable disappointment flashing through her silver-white pupils. "Don't worry," Mu Liang comforted her in a gentle voice. "As long as the angel's wing continues to evolve, one day it will completely cure you. I believe in you." Hearing his words, Liu's disappointment vanished, replaced by a sweet smile. She could feel her body lighter than ever, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The burning sensation that had been weighing on her heart had completely disappeared. The phantom ghost infection seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Mu Liang asked, "How long can the effect of one drop of angel's tear last now?" Liu closed her eyes to carefully sense it, then opened them in surprise and said with a smile, "It can last about a year and a half." "A year and a half, so the efficacy has increased 5-fold. Mu Liang nodded silently, finally gaining a clear understanding of the effects of level 5 angel's tear. "Then, how many days does it take to condense one drop of angel's tear now?" Liu looked at the few beautiful flowers, her eyes full of affection. In her view, as long as there were enough angel's tears, it could be considered a form of healing. 5 days. After sensing the feedback of his ability, Mu Liang provided a precise time frame. 5 days, and I can condense 5 drops of angel's tears. That's great. Liu was as excited as a child receiving a beloved gift and immediately threw herself forward to hug Mu Liang. 3 seconds later, she suddenly realized what she had done. "Ah!" The white-haired girl instantly became so flustered with embarrassment that she hurriedly let go of Mu Liang and retreated repeatedly. Mu Liang looked at her adorable expression and couldn't help but open his arms to tease her. "It's okay. I can let you hug me a little longer." I, I don't want to hug you." Liu turned away shyly, fidgeting with the mask in her hands. Mu Liang chuckled, then looked at the metal lunchbox in his hand. A new question surfaced in his mind. If there's too much angel's tear, it seems like there's nowhere to store it. This metal lunchbox was fine for temporary use, but over time, the medicinal effect might dissipate. Yeah. A hint of distress appeared on Li Yu's flushed cheeks. Sometimes, having too much of a good thing could also be a headache. "Don't worry, there's still 5 days left. I'll figure something out," Mu Liang comforted. He was calculating in his mind, and if worse came to worst, he would make some glass or ceramic bottles himself to use as containers. "We have to find a way to make some daily necessities. Otherwise, compared to life on Earth, we're practically living like savages now," Mu Liang said, shaking the metal lunchbox in his hand. Liu helplessly glanced at the lunchbox and said, "Yeah, I'll think of something too. Let's go. Let's deliver this drop of angel's tear to Yuqinlan. She'll probably dilute it with water and drink it directly. There's no choice. The household is just too poor. We can't even find a container with a lid." Mu Liang sighed, troubled by the lack of a decent container. Poor. Liu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth upon hearing this. Looking at Mu Liang's serious sigh, she had an urge to hit someone. She glanced around, and just the vast expanse of lush greenery before her was more astonishingly valuable than the wealth of many large cities. The two chatted as they walked out of the plantation. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Wei Geng standing in the open space in front of the house. The white-haired girl reacted swiftly, and in less than a second, her mask was back on her face. Hearing footsteps, Wei Geng turned his head. Upon seeing Mu Liang and Liu, he immediately greeted respectfully. "City Lord, have the houses been allocated?" Mu Liang asked indifferently, casually handing the metal lunchbox to Liu. Liu understood, took the lunchbox, and turned to head toward Yuqinlan's residence. "It's all been arranged, and everyone really loves their new home," Wei Geng said with a grin. "Love? That was an understatement. It was far better than the houses they had in the Moon Lake tribe." He hesitated slightly before continuing. "It's just, the food we brought is running low, and we hope to go to the surface to hunt." This was the most urgent issue he had gathered after visiting each household, following his wife's advice. Being taken in by Xuanwu City and having access to a well with a constant flow of water already made them feel incredibly fortunate. If they were to ask the city lord for food again, they themselves would feel too ashamed to stay any longer. "Hunting? I happen to have the same idea," Mu Liang nodded. He was also planning to take the tame beasts out for some activity and see if he could capture 1 or 2 new ones. Besides, fresh meat was far more delicious than dry jerky. "City Lord, you're going personally?" Wei Geng's expression showed some surprise. What he had meant was for them to go hunting and then hand over the prey to the city lord, just like they used to do in the Moon Lake tribe. "Yes, and bring back some wood to use as firewood." Mu Liang's thoughts moved quickly. He realized that it was necessary to establish a system similar to currency. Hire the residents to work, pay them wages, and then let them use those wages to purchase the materials collected in the city. Only in this way could a virtuous cycle be formed. Of course, those who went out to collect materials must receive extra rewards and benefits. He had no intention of supporting a group of idlers who did nothing. "We do need a lot of wood," Wei Geng agreed with a nod. Whether for making furniture, utensils, or for firewood, wood was essential. "You go gather some people. Once I find a suitable hunting location, we'll set off immediately." Mu Liang felt that this matter should not be delayed. As for the idea of a currency system, it was still a bit difficult to implement at the moment. He didn't have enough jobs to offer all the residents, so for now, he could only start with the hunting team. "Yes." Wei Geng respectfully saluted, his face filled with excitement, and then turned and jogged away. Mu Liang immediately issued a command to the rock armor turtle through telepathy. "Little Xuanwu, find a place with a large area of dead trees and stop there." The rock armor turtle let out a low growl in response. Half an hour later, in the house's hall, apart from Yufir who was engrossed in her research, the other 4 girls had gathered together. "I'm going to lead a team out hunting today." Mu Liang felt it was necessary to inform them to avoid making them worry. I'll go with you. Liu was the first to speak. No, Mu Liang smiled and declined. You're leaving tomorrow, so you should take a good rest today. Huh? Liu is leaving tomorrow. Mino looked at the white-haired girl in surprise. Yes, there are some important matters I must attend to, Liu explained softly. When will you come back? Mino asked persistently. Right now, the person she was closest to was Liu. I'll meet up with you at 10 Floor City, Liu said softly. That means I won't see you for several days. Mino's tone was full of disappointment. Liu fell silent, reached out, and held the rabbit-eared girl's cold little hand. Liu, stay tonight and prepare more equipment, Mu Liang reminded her. He hadn't forgotten that not long ago, she had already run out of arrows. All right. Liu nodded helplessly. I won't go, Yu Ekenlin said softly. Xuanwu City needs someone to stay and oversee things. Although she had drunk the angel's tear, her injuries had not fully healed, only reduced from severe to minor. It would still take several days for complete recovery. All right, that makes sense. Mu Liang agreed. To prevent the main base from being ambushed, someone must stay behind to guard it. I want to go too. Yu Fian cautiously raised her hand, her eyes nervously glancing at her elegant mother beside her, worried that she might not agree to her joining the hunt. You can go, but you must listen to Mu Liang. Yu Qinlan did not stop her daughter. With Mu Liang, whose strength was no less than her own, accompanying her, she truly had nothing to worry about. Great. I promise to listen to Mu Liang. Yu Fian excitedly agreed without hesitation. This would be her first time truly going hunting. Previously, she had only roasted small bugs near the tribe to satisfy her cravings. Mu Liang nodded lightly, signaling his agreement. All right, then we'll take you along. Mino just sat quietly on the side without saying she wanted to go. Her beautiful blue eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. You have to trust his abilities. Liu firmly held Mino's hand, trying to offer her some comfort. When it came to Mu Liang's safety, Liu was no longer as overly concerned as she used to be. It wasn't that she didn't care, but she clearly understood that Mu Liang's abilities far surpassed her own, and excessive worry would only add unnecessary trouble. Mino hesitated for a moment before finally letting out a soft a woo. At that moment, the massive rock-armored turtle let out a deep call, signaling that they had arrived at the hunting location. The location's here, let's move out. Mu Liang stood up and headed toward the door. Be careful. Mino couldn't help but shout crisply. Mu Liang turned his head, a confident smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll return with a full harvest. Wait for me. Yu Fian immediately jogged to catch up. Mu Liang led Yu Fian to the wide street below the high ground, where Wei Geng and 16 members of the hunting team were already waiting. Lord City Master, Wei Geng called respectfully. Lord City Master. The 16 team members behind him also shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear. Let's go. Mu Liang didn't waste words and led the group away from the protection of the rock armor turtle, stepping onto the real ground. At this moment, the sky was gradually dimming. Mu Liang pulled back his sleeve and glanced at the watch on his wrist. The time was approximately 4:30 in the afternoon. What is this? Yu Fian curiously leaned over, her red eyes staring intently at the delicate round dial, where the small hands were actually moving on their own. It's used to tell time, Mu Liang explained as he let his sleeve fall back down. This watch, brought from Earth, was one of the few precious items he owned. Check the time. Yu Fian blinked blankly and looked up at the sky. For her, wasn't time something you could tell just by observing the sky? We'll try to come back early, Mu Liang said, not wanting to stay in the wilderness until late at night. The wilderness at night was exceptionally cold. The spot where the rock armor turtle stopped was still some distance away from the withered forest, and this was intentional. With its massive size and powerful presence, if it got too close, it would scare away all the prey in the forest. Mu Liang walked at the front, and in the distance lay a desolate hillside, the ground covered with a vast expanse of withered trees. Lord of the city, we are preparing to start searching for prey from the withered forest over there. Wei Geng stepped forward and sought Mu Liang's instructions. In this desolate wasteland, finding prey was extremely difficult, and without spreading out, it was hard to achieve any results. Go ahead, Mu Liang waved his hand. It was also his first time hunting here, so it was a good opportunity to observe the hunting methods of these team members. Moreover, he had already sent his red ghost spider and tricolor lizard ahead into the forest for reconnaissance. Group up as per the usual rules, and everyone, be cautious, Wei Geng reminded the team members. Yes, the hunting team immediately formed groups of 4 and quickly dispersed, vanishing into the wilderness. Wei Geng, on the other hand, stayed with the remaining members, following Mu Liang at a moderate distance, ready to respond to any potential dangers. Let's go in too, Mu Liang said to the red-haired girl beside him, then took the lead and walked into the withered forest. Hiss! The cold wind blew through the bare tree trunks, producing a ghostly whistling sound. Yu Fian shrank her neck in fright and instinctively moved closer to Mu Liang. Several times, she wanted to reach out and grab Mu Liang's sleeve for a sense of security, but felt a bit embarrassed. To break the tense silence, Yu Fian took the initiative to start a conversation. Mu Liang, why do you think all the trees here are dead? I don't know either. Mu Liang shook his head. In fact, he had been pondering this question along the way. Was the widespread death of trees caused by a world-sweeping disaster or the result of human actions? If the entire world lost its vegetation, how would the issue of oxygen be resolved? Yu Fian said in a tone of innocent girlishness. If the trees here could be as green as the ones in our Xuanwu city, that would be wonderful. Don't worry, our Xuanwu city will definitely have a real forest in the future. Mu Liang's tone was filled with hope, as he too longed for that pleasing expanse of green. Well, that might take a very, very long time, right? Yu Fian furrowed her red eyebrows and touched her cheek with some concern. Yu Fian gazed at the desolate scene, her heart filled with longing, hoping that at the end of her life, she could once again see the lush green forest that Mu Liang had spoken of. Stop daydreaming and focus on finding prey. Mu Liang immediately saw through the thoughts of the red-haired girl. He knew well that with enough beast crystals, creating a forest would only take a year or two. Oh, Yu Fian pouted. The topic she had painstakingly brought up was shut down by Mu Liang's single remark. Searching for prey in this withered forest was an extremely dull and tedious task. As far as the eye could see, everything was monotonous, and the only sound was the eerie rustling of dead trees swaying in the wind. Night deepened until the last trace of daylight vanished beyond the horizon. Still haven't found a single prey. A ball of fire rose in Yu Fian's palm, illuminating a small area around her. It's normal for prey to be scarce. Mu Liang communicated telepathically with his tame beasts, Xiao Hong and Xiao Kai, but they had also come up empty-handed. Huh? Why do you say that? Yu Fian finally found another topic and was reluctant to let it end. It's a matter of the food chain, Mu Liang explained calmly. Whether it's carnivores or herbivores, they are all interconnected. When plants disappear, herbivores cannot survive, and subsequently, carnivores also dwindle. In this desolate land, perhaps only some insects, small animals, or creatures with bizarre evolutionary adaptations can barely survive. Don't understand. Yu Fian shook her head in confusion. I'll explain it to you in detail later when there's a chance. For now, stay quiet. Don't make a sound. Mu Liang placed his index finger against his lips, signaling that the situation had changed. Yu Fian nodded in understanding, and the flame in her palm dimmed slightly. Mu Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, his ears twitching as he heightened all his senses to the extreme. Since earlier, he had sensed something amiss, as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching them. He quietly summoned the red ghost spider and the tricolor lizard nearby, preparing to set up an encirclement to uncover what this mysterious entity was. Gulp! Yu Fian's throat went dry with tension, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, a faint cracked sound echoed. Watch out! Mu Liang's expression changed drastically. He swiftly wrapped his arm around the red-haired girl's slender waist, exerting force with his legs, and instantly leaped over 5 meters high. Boom! The ground where they had just been standing suddenly burst open. A massive creature emerged from the earth, carrying soil and rocks with it. Its 4-part, gaping mouth revealed countless thorn-like tentacles, flailing wildly like whips. So it was hiding underground. Suspended in midair, Mu Liang still had the leisure to observe the beast that had ambushed them. Holding the still shaken girl, he flicked his wrist, sending a strand of spider silk precisely onto a nearby dead tree. Using the momentum, the two of them swung gracefully like birds and landed lightly on a tree branch. 9. 9-segment demon worm. Yufian finally reacted, screaming in shock. She clung tightly to Mu Liang's waist, her red eyes filled with terror and lingering fear, staring fixedly at the monster that was still twisting its massive body, searching for prey. 9-segment demon worm. Mu Liang carefully observed the strange insect and indeed noticed that its body was composed of circular segments, resembling a series of tires pieced together. The 9-segment demon worm is a mid-level, lower-grade ferocious beast. Yufian had often pestered members of the hunting team to tell her about the appearances and habits of various ferocious beasts, all in preparation for the day she could personally join a hunt. She hadn't expected that day to come so soon. Oh, a mid-level lower-grade ferocious beast. Mu Liang's eyes lit up. This meant that even if he didn't tame it, just the ferocious beast crystal inside, it could be converted into a full 1,000 evolution points. The tentacles of the 9-segment demon worm flailed a few times in the air, seemingly sensing that its prey had pulled away. It then prepared to retreat underground and lie in ambush once more. Trying to escape? Not that easy. Mu Liang was about to make a move, but realized that his waist was still tightly hugged by Yufian. He gently patted the back of the girl's hand and said softly, "Stand firm. I'll pull it out." "Okay." Yufian's pretty face flushed red. She obediently let go of him and instead held onto the tree trunk beside her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen spider threads shot out from Mu Liang's hands, precisely wrapping around the 3-meter-long exposed body of the 9-segment demon worm, with the other ends firmly sticking to the surrounding dead trees. Hiss! The 9-segment demon worm began to struggle violently, its immense strength pulling the spider threads taut, causing the surrounding dead tree trunks to emit cracking sounds of crack, crack. Quite strong, huh? Mu Liang leapt down, observing the beast up close. He noticed that not only was the 9-segment demon worm hideous in appearance, but it also emitted a strange stench, which made him hesitate about whether to tame it. After all, every additional tamed beast consumed his evolution points, especially a creature of this size, which would require significant resources just for daily feeding. He had to consider the synergy between his tamed beasts and their potential for future growth, as these factors were crucial to his long-term plans. Just as Mu Liang was weighing the pros and cons, Yufian, who was perched in the tree, suddenly widened her eyes in alarm and screamed, "Mu Liang, watch out. Another fierce beast is coming." In her eyes, a giant spider, nearly 2 meters tall, was swiftly crawling toward Mu Liang. "It's fine." Mu Liang simply waved his hand casually. Yufian hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when she was horrified to discover another giant lizard emerging from the forest, its target also Mu Liang, and the prey at his feet. Her heart leapt to her throat, and she was so anxious she was about to cry. She shouted loudly, "Another one is coming. Mu Liang, there really are monsters coming, 2 of them." The red-haired girl hurriedly slid down from the withered tree, desperate to help. But when the 2 giant beasts approached, they merely stared curiously at the struggling 9-segmented demon worm on the ground. Their approach terrified the worm, causing it to struggle even more violently. With a crisp crack, the spider silk binding the demon worm snapped, and the withered tree was also broken. Once the 9-segmented demon worm escaped, it immediately tried to burrow into the ground. At that moment, the tricolored lizard suddenly lunged forward, its scales shimmering with light, clearly activating its hardening ability. The lizard bit down on the demon insect, its sharp claws piercing through the tough carapace with a crack, directly extracting its brain. The entire process took only a few seconds, so fast that Mu Liang didn't even have time to use his rock manipulation ability. He had intended for the lizard to get some practice and see some blood, but he hadn't expected it to be so swift and decisive. Hiss, hiss. The tricolored lizard flicked its tongue, holding a clump of white brain tissue in its claws. It seemed to be offering a treasure, wanting to present the beast crystal inside to its master. "All right, I overestimated this insect," Mu Liang sighed. It seemed there was no chance to tame it. He drew his long blade, sliced open the bloody mess, and picked out a white, rhombus-shaped crystal larger than a thumb. He held the crystal and waved at the tricolored lizard. "All right, you can eat the rest." The lizard swallowed the chunk of meat in one gulp but froze for a moment, as if it felt it wasn't even enough to fill the gap between its teeth. The red ghost spider nearby also came over, letting out a flattering chirp-chirp sound. "All right, it's your turn now." Mu Liang shook his head with a smile and gave a command in his mind. "System, evolve the red ghost spider to level 5. The command was issued, and Mu Liang felt a stream of information surge into his mind. The red ghost spider before him began to undergo dramatic changes. Its size skyrocketed from 2 meters to 4 meters, and the ghost face pattern on its back became even more sinister, as if sealing a real vengeful spirit. Its 8 spider legs turned as hard as steel spears. When Mu Liang tapped them, they emitted a metallic clang-clang sound. He sensed his newly acquired ability and murmured to himself, "The number of threads I can control has increased to over 1,000. This will require extremely meticulous manipulation." At that moment, Yufian came running over, gasping for breath. When she saw the harmonious scene of 1 man and 2 beasts before her, she was completely stunned. "Mu Liang, are you okay?" The red-haired girl looked utterly incredulous. "You've come at the right time." Mu Liang patted the 2 giant beasts and chuckled lightly. "Let me introduce you to the new members of our Xuanwu city. This big spider is called Xiao Hong, and the big lizard is called Xiao Kai." "Xiao Hong, Xiao Kai." Yufian looked at the 2 massive creatures exuding a violent aura, her mouth twitching as she muttered softly, "These names are really fierce." Mu Liang pretended not to hear her remark. At that moment, Wei Geng also came rushing over with 4 hunting team members. "Lord City Master, are you all right?" Seeing the scene before him, he asked worriedly. Wei Geng watched the 2 massive lizards warily and shouted loudly, "It's fine." Mu Liang's voice was calm and powerful. He casually gave the 2 giant beasts an impressive identity. "They are the guardian spirit beasts of Xuanwu City." Guardian spirit beasts? Wei Geng and several team members exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes scanning back and forth over the 2 colossal creatures. "That's right. Just like little Xuanwu, they are also protectors of this city," Mu Liang said as he reached out and patted the head of the giant lizard beside him. The tricolored lizard obediently flicked its tongue, its cold vertical pupils gazing at Wei Geng and the others, as if scrutinizing them. Wei Geng's body stiffened instantly, and he forced a smile. "Ah, yes, we understand." The team members behind him dared not look directly at the lizard's ferocious face, their expressions filled with fear. Wei Geng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the horror in his heart. At that moment, the corner of his eye caught sight of the massive insect corpse on the ground. Shock was written all over his face as he blurted out, "Lord City Master, you hunted the 9-segment demon worm?" The 9-segment demon worm's strength is equivalent to that of a 4th-tier human enhancer. However, under the brutal laws of the wilderness, beasts of the same level are typically a notch stronger than humans. Only top-tier awakeners or mutants have a chance to confront them head-on. Wei Geng's hunting team had paid a heavy price for this. They were ambushed by a 9-segment demon worm, losing over 20 brothers before barely managing to kill it. That brutal battle severely weakened the entire hunting team and left them with a profound understanding of the creature's terrifying nature. And now, such a terrifying beast had actually died so easily at the feet of the city lord. How could Wei Geng and the others not be shocked? Indeed, Mu Liang nodded, as if he had just done something trivial. "This bug's meat, is it edible?" Although it was the tamed beast that killed it, claiming he did it himself wouldn't make much difference. Of course, the meat of the 9-segment demon worm is incredibly delicious. Wei Geng's shock was immediately replaced by excitement. He quickly stepped forward, tapped the demon worm's hard shell with his finger, and said joyfully, "And these shells are top-quality materials for making armor. Then gather everyone here." Mu Liang felt today's harvest was already sufficient. "We'll transport this guy back, and today's hunt will end here." Only the part exposed above ground was over 3 meters long, and the portion buried underground was estimated to be another 4 meters. Such a massive demon worm would be enough to feed everyone in Xuanwu City for several days. "Yes," Wei Geng responded, but his tone carried a hint of dejection. They had intended to present their prey to the city lord, but in the end, they hadn't caught a single one and were returning empty-handed. He placed his fingers in his mouth and blew out a series of rhythmic bird calls. Moments later, the same rhythm of calls echoed back from deep within the withered forest. Seeing Mu Liang's intrigued expression, Wei Geng explained, "City Lord, this is the signal our hunting team uses to communicate. They've received the signal and will be here shortly. Are you imitating bird calls? Do you know what this bird looks like?" What Mu Liang was truly interested in was the fact that there were actually birds in this world. He had always wanted to tame a bird of prey that could fly, but he had never found any trace of them. Yes, Wei Geng was momentarily stunned, then shook his head helplessly. "We don't know exactly what this bird looks like either. This signal has been passed down in the tribe since ancient times." "I see." Mu Liang's tone betrayed his disappointment. At that moment, Yu Fian leaned in. Seeing Mu Liang's expression, she whispered mysteriously, "Mu Liang, do you want to catch a bird? I know a place where there are big birds." "What place?" Mu Liang immediately asked. "Bird City." Yu Fian's eyes were filled with longing. "There are many giant birds there. I've heard that there are even mutants who can fly in the sky. I really wonder what it feels like to soar through the air. Where is Bird City?" Mu Liang's eyes lit up instantly. He desperately needed aerial power. A flying beast unit would not only prevent enemies from launching aerial ambushes, but also serve as an indispensable part of his envisioned land, sea, and air integrated defense system. I don't know the exact location either." Yu Fian, feeling a bit embarrassed under Mu Liang's bright and intense gaze, turned her head and said softly, "These are just things my mother mentioned before. If you want detailed information, you'll have to ask her." "All right." Mu Liang nodded and kept this matter in mind. Moments later, hurried footsteps came from 3 directions, and 12 hunting team members quickly gathered. When they saw the 2 mountain-like tame beasts and the even larger corpse of the 9-segmented demon worm on the ground, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. "Lord City Master." The group saluted in unison, their voices filled with reverence. Perfect timing. Mu Liang didn't want everyone to have come for nothing. "Go collect some wood. We can't return empty-handed." "Yes." The hunting team members looked at each other, their expressions somewhat peculiar. It was their first time out hunting, yet they hadn't caught any prey and were instead tasked with chopping wood like lumberjacks to bring home. One could almost imagine the strange looks their families would give them upon their return. "Get moving. Why are you all just standing there?" Wei Geng glared at his subordinates, drew his long blade first, and headed toward the nearby woods, leading the way in chopping. "I'll help too." Yu Fian playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed to just stand around, and quickly ran over to join in. Mu Liang refocused his attention on the massive 9-segmented demon worm. Mu Liang stomped his foot, and the ground instantly began to writhe. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive hand made of earth and stone suddenly rose from the ground, firmly gripping the 9-segment demon insect in its palm. Wei Geng and Yu Fian were completely stunned by this earth-shattering scene, their gazes toward Mu Liang filled with awe. "So the city lord is an earth element awakener," Wei Geng murmured to himself. Just by looking at the size of that giant hand, he deduced that Mu Liang was at least a 6th-tier powerhouse, possibly even higher. Earth element? But doesn't he also control water and spider silk? Yu Fian stared in shock at the giant rock hand, a word that only existed in legends flashing through her mind. Triple element awakener. The small sense of pride she had in her heart was utterly shattered at this moment. This was simply a monster. "Shao Kai, come here and carry this guy." Mu Liang beckoned to his giant lizard mount. The tricolored lizard cast a disdainful glance at the demon bug, reluctantly walking over to the base of the giant hand. Mu Liang controlled the hand, carefully placing the demon bug onto the lizard's back, then securely tied it down with spider silk. At this moment, the red-haired girl Yu Fian exclaimed in surprise, "Look, a glowing little bug." Mu Liang was immediately drawn over. He walked to the girl's side and saw a tiny bug, smaller than a pinky finger, perched on a fallen dead branch, its tail faintly glowing with a yellow light. "Oh, it's a glow bug." Wei Geng glanced at it and casually explained, "They're quite common in the wild. They fly onto fierce beasts to feed on sweat and skin flakes. It's my first time seeing one." Yufian's eyes were filled with curiosity. Mu Liang had a sudden thought. Taming a glowing insect might have unexpected uses. It's about to fly away. Yufian was just about to reach out to catch it, thinking of taking it back to show her mother, and perhaps also to amuse the shy little girl, Mino. But before she could make a move, a transparent thread as fine as a hair shot through the air, instantly entangling the glowing insect, and then disappeared in a flash. Where's the insect? Why is it gone? Yufian widened her eyes in surprise, lowering her head to search around. Mu Liang revealed a playful smile as he opened his palm, with the glowing insect resting in his hand. He focused his thoughts and issued a command. System, tame. A response immediately echoed in his mind. Detected level 0 life form, glowing insect, consuming 10 taming points. Level 1, shining beetle successfully tamed. As soon as the words fell, the small insect emitted a flash of yellow light, its body slowly enlarging until it reached the size of a thumb. Would you like to inherit the shining beetle's talent, Radiant Glow? Inherit, Mu Liang immediately confirmed. After the ability was passed on, he curiously extended his finger to try activating this new ability. A faint yellow glow appeared at his fingertip, resembling a tiny birthday candle. Just glowing? Mu Liang was not very satisfied with this basic ability. He felt that further evolution would surely unlock stronger effects. System, evolve the shining beetle directly to level 4. Evolution initiated, deducting 10 evolution points. Level 4 shining beetle evolution successful. Talent glow shine upgraded to light shined. Mu Liang finished receiving his upgraded abilities and examined the beetle in his hand, which had grown to the size of a palm. It had a T-shaped horn on its head, resembling a rhinoceros beetle. Its dark red carapace looked like that of a 7-spotted ladybug, while its tail was a crystal-like, semi-transparent oval, inside of which seemed to be a few curled tendrils. Show me your ability, Mu Liang commanded. The shining beetle buzzed into the air, and the crystal on its tail instantly emitted a dazzling yellow light, as bright as a 20-watt bulb, illuminating the surrounding forest. That's it. Mu Liang frowned. While having a portable light bulb was a pleasant surprise, he still felt a bit disappointed. After all, this was supposed to be the result of a level 4 evolution. What a huge glowing bud. Yufian was drawn to the intense light. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes and peered through her fingers at the fist-sized, brightly glowing beetle, her face full of disbelief. A glowing bug this big. Wei Geng was stunned. A thought flashed through his mind. To raise a bug this large, it would probably require the shed skin of a giant beast. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The shining beetle seemed to sense Mu Liang's disappointment, and its wings vibrated even more rapidly. The crystal at its tail burst forth with a spotlight-like brilliance, instantly illuminating the entire night. Whoosh! A needle-thin beam of light shot out from the beetle's tail, striking a withered tree with a bang. A fist-sized hole immediately exploded on the tree, emitting black smoke. With a creak, the withered tree snapped and crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. Laser attack. Mu Liang was completely stunned. He blinked, looking at the still-smoking tree stump on the ground, hardly able to believe it. What an amazing glowing bug. Yufian's red eyes lit up as she stared fervently at the shining beetle in the night sky. She thought to herself, if she could catch this bug, there would be no need to light firewood in the room anymore. It alone could illuminate the entire house. There's danger. Wei Geng was more concerned about safety. He gripped his long blade tightly, ready to strike down the giant beetle the moment it launched an attack. Shining beetle, so you were hiding this trick all along. Mu Liang snapped out of his daze and, seeing the two looking tense, waved at the beetle in the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The shining beetle slowly descended, and the glow on its body dimmed to a soft, candle-like radiance. Finally, under the astonished gazes of those around, it steadily landed in Mu Liang's palm. Yufian was stunned for a moment before asking in shock, Mu Liang, could this also be one of your tamed beasts? More or less. Mu Liang nodded lightly. You're really impressive, being able to find such a large glowing bug. Yufian's red eyes were full of envy as she stared intently at the fist-sized beetle. It's not an ordinary glowing bug. It's called a shining beetle. Mu Liang smiled faintly, gently tossing the beetle in his hand. What truly satisfied him wasn't the beetle's current abilities, but its potential for future development. He could already imagine this shining beetle evolving a few more times, firing beams of laser attacks, practically a mobile laser turret. Shining beetle? That name does suit it. Yufian nodded in admiration. She stared at the beetle for a while before reluctantly turning back to continue chopping wood. As for the small glowing bug that had disappeared earlier, after seeing this shining beetle, she had completely lost interest in looking for it. Mu Liang didn't explain further, but quietly opened the system to check his own attributes. Tamer, Mu Liang. Stamina, 141.3. Speed, 138.6. Strength, 136.7. Spirit, 152. Lifespan, 24 years per 3,260 years. Taming points, 60. Evolution points, 9058. Abilities, Silk Manipulation, Level 5, Radiant Light, Level 4. Tame Beasts, Red Demon Spider, Radiant Beetle. Only 9,000 evolution points left. They really don't last long. Mu Liang closed the attribute panel after taking a look, deciding out of sight, out of mind. Before long, Wei Geng came over carrying a stack of firewood half his height and respectfully said, "Lord City Master, the wood has been collected." 16 hunting team members also each carried a large bundle of firewood on their backs. "I'm ready too." Yufian hurriedly came over carrying firewood. "Then let's head back," Mu Liang said softly. He released the glowing beetle, instructing it to light the way ahead. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, following the light as they embarked on their journey home in the dark of night. The night was deep and silent, with the wind howling and sand swirling. A figure with black hair and red eyes silently emerged from the shadow on the ground. Immediately after, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, a blonde twin-tailed girl descended from the sky. The bat-like wings on her back quickly folded and disappeared. "Mia, do we really need to travel through the night?" The girl's voice was tender and crisp. Mia cast a faint glance at the blonde girl whose height only reached her chest. Her crimson pupils narrowed slightly as she said, "You don't understand. I haven't been back in 4 years. I must seize this chance to take a look." "Hey, you." The blonde girl put her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks in anger. "That look you just gave, were you mocking my height?" "You're overthinking, Hibeki." Mia turned her head away indifferently. The night was as dark as ink, and 2 figures traversed the wilderness. Leading the way was a tall, cat-eared girl with a cold expression, as if completely indifferent to everything around her. "Hey, with that sour face of yours, aren't you afraid of scaring your little sister?" The blonde-haired little girl, Hibeki, pouted and couldn't help but mock. The cat-eared girl, Mia, suddenly halted her steps. She turned around, her crimson eyes fixed intently on Hibeki. "What? Want to fight? I'm not afraid of you." Although Hibeki's words were tough, her body involuntarily took a step back. She bared her teeth, revealing a pair of sharp little tiger fangs as a threat. Mia's cold gaze swept over those little fangs, her tone utterly flat. "Your teeth haven't even tasted human blood. They have no deterrent power at all. You wait." Hibeki, furious, put one hand on her hip and pointed at Mia with the other, shouting, "One day, I'll drain all your blood." "You can't beat me," Mia stated calmly, as if stating a fact. "Umph, I'm still young now, but when I grow a few years older, I'll definitely be able to beat you." Sybil crossed her arms and proudly raised her head. "By then, I'll make sure to knock you down to your knees, begging for mercy, and obediently calling me princess." "You're already 20 years old, 3 years older than me." Mia once again shattered her fantasy in a calm tone. "Ugh, I just slept a little longer, that's all." Sybil's cheeks flushed red with anger, and the wings on her back suddenly spread open with a whoosh, flapping uneasily. "Put your wings away, don't scare my sister." Mia shot her a cold glance. "TCH, just take a quick look and be done with it." "Do you really have to meet her?" Rebecca complained, but her wings obediently folded back. Mia looked up at the faint outline of the tribe in the darkness ahead and said softly, "I have to tell Mino that I'm still alive. You'll bring danger to her." Rebecca's small fangs glinted faintly as she reminded, Don't forget what you're holding in your hand. Mia's figure paused, her voice turning colder. I'll leave right away. Those people won't stay here. You just need to know in your heart. I really don't understand what you people in Oasis want with that thunder spirit beast's egg. Zabeki quipped in her unique lowly voice, licking the corner of her mouth. You might as well roast it and eat it. I've grown this big and have never tasted a spirit beast's egg. Are you an idiot? Mia's eye twitched slightly, her usually calm demeanor finally showing a hint of fluctuation. You're the idiot. Zabeki instantly bristled, shouting sharply. For this stupid egg, we've been hunted for a full 33 days. She even began to doubt whether she had lost her mind when she decided to join Oasis, an organization that steals things every day and gets chased every day. They won't keep it up for much longer, Mia said calmly. You said the same thing last time. And what happened then? We were hunted for 100 days. One of my wings was torn apart. Zabeki fumed as she loudly voiced her dissatisfaction. I forgot, Mia replied flatly. You. Zabeki was so angry that her little tiger teeth were showing again, and she really wanted to rush up and bite this woman. Mia, however, didn't even turn her head, only coldly tossing out a remark. We're almost there. Put your teeth away. Humph. Hibeki pouted, unhappily flicking her golden twin tails. At that moment, with a thud, she accidentally bumped into Mia's back without any warning and stumbled to the ground. What are you doing? Hibeki complained as she got up from the ground, only to find Mia standing completely still, as if frozen in place. Frowning in confusion, she walked forward. Using her night vision, Hibeki could clearly see that the tribe, which was supposed to be their home, had now been reduced to a desolate ruin, devoid of any signs of life. Is this your former home? Sabeki asked hesitantly. Yes. Mia's voice was as cold as ice, a terrifying chill emanating from her. Even the shadow beneath her feet began to twist and writhe violently. Swish! In the next moment, Mia's figure transformed into a ground-hugging black shadow, darting toward the tribal ruins like lightning. Sigh? I should have thought of this earlier. Hibeki shook her head. In this cruel world, countless small tribes like this disappear every day. She spread her wings and flew after her. In front of a dilapidated wooden shed, Hibeki landed. She saw Mia standing at the doorway, biting her lip tightly. The usually sharp aura around her was now fluctuating intensely, even tinged with a hint of fear. Aren't you going to take a look inside? Maybe you'll find some clues. Hibeki softened her voice for once. All right. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Mia's mouth. After hesitating for a few seconds at the door, she finally stepped inside. Hebe followed behind, her delicate nose slightly wrinkled as she caught a faint scent of blood. Watching Mia's back, she thought to herself, this was the first time she'd seen this woman show a timid side. Better not provoke her further. Mia scanned the empty wooden shed and, based on the traces at the scene, made a judgment. Everything is gone. They left here about 10 days ago. Left 10 days ago? That'll make tracking them difficult. Hebe frowned. I will find her. Mia's voice was hoarse but resolute. Her gaze fixed on the center of the shed's floor, where there was a stone that seemed to have something carved on it. Is it something left by Mino? Mia immediately crouched down, trembling as she reached out and picked up the stone. Mia's heart tightened. Could there be a trap? This thought flashed through her mind, and her body reflexively darted toward the greenhouse door, almost colliding with the blonde-haired girl standing there. Is there a situation? Sabeki's expression instantly turned serious, her golden pupils transforming into blood red. Probably not. Mia hesitated for a moment, then cautiously walked back to the center of the greenhouse, her gaze falling on an inconspicuous stone on the ground. She picked up the stone again and turned it over. On the back, an abstract image of a girl with rabbit ears was carved. This little bunny is actually quite cute. Rebecca leaned in, standing on tiptoe to look at the drawing on the stone. There's something underneath. Mia's eyes locked onto a thin thread tied to the stone. Dig it out and take a look. Maybe it's a message left for you by your sister, Sabeki urged curiously. All right. Mia broke the thread and carefully placed the stone block engraved with the rabbit-eared girl into her pocket. The shadow beneath her rippled, condensed into a pitch-black hand, and began digging into the ground. A wooden box was quickly unearthed. It's a box. Hurry and open it. Sabeki's blood-red pupils turned back to gold as she asked eagerly, "Do you need my help?" "No need." Mia coldly refused. She squatted down, brushed off the dirt on the box, and gently lifted the lid. Inside was a roll of cloth. Cloth. Are there words written on it? Sybil guessed. If Mino had never left the tribe, she wouldn't be literate. Mia picked up the piece of cloth, a wave of unease surging in her heart. "Are you sure you don't want me to help you open it?" Zabeki pretended to look reluctant. "No need." Mia coldly refused once again. She carefully unfolded the piece of cloth, and the content of the drawing came into view. The bastard riding the ferocious beast dared to take Mino. Mia's aura instantly turned sharp as she gritted her teeth and said, "I will definitely find him. If anything happens to my sister, I will kill him." I think the content of the painting might not be what you think." Hibeki stared at the canvas and offered a different opinion. "I actually think your sister couldn't wait for you to come back, so she followed the man riding the ferocious beast to find you." "This is my sister's painting. Only I can understand it," Mia said coldly, rolling up the piece of cloth and carefully tucking it into her chest. "I'm telling the truth," Hibeki said, hands on her hips, insisting on her point of view. "I am her sister," Mia responded coldly. "But I can understand her drawings, and you can't," Becky argued defiantly, puffing out her cheeks. She clearly drew it very clearly. "I understand," Mia retorted without backing down. "Umph. Then just wait and regret it," Becky huffed, turning her head away in annoyance. "The man riding the ferocious beast?" Mia ignored her and murmured to herself, "What kind of ferocious beast is he riding? It's a turtle, isn't it? Isn't it drawn on the picture?" Hibeki couldn't help but remind her smugly. "It's not a turtle." Mia shook her head and said calmly, "It looks like an 8-tusked beast to me." Are you deliberately opposing me?" Hibeki glared at her, both embarrassed and angry. "No, I'm just stating the facts." Mia's tone remained calm. "You don't believe my words, you'll regret it." Sabeki was furious. "I will definitely find Mino," Mia promised coldly. Sabeki's anger flared up quickly and subsided just as fast. She couldn't help but ask again, "I've always been curious. Why did you leave your sister back then?" Mia remained silent. Her thoughts drifted back to 4 years ago, to that repulsive tribal chief who had long wanted her to become his so-called maid, which was merely a guise for his own amusement. Mia refused to accept such a fate. After instructing her younger sister to disguise herself as a boy and protect herself, she fled alone into the perilous wilderness. If it hadn't been for her luck later on, being saved by that crazy woman, she would have likely ended up as a meal for the moon wolves. Still not talking, Hibeki muttered, pouting in boredom. At that moment, a strange aura suddenly began to spread. "Quick, they're catching up again." Mia's expression changed, and she turned into a black shadow, darting away in an instant. "Damned bunch of stalkers, chasing us endlessly every day," Sabeki shouted furiously. The next second, she spread the wings on her back and quickly followed Mia's figure. The dilapidated small tribe returned to calm once more. But this calm lasted less than 3 minutes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures suddenly rushed into the tribe. Sniff, sniff, sniff. A wolf-headed figure sniffed the air hard, then growled. "They just left a moment ago. Chase them. We must retrieve the Thunder Spirit Beast's egg," another lion-headed figure said fiercely. "Those 2 thieves from the oasis must be killed. But that blonde little girl is..." The bare-headed figure hesitated slightly. "She's already a traitor. Nightmoon City won't care about her anymore." The lion-headed figure waved dismissively and gave the wolf-headed figure a look, signaling him to lead the way quickly. The wolf-headed figure immediately locked onto the direction, and the 3 figures vanished from their original spot once again. The 3 moved forward, 1 leading and 2 following, continuing their pursuit. The night grew deeper, and Yu Fian carried a bundle of firewood on her back, closely following Mu Liang, her curious eyes darting around the surrounding darkness. "So this is what it feels like to travel at night in the wild," she said excitedly. Mu Liang turned his head to glance at the lively and cheerful red-haired girl and asked, "What did you think it would be like?" "I heard from the hunting team that traveling at night is especially dangerous, with fierce beasts often appearing to attack people," Yu Fian said, shifting her shoulders uncomfortably as the rope dug painfully into her skin. Wei Geng, who was following behind the two, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. With those two giant beasts clearing the way ahead, what danger could there possibly be? Traveling at night is indeed very dangerous, Mu Liang warned seriously. You'd better not act alone at night in the future. He was worried that today's experience might make the young girl mistakenly believe that night travel was safe. Is it really that dangerous? Yufian blinked her eyes. We are safe now because my tamed beast is clearing the way ahead. Mu Liang pointed to the vague, massive silhouette in the darkness ahead. And Xiao Xuanwu is holding the line further away, keeping those ferocious beasts from approaching. He was well aware that without Xiao Xuanwu, their journey would not have been so smooth. Even the well-traveled white-haired girl had once sighed, saying it had been a long time since she had slept so soundly in the wilderness at night. I understand. Yufian's expression turned serious. Her first hunting experience, aside from the fright, had taught her a lot. Miss, Wei Geng suggested from behind. You could carry some high-level ferocious beast dung on you. It would also reduce the chances of being attacked by beasts. Of course, this is not a cure-all. There will always be some dull-witted or oblivious fierce beasts that foolishly charge forward. Feces of high-level fierce beasts. Yufian nodded thoughtfully. During the monotonous journey, time quietly slipped by until Mu Liang's voice broke the silence. Everyone gather around. We're getting ready to go up. Huh? We've arrived. Yufian belatedly raised her head, looking toward the massive figure ahead that resembled a hill, the rock-armored turtle. Rise! Mu Liang stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a massive stone pillar platform shot up from the earth, steadily lifting everyone and the two giant beasts upward. The stone pillar platform connected firmly with the city wall on the turtle's back. Only when the hunting party stepped onto the wall did they collectively breathe a sigh of relief. The red demon spider did not climb onto the wall, but instead leapt onto the stone armor of the turtle's shell, nimbly disappearing from everyone's sight. Mu Liang untied the 9-segment demon worm strapped to the tricolored lizard. Then, activating his 1,000 threads manipulation ability, the massive insect corpse was hoisted by invisible threads, swung over the city wall, and dropped onto the street inside. Whoosh! On the street, Liyue, Yuqinlan, and Mino saw the light in the distance and were rushing over to help. Bang! A massive corpse fell from the sky, landing heavily just a few meters away from them, causing their hearts to skip a beat in shock. This person really has a twisted sense of humor, Yuqinlan muttered, already knowing who was responsible without needing to think. Indeed. Liyue's mouth twitched slightly, expressing deep agreement. Is that tonight's prey? Mino shrank back timidly, hiding behind the white-haired girl. Probably. Liyue nodded lightly. At this moment, Mu Liang led the group down from the city wall. Seeing the three of them, he was somewhat surprised. Why did you come down? They were able to arrive so quickly, which indicates they had been keeping an eye on the team's return. Mino carefully looked at Mu Liang and, seeing that he was unharmed, finally felt relieved. Her curious gaze fell on the beetle on his shoulder, guessing that it must be the new tamed beast he had acquired. We're here to help. Yuqinlan tucked a strand of her aqua-blue hair behind her ear. She glanced at the unharmed red-haired girl and let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. All right then, let's disassemble this 9-segment demon worm and turn the meat into smoked meat. Mu Liang pointed at the over 7-meter-long giant worm. 9-segment demon worm. It's been many years since I've seen one, Yuqinlan said in surprise. Lord City Master, leave the rough work of handling the prey to us. Wei Geng unloaded the firewood and immediately volunteered. Their hunt this time yielded nothing, and if even handling the prey required the city master's people to step in, it would be too negligent. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Mu Liang waved his hand. He had originally planned to let everyone handle it, but he hadn't expected Wei Geng to be so perceptive. Mu Liang secretly nodded and made a mental note of Wei Geng. This is a talent worth observing closely and could be of great use in the future. This demon insect shell is excellent material for crafting spiritual artifacts. Liyue walked to the 9-section demon insect and tapped its hard shell with her hand. Indeed, it can be used to craft some armor-type spiritual artifacts. Yuqinlan nodded in agreement. You also know how to craft spiritual artifacts. Mu Liang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this seemingly elegant woman to have such knowledge. I can make some simple ones. Yu Qinlan smiled gracefully. But as for those complex advanced spiritual tools, I'm not capable of that. Mu Liang nodded thoughtfully. He was well aware that a powerful team not only needed resources and talent, but also required excellent equipment. It was like a special forces unit. Their sniper rifles were always more advanced and precise than those of regular troops. Liyue, Mu Liang turned to the white-haired girl. You're leaving tomorrow. Go cut some insect shells and make some armor. Better to be prepared. Liyue nodded decisively. I happen to need a bracer. Without the slightest hesitation, she drew her dagger and walked straight to the giant insect's corpse, skillfully beginning to cut it apart. Better if you don't go. Mu Liang reached out to stop the rabbit-eared girl, Mino, who was about to run off to help. I can do it. Mino tightly gripped her small dagger, arguing earnestly. I've killed lots of little lizards before. Mu Liang smiled gently and changed his approach. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you go roast some meat for us? Huh? Hungry? Mino froze for a moment, immediately forgetting about the dissection. She picked up a large piece of cut beast meat, trotted back to the high ground with her short legs, and said, All right, I'll go roast it right away. At this moment, the red-haired girl Yufian leaned over, her eyes greedily fixed on the beetle perched on Mu Liang's shoulder. Mu Liang, can I borrow that shining beetle to take a look? Here you go. Mu Liang took the beetle off his shoulder and simultaneously gave it instructions through telepathy. If you want it to glow, just tap its shell 3 times in a row. How do you turn it off then? Yufian asked excitedly, surprised at how conveniently the light could be controlled. Just tap it once. Mu Liang placed the beetle in her palm. Oh, I got it. Yufian carefully held the tiny beetle in her hands, happily turning around and running toward Yu Qinlan nearby, ready to show off. Mother, look at this. Yufian excitedly raised the shimmering beetle, blinking mysteriously. Guess what this is? Yu Qinlan merely glanced at it indifferently and said calmly, No need to guess. I know it's Mu Liang's trained pet. Why did you bring it over? She had been standing next to Mu Liang earlier and had already observed the beetle. Oh, come on, just guess. Yufian's expression froze. The curious and puzzled look she had anticipated from her mother was completely absent. Not guessing. Yu Qinlan smiled, refusing to fall for her trick. It's really no fun at all. Yufian pouted, hugging her new toy, and stomped back to the high ground in a huff. Before long, Liyue came over holding a stack of neatly cut insect shells. All right, this should be enough. Then let's head back. Mu Liang stretched lazily. He waved to call Wei Geng over and instructed, handle the remaining meat properly, distribute some to each household based on their population, and store the rest of the meat and insect shells. Yes, Wei Geng responded respectfully. Let's go, Mu Liang said, leading Liyue and Yu Qinlan toward the high ground. Yu Qinlan quickened her pace, walking alongside Mu Liang, and softly asked, How do you plan to distribute the remaining meat in the future? Liyue saw this and silently quickened her steps as well, moving to Mu Liang's other side to walk alongside him. Distribute according to labor. Mu Liang smiled faintly. Looks like you already have a plan. Yu Qinlan had intended to remind him that food couldn't be distributed without reason, but seeing that he had it under control, she felt reassured. Changing the subject, she casually asked, By the way, what kind of beetle was Fian holding just now? Why was she so excited? Mu Liang's lips curled into a sly smile as he deliberately kept her guessing and strode forward. Oh, that? You'll have to ask her yourself. Yu Qinlan's expression froze instantly, completely unprepared for Mu Liang's response. The nearby Liyue's lips curved slightly as she softly said, The surprised expressions of you mother and daughter really look alike. Upon reaching the highland, Mu Liang turned back to look at the dark streets below. Wei Geng and the others were still dealing with the corpse of the 9-section demon worm. Around them, there were only a few small campfires, and the light was dim. It's time. Mu Liang conveyed the command to the Starlight Tea Tree in his mind. Unleash your domain. The level 6 Starlight Tea Tree immediately responded. On the massive 16-meter high canopy, countless green star spots on the tea leaves suddenly lit up. and the brilliant radiance instantly enveloped the entire turtle shell highland. Under the radiance of the starlight, the newly planted crops in the plantation seemed to be infused with vitality. Some were breaking through the soil and sprouting, others were budding, and a few were even growing visibly taller at an astonishing speed. Of course, the miracles in the plantation had yet to be noticed by anyone, but the beam of light shooting into the sky had captured everyone's attention. With a bang, Yufir suddenly pushed open the door and rushed out. She looked up at the tea tree that resembled an inverted galaxy and murmured in a daze, "It's so beautiful. I really want to study it." Yu Qinlan also stepped out, her water-blue eyes reflecting specks of starlight as she exclaimed, "So the starlight tea tree can actually glow. Wow, it's so beautiful." Yufian was playing with the glowing beetle in her hands, but was also drawn out by the sight. She looked up at the magnificent starlight tea tree, then down at the faint glow of the beetle in her hands, and suddenly found it uninteresting. Mino came out of the house with a flushed face, timidly avoiding the red-haired girl. Earlier, the girl named Yufian had been pestering her, insisting on seeing her glowing beetle and saying that if Mino became her friend, she would tell her the secret to controlling the beetle's brightness. Li Yue's gaze, however, was completely captivated by the glowing starlight tea tree. She walked over to Mu Liang and asked worriedly, "This tree is so bright at night. Won't it attract too much attention? I'm worried someone might come and try to steal something." Mu Liang glanced at the endless darkness in the distance and said calmly, "We'll just have to be more vigilant." The starlight tea tree had to emit light when stimulating plant growth. It was unavoidable. During the day, the glow wasn't as noticeable, but at night, it was like a beacon in the darkness, sure to draw nearby people to investigate. "I'll take the night watch," Li Yue softly suggested. "No need," Mu Liang shook his head. "You're leaving tomorrow, so you'd better hurry and make your bracers." He had already ordered the red ghost spiders to lay sensing webs and traps around the camp. If any foolish thieves dared to intrude, they would definitely regret it. All right. Seeing Mu Liang's firm attitude, Li Yue had no choice but to carry the carapace of the 9-segment demon worm into the house. Watching Li Yue walk away, Yu Qinlan gracefully stepped forward and asked, "How long will this light last?" "About the time it takes for a small pile of firewood to burn," Mu Liang answered with a frown. In this post-apocalyptic era, without clocks, people were accustomed to judging the passage of time by the burning duration of a campfire or the changes in the sky. A pile of firewood typically burned for about 15 minutes to half an hour. "Oh, then let Fian keep watch tonight." Yu Qinlan shifted the topic and assigned her daughter a task. Although she spoke in a joking tone, she genuinely wanted her daughter to undergo more trials and mature quickly. In this world of survival of the fittest, without strength, there is no future. "Not tonight. I'll have my tame beast keep watch." Mu Liang glanced at Yufian, who had once again clung to Mino, and said with a smile, "Everyone's tired today. Let her keep watch tomorrow instead." "All right." Yu Qinlan nodded with a smile and walked gracefully into the house. Mu Liang followed behind and, as he passed by Yufian, patted her shoulder and said meaningfully, "Having a mother like that must be tough for you." "Huh?" Yufian looked completely bewildered. Mino took the opportunity to break free and quickly dashed into the house. "I'm going inside to roast some meat." Yufian was left standing there in a daze. "What does he even mean?" she muttered to herself in confusion. "I don't know what it means either." Yufir happened to pass by and casually chimed in. She plucked a glowing branch from the starlight tea tree, intending to take it back for research. "Seriously, always saying things I don't understand." Yufian watched as everyone entered the house, stomped her foot in frustration, and ran inside as well. At this moment, inside the house, Mu Liang, Li Yue, and Yu Qinlan were gathered together, studying how to use the shell of the 9-segment demon worm to craft an arm guard. Mu Liang recalled Li Yue's earlier words and asked, "What are the properties of the 9-segment demon worm's shell?" "Lightweight, yet sturdy," Li Yue replied coldly. "Lightweight." Mu Liang picked up a piece of insect shell and weighed it in his hand. To him, it was indeed light, but for ordinary people, it still had some heft. "This hasn't been processed yet, so of course it's heavier," Yu Qinlan added. "The shell of the 9-segment demon worm will shrink and become lighter if boiled in hot water, and its hardness will increase by several levels. This secret wasn't exactly classified. Well-informed individuals were aware of it. The real challenge lay in how to obtain the shell of the 9-segment demon worm. Got it. Mu Liang nodded thoughtfully. Liu immediately got to work. She first cut off a palm-sized piece of the insect shell, carefully recorded its dimensions, then placed it into an iron pot, filled it with water, and set it over the hearth to boil. Is there anything special about the boiling time? Mu Liang asked curiously. No, just boil it until it completely stops shrinking, Liu explained. The shell of the 9-segment demon worm is relatively easy to handle. If it were materials from other fierce beasts, the boiling time would need to be strictly controlled. Yu Qinlan noticed Mu Liang's keen interest and added a few more words. Skilled spirit tool masters all have their own precise methods and standards for recording time. Moreover, they need to study the proportions of different materials and properly handle the energy veins within the materials. Only then can they perfectly embed fierce beast crystals and unleash their maximum power. Time recording standard. Mu Liang instinctively glanced at his watch. Isn't this the perfect ready-made tool? Yu Qinlan pursed her lips and continued explaining. This level of enchanted equipment can even exhibit extraordinary effects similar to those of awakeners. Oh, Mu Liang nodded, forming a rough comparison in his mind. He thought, isn't this just like making alloy materials? By using different ratios and treatments, new properties are imparted to the material. A dozen minutes later, Liu took a piece of insect shell, now turned black, out of the hot water and placed it on the table, comparing its size to before it was boiled. She handed the shell to Mu Liang and softly said, "The volume has shrunk by half, and the hardness should have increased by about 30%. It's indeed much lighter." Mu Liang took the insect shell, weighed it, and compared it with the raw materials nearby. The weight had been reduced by at least half. There's a sticky substance inside the insect shell that dissolves into the water when boiled. Liu explained the reason for the shell becoming lighter. So that's why the color turned black as well. Mu Liang suddenly understood. He realized that the so-called enchanted equipment manufacturing was actually another form of advanced technology in this post-apocalyptic wasteland era. As long as the characteristics and processing methods of these ferocious beast materials were thoroughly understood, powerful equipment could be created. Although it relied on hunting ferocious beasts, this was, in itself, a sustainable development method. Since we know the shrinkage ratio, we can first carve out a prototype of the arm guard at double the size, and then boil it in water, Liu said, picking up another piece of insect shell and carefully cutting it with a short knife. She had to complete the shaping before the hardening process. Otherwise, once the shell's hardness was reinforced, it would be too difficult to polish. By the way, Mu Liang suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "What is the vein path you mentioned earlier?" "The vein path is this." Yu Qinlan picked up the boiled insect shell and showed the cut surface to Mu Liang. "These hollow little holes." Mu Liang leaned in for a closer look, noticing that the cross-section of the shell was covered with extremely tiny pores. The entire insect shell is filled with these tiny channels, some of which are interconnected, while others are dead ends. We collectively refer to these as vein paths. Yu Qinlan gently shook the insect shell in her hand and elegantly explained, "A top-tier equipment master can identify all the interconnected vein paths within the material, use special methods to link them together, and finally connect them to the beast's crystal. Only then can it truly be considered a piece of intermediate enchanted equipment." She herself had spent a significant amount of time studying this, but ultimately failed at the step of finding the vein paths. So, as long as you can identify all the interconnected vein paths and link them together, Mu Liang narrowed his dark eyes and pressed further. You can create a piece of intermediate enchanted equipment? That's more or less correct. Yu Qinlan hesitated for a moment, feeling that this explanation was reasonable. The corners of Mu Liang's mouth lifted slightly. Perhaps I can try to find these vein paths. Ah. Yu Qinlan and Li Yu simultaneously raised their heads, looking at the man in disbelief. Someone who had just learned the basic knowledge of enchanted equipment suddenly claimed he could locate the vein paths? Was this a joke? Mu Liang, are you joking? Yu Qinlan asked uncertainly. She herself had tried using her water element awakening ability to infiltrate the vein paths of beast materials but failed to figure out all the connected routes. It required immense effort and meticulous control over energy. Liu paused her actions and asked seriously, "Are you confident? Let's give it a try and see." Mu Liang took the insect shell from Yu Qinlan's hand. He extended his finger, aiming at the small holes on the cut surface of the shell. Instantly, threads finer than hair drilled into the holes. The ability of thousand thread manipulation provided him with a sensory feedback akin to tentacles. Dozens of spider threads swiftly shuttled through the vein paths of the insect shell. Mu Liang closed his eyes, and a three-dimensional maze of vein paths seemed to appear in his mind. His spider threads moved freely within it, quickly connecting all the intersecting vein paths. A moment later, done. All the vein paths have been found. Mu Liang opened his eyes. On the insect shell in his palm, spider threads surged out from every small hole on the cut surfaces. Really, all of them? Yu Qinlan widened her water-blue eyes, staring in disbelief at the spider threads writhing like living creatures along the edges of the insect shell. How much time had passed? Less than a minute, and he had completed the seemingly impossible task of finding all the vein paths. "It's not very difficult," Mu Liang said calmly. Yu Qinlan and Li Yu were momentarily speechless. This remark was simply too discouraging. If finding the pulse path were really that easy, then enchanted equipment above the intermediate level wouldn't be so rare. What should we do next? Mu Liang looked at the insect shell in his hand, his interest growing stronger. If he could create equipment imbued with awakening-like abilities, he could quickly arm a formidable special unit, a post-apocalyptic wasteland version of special forces. While others were still painstakingly training awakeners and mutants, he could directly equip enhancers with enchanted gear, making them just as powerful. With such a team, collecting beast crystals in the future would become a breeze. Yu Qinlan snapped out of her shock and asked with a complex expression, "What kind of enchanted equipment do you want to make?" "Just make a bracer." Mu Liang glanced at the half-cut insect shell in the white-haired girl's hands. If a powerful spiritual artifact could be made, the white-haired girl's travels would also be much safer. Yu Qinlan explained, "To make a bracer, you first need to figure out the energy pathways of each piece of the insect shell, then cut them precisely to ensure the pathways of different shell pieces can connect perfectly." She herself had never successfully made a mid-level spiritual artifact and could only rely on the knowledge she had gathered before to guide. Next, at the center where all the pathways of the bracer converge, carve a slot to embed a ferocious beast crystal. Only then can it become a mid-level spiritual artifact. "Isn't this just like putting together a puzzle?" Mu Liang said in surprise. "But this puzzle is no ordinary challenge. Not only must the shapes fit perfectly, but the internal energy pathways must also align seamlessly, making it extraordinarily difficult." "That's more or less the idea," Yu Qinlan nodded softly. "So, all the ones I cut earlier are useless now?" Mu Liang glanced at the insect shells the white-haired girl had cut. "Not only are they useless, but you also have to pre-treat the insect shells with hot water. You can't rely on the old methods for crafting basic spiritual tools anymore," Yu Qinlan said with a smile. "Otherwise, even the slightest deviation in the pathways will leave you with nothing but a half-finished product. Primary spiritual tools only utilize the inherent properties of the materials and can be freely cut and assembled. However, intermediate spiritual tools are different. They require the use of ferocious beast crystals to amplify their power, and the craftsmanship involved is naturally worlds apart. Such meticulous requirements." Mu Liang nodded and turned to the red-haired girl, sitting quietly nearby. "Fian, could you please bring me a pile of insect shells?" "All right." Fian put down the shining beetle in her hand and jogged out. "Are you really planning to craft an intermediate spiritual tool right now?" Liu asked softly. "Give it a try? Even if you fail, it's no big deal. If you succeed, even better." Mu Liang's attitude was very relaxed. Not long after, Fian came in carrying a large pile of dark red insect shells and placed them on the table. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and cheerfully asked, "Do you need more? I can go get some." "No need, this is enough." Mu Liang waved his hand and began processing the insect shells with hot water. At that moment, Mino brought a plate of roasted meat to the table. "The roasted meat is ready. Time to eat." "Haven't had roasted demon bug meat in ages." Yu Qinlan's mouth was already watering. It's not fishy at all, and even has a hint of sweetness. Mu Liang was the first to pick up a skewer and start eating. He knew that if he didn't take the lead, the girls wouldn't eat first. I'll go take some to you, fire. Liyue grabbed a few skewers of roasted meat and headed outside. Her companion was an absolute research fanatic who wouldn't come out to find food unless she was starving to the limit. Mino, starting tomorrow, you'll be responsible for delivering meals to Yufire, Mu Liang quietly instructed. Someone immersed in fervent research indeed needs thoughtful logistical support. Okay. Mino nodded obediently. Liyue, who had just reached the doorway, paused in her steps, and the corners of her small mouth under the mask slightly curved upward. After a feast of 9-section demon worm meat, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Taking advantage of the mealtime, Mu Liang had already boiled all the worm shells. He began carefully examining the distribution of the shell's veins and then drew a diagram for assembling the arm guards. With the diagram complete, all that remained was cutting and assembling. Doesn't seem that hard after all. Mu Liang held a short knife and effortlessly cut out all the puzzle pieces. Yu Qinlan glanced at him sideways. With his strength as a 6th-tier expert, if he found it difficult to deal with mere 4th-tier insect shells, that would truly be a joke. The rest is just assembly. Mu Liang began piecing together the insect shells one by one. Looking at the seams on the arm guard, he asked worriedly, "Are these gaps really not a problem?" "It's fine. As long as the spirit awakening ceremony succeeds, these seams won't be an issue at all." A trace of inexplicable tension flashed through Yu Qinlan's aquamarine eyes. "What is the spirit awakening ceremony?" Mu Liang asked, hearing yet another unfamiliar term. "You first embed the ferocious beast crystal, and we'll talk about the awakening ceremony later," Yu Qinlan said, pressing her lips together. "This is simple." Mu Liang had already pinpointed the area where the arm guard's veins were most concentrated. He used the ferocious beast crystal of the 9-segment demon worm to align it with the arm guard, carved out a groove, and then steadily embedded the crystal. "Done." Mu Liang looked at the unchanged arm guard and said, "The arm guard is meant for Liyue. She should understand the awakening ceremony." Yu Qinlan turned to look at the white-haired girl. "I understand." Liyue nodded. "Then take it and give it a try." Mu Liang handed over the arm guard. The awakening ceremony, also known as the bonding ceremony, Liyue explained as she took the arm guard. She lightly sliced her pinky finger with a small knife, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ferocious beast crystal on the arm guard. A miraculous scene unfolded. The entire surface of the arm guard instantly lit up with white veins, interwoven with a hint of blood-red light. If the veins connect without issue, the awakening ceremony will succeed, Yu Qinlan continued to explain. The gaps you're worried about will also be absorbed and fused together by the power of the ferocious beast crystal. As soon as the words fell, the arm guard emitted a soft chime. "The recognition ceremony, is it completed?" Liyue exclaimed in disbelief, her mouth wide open. Yu Qinlan stood there with her mouth agape, staring blankly at the arm guard that had already completed its recognition process and returned to a state of calm. Her emotions were a mix of complexity. She had spent years studying in a hellish academy and could barely manage to craft the lowest-grade spiritual tools. Yet now, Mu Liang had succeeded so effortlessly. Did it really succeed? Yu Qinlan stared at the arm guard in disbelief. She had never imagined it would work on the first try and had even prepared a set of comforting words to console Mu Liang in case of failure. However, the reality before her eyes told her that Mu Liang had succeeded in crafting a mid-grade spiritual tool on his very first attempt. At this moment, Yu Qinlan felt that the one who truly needed comforting was herself. She spent 3 whole years, from studying various knowledge about spiritual artifacts to hands-on practice, only to fail at the most critical stage of constructing the meridian pathways. Yet the man before her bluntly showed her with reality that it didn't even take a single night. What struck her even harder was that this intermediate spiritual artifact was completed under her step-by-step guidance. Mu Liang watched as Li Yu and Yu Qinlan's expressions shifted unpredictably, frowning one moment, gritting their teeth the next, and then looking utterly dejected. He was a bit puzzled. Tilting his head, he softly asked the red-haired girl beside him, "What's wrong with the two of them?" "Maybe the blow was just too much for them," Yufian sighed. She knew very well that her mother had once been obsessively passionate about crafting spiritual artifacts. But after 3 whole years of persistence without even catching a glimpse of an intermediate spiritual artifact, coupled with the mental exhaustion of the process, she had no choice but to give up. This is so simple, and they're still upset. Mu Liang blinked innocently. He genuinely didn't think it was that difficult. The most time-consuming part of the entire process was just boiling insect shells and polishing them. Stop talking. Yu Fian tugged at Mu Liang's sleeve, laughing and crying at the same time. If he continued, her mother might truly end up crying out of shame and anger. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back and sleep first. Yu Qinlan's eyes were filled with despondency as she stood up weakly, using an excuse to escape the hall. Facing the younger generation, her dignity was truly hard to maintain. I'll help you. Yu Fian quickly stepped forward to hold her mother's hand, and the two walked out together. After watching them leave, Mu Liang turned to the white-haired girl. Liyue, what do you think of this arm guard? Very good. Liyue, who had just moved away from the stool, helplessly sat back down again. Let me see. What exactly is the difference between a mid-level spiritual tool and a low-level one? Mu Liang picked up the arm guard he had made, and then took the one Liyue had made earlier, weighing them in his hands. He discovered that the one he made was more than twice as heavy as the other. Liyue noticed his confusion and explained, a mid-level spiritual tool only feels weightless when used by its recognized owner. If I were to hold it, it would actually feel very light. Then how do you remove the recognition and rebind it? Mu Liang asked curiously. It's very simple. Just remove the beast crystal, drain the blood from the veins, and it becomes ownerless, Liyue said softly. Then embed a new crystal and perform another recognition ceremony. So that's all it takes. Mu Liang nodded in sudden realization, casually handing the arm guard to the white-haired girl. You're really giving it to me? Liyue dumbfoundedly accepted the arm guard. Like Yu Qinlan, she hadn't expected Mu Liang to succeed on the first try, which was why she had so easily agreed to the recognition ceremony. As a result, both of them were heavily shocked. I have no use for it, Mu Liang waved his hand. This level of spiritual artifact could be crushed with just a bit of force from him. The weapon he needed had to be something even he couldn't break. Thinking of this, Mu Liang had a sudden flash of inspiration. If he used the scales of the giant lizard and the hard shell of the red ghost spider to craft spiritual tools, the strength would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Excellent. He had discovered another major use for taming beasts. Then, I'll accept it. Liu couldn't suppress the sweet smile that appeared on her lips. With this arm guard, she could not only withstand more damage but also carry no weight burden at all. It was far superior to a basic spiritual tool. You should go rest now. We have to travel tomorrow, Mu Liang said gently. Okay. Liu gave Mu Liang a steady look, then tightly hugged the new arm guard he had made. With her other hand casually carrying her old one, she walked back to her room with a light and cheerful stride. At this moment, within the crevices at the edge of the rock armor turtle's shell, the tricolor lizard and the red ghost spider, two fierce beasts, inexplicably shivered. They felt their scales and shells grow chilly, as if something ominous was about to happen. Hiss hiss. Squeak squeak. Early morning, just as dawn was breaking. Mu Liang, a dead body has been found. The urgent cry of the rabbit-eared girl, Mino, jolted Mu Liang awake from his sleep. Someone died? Got it. Mu Liang opened his eyes, looked at Mino's anxious and delicate face, and lazily grinned, saying, Is it hanging on the city wall? Huh? How do you know that? Mino was instantly stunned. She instinctively glanced around the room, finding it empty. No need to look, the person was at midnight. Dead, it was Little Red's doing. Mu Liang sat up, his tone frighteningly calm. Last night, a few thieves sneaked in and were caught by Little Red. They're hanging dead over there. It turned out that during the night, the red ghost spider had informed him of intruders through telepathy. Mu Liang had just fallen asleep and was woken up, irritated from being disturbed, and gave only one command. Take them out. The result was what they saw now. After being injected with venom by the red ghost spider, the thieves' corpses were hung high on the city wall, resembling dried, cured meat. So it was that big spider's doing. Mino's heart instantly settled. She wasn't afraid of death. She was afraid of internal strife among their own people. As long as it wasn't one of their own who acted, everything was manageable. What's the situation outside now? Mu Liang asked curiously. Everyone is very nervous. Mino tilted her head and thought for a moment before adding. It was those newcomers who found the body and came up to inform us. What about Liu? Is she awake? Mu Liang nodded and then asked about the white-haired girl. She's awake. She even made breakfast. Mino's voice was crisp. All right, you can go out first. I'll change and come right away. Mu Liang nodded gently. Oh. Mino froze for a moment. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she ran out like a startled little rabbit. When did she become so shy? Mu Liang tilted his head in slight confusion, then got up to open the wardrobe. He changed into another loose black robe. He had some matters to attend to today and needed to appear a bit more serious. Just as he finished changing, he heard the buzzing sound of wings flapping behind him. Mu Liang turned around and saw a gleaming beetle hovering in midair, clutching something only the size of 2 fingers in its claws. For me, Mu Liang blinked, receiving the thought transmitted by the gleaming beetle. Buzz, buzz. The shining beetle vigorously flapped its wings, indicating affirmation. All right, I'll take it then. Mu Liang raised his hand and carefully caught the tiny creature. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be a miniature version of the shining beetle, though its appearance lacked the imposing presence of an adult. Is this your offspring? Then, how do I activate the light source? Mu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with questions he wanted to ask. The shining beetle conveyed its simple habits and control methods to him. I understand. Mu Liang nodded knowingly, looking at the small beetle in his hand. Smiling, he said to its mother, from now on, your offspring will be called lantern beetles. The shining beetle responded with a buzzing sound and then flew away. During the day, it would stay on the starlight tea tree, and at night, it would return to Mu Liang, serving as a mobile light source. I never expected the shining beetle to be so capable, producing an offspring every day. This unexpected surprise greatly lifted Mu Liang's spirits. The appearance of these small beetles perfectly solved the camp's lighting problem. He named them lantern beetles in the hope that they would bring light to everyone, just like lanterns. Mu Liang gently held the lantern beetle in his hand and walked out of the room in high spirits. He entered the hall and saw the white-haired girl fully armed, sitting blankly at the table. She was wearing the hooded cloak from their first meeting. As if sensing his arrival, Liu looked up at him. She pursed her lips, stood up, and said softly, Mu Liang, I'm about to leave. Have you eaten enough? Mu Liang asked gently. I've eaten enough, Liu nodded lightly. Did you bring enough dried meat? What about water? Mu Liang asked a series of questions. Have you checked your weapons? His emotions were very mixed at the moment, like a father whose grown daughter was leaving home for the first time, filled with worry and reluctance. Yes, I brought everything. Liu lowered her head, her voice slightly hoarse. Listening to Mu Liang's string of concerns, her eyes were already starting to glisten with tears. Good, as long as you have everything. Mu Liang stepped forward and handed over the lantern beetle in his hand. I'll give you one more thing. What is this? Liu curiously reached out to take the beetle. It's called a lantern beetle. At night, its tail glows, and the brightness can last for about 8 bonfire hours. Mu Liang explained in detail. If you want to hide your tracks at night, wrap its tail with a cloth. During the day, remember to uncover it so it can absorb the glowing substance. It likes eating green plants, so pick some starlight tea leaves to bring along and feed it on the way. He clearly explained all the precautions for the lantern beetle, from its habits to feeding. I will take good care of it, Liu said, holding the tiny beetle in her hands as if cradling the warmth of the entire world. Keep it with you for 3 days, and it will remember your scent. Even if you accidentally lose it, it will fly back to find you, Mu Liang said softly. Liu nodded heavily. Quickly go pick tea leaves. While it's still early, you can cover more ground. Mu Liang didn't want to delay her departure any further. All right. Liu responded obediently, turned around, and slowly walked out of the house. Then she quickly ran toward the plantation, carefully picking tea leaves. At this moment, Yuffie appeared yawning, her eyes still drowsy, and called out sleepily, Little Yia, be careful on the road. Yuffie's head was haphazardly wrapped with cloth strips, which were tied so tightly that a small tuft of golden hair stubbornly stood upright on top. "I will. You should rest more," Liu said while packing tea leaves into the inner pocket of her cloak. "I can't help it. The research on enhancement potions is just too fascinating," Yuffie mumbled, shaking her head drowsily, her gaze unfocused. "There's really no way to deal with you," Liu sighed helplessly. "By the way," Yuffie suddenly remembered something and added vaguely, "if you see Alina and Yin Bing, tell them I miss them." After saying that, she turned and walked toward the research institute, her figure slightly unsteady. After so many separations, Liu had gradually grown accustomed to it, moving on from the initial heart-wrenching pain. "Don't stay cooped up in your room all the time. Come out more often and chat with Mu Liang and Mino." Liu called out softly to her back. "Chat with Mu Liang?" Yuffie's body stiffened abruptly, almost causing her to stumble. She shook her head frantically, blushing as she exclaimed, "No, I can't. No, I can't. I'll scare him." Before Yuffie could finish her sentence, she darted away as if avoiding something, disappearing once again into her laboratory. How strange. Liu blinked her silver-white eyes in confusion. "It's the first time I've seen Yuffie so afraid of someone." But she didn't have time to think further. Lifting her skirt, she jogged away from the plantation. Just after walking a short distance, Liu saw Mu Liang and Mino standing on the stone steps leading from the high ground to the city below, waiting for her. "I'll walk you down," Mu Liang waved to her. "Okay." Liu took a deep breath, calming her turbulent emotions, and quickly walked over. The three of them descended the steps from the high ground and entered the streets of the city. Under the morning sunlight, wisps of smoke were rising from the rooftops of some houses. Lord of the city. The residents on the street stopped their tasks upon seeing Mu Liang and respectfully saluted him. Mu Liang responded with a faint nod. The three quickly ascended the towering city wall, where Wei Geng was leading a squad of soldiers on patrol. The traitors who were hanged this morning had clearly served as a warning to everyone, and the patrol team appeared particularly solemn. Lord of the city. Wei Geng saw Mu Liang and immediately approached with his subordinates. "Talk about it later if it's important." Mu Liang calmly interrupted him, then turned to Liu. Without saying much, he raised his hand, and the rock beneath his feet began to rise, quickly forming a stable platform. Mu Liang stepped onto the platform with Liu. Mino, however, did not follow. She obediently stood on the city wall, quietly moving several steps to the side, seemingly trying to distance herself from Wei Geng's group. She vigorously waved at the white-haired girl on the platform and called out in a crisp voice, "Liu, be careful on the way." "I will," Liu responded softly. Under Mu Liang's control, the rocky platform descended steadily toward the city wall and soon reached the ground. "I'm leaving." Liu stepped off the platform, not looking back, and slowly walked toward the road in the distance. "I'll wait for you at 10th Floor City." Mu Liang's gentle voice came from behind. "All right." Liu's footsteps paused for a moment. She raised her hand and waved at him with her back turned. She forced herself to take 3 more steps forward, but her nose tingled, and her vision instantly blurred. In the end, the silver-haired girl couldn't hold back and suddenly turned around, sprinting toward Mu Liang. With a thud, Liu threw herself into Mu Liang's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his firm chest, and the steady, powerful sound of his heartbeat reached her ears. A strange sense of reassurance instantly enveloped her. Mu Liang extended his arms, encircling the girl's slender waist. The two of them quietly embraced, savoring this moment of warmth tinged with sorrowful farewell. "I'm leaving." Liu held on for a while, silently suppressing her reluctance. She gently pushed Mu Liang away, then turned and jogged off without looking back. She was afraid that if she stayed even a second longer, she would no longer be able to take another step. This feeling, why does it feel a bit different from parting with comrades? Mu Liang watched her departing figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. For someone who had never been in a relationship, this unfamiliar emotion was indeed a bit perplexing. He stood in place, his gaze following the girl's figure until she disappeared around the bend of a hill not far away. Only then did he control the stone platform to slowly ascend back to the city wall. Humph. As soon as he landed, Mino wrinkled her petite nose and let out a soft snort at him. expressing a small protest. "What's wrong with you?" Mu Liang asked knowingly, smiling as he reached out to tug at her fluffy rabbit ears. "You can't catch me. I'm heading back." Mino immediately crouched down, covering his head to dodge his hand, then quickly got up and ran away. "Didn't manage to catch her today," Mu Liang said regretfully, clenching his hand. He turned his head and saw Wei Geng and several subordinates looking at him with peculiar expressions. Mu Liang put away his smile, his expression turning serious, and calmly ordered, "Gather all the leaders of the hunting teams. I have an announcement to make." Xuanwu City was about to undergo its first major reform. Before heading to the 10th floor city, he had to ensure everything here was on the right track. Otherwise, when the new crisis arrived, everything would get tangled up and turn into chaos. Yes, Wei Geng and the others tensed up, knowing that the serious matter was finally about to begin. However, aside from the serious mission, they seemed to have obtained another important piece of information. Their powerful lord of the city appeared to have a particular fondness for tugging rabbit ears.